due to illness, the orphan Tianling fortuitously bound himself to a fate modification system, through which he could alter destinies to gain the power of fate and make wishes. Wait, something seems amiss in this Douluo scenario. Tianling mused. It appears I must engage in some positive endeavors, beginning with instilling the correct values in Tang San. Loftily, Tang Hao and Titan, I implore you to delve into the study of materials. Tang San, Dugu, and Yang Wudi shall form a medical research group. The architectural team of the Yu family, please work diligently observe the industrious railway workers from the neighboring Elephant Armor Sect. Old White Crane, I'm addressing you. Has today's delivery arrived? Douluo, what progress have you made with A Yin on the mass cultivation of immortal herbs in your Botanical Research Institute? What? The Tianshui girl group has rehearsed a new dance, and the tickets have sold out again? Years later, when a journalist interviewed Tang San, Lord Sea God, may I ask you? Tang San interjected, what Lord Sea God? Do not speak such nonsense. Am I that kind of person? In this day and age, everyone is equal, there is no such thing as Lord. If there is nothing else, I shall return to assist my fellow villagers in their farming. Chapter 1. In Douluo, I have diligently educated Tang San for 6 years. On the Douluo continent, within the Tiando Empire, in the Fasnuo province, lies the Holy Soul Village. At dawn, after a night of cultivation, Tianling slowly concluded his practice, exhaling a breath of turbid air. He was originally a university graduate who, 6 years prior, succumbed to a global virus outbreak. However, through misfortune came fortune as he bound himself to a device known as the Fate Modification System, which transported him to the Douluo continent where he was taken in by Old Jack. The cultivation technique he had just practiced was part of a beginner's gift package from the system. This great path to longevity scripture is truly remarkable, allowing for uninterrupted cultivation without bottlenecks, far surpassing the Xiantian skill of martial arts. According to its teachings, I should now be at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, though I wonder how this equates to soul power levels on the Douluo continent. As Tianling pondered, he ambled towards the peak of the back mountain, gently caressing a jade pendant hanging around his neck. This white jade pendant was exceptionally smooth, radiating a soft white light, inscribed with mysterious characters. Anyone who touches this pendant can grasp the meaning of the inscription. Thus, Old Jack adopted Xia as his surname, while Tianling coincidentally mirrored his past life. Perhaps due to the scripture's refinement of his body, Tianling possessed remarkable strength, able to effortlessly topple the village's old yellow ox. He ascended from the foot of the mountain to its peak without breaking a sweat, as if traversing flat ground. At this hour, he routinely sought out Tang San, who had just completed his training in the Purple Extreme Magic Eye, to impart his daily lessons. In his previous life, Tianling had felt great disdain for Tang San's actions now that he found himself in the Douluo continent. Could he neglect to correct Tang San's distorted worldview? It would be a disservice to his identity as a transmigrator. Having grown up in the Tang sect, Tang San was surrounded by murder, arson, and lethal traps. After arriving in the Douluo continent, Tang Hao paid little attention to him, and it would be strange if he didn't turn out skewed while following the murder manual of the Xiantian treasure record. Thus, instilling moral education was imperative. Upon reaching the mountaintop, he found a 6-year-old boy seated cross-legged on a large rock. It was Tang San. Sensing Tianling's presence, Tang San slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a puff of white breath. Good morning, Lingu. Let's go. Let's have breakfast at my place. All right. On their way back, Tianling seized the moment to conduct his daily moral education of Tang San. He imparted wisdom, such as the importance of critical thinking, the courage to question, and the notion that practice is the sole criterion for truth. He urged against blind trust in others and encouraged empathy, among other lessons. For 6 years, this routine persisted, and through subtle influence, Tang San had transitioned from skepticism to acceptance. After all, these were profound maxims forged from years of experience in his past life. To call them truths would not be an exaggeration. The original Tang San was merely a wild, misdirected science enthusiast. He was not devoid of intellect. Coupled with certain aids, he could certainly grasp the wisdom embedded in Tianling's teachings. By the way, Little San, a significant event will transpire in 3 days. While dining, Tianling said mysteriously to Tang San, "What major event?" Tang San had grown accustomed to such pronouncements for 6 years. Tianling had relished predicting future occurrences in the village, referring to himself as a prophet. However, apart from weather forecasts, his predictions had rarely proven accurate. As for the lack of accuracy, It was simply a result of Tianling's fanciful musings. Although the scripture taught divination, without years of diligent study, how could one master it? His self-proclaimed title of prophet was merely a pretext for his next plan. In 3 days, it will be the day of soul awakening. Just then, old Jack happened to enter. Tang San was puzzled and inquired, "What is soul awakening?" Though he had a rudimentary understanding of martial souls, he was still bewildered by the concept of awakening. The drunken Tang Hao would certainly not enlighten him on such matters. On our Douluo continent, everyone possesses their own martial soul, as you know. At around 6 years old, we can undergo awakening, which involves other soul masters guiding it out of our bodies. Martial souls are categorized into weapon souls, and beast souls. Weapon souls include common tools like hoes and sickles. Beast souls, for example, are the yellow cow martial soul awakened by Uncle Erniu from the east of the village, which grants him great strength in plowing. There are also plant souls, like Uncle Tieju's vine soul from the west, which increases plant yields. Their grapes grow exceptionally well. Tianling is correct. It seems he has read the continental history extensively. Old Jack interjected. As the village chief, Old Jack received a modest salary from the Tiando Empire, leading to a fairly comfortable living, and he possessed a couple of ordinary books of general knowledge at home. In a few days, the esteemed members of the Wuhuan Hall will come to our village for soul awakening. Little San, after you return, tell that drunken Tang Hao. I will come to fetch you in the morning. Understanding Tang Hao's nature, Old Jack sighed. By the way, take these cakes home to eat. Got it. Thank you, Grandpa Jack. After helping to clean the dishes, Tang San expressed his gratitude, opened the door, and prepared to head home. Tianling hurriedly caught up, matching pace with Tang San. Lingo, what's this? Tang San asked, puzzled. Tianling feigned mystery once more, smiling as he said to Tang San, Little San, I have glimpsed the future again. What future? In 3 days, the one awakening our souls will be Master Su Yuntao from the Nodding City branch of the Wuhuan Hall, possessing a 26th level lone wolf martial soul, with 1 white and 1 yellow soul ring. Tang San. What does that even mean? In his confusion, Tang San couldn't help but inquire, Lingo, what is a soul ring? What do you mean by 1 white and 1 yellow? And who is this master of battle souls? Tianling waved his hand. Don't ask, you'll know when the time comes. With that, he turned and returned home. Intrigued, Tang San returned home, offering the cakes he had brought back to Tang Hao while attempting to inquire further. Spirit rings? Lone wolf? Who told you about these? Tang Hao took a sip from the bottle, squinting his eyes. It was Brother Tianling who informed me. He said I would understand in 3 days. Tang San replied truthfully. Tianling. Tang Hao set down the bottle, stroking his bearded chin, lost in thought. This child possesses an unusual aura. Little San, do you aspire to become a soul master? Tang Hao inquired suddenly. Father, of course I do. Tang San responded eagerly. Through these simple hints and his years of understanding regarding martial spirits, he believed the reason for his inability to progress beyond the second layer of his Xiantian skill likely lay within this martial spirit, possibly linked to the spirit rings as well. To achieve advancement, becoming a soul master was undoubtedly essential. Then, when the time comes, you shall pursue that path. Tang Hao waved his hand, a glimmer of brilliance momentarily flashing in his eyes before fading into contemplation, leaving Tang San unaware of his thoughts as he turned and retreated to the inner room to rest. All right, father. At that moment, Tianling, seated cross-legged within the room, received a system notification. Ding! You have slightly altered the trajectory of a character's fate, gaining a fragment of fate energy. Awakened by the system, Tianling felt a twinge of frustration. This cursed system is utterly unhelpful, merely providing rigid notifications. It fails to quantify how much fate energy I have accrued, only stating that accumulating enough would allow for a wish. Damn it! How long must I accumulate this? And what wishes can I even make? This was not his first time lamenting about his system. He had done so countless times over the past 6 years. However, to his astonishment, the system actually responded this time. Please refrain from disparaging this system. Once the fate energy reaches the minimum threshold for wishing, this system will duly notify you. Tianling was filled with joy and promptly pressed for further clarification. System, no, dear system. You're my true brother. Could you please clarify these matters so I might have something to look forward to? Yet, despite his fervent calls, the system remained silent, offering no further response. Chapter 2. Twin spirits? No, it's a combined spirit. 3 days swiftly passed. Each morning, Tianling ascended to the mountaintop to summon Tang San for breakfast at his home, while simultaneously imparting lessons on character development. After their meals, Tang San returned home to study forging with Tang Hao, a routine consistent with the original narrative. "Little San, come out. The day has arrived." Tianling called from outside, his heart brimming with excitement. After waiting for 6 long years, he was finally about to discover the nature of his martial soul. "Go on, don't delay lunch preparations." Tang Hao's impatient voice resonated from within the house. Under the guidance of old Jack, they made their way to the central martial soul hall of the village. However, this so-called hall was merely a larger wooden cottage designated for annual awakenings. This year, 9 children were to awaken their powers. The other 7 were chattering away, indifferent to the 2 newcomers. The village children generally looked down upon Tang San, favoring wealth over merit, a sentiment that transcended locations. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Tang San, despite his limited social experience in his previous life as an enthusiast of hidden weapons, possessed a mature mindset. Thus, he preferred to avoid interactions with these children, relishing their disregard for him. Aside from the precocious Tianling, he had no other friends in the village. Tianling, on the other hand, was simply too disinterested in the group of immature children, dedicating himself to his educational pursuits. Intent on transforming the selfish and hypocritical Tang San from the original narrative into a commendable, progressive youth. It appeared that his efforts were yielding results. At that moment, a young man seated nearby rose to his feet. He was strikingly handsome, with sharp brows and bright eyes, adorned with a soul emblem the size of a fist on his chest, and an extravagant black cloak billowing behind him. Tianling focused intently. This was the very image of Su Yuntao from the original text. In his previous life, Su Yuntao was famously dubbed the blind Douluo. For those he misjudged, eventually ascended to divinity. "Greetings, esteemed battle soul master. We are in your debt." Old Jack respectfully bowed to the young man. "Su Yuntao nadit kuli." Interrupting old Jack, who was about to elaborate. "I have little time. Let us begin. I have traversed 6 villages already, and I hope to find a child among you who can become a soul master. All right, children, stand in line." While Su Yuntao was less formal with old Jack, he exhibited great responsibility towards his role, treating the unawakened children with kindness. "My name is Su Yuntao, a level 26 battle soul master, and I shall guide you. I will awaken each of you in turn, and remember, do not be afraid, no matter what occurs." He arranged 6 black stones in a formation, signaling a child to step into the circle. "Do not fear. Close your eyes and concentrate." As he spoke, Su Yuntao's eyes suddenly brightened, and amidst the astonished gazes of the children, he bellowed, "Lone wolf, spirit possession." Streams of azure light emanated from his forehead, causing his form to swell, his body taking on wolf-like features and fur, transforming him into a veritable werewolf. 2 rings of light ignited beneath his feet, swirling around him, one white, the other yellow. This revelation shocked Tang San, who widened his eyes in awe at the sight of Su Yuntao in his spirit form. Level 26, lone wolf, 1 white and 1 yellow. It aligns perfectly with what Ling Gu described. Could it be that Ling Gu truly possesses foresight? Su Yuntao, having calmed the frightened children, prepared to continue the ceremony, only to notice Tianling standing at the edge, his face alight with joy and his eyes gleaming with golden light, seemingly eager to approach. You're not afraid of me?" "Master Su, of course not. I adore wolves," Tianling exclaimed excitedly, recalling that in his previous life, wolves were his favorite creatures. "I hope my martial soul embodies a magnificent wolf." "Ha ha, splendid. Good luck, little one. It will be your turn shortly." Su Yuntao laughed heartily, finding delight in the charming boy. Regarding his own martial soul, Tianling sincerely wished to awaken a wolf-shaped soul beast to fulfill a long-held desire from his past life. Consequently, he had consulted the system and even made a wish, receiving a reply after expending some of his fate energy. The essence of a martial soul lies in the amalgamation of soul, bloodline, and subconscious. These 3 elements mature concurrently around the age of 6, enabling the awakening process. The host body is shaped by and utilizes materials thus constrained by the host's subconscious. Therefore, the nature of the host's martial soul cannot be determined by me. For reasons unknown, I cannot forge a new martial soul for you. Your martial soul will be dictated by your innermost desires and yearnings. Sickle, no soul power. Ho, no soul power. Blue silvergrass, no soul power. As Tianling eagerly awaited the revelation of his martial soul, it was finally Tang San's turn. As soul power coursed through him, a warm golden light radiated from Tang San. He extended his right hand, and a sprout of blue-silver grass blossomed forth. In the background, Tianling squinted, noticing Tang San discreetly concealing the Hao Yin hammer with his left hand. Let us assess your soul power, Su Yuntao stated with diligence, handing Tang San a crystal ball. Level 10, innate full soul power. My heavens! Su Yuntao, initially expecting a mere formality, was taken aback. However, he quickly regained composure, expressing a hint of regret. What a pity, truly a pity. Why must it be blue silvergrass? Even an axe would have sufficed. Master Su, does innate full soul power imply that the maximum innate level is capped at 10? Cannot exceed that? Xia Tianling inquired, recalling Qian Renshua's angelic martial soul with a mischievous curiosity. Su Yuntao replied firmly, of course not. Without a soul ring, how could one surpass level 10? The highest innate soul power is indeed level 10. All right, then please awaken me. Let us see if I can become a soul master. Xia Tianling was growing impatient, tugging at Tang San, who was eager to ask more questions. Come forth, child. I hope you awaken a commendable martial soul, Su Yuntao sighed, gesturing for him to step into the center before commencing the injection of soul power. Xia Tianling felt enveloped by a gentle warmth, as if something within his soul was coalescing, being birthed. A surge of righteous energy radiated from Xia Tianling, causing even Tang San to stagger and retreat hastily. What manner of martial soul is this? Its awakening exudes such formidable might. Su Yuntao marveled inwardly. At the moment the martial soul materialized, Xia Tianling instinctively extended his arms outward, palms angled inward and raised. Two golden silhouettes levitated slowly above him. In his left hand rested a simple hammer, reminiscent of a blacksmith's single-handed forging hammer. In his right hand lay an ordinary single-handed axe, the kind commonly wielded by carpenters. Unlike mundane tools, these two were imbued with a faint golden hue, their unassuming appearance harmonizing beautifully with an understated elegance. Delicate, dark patterns adorned their surfaces, the meanings of which remained a mystery. Yet upon close inspection, they seemed to embody profound truths of the universe, inducing a slight dizziness in those who gazed upon them. As they fully materialized, a mysterious dark light radiated around them. The radiant light was not cold and oppressive. Rather, it enveloped the occupants of the room in a gentle warmth, instilling an unparalleled sense of tranquility, akin to being cradled in the embrace of one's parents. Gazing upon the extraordinary and sacred hammer and axe, Su Yuntao was rendered speechless, utterly astonished. Dual martial souls? Could this truly be the fabled dual martial souls? Yet, even if these were indeed dual martial souls, their quality seemed rather unremarkable. Before Su Yuntao could collect his thoughts, Xia Tianling distinctly felt his blood surging, as if something deep within his soul was breaking free from its cocoon. With a resounding roar that pierced the heavens, a powerful dragon's might resonated, sending the village's livestock and surrounding wild beasts sprawling in terror, paralyzed and unable to control themselves. This was the aura of a top-tier beast martial soul. Above the wooden cabin, in a realm unseen by the others, the shadow of a five-clawed golden dragon appeared, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. Accompanying the spectral dragon was a thunderous symphony of 9 resounding booms. All were awestruck by the dragon's roar, oblivious to the fact that Xia Tianling's pupils had transformed into a faint golden hue, resembling serpentine slits, with the appearance of the dragon's roar. As the dragon's illusion faded, his eyes reverted to their original state. Regaining his composure, Xia Tianling contemplated the hammer and axe in his hands, a sudden smile breaking forth. Ah, this is the profound bond deep within my heart. It beckons me toward construction and cultivation. He then spoke, Master Su. It appears that I do not possess dual martial souls. I can sense that they are one entity, a harmonious set. What? Not dual martial souls? Su Yuntao, reminded by Xia Tianling, snapped back to reality. For a child who had just awakened,
To have his solitary wolf martial soul suppressed to the brink of obliteration was utterly terrifying. Let us test your soul power. Su Yuntao's throat felt dry as he handed over a soul power crystal ball. He decided to report this matter directly to headquarters. With his experience as a powerful soul master, it was prudent not to jump to conclusions. By the way, child, what is the name of your martial soul? Xia Tianling smiled gently. My martial soul is named the Woodworker's Toolkit. What a ridiculous name. What on earth is the Woodworker's Toolkit? Su Yuntao, Tang San. And old Jack exclaimed in unison. He then proceeded to channel his cultivated spiritual energy into the crystal ball. Suddenly, the transparent crystal ball blazed with brilliance. You are actually innate. Bang! Before Su Yuntao could finish his sentence, the crystal ball exploded with a thunderous sound. Chapter 3. Innate Soul Power Level 19 by Heavens. Su Yuntao was astounded, exclaiming an expletive, "You have truly transcended the innate level 10 barrier. This is a matter of great significance. I must report this immediately to the Pope's Hall." Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yuntao began to gather his belongings, ready to depart. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead, pulled out a piece of paper, and quickly scribbled something down before handing it to Xia Tianling. "Child, would you like to attend the Martial Soul Academy? Free of charge, with no entrance examination." What is the Martial Soul Academy? Xia Tianling feigned ignorance. As the name implies, the Martial Soul Academy is directly affiliated with the Martial Soul Hall, dedicated to cultivating soul masters. "This is an invitation, certified by my own signature," Su Yuntao said with a hint of excitement. Who would have thought that after visiting 6 villages in vain, he would encounter an extraordinary talent here? If he could attract this child to the Martial Soul Hall, a bright future awaited him, with the possibility of breaking through to the Soul King rank. Xia Tianling, somewhat bewildered, initially intended to follow Tang San's path and secure a place among the divine. However, it seemed he would need to reconsider his plans. "How about this, child? Where are your elders?" Su Yuntao asked, sensing his hesitation. I am Tianling's grandfather," old Jack quickly interjected. "Regardless of your decision, could you please accompany Tianling to the Martial Soul Hall branch? Transportation and meals will be provided." Su Yuntao, even resorted to using honorifics with old Jack. "Very well, good sir." Old Jack took the still-dazed Xia Tianling by the hand, following the hurried Su Yuntao into the Martial Soul Hall carriage, leaving the 8 children, including Tang San, in the wooden cabin, bewildered and exchanging confused glances. As Su Yuntao rushed the grandfather and grandson toward the Martial Soul Hall branch, unbeknownst to them, the awakening of the true dragon martial soul had already sent shockwaves across the continent. In the blacksmith shop of Holy Soul Village, the inebriated Tang Hao rubbed his eyes, turned over, and drifted back to sleep. In the Stardow Forest, in a mixed zone near the Lake of Life, a colossal gorilla squatted with its head cradled in its hands, while in the lake, a creature with a serpent's tail emerged, its enormous bovine eyes filled with disbelief. Not to mention the Titan giant ape, the sole beast of the surrounding forests trembled in fear beneath the overwhelming dragon's might. In the core area of the Stardow Forest, the massive golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Tian, opened his eyes, staring incredulously in the direction of Holy Soul Village, murmuring to himself. Meanwhile, deep underground in the core area, a gigantic silver dragon slowly opened its eyes, briefly sensing its surroundings before sinking back into slumber. In the Martial Soul City, at the Pope's Hall, a strikingly beautiful woman, who had been meditating on her throne, suddenly opened her eyes. "This aura, Doulou. Go investigate the situation in the famous province." "Understood." A ghostly figure appeared and then gradually faded, 9 soul rings shimmering beneath its feet. In the Martial Soul City, in the offering hall, an elderly man meditating beneath a colossal angel statue opened his eyes, which gleamed with intensity as he gazed toward Holy Soul Village, his sharp gaze seeming to pierce through space. After a moment of contemplation with his hands clasped, he shook his head and resumed his meditation. At this very moment, Xia Tianling, completely unaware of the attention from the continent's most formidable powers, was preparing to test his soul power level at the Nodding City branch. To maintain confidentiality, Su Yuntao had only informed the hall master, Matthew Nua. "Child, place your hand on the crystal ball and release your soul power," instructed Matthew Nua, an 82-year-old elder and a great soul master. All right, Grandpa Matthew. Tianling complied, channeling his soul power into the crystal ball, which began to emit a dazzling brilliance. This is innate soul power, level 19. Matthew Nuaw's heart surged with astonishment, his beard trembling with disbelief. Innate, level 19 soul power. He had served the Martial Soul Hall for 60 years, awakening countless children, and had never heard of anyone reaching such a level of innate power. Ding, you have altered the destinies of 2 individuals, gaining a measure of fate power. Tianling received a system notification and couldn't help but complain, "Hey, system brother, could you refrain from notifying me about this in the future? I have no idea how much there is anyway. Just let me make wishes when needed." Ding settings updated successfully. Future notifications will cease, retaining only textual information prompts. Tianling was taken aback, surprised that his casual remark had truly resulted in a change. Su Yuntao, take good care of this child and his grandfather. I shall set off immediately for headquarters. As Tianling prepared to refine the system further, Matthew Nuaw had already packed his belongings and dashed out of the room with remarkable swiftness. A stark contrast to the leisurely demeanor he had exhibited moments before as a man nearing the end of his days. The afternoon swiftly arrived, and after savoring a sumptuous meal reminiscent of dough, Tianling had firmly resolved to pursue his studies at the Spirit Hall Academy. At that moment, he was inquiring about the fundamentals of spirit souls and the Spirit Hall from Su Yuntao. After discussing his thoughts with Tianling, Old Jack felt there was little reason to linger and was arranged a carriage by the Spirit Hall, escorted back to Holy Soul Village by 2 guards. Suddenly, a shadow appeared before the two. A token was tossed out, which Su Yuntao instinctively caught and, upon glancing at it, immediately knelt on one knee. I pay my respects to the ghost Douluo. It was none other than the ghost Douluo who had arrived. Tianling understood this, but feigned a semblance of panic as he stood from his seat, nervously tugging at his sleeves. "Greetings, Your Excellency." Rise, the ghost Douluo replied, pulling over a chair to sit down, casting his gaze towards Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao quickly stood, recounting the events of Tianling's awakening. The ghost Douluo had been listening calmly until he heard about the innate spirit power level of 19, which caused him to crush the armrest of his chair in excitement. He turned sharply to Tianling, who felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation, as if being scrutinized by a formidable beast. His face turned as pale as a sheet. Was this the pressure of a tidal Douluo? Just a glance was enough, he pondered. Noticing Tianling's distress, the ghost Douluo quickly tempered his aura, a rare smile appearing on his aged face. "Child, may I see your spirit?" "Of course, Your Excellency," Tianling replied obediently, releasing his hammer and axe spirit set, which floated gracefully in the air. "Such a sacred aura. Even my spirit feels somewhat suppressed," the ghost Douluo mused. "All right, put it away," he said after observing. At the opportune moment, Su Yuntao presented a scroll of parchment containing the comprehensive records of Tianling and Old Jack, revealing that in just half a day, the Spirit Hall had thoroughly investigated 3 generations of Old Jack's lineage. An orphan adopted by Old Jack and just awakened today. Splendid. This is truly a gifted child bestowed upon us by the heavens. The ghost Douluo's satisfaction grew as he inquired, "Child, would you be willing to study at the Spirit Academy?" "Yes, Your Excellency, I am willing," Tianling responded decisively, having made up his mind long ago. "Ha ha ha, good child. Do not call me Your Excellency. I am of similar age to your grandfather. If you do not mind, call me Ghost Grandpa." The ghost Douluo laughed heartily. This child, if not prematurely taken, with the support of the Spirit Hall, is destined to become a super Douluo of level 95 or higher. Establishing a good relationship now will only yield benefits. "As you wish, Ghost Grandpa," Tianling replied, somewhat taken aback by the turn of events but resolute. After all, the ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo were allies, granting him a sense of security. "Ah, splendid. Su Yuntao Marabith." Astonished that this awakened child now addressed a title Douluo as Grandpa. "Su Yuntao, at your service." Su Yuntao jolted at being called. "For discovering a genius, you are rewarded with 100,000 gold soul coins. Take my token to Spirit City, where you will receive assistance in breaking through to the Soul Sage realm and obtain a suitable 1,000-year spirit ring." "Yes, thank you for your generous reward," Su Yuntao exclaimed, nearly beside himself with joy, having toiled for years to awaken the children of various villages for this very moment. "Now, you may leave." I have other matters to discuss with Tianling. Understood. Su Yuntao respectfully exited. Chapter 4. Bibi Dong and the Mysterious Qian Doulu 100,000 gold soul coins. Unbeknownst to them, Xia Tianling was nearly overwhelmed by the revelation, as this amount could support him and old Jack for several months. Golshi Grandpa, could you possibly lend me some gold soul coins? Xia Tianling feigned a shy inquiry. Oh, what do you need gold soul coins for? The ghost Douluo chuckled. I wish to give them to my grandfather, so that he need not labor so hard at his age. I promise to repay you once I earn money. Ah, a filial heart, understanding gratitude. The ghost Douluo became even more pleased with Xia Tianling, promptly producing a large bag and a card from his storage soul guide. Su Yuntao, come in. Upon hearing the summons, Su Yuntao, who had been reveling in the company of his goddess, rushed in at lightning speed. This card contains 100,000 gold soul coins along with 5,000 in cash. Use it to buy a decent house in Notting City, and then bring old Jack over. The remaining funds are for him to spend. Find a few guard from your branch. Old Jack is an ordinary man, and carrying such a large sum is unsafe. Yes, I shall do my utmost to fulfill this task. This money is a personal gift from me to you, little Tianling. Are you satisfied? With that, the ghost Douluo beamed at him, his gaze akin to that of a loving grandfather. Such a generous gift, I cannot refuse. Thank you. Ghost Grandpa, I shall surely repay you in the future. Xia Tianling feigned trepidation, yet internally he was elated. He understood that the ghost Douluo merely sought to cultivate a closer bond with him, which was beneficial as it honored old Jack's nurturing. This substantial amount would enable old Jack to live as a wealthy man in Notting City, ensuring a comfortable life for the latter half of his days. The ghost Douluo felt a deep sense of contentment and then, with a serious demeanor, raised his hand to release his soul power, sealing the room's atmosphere. Xia Tianling realized the main event was about to unfold. The ghost Douluo was about to inquire about his true dragon spirit. Tianling, Ghost Grandpa has a question for you. Do you possess a dual spirit of dragon lineage? Yes, Ghost Grandpa, I indeed have another dragon spirit. Xia Tianling saw no reason to conceal this. It was bound to be revealed eventually. Bibi Dong and Qian Doulu, two formidable titled Douluos, were not easily deceived. And complete honesty was essential for truly joining the Spirit Hall. True dragon manifest, he declared, and his five-clawed golden dragon spirit enveloped him. A faint dragon aura rippling around his form. Xia Tianling's eyes transformed into golden vertical slits, his body adorned with shimmering dragon scales and sharp claws. Small dragon horns sprouting from his head, and a phantom appeared behind him. With features reminiscent of a deer's antlers, a camel's head, rabbit-like eyes, a serpent-like neck, a clam-like abdomen, fish-like scales, eagle-like claws, tiger-like paws, and cow-like ears, his entire being radiated a dazzling golden light, embodying the legendary visage of a dragon. The pressure emanating from him surpassed even that of top-tier beast spirits. The ghost Douluo felt the overwhelming spirit suppression and pondered deeply. Unbeknownst to him, the five-clawed golden dragon represented the pinnacle of true dragons, inherently mastering the five elements and wielding the power of heavenly punishment, particularly effective against sinister spirits. Such an extraordinary spirit, given time, would likely see Tang Hao's title of the youngest title Douluo taken by another. All right, Tianling, you may revert. Gue Douluo spoke today. Accompany me to Wuhuan City to meet the Pope. All right, Grandfather Gue, Xia Tianling responded, having thoroughly studied the original text. Xia Tianling understood that Gue Douluo's swift arrival in Notting City must have been orchestrated by Bibi Dong. As the only super Douluo of the agility attack system in the entire continent, Gue was indeed incredibly fast, and even with Xia Tianling in tow, they returned to Wuhuan City by evening. Little Tianling, when we meet the Pope, do not be afraid. Simply answer whatever questions you are asked. Rest assured I will. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Pope's hall, Gue reminded him again before leading Xia Tianling inside. Your Majesty the Pope, I am back to report. Enter. A cool voice resonated. Upon entering the Pope's hall, they beheld a stunningly beautiful woman clad in a purple golden robe, holding a scepter, seated upon a grand throne. This must be Bibi Dong, Xia Tianling thought, indeed exuding the elegant aura described in the original text. Greetings, Your Majesty the Pope, they spoke in unison. Elder Gue, who is this child? Bibi Dong inquired, raising an eyebrow. Gue Douluo hastily presented a scroll made of sheepskin to Bibi Dong.
Your Majesty the Pope. The contents herein are what I have witnessed with my own eyes. They are undoubtedly true. Bibi Dong skimmed the contents of the sheepskin, her cold expression momentarily revealing astonishment. But she quickly regained her composure, now adorned with a hint of a smile. Dismiss everyone else, she instructed softly. Release your two martial souls for me to see. Following her command, Tianling first summoned his hammer and axe set. After receiving a nod of approval from Bibi Dong, he transformed into the five-clawed golden dragon. Very good. Indeed, Bibi Dong remarked, placing her scepter down and gracefully descending from the platform. You have brought back a fine talent for our Wuhuan Hall, Elder Gue. This is what I ought to do, Gue, Douluo replied. Bibi Dong waved her hand and stepped before Tianling, gazing into his eyes. Tianling, do you wish to be my disciple? Your Majesty the Pope? I am willing. It is my honor. If having Gue Douluo as a grandfather was a pleasant surprise, then being able to apprentice under Bibi Dong was an extraordinary fortune. At this stage, who could rival the power of the Wuhuan Hall? Even though she had not yet completed the 9 trials of the Rakshasa, she was still at least of the super Douluo caliber. I pay my respects to my teacher. Tianling willingly called her teacher, knowing that being Bibi Dong's disciple would greatly aid his future cultivation. Wait. At that moment, a somewhat aged voice echoed from the entrance. Instantly, Bibi Dong's brow furrowed, and she spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Great Elder, what brings you to my Pope's Hall? Great Elder? Tianling pondered. The newcomer must be the angel Douluo, Doulu. But what was his purpose? My innate soul power hasn't even surpassed that of Qianrenshu. He shouldn't have been summoned here. Huh. I'm here for this child, of course. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression darkened. Great Elder, please conduct yourself with decorum. This child has just become my disciple. Ha ha ha. It matters not. I do not require this child to formally acknowledge me as a master. Just allow me to guide him occasionally, and he may offer me half a master-esque greeting. Bibi Dong. Tianling. What is happening? Has this old man suddenly changed his nature? Both Bibi Dong and Tianling were bewildered. Only the essence of a master-disciple relationship is needed, not the title. What was Doulu seeing in him? Was he offering benefits? As the Pope, Bibi Dong's expression management was impeccable. She quickly masked her surprise and glared. Don't even think about it. Doulu furrowed his brow. What, Bibi Dong? Are you unwilling to grant me this favor? What is your favor worth? Bibi Dong clenched her fists, ready for a potential confrontation. Seeing this, Tianling's mind raced, and he suddenly grasped the situation. Bibi Dong was not opposed to Doulu teaching him. Such a purely beneficial affair was something she would not refuse. However, due to the past actions of the hidden Douluo, Shuanji, Bibi Dong could not concede this favor. Naturally, she could also be wary of Doulu trying to poach her disciple. If I could provide Bibi Dong with a way out, then with that thought, Tianling stepped forward and embraced Bibi Dong's thigh. Ahem, he intended to hug her waist, but alas, at merely 6 years old, he was too small, and her legs were long. Teacher, please do not be angry. I will agree to this old man as request. Tianling feigned a fearful expression, hoping to ease the tension. Even if I offer this old man half a master-esque greeting, you will always be my teacher. One to you? He looked up at Bibi Dong with wide, innocent eyes. The two locked gazes, remaining silent for a full minute. Bibi Dong attempted to discern something in Tianling's eyes, but he felt no guilt. He was speaking only the truth. What was there to fear? All right, I will agree. But Doulu, remember, he will always be my disciple. You had better not harbor any ill intentions. Rest assured, I will not pursue anything else. Doulu revealed a slight smile and turned to leave, as if he genuinely had come to offer Tianling benefits. What on earth is that old man thinking? Bibi Dong glanced down at Tianling, who still clung to her leg, then back at Liu's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. Chapter 5. A distorted system, a distorted civilization, it is complete. Once I acquire the soul ring, I can harness its power to condense the golden core. Tianling concluded his cultivation, gradually withdrawing his energy. Just moments ago, he had finished refining the last meridian, fulfilling the final preparatory requirement before condensing the golden core. For 3 whole months, Tianling had been immersed in rigorous training. Bibi Dong seemed preoccupied with something, entrusting his guidance to Douluo and Douluo, aiming for him to reach level 20 swiftly to obtain his soul ring. Unlike the simplistic cultivation of soul power on the Douluo continent,
The great Tao of longevity scripture, tempered by countless predecessors, represented the orthodox path of immortality, traversing the celestial way. This scripture encompassed a wealth of knowledge, including foundation building, body refinement, spirit refinement, complementary techniques, meridians, and anatomical analysis. Among much more, it was far from a mere set of cultivation methods. For instance, on the Douluo continent, soul masters from levels 11 to 21 merely cultivated their soul power. Whereas as a practitioner of the Tao, Tianling was required to refine his organs, flesh, bones, and meridians in preparation for golden core formation. If he did not condense the golden core, Tianling could still break through by acquiring a soul ring, though it would affect subsequent stages of training. Conversely, if Tianling could easily condense the golden core, he could transcend the limits of higher tiers without needing a soul ring. The Taoist cultivation system of the scripture could be seen as both a constraint and a complement to the rules of the Douluo continent. In comparison, the golden core could be likened to the soul core condensed by titled Douluos in later generations. During these 3 months of training in the Wuhuan Hall, he gained a deeper understanding of the world portrayed in the original text. Throughout this period, Tianling received permission from Bibi Dong to freely peruse the library of the Wuhuan Hall. Thus, aside from his daily cultivation, he immersed himself in the library, absorbing a wealth of knowledge. Reflecting on his experiences in the library over the past 3 months, Tianling shook his head in dismay. The cultivation system of the Douluo continent was undeniably coarse. The scarcity of self-created soul techniques, the rudimentary methods of soul power cultivation, the disorganized approaches to physical training, and the near absence of mental power practice starkly contrast with the triadic cultivation methods of refining spirit, body, and energy found in the Taoist scriptures. Such a disparity leads one to question the alarming extent to which the soul masters of Douluo continent have become reliant on their martial souls and soul rings. It is shocking that a profession with a history spanning thousands of years has yet to develop a proper cultivation methodology or even a passable self-created soul technique. Have we not witnessed the treasure that Yu Shaojiang's summary of soul power operation has become in the original text? Even fire attribute soul masters, upon detaching from their soul ring skills, find themselves incapable of conjuring even the simplest fireball technique. Even the protagonist Tang San can only execute the most mundane skills, such as entanglement and parasitism, with the aid of soul techniques. Viewed from the perspective of an ordinary modern individual who had never engaged in cultivation, this is indeed a terrifying reality. Is it truly so difficult to conjure a fireball for the fire attribute, ice spikes for the water attribute, entanglement for the wood attribute, land spikes for the earth attribute, or sharp weapons for the metal attribute? Shouldn't it be as simple as having hands? Even in subsequent narratives, after 30,000 years of advancement, humanity has entered the interstellar age, yet the cultivation level remains stagnant. The only means of accelerating cultivation seems to rely solely on the core of life and the consumption of rare heavenly materials. How absurd! Furthermore, the Soul Master system is excessively distorted, without even mentioning other worlds within the Douluo universe, such as the Ice and Fire Gourmet world or the world of the Death God. Even the Dragon Horse Dual Star Dragon Knights and the elite from the original Inhue's fairy planet, which emerged 30,000 years later in the original text, are capable of advancing through their own efforts. Who, after all, was the extraordinary individual who devised such a distorted system of martial souls and soul rings? Given that both Xintian Gong and Taoist scriptures allow ordinary individuals without innate soul power to cultivate, it proves that even those without martial souls and inherent soul power can master extraordinary abilities, albeit with varying degrees of strength. The profession of soul master resembles an elderly man who has become set in his ways, with rigid thought processes and an inflexible mindset. While martial souls provide soul masters with an innate source of strength, they simultaneously foster an overdependence that shackles the cultivator's thought processes. Not to mention the auxiliary professions such as alchemy, weapon forging, talismans, and formations that could enhance or assist cultivators in unleashing greater power. Their isn't even a rudimentary form of these. In a civilization of cultivation that has existed for thousands of years, the only assistance available to soul masters comes from ordinary blacksmiths. After 200,000 years, the development of battle armor has emerged, yet could they not think beyond that?
Why not create armors and mechas from rare metals and light energy? Why not forge a personal weapon to bolster the offensive capabilities of auxiliary soul masters? Shouldn't they consider their own cultivation systems? Technology has indeed advanced, yet it has entirely veered off course into the realm of technological civilization, neglecting the development of its own foundational system. The martial soul cultivation Douluo technology, and the formidable body sect, where the old patriarch's iron fists could conquer all heroes, had initially discovered a luminous path for unlocking human potential. Yet after 2,000 years, it seems this path has been forsaken. Progress has been made, yet remains incomplete. The scope is truly too narrow. Had they explored their potential further, they would not have been derisively labeled as the mystical floor tiles by the numerous readers of their past lives. Low emotional intelligence, mystical basement, high emotional intelligence, low martial ceiling. Who could have imagined that the only unique creation of Douluo as cultivation technology, the soul guidance device, would also be lost to time? Tianling finds this utterly perplexing. It is akin to a scenario in the past where one day all technological knowledge vanished, leaving behind a plethora of technological creations. Yet, the people could only use them but not recreate or repair them. They know that pouring fuel into a car makes it run and flipping a switch turns on the lights, but as for why it works, they have no clue. What circumstances could lead to such a profound technological gap? If such a situation were to occur, it would essentially mean a complete reshuffling of civilization. The most absurd part is that no one has attempted to deconstruct or recreate. The current soul masters are akin to primitive people who can merely press switches, understanding the what, but not the why. Even a millennium later, when soul guidance devices reemerge, they still learn from the Sun Moon Empire. How ridiculous. What have the Tang sect and Shrek Academy been doing for 10,000 years? Couldn't they contribute to the advancement of the era? Are the people of Douluo continent truly less intelligent than their ancient predecessors? How is it that the creations of ancient times cannot be replicated in their hands? The more Tianling thinks about it, the more his head aches. His plan for transforming the continent seemed daunting. No, he must continue to educate that lad Tang San. It is unacceptable for his talents to be squandered on nefarious paths. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and he had a bold idea. System. I wish to obtain the Xiantian treasure record, one that is even more comprehensive than Tang San's. Ding. Wish received. Searching through the power of fate. Ding. Wish successful. You have acquired the Xiantian treasure record. Transmission in progress. As he felt the flood of knowledge pouring into his mind, Tianling couldn't help but smile mischievously. Xiantian gong, Xian jade hands, ghostly shadow mysterious tracks, purple extreme demon eye, and a myriad of concealed weapons, all at his disposal. However, he only needed a cursory understanding of these things. Possessing the Taoist scriptures, he did not require them for self-enrichment. The Guanyin tiers and mechanisms could indeed warrant further study. The former could enable a soul master to slay gods at the title Douluo level, while the latter could accelerate technological advancement at a remarkable pace. Oh, what are you so happy about, little Tianling? Zhu Douluo approached, seemingly having just left Ghost Douluo. Unbeknownst to him, Tianling had already wandered quite far in contemplation. Unlike the slightly aged Ghost Douluo, Zhu Douluo exuded a delicate vitality, his appearance preserved in the prime of his 20s, exuding a charming yet somewhat androgynous aura. Hello, Grandpa Zhu. I just broke through to the 20th level and was about to seek Grandpa Gay to help me obtain a soul ring. It is well known that Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo have been good partners for decades, sharing a profound bond. Naturally, Zhu Douluo has taken to having Tianling refer to him as Grandpa. Wow, our little Tianling is indeed progressing swiftly. Why bother with that old ghost? Grandpa Zhu will take you instead. Zhu Douluo gazed at Tianling with a benevolent smile. After 3 months of companionship, for Zhu Douluo, who like Ghost Douluo has no descendants or partners, this has been a refreshing experience. In the obedient Tianling, Zhu Douluo seems to sense the joy of familial bonds. Very well then, I appreciate your assistance. Tianling smiled politely, though internally he found it quite dissonant that Zhu Douluo, with such a youthful visage, would wear such a benevolent expression. No need for thanks, we are family. Zhu Douluo waved dismissively, lifting Tianling and taking off. A title Douluo taking someone out is as carefree as that, simply flying away. By the way, Grandpa Zhu, could we make a stop in Notting City? It has been several months since I last saw my grandfather, and I find myself missing him. I long to inform him that I am doing quite well now. Chapter 6. Tang San's transformation at the entrance of the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. Due to a generous sum gifted by Ghost Douluo, Su Yuntao purchased a splendid house for old Jack. Encouraged by Su Yuntao, old Jack relinquished his duties as the village chief of Holy Soul Village and settled in Notting City. However, he did not forget that today marked the enrollment day for new students. The day before, he had arranged for a carriage from the Spirit Hall to bring Tang San directly to his new home for the night, providing him with new clothes and bedding for school. Standing at the entrance were old Jack and Tang San. Despite his newfound wealth, old Jack, who had endured a life of hardship, remained remarkably frugal, clad in simple attire. Little San, your grandfather has brought you here. Once you enter the academy, study diligently and strive to become a powerful soul master, making a name for yourself, old Jack said, affectionately ruffling Tang San's hair. He then produced a small cloth pouch and handed it to Tang San. I wonder how Tianling is faring at the Spirit Hall. Here, take this. You are at a crucial stage of growth, so treat yourself to some good food. No, Grandpa Jack, I cannot accept this, Tang San quickly declined. Rest assured, Ling Gu is incredibly talented. He will surely make his mark. As they conversed, a guard approached, wearing a disdainful expression. Who are you, bumpkins? Pushing around for a few copper coins? Hurry and leave. This is the Soul Master Academy. Can you bear the responsibility for delaying the future Soul Master's enrollment? With that, he reached for the pouch in old Jack's hand. How audacious! At that moment, two guards accompanying old Jack swiftly unleashed their martial spirits. One, a great Soul Master with a monkey spirit, forcefully pinned the guard to the ground, while the other, a great Soul Master with a wolf spirit, poised his claws menacingly at the guard's face. Open your eyes and see clearly. This esteemed gentleman is not someone a mere gatekeeper like you can touch. The two guards glared fiercely at the pinned guard, who had been anticipating a spectacle but was now trembling in fear. Clad in the Spirit Hall's uniform, with contrasting colors and 4 soul rings floating in the air, they were formidable figures. In Douluo continent, even a common soul master with just 1 ring is revered by ordinary people. Who would have thought that such an unassuming elder was accompanied by 2 great soul master guards, especially a battle soul master from the Spirit Hall? My apologies, esteemed soul master. We are truly at fault for our lack of discernment. The guard who had initially mocked them quickly knelt, tears streaming down his face as he repeatedly bowed to old Jack. Please, sir, have mercy and spare us this time. It was high time someone taught you 2 arrogant fools a lesson, a calm voice interjected. The speaker was a middle-aged man of average height, slightly slim, with short hair, none other than Master Yu Xiaojiang from the original story. I apologize on behalf of the academy, sir, he said, bowing slightly to old Jack and pleading for leniency. Old Jack, being inherently kind-hearted, had no intentions of taking their lives. Oh, come now, Ho-san, Erlang, let him go. His companion has already knelt to apologize. The 2 great soul masters grunted in response and released the guard, who was now so frightened that he had lost control of himself and fainted. Thank you, esteemed sir, for your mercy. Thank you, master, for interceding on my behalf. The guard quickly bowed again and hurriedly dragged his unconscious companion away. Thank you for your generosity, sir, Master Yu Xiaojiang acknowledged. This child is here for new student enrollment, correct? May I kindly request to see the proof issued by the Spirit Hall? Of course. Old Jack retrieved the proof from his pocket and handed it to the master. Being a village chief, he could discern that this middle-aged man held a significant position within the academy, especially since he was addressed as master by the guards. The master examined the proof, his gaze shifting to Tang San, scrutinizing him for a moment. The proof is genuine. Sir, I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident. I will take this child under my wing. That is perfectly fine. Master, I entrust this child to you, old Jack replied. Little San, follow this master inside and be sure to study hard. Erlang then handed Tang San the luggage that had been set aside, but the master swiftly took it from him. As the master guided Tang San away, old Jack hurriedly approached and forcefully tucked the pouch into Tang San's clothing. He then climbed into the carriage that Ho San had driven over. Little San, this is just a small token from your grandfather. It's not much, so do not refuse. Old Jack's voice faded as the carriage rolled away. Tang San touched the heavy pouch in his pocket and reflected on the support he had received from both Tiansheng and Old Jack over the past 6 years. He silently vowed to repay their kindness in the future. Remarkably, after 6 years of positive reinforcement, the once self-serving Tang San from the original story began to understand the value of gratitude. Master, may I inquire what you teach? Tang San asked as they made their way to the administration office. Teacher? I am not a teacher at the academy, the master replied, glancing at Tang San with a hint of aloofness. Not a teacher? But you just said you represent the academy? Tang San questioned. I'm merely a guest here, enjoying the hospitality of the academy, like everyone else. Call me master. That is how everyone addresses me, and I have nearly forgotten my own name. The proof states your name is Tang San, correct? You must understand that the distinction between master and teacher is vast. Do not confuse them in the future unless... He paused, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Unless you truly wish for me to be your teacher. Do you wish to accept me as your disciple? Tang San inquired. Are you willing to be my disciple? The master halted, facing Tang San. Tang San paused, deep in thought. Xia Tiansheng had advised him to consider carefully and to see things from the other person's perspective. In most cases, there are no unprovoked acts of kindness. Why would someone, a stranger, offer help upon first meeting? What could this man's true intentions be? I hardly know him, and yet he is keen to take me as a pupil? There must be more to this. Noticing Tang San's silence, the master prepared to elaborate on his theory. My apologies, master. Please allow me a moment to ponder. Chapter 7. The awkward master. At that moment, the master was taken aback. This is not how the script was meant to unfold. Shouldn't I be showcasing how exceptional my theories are, leading Tang San to bow before me? What went wrong? I've been outright rejected by a 6-year-old child. Though the words were not spoken directly, they undeniably caused him to lose face. Contemplating the implications of his own deductions and the potential transformations that Tang San might bring, the master took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, and spoke. Child, do not be hasty in rejecting my offer. First assess my abilities before you decide. I cannot let go of such a promising talent. After all, you are the third dual martial soul in a century. Tang San thought to himself that the master's assertion seemed reasonable. Ling Ge had indeed awakened later than he had. Despite his inner musings, he felt a twinge of shock. Are you curious as to how I know you possess a dual martial soul? As he spoke, he shook the certificate in his hand. It is due to this document. Perhaps others may overlook its flaws, but if I cannot discern them, then I am unworthy of the title master. I have conducted thorough investigations, and thus, I am confident that you possess another martial soul, and it is a formidable one. Exceptions exist in every circumstance, but why can't I be an exception? Tang San countered. Indeed, exceptions do exist, yet your martial soul is blue silvergrass. Tang San listened attentively, feeling that while the master's points were valid, there was an underlying peculiarity. Suddenly, he had a thought and respectfully inquired, May I ask, master, what level of soul master are you? Upon hearing this question, the master's previously confident demeanor faltered slightly, his lips twitching into an awkward smile. I am a level 29 Great Soul Master. My expertise in martial soul theory has garnered me the respect of my peers, hence the title of master. Tang San fell silent. Over the past few years, the most frequently repeated phrase from Tianling had been that practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. The Xiantian treasure record also warned the disciples of the Tang sect that various poisons and herbs were painstakingly researched through the sacrifices of countless ancestors. Although he lacked extensive knowledge of martial souls, he learned from a conversation with old Jack's 2 guards the night before that the strongest beings in this world were the title Douluo above level 90. Only soul emperors and higher could truly be considered formidable. A level 29 Great Soul Master, to put it bluntly, was even inferior to many students at intermediate academies. Therefore, as a low-tier entity within the Soul Master community, it was unlikely he could conduct practical research. He could only hypothesize based on documents without the means to validate them. Wasn't this so-called theory merely a castle in the air? Lacking the foundation of practical experience, it was bound to collapse sooner or later. Moreover, where did the master acquire these so-called documents? How could he, with his limited strength, obtain such data? How accurate could these materials be? Conclusions drawn from erroneous data could diverge dramatically from reality. It must be said that his suspicions were alarmingly close to the truth. With this in mind, Tang San felt compelled to refuse. The master seemed to sense Tang San's hesitation and quickly added, Little San, how about this? I will take you as my disciple. You can attend my classes for a while before deciding whether to stay or leave. Tang San wavered. After all, it was merely a nominal apprenticeship. If he judged incorrectly, he could still choose to study under him. If he was correct, they could part ways amicably. Seeing this, the master seized the opportunity. Little San, you have yet to obtain your first soul ring, correct? In that case, I will assist you in acquiring your first 2 soul rings. What do you say? All right, I accept your offer. Tang San contemplated his inability to break through the Xiantian gong, gritted his teeth, and acquiesced. May I know your name? My name is Yu Xiaojing. Disciple Tang San pays respects to teacher Yu. Tang San raised his hand in salute and bowed deeply. Though he had only temporarily agreed to become a nominal disciple, he upheld the necessary etiquette. The master's stiff smile twitched. Internally, he chided the boy for lacking respect. Yet he reassured himself that even a nominal disciple would eventually be captivated by his profound theoretical knowledge. Very well, let us proceed. I will take you to the administration office to register. Although he felt somewhat uncomfortable, the master enthusiastically took Tang San's hand and led him toward the office. As they departed, Tang San overheard other teachers discussing the master behind his back, and contrary to the mockery found in the original text, he found himself somewhat in agreement. He did indeed sense that his teacher was a tad unreliable. On the way to the dormitory, he touched the small bag old Jack had given him and could not help but peek inside, nearly gasping in astonishment. A full 100 gold soul coins. This was indeed a significant sum. Old Jack had simply given him this? Although he understood that due to Tianling's influence, the Martial Soul Hall had likely provided old Jack with a substantial amount of money. 100 gold soul coins were undoubtedly a fortune for him, sufficient to sustain him comfortably for 5 years at school. Tang San clutched the small bag tightly against his chest. Compared to his unreliable teacher, Grandfather Jack and Lingu were truly generous to him. However, what Tang San did not realize was that to old Jack, 100 gold soul coins were not a significant amount. If the news regarding Tianling were not suppressed by the Martial Soul Hall, individuals hoping to curry favor would likely be queuing at his door. On the morning of Tang San's second day of school, the title Douluo and Tianling arrived at old Jack's residence in Notting City by carriage. The 2 elderly men, so vastly different in status and appearance, surprisingly found common ground in their discussions about Tianling's exceptional qualities. When old Jack boasted of being regarded as a prophet in his village, only to admit it amounted to little more than weather forecasting, the title Douluo burst into laughter. Tianling felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing he could sink into the ground. What prophet? It was merely a ruse he had used to impress Tang San, a definite blemish in his past. However, upon reflection, perhaps this identity of a prophet could be leveraged. It seems somewhat useful at certain moments. Young master, you do not know, but yesterday, the old gentleman took your friend for enrollment. After Tianling had excused himself in embarrassment, Hosen approached to report on the events of Tang San's enrollment with old Jack. After listening, he smiled lightly and quietly checked the system's record panel, confirming a notification indicating that the master's fate had been altered. It appeared that the master had indeed been rejected by Tang San. He wondered if Tang San would continue to pursue a path at Shrek Academy and whether there was such a thing as a convergence of timelines. Let us head to the Hunting Soul Forest in the northeast of Notting City. The soul beasts there are all raised by our Martial Soul Hall, none exceeding 10,000 years, making it perfect for a beginner like you to hunt for soul rings. The title Douluo's voice called for Tianling to set off. Coming. The timing was just right as they approached the Hunting Soul Forest near Notting City, perfectly aligning with the script in Tianling's mind. Tianling, train diligently with your Uncle Ju. You must become a powerful soul master. Let our holy soul village shine in its true glory. Upon hearing this, the title Douluo chuckled. Soul sage? Such a limited ambition. Tianling is destined to be a genius who can become a super Douluo. Chapter 8. Tang San. I am regretting this. Deeply regretting it. By evening, the 2 arrive at the small town near the Hunting Soul Forest. During this lengthy journey, Douluo imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding soul beasts and the nuances of absorbing soul rings to Tianling. Grandpa Douluo, let us spend the night in the forest. Tianling exclaimed, tugging at Douluo with childlike excitement, reminiscent of a genuine 6-year-old. In his previous life, he had never experienced a night in the forest, and should they arrive too late, they might miss a splendid spectacle. Douluo hesitated. Initially,
He had intended to stay at the Spirit Hall's lodging in town for the night before venturing in the following day. However, upon hearing Xia Tianling's earnest plea, he interpreted it as a natural inclination of a child and readily agreed. "Good day, please present your orders," a soldier at the forest entrance inquired. Unlike the guards at Notting Academy, who often abused their authority, these soldiers exhibited remarkable professionalism. Douluo retrieved a token from his soul guide. The soldier's eyes widened, and he was about to bow when Douluo waved his hand to stop him, leading Xia Tianling into the forest. "Take care, my lord," the soldier offered softly. "Who just entered?" Another soldier asked, noting the respect displayed, which surpassed that shown to the gentleman with the 3-seal token earlier that morning. "It is His Excellency Douluo of the Spirit Hall. What's happening today?" Such distinguished figures are visiting the humble soul-hunting forest. The esteemed individuals referred to were naturally the Master and Tang San, who held the token of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Returning to the morning. It was the day the Master brought Tang San to acquire his first soul ring. Although Tang San had not fully pledged himself to the Master, in a bid to win favor, the Master presented him with the 24 Bridges bright moonlight. Throughout their journey, and as they entered the soul-hunting forest, the Master showcased his extensive theoretical knowledge to impress Tang San. However, once they entered the forest, this approach backfired. "Behold, a 10-year-old spotted cat, a feline soul beast. Look over there, a solitary bamboo shoot, which is also a soul beast, a plant-type soul beast. Its distinguishing characteristic of age is..." Tang San increasingly felt his suspicions validated. "Master, as a level 29 soul master with a wasted martial soul, how do you study these soul beasts? 10-year ones are manageable. But what about the 100-year ones? The 1,000-year ones? The 10,000-year ones? I have carefully researched many soul masters' experiences, and 423 years appears to be the maximum limit for the first soul ring. So, from where do you obtain samples for comparative studies? Has this theory been tested on others?" Tang San mused internally. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that the Master's foundational knowledge was indeed solid, particularly regarding identifying the ages of soul beasts, which significantly aided his own cultivation. Doubts aside, listening to the Master was not inherently problematic. What was it saying Ling Gu used? Ah yes, extract the essence and discard the dross. The subsequent events unfolded as per the original narrative, with Tang San and the Master camping in the forest, later encountering a pack of wolves and a mandala snake. After Tang San revealed all his trump cards and ultimately defeated the mandala snake, the Master exclaimed with elation, "Wonderful. Xiao San, your soul ring is assured." "Teacher Yu, what do you mean? You can't be referring to this snake, can you?" Tang San looked at the Master in astonishment. The Master nodded earnestly. "Indeed it is. The mandala snake grows 1 centimeter for every year it survives. This particular snake is nearly 4 meters long, indicating it has close to 400 years of cultivation. It is perfect for your innate full soul power to absorb its soul ring without issue." "But teacher Yu, isn't this a beast-type soul beast? Wouldn't absorbing it cause a conflict?" Tang San queried, puzzled. At this moment, the Master radiated confidence. "According to one of the 10 core competencies of the martial soul world, you can precisely absorb this soul ring. However, many soul masters scoff at my theory, leaving no one to believe it. Xiao San, would you like to give it a try? Although I'm absolutely confident in the theory, no one has attempted it yet. After all, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth." The Master fervently showcased his theory to Tang San, who, meanwhile, was becoming increasingly wary of the Master's intentions. "This old man is trying to set me up. You know that practice yields true knowledge. You acknowledge this is a theory, and yet, you wish to experiment on your own student?" Tang San observed the Master, who, caught up in his impassioned lecture, failed to notice that he had already been poisoned by the mandala snake. He sighed deeply, reflecting on the wolves they had just encountered. Without absorbing this soul ring, he had no means of self-defense. Should the Master's condition worsen due to the poison, he would surely fall unconscious, leaving him utterly defenseless in a forest teeming with soul beasts. Moreover, without the Master as a living map, finding the way out would be questionable. "Very well, I shall take a chance. Teacher Yu, no more talk. I trust your theory." With that, Tang San sat cross-legged, enduring the weakening sensation, and began to absorb the first soul ring of the blue-silver grass, while the Master guided him. True to the original narrative, before Tang San could finish absorbing the soul ring, he succumbed to the poison and fainted. Sometime later, Xiao San, is that really you? The voice belonged to Douluo and Xia Tianling, who had arrived, drawn by the sounds of battle. Xia Tianling, well-versed in the original story, knew that Tang San would soon combat a pack of wolves and subsequently obtain his first soul ring. Feigning surprise at this serendipitous encounter, Xia Tianling timed his arrival perfectly. Finding Tang San having completed the absorption of his soul ring and having detoxified the master. Tianling Ge. Upon seeing Xia Tianling, Tang San's joy was genuine. The master lay in a deep stupor. Although Tang San had detoxified him, whether he would survive remained uncertain, leaving Tang San in a quandary. Tianling, is he the friend you often speak of from your village, Tang San? Douluo inquired casually, glancing at Yu Xiaojiang on the ground, clearly recognizing him, and casting a meaningful glance at Tang San. Yes, Grandpa Douluo, I am very close with Xiao San. By the way, Xiao San, what is that? Xia Tianling feigned ignorance. Embodying the role of a dramatic actor, Tang San recounted the entire event, seeking guidance from Xia Tianling on what to do next, subtly hinting at the elder's identity behind him. This little ruse did not escape the keen perception of the title de law, yet Douluo chose not to comment, generously suggesting that the two young friends reminisce in his absence. He would take Yu Xiaojiang aside to detoxify him. Chapter 9. As it happens, I am also a disciple of the Tang sect. Once Douluo had distanced himself, Xia Tianling did not reveal Douluo's identity, but feigned surprise, pointing at Tang San's belt. Oh, Xiao San, that belt of yours is quite impressive. It is adorned with 24 jade stones? How extravagant! Tang San scratched his head in embarrassment. Oh, this? Teacher, you gifted it to me. I named it 24 Bridges Bright Moonlight. At this moment, Xia Tianling again embodied the role of a dramatic actor, trembling as he pointed at Tang San's waist. You named this belt 24 Bridges Bright Moonlight? Yes, why? Tang San replied, puzzled. The title 24 Bridges Under the Bright Moon resonates beautifully, mused Tang San with a hint of confusion. Summer Tianling inhaled deeply, placing her hands firmly on Tang San's shoulders as she locked her gaze onto his eyes. Little San, whatever I say next, please refrain from exclaiming loudly. Understood. Subsequently, Summer Tianling recited in impeccable Mandarin, 24 Bridges Under the Bright Moon. Where does the jade figure teach the flute? Tianling you. Tang San was genuinely taken aback, stifling the urge to cry out, as the identity of a traveler remained his deepest secret. The language of Douluo continent diverged significantly from Mandarin, and after 6 long years, hearing this familiar tongue was a profound shock to his soul. Tianling, could it be that you too are? Tang San trembled as he inquired. Summer Tianling enveloped him in an embrace, concealing her nearly uncontrollable expression, and after several deep breaths, she released him. With a smile, she replied, indeed, I hail from there as well. After uttering this, she discreetly communicated with the system, expending some of her fateful power to utilize a mysterious function. Who would have thought? I believe myself to be utterly alone, yet you, Tianling, are also from there. It makes sense now why you possess such knowledge and maturity as a child. Tang San murmured. So, when you referred to yourself as a prophet in your youth, was it truly divination? Well, in a sense, you are correct. The Tao scriptures do encompass knowledge of stargazing and divination, but my understanding is superficial at best. I could merely predict the weather, Summer Tianling admitted. Little San, I wish to pose 2 questions. Firstly, what era did you traverse, or rather, when you perished, what was the name of your government or dynasty? When I died? It seemed to be during the Xiantong era. I can scarcely recall the year, but the emperor was perhaps named Li Wan, or was it Li Chong? Tang San pondered deeply before responding. His past life had been wholly consumed by hidden weapons, and having never stepped outside the Tang sect, it was only natural that he was unaware. Xiantong? Li Chong? ISNT that the late Tang dynasty? Summer Tianling thought, astonished that Tang San's world aligned closely with the timeline of her own. Thankfully, I studied tourism and have a passion for history, well-versed in the reign titles, temple names, and posthumous titles of various dynasties. Had it been anyone else, they would have been utterly lost. So, your court during that time was referred to as the Great Tang, correct? Summer Tianling inquired, though she had an inkling of the answer. Yes, that is correct. Could it be, Tianling, that you also perished during that time? Tang San asked with excitement. Certainly not, Summer Tianling replied with a mischievous grin. I would say I perished several tens of thousands of years later. By the time of your great Tang, it had already become mere dust in the annals of history. What? Tens of thousands of years? Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could fully process this revelation, Summer Tianling dropped another bombshell. If I am not mistaken, Little San, you should be a disciple of the Tang sect from Shuzhong, correct? What? You know this too? Of course, Summer Tianling shrugged, in a certain sense. I could also be considered a disciple of the Tang sect. Tang San was left speechless, overwhelmed by astonishment. The Xinyu hand, the purple extreme demon eye, the 100 solutions of hidden weapons, the ghostly shadow and elusive steps, the Xintian skill. Am I correct? Summer Tianling continued. I had my suspicions while you were training on the back mountain in your youth. Who could be born with such knowledge? The purple extreme demon eye can only absorb the purple chi that arrives with the rising sun. If I am not mistaken, you are the very Tang San who, after secretly learning the inner sect's secrets, created the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus and then leaped off a cliff to make a statement. Who would have thought you would arrive here as well? Tianling, you know me? Tang San hesitantly asked. And it seems you have not practiced these Tang sect techniques? Naturally, Summer Tianling replied, extending her hands. In our era, these techniques had long since become relics. You, too, are merely a part of history. To be precise, even the once great Tang sect had been reduced to mere text in history books. By the time of your passing, it had been amalgamated with several sects to form the Shushan Immortal Sect. Approximately a millennium after your death, a resurgence of spiritual energy occurred, leading to significant advancements in the cultivation system. However, the mechanisms and techniques of the Tang sect as hidden weapons have persisted. Under the relentless march of history, the Xintian skill, or rather the former cultivation techniques, were entirely phased out. In our time, we practice far more powerful immortal methods, refining essence into chi, refining chi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and ultimately transcending into immortality. Transcend into immortality? Yes, indeed. To become an immortal, the fabled beings of myth and legend. In my previous life, I failed during the tribulation, leading to my demise. To my surprise, I found myself in this place instead. Summer Tianling spoke with a fa of nostalgia and regret, as if she were indeed a mighty figure reborn from failure. However, regrettably, I cannot impart the techniques I have cultivated. Firstly, the great Tao of longevity that I practice is in direct conflict with your Xintian skill. To cultivate it, you would need to completely abandon the Xintian skill, including the soul ring you recently acquired. Secondly, the emergence of a new system inevitably entails a vast amount of knowledge. What is common knowledge to me would be utterly unfathomable to you, Little San. Even those of our time, upon beginning preliminary cultivation, must endure 20 years of compulsory learning before they can continue their practices. Summer Tianling's first statement was the truth. To switch to a different technique, especially one of such a different caliber, one must first abandon their previous cultivation system. The second statement was only partially true. Certain fundamental concepts would indeed be incomprehensible to Tang San, a man of ancient times. For instance, the simplest truth that the earth is round. How could one expect an ancient person who believes in a flat earth to grasp this concept? How much astronomical knowledge would need to be imparted? The great Tao of longevity is not a traditional scripture filled with esoteric phrases, relying solely on personal comprehension for cultivation. Rather, it provides detailed instructions on every aspect of practice, potential occurrences, and resolutions. The scripture even begins with 100 days to establish a foundation, 3 years to attain the golden core, 5 years to give birth, 10 years to refine the spirit. It teaches step by step how to become an immortal. Ascension requires merely a dantian. It could very well be described as remarkably scientific. Of course, the notion of compulsory learning for 20 years is purely a ruse to deter naive individuals. While extensive learning is indeed necessary for someone like Tang San, who possesses a cultural foundation, the learning curve would not be steep. 1 or 2 years would suffice. It is simply that Summer Tianling is reluctant to teach, hoping to dissuade Tang San from pursuing it. Moreover, Tang San possesses the Xintian skill, which could potentially elevate him to the level of a divine monarch. He might not even regard my humble teachings with any seriousness. Tianling, do not be disheartened. I shall continue cultivating the Xintian skill. Tang San deliberated for a moment before speaking. All right, very well.
Should you change your mind in the future, feel free to seek me out, Summer Tianling said, her persuasive words bolstering Tang San's trust in her significantly. Subsequently, he began to share his recent experiences within the Spear Hall. Chapter 10. His Theory? Nonsense. Afterward, it was Tang San's turn to vent his frustrations. An elderly man, attempting to manipulate me, seemed intent on using me as a mere guinea pig, flaunting his untested theories. Summer Ling, suppressing a chuckle, quietly marveled at the effectiveness of his education. With a sympathetic pat on Tang San's shoulder, he consoled, "Ah, little San, I have observed you Xiaojiang as well. While many of his theories lack reliability, and much of what is sound is not of his own derivation, his foundational knowledge remains solid. We can simply learn selectively from him. Having more acquaintances opens more avenues, and there is no need for unnecessary conflict. Regarding his claims about martial soul mimicry and soul ring absorption, let me pose a question. Does your hammer martial soul require a hammer soul beast for absorption? When the soul master system emerged thousands of years ago, was it universally accepted that different kinds of soul beasts and soul rings were incompatible? Must such an obvious matter be subjected to further study?" Upon hearing this, Tang San appeared utterly astonished, realizing such a simple truth had eluded him. He did not dwell on how Summer Ling knew of his hammer martial soul. After all, his brother Tianling was adept at divination. Even more astonishing was the speculation about his twin martial souls. My teacher, the only successful twin martial soul master of our time, the Pope of the Spear Hall, Bibi Dong, explicitly informed me that the genetic prerequisites for twin martial souls demand closely aligned qualities and immense strength, at least top-tier martial souls for such a phenomenon to manifest. Thus, your blue-silver grass cannot merely be ordinary. It must be a top-tier plant martial soul, such as Blue-Silver Emperor or Blue-Silver King. And your hammer is likely a premier weapon martial soul. With that, Summer Ling eloquently dissected the master's theories, leaving no stone unturned. He refrained from revealing Tang Hao's identity, choosing to reserve that for later. Furthermore, aren't you aware of the origin of your innate full soul power? Do you truly believe his theory is credible? Summer Ling raised an eyebrow at Tang San, continuing to mock the master. In truth, he was uncertain whether Tang San's innate full soul power was linked to the Xiantian skill, as it remained a contentious historical issue. In his previous life, countless analysts argued heatedly without reaching a conclusion. He merely wished to jest at the master's expense. Tang San fell silent, increasingly convinced of his teacher's unreliability and reflecting on how wise his initial decision had been. Had he truly become the master's true disciple, his future would have been fraught with difficulty. If Tianling's assertions held any truth, it seemed his parents' identities were also quite remarkable. Moreover, his innate full soul power was likely a gift from the Xiantian skill. How absurd it was for Yu Xiaojiang to claim there were no worthless martial souls. Only worthless soul masters. Unable to contain himself, Summer Ling burst into laughter, his mirth echoing like thunder. Yu Xiaojiang regarded this statement as a guiding principle. If there were indeed no worthless martial souls, why had he never heard of a scythe Douluo or a grass chicken Douluo? Every registered Douluo at the Spear Hall, without exception, possessed ordinary martial souls. Even he himself was merely a dreamer, unable to surpass the 29th level throughout his life. Did he truly have the right to make such claims? The notion that there are no worthless soul masters, only worthless martial souls, was somewhat more defensible. He intended to express that Yu Xiaojiang was merely a failure who could never exceed the 29th level, but reconsidered, opting to exercise restraint with his words. Tang San's expression grew peculiar. To hear this from master with a mere 29th level of cultivation was akin to self-deprecation. This was truly the epitome of irony. By the way, little San, I have a book for you. Summer Ling inhaled deeply to quell his laughter and retrieved a book from his ring. The ring, a soul guide gifted by Bibi Dong, contained over 100 cubic meters of space. Tianling, what is this? This is the latest compilation of the Xiantian treasure record from our era, particularly the general principles, which have undergone significant revisions. The selfish double standards, the propensity to resort to violence against entire families, are not representative of the orthodox teachings of the Xianmen. This is precisely why the Tang sect's elites from your era struggled to break through to the pinnacle. I had prepared this book for your learning, but now, borrowing the name of a Tang sect disciple, it will have a more profound impact. As the orthodox Taoist practice, Xiantian skill emphasizes balance and harmony. Following the principles outlined in your era's Xiantian treasure record, if one's intentions are corrupt, avoiding becoming consumed by one's own power is already commendable. How then could one hope to achieve breakthroughs? Tang San quickly took the book and flipped through it, realizing that its content starkly contradicted the original Xiantian treasure record. Remembering how the elders of the Tang sect in his previous life were stymied by bottlenecks and occasionally fell into madness, he broke into a cold sweat. It dawned on him that the Tang sect had unwittingly strayed from its path. No wonder no one could reach the highest realm. He was grateful for Tianling's reminder. Otherwise, he would have been in peril. To have met Tianling in this unfamiliar world was truly a blessing, Tang San thought sincerely. Regarding the conjecture about the Xiantian skill, Summerling was not merely attempting to frighten Tang San, but was offering a genuine and reasonable hypothesis. In his previous life, he had often wondered why the Tang sect, which prided itself on practicing the orthodox Xiantian skill, had devolved into a faction known for murder, arson, and the use of hidden weapons and poison. It was utterly absurd. After studying the Xiantian treasure record, he discovered that the Xiantian skill indeed adhered to orthodox principles, following the path of balance and harmony. This revelation clarified why the elders of the Tang sect in Tang San's past life struggled to attain the pinnacle. Taoist practices prioritize the refinement of one's mindset. Cultivation is fundamentally a process of cultivating the heart and understanding the laws of nature. Without a resolute Taoist heart, achieving success in cultivation would be nothing short of miraculous, especially given that the Tang sect had completely veered off course. This transformation likely stemmed from a neglect of quality education. A group of capable Taoists had gradually resorted to ambushes and poison, methods that yield swift results but are fundamentally flawed. The promotion of quality education is imperative. I shall set a modest goal to popularize 6 years of compulsory education across the continent within the next decade. Summerling silently resolved. Meanwhile, as for why Tang San could ascend to the Divine King in the original text, it would suffice to say it involved the rules of the game. Suddenly, a dragging sound caught their attention, and upon turning, they saw the master, battered and bruised, being dragged over by the Douluo, who wore an unfriendly expression. Gripping the collar, he unceremoniously tossed the master onto the ground. There, I have revived your teacher. Tang San focused intently, and to his astonishment, the previously unconscious master opened his eyes, gazing at him with fervor. Little San, you did it. I knew my theory was sound. Tang San could only nod in resignation. Yes, you Laosher, your theory has indeed proven successful. My blue silver grass has now acquired toxins and a binding skill. Excellent. Truly wonderful, the master exclaimed, before promptly losing consciousness once more. Senior, I extend my gratitude for rescuing Master Yu. Tang San sighed, yet he still expressed his thanks to Douluo. Although his teacher was somewhat unreliable, he had nonetheless imparted some knowledge to him. Douluo raised an eyebrow. Master Yu? This form of address carries a deeper meaning. It seems this lad is not merely the direct disciple of that ineffectual Yu Shaojiang. No matter, Xiao Tianling calls me grandfather. As a friend of his, it is but a trifling task to guide the younger generation. However, I must caution you. Your teacher's character leaves much to be desired. Despite his devilish charm, Douluo had a knack for sarcasm. Tang San chuckled awkwardly, conceding without protest. Observing this, Douluo burst into laughter. Yu Shaojiang, oh Yu Shaojiang, your life is truly a failure. Even your disciple has turned against you. You deserve it. All right, you shall rest here for the night. Tomorrow I will escort you out. The following day, Douluo accompanied the awakened master and Tang San out before officially guiding Xiao Tianling in search of a suitable soul beast. Xiao Tianling, have you decided which martial spirit will receive the soul ring? What path do you intend to pursue? As someone who had followed Bibi Dong for a considerable time, he understood that with dual martial spirits, one must first choose a principal martial spirit to specialize in. Gran Fate Yu. I plan to use the twin spirits as my primary martial spirit and pursue a strong attack route. Having charted his development path 3 months prior, Xia Tianling was determined. His second martial spirit, the True Dragon, greatly enhanced his physical attributes, nearly doubling those of an equivalent soul master. It would be a waste not to pursue the path of strength. With the characteristics of his primary martial spirit, he could initially attach several strong physical skills
as an offensive soul master. As he began cultivating his second martial spirit, he would not lack for offensive means. The latter soul rings of the twin spirits could provide domain-type soul skills for control and other unique effects, complementing each other perfectly. Oh, do you have a particular soul beast in mind for your first 2 soul rings? Indeed, for my first soul ring, I intend to choose a slime of about 900 years. Tianling replied without hesitation. A slime? What skills could such a feeble soul beast possibly offer? Douluo frowned. In his mind, slimes were exceedingly weak creatures with almost no offensive capability. However, he did not doubt Tianling's ability to absorb a 900-year soul ring. Given his impressive physical prowess and innate soul power of level 19, absorbing beyond his level was not an issue. Furthermore, the primary factor was that slimes were not strong and possessed little intelligence, so even a slight exceedance in age would pose no problem. Grandfather Ju, may I ask, what is the primary characteristic of a slime? Is it fusion? Precisely, it is fusion. Slimes can merge 2 different entities into one, becoming stronger. And that is essentially their only skill. Upon acquiring this ability, I will likely be able to merge my twin spirits into a singular, more powerful weapon. Moreover, given the low intelligence of the slime, with the physical attributes provided by my second martial spirit, I can comfortably withstand a soul ring that exceeds its age limit. 3 months of study were not in vain. The Soul Hall library contained records of countless peculiar soul beasts and methods of identification. How could an organization with a legacy spanning thousands of years lack such foundational knowledge? Thus, regarding Yu Xiaojiang's understanding of soul rings and soul beasts, those who comprehend will understand, and those who do not shall slowly guess. Merging into one. That is quite intriguing, Dugu realized, acknowledging the utility of such a weak soul beast. Since you are certain, let's proceed. With that, Douluo led Tianling through the soul-hunting forest, occasionally capturing passing soul beasts to provide on-site instruction about them. This live teaching greatly benefited Tianling. As the ancients wisely stated, knowledge gained from books is superficial. True understanding requires personal experience. The difference between reading about knowledge and experiencing it firsthand is entirely distinct. As for why he chose a 900-year slime, it was simply because no 1,000-year slimes existed. For such a weak soul beast, 900 years was already its limit, especially in a forest devoid of top-tier soul beasts. In the Stardow Forest, finding even a 100-year-old one would be a challenge. Much like the ice silkworm, so pitifully weak, only a character like Tianming could fortuitously stumble upon the deep-sea magic whale king and achieve what even Emperor Tian could not in a million-year soul beast. For Tianling, the age of the soul ring mattered less than its suitability. Unless it were 100,000 or even a million years old, it was acceptable. Tianling, over there, with the keen perception of a tidal Juthaw, soon spotted a slime rolling about near a large rock. Tianling hurried forward. The slime was a translucent pale white, approximately 90 centimeters in diameter, given its growth rate of 1 centimeter per decade. This indicated it was indeed about 900 years old. Go, shout Tianling. Slimes possess minimal offensive capabilities. Even one nearing 1,000 years is merely a larger sandbag. Perfect for your training. Douluo stood with his arms crossed to the side. That is precisely my thought. Tianling smiled slightly. True dragon, manifest. The second martial spirit emerged, and compared to the twin spirits without any soul rings, the 5-clawed golden dragon, which provided substantial physical attributes, was far more suited to the current situation. As the true dragon took form, Tianling was enveloped in a layer of fine scales. Small dragon horns sprouting from his head, and dragon claws replacing his hands, with faint lightning coursing over them. The slime, possessing remarkably low intelligence, appeared rather foolish in its demeanor. Had it been any other soul beast, it would have fled or prepared for battle. Yet, this white slime continued to roll about beside the rock, oblivious. The reason such a creature could survive in the forest was likely due to its unpalatability. Feeding on residual energy and various remains, no soul beast harbored any desire to consume it. Though it may be unappetizing, it occasionally serves as a mobile experience pack. Tianling strode forward, concentrating his soul power into his clawed right hand, and struck down upon the slime. Faint lightning danced across the slime's translucent white body, giving it a soft glow from a distance. However, it proved ineffective, The 5 wounds inflicted rapidly healed the moment Xia Tianling withdrew his claws, leaving it only slightly more transparent than before. This was due to the slime's inherent characteristic. To truly slay it, one must continuously attack, gradually wearing it down until its energy is entirely depleted, causing it to become transparent. At that point, its jelly-like form would harden into a rubbery stiffness, allowing an opportunity to cleave it in two or shatter it, resulting in its demise. Should one attempt to sever it while its energy remained ample, it would simply split like an earthworm into 2 entities, and could even reconstitute itself as one. It could be said that the slime's abilities were largely ineffective, yet incredibly frustrating. Unless one possessed an overwhelmingly powerful skill capable of reducing the slime to ashes in an instant, the endeavor would require tedious persistence. However, Tianling lacked such capabilities. Thus, he could only resort to gradual attrition. With relentless blows from both fists, he tirelessly hammered the rotund slime, a process utterly monotonous. What was even more discomforting was that, when sufficiently energized, this creature's body was exceedingly soft, akin to jelly. A solid punch would feel as if he had exerted all his strength only to strike empty air, his arm plunging directly into the creature. Not only was it unpleasant, but a sticky layer clung to his hands and arms, which was quite revolting. However, should he hold back, he would hardly diminish its energy, and the sight of that undulating mass before him was infuriating. Damn it, was this abomination created solely to disgust people? Summer Ling wore a face of helplessness. Yet for the sake of skill fusion, he endured. After grinding away for a solid half-hour, he could no longer withstand the continuous manifestation of the true dragon martial spirit, while simultaneously channeling soul power through this creature. His prolonged endurance was a testament to the superior quality of the soul power refined through his Taoist scriptures, far surpassing that of ordinary soul masters at the same level. Now, Summer Ling summoned a set of 2 weapons, wielding an axe in one hand and a hammer in the other, relying solely on his physical strength to strike and chop. Under such intense assault, the slime had become remarkably translucent, and its body gradually hardened. Bang! At last, perseverance bore fruit. Just as Summer Ling was on the verge of irritation, contemplating seeking assistance from the chrysanthemum Dugu, a powerful strike shattered the transparent slime, scattering its fragments in all directions. He mechanically swung his arm, only to realize the creature had finally perished after nearly an hour. Such tenacity and such a repulsive skill. Which soul beast could possibly be so foolish as to hunt this thing? One could surmise that only plant-type soul beasts possessed such patience. A deep yellow soul ring rose from the remnants of the slime's lower half. Overwhelmed with joy, Summer Ling hurriedly summoned his martial soul, sitting cross-legged to encircle the yellow soul ring around the intertwined hammer and axe. A timely reminder from the chrysanthemum Dugu echoed nearby. Tianling, focus on your martial soul, and remain steadfast in your purpose. Chapter 12. The first soul skill, fusion in the realm of soul masters on Douluo continent, aside from Tang San, who practiced the Xiantian Gong. The concept of a Dantian was non-existent. They had something akin to a Dantian, yet had never been utilized. In a sense, the martial soul served as their alternative Dantian. However, Summer Ling was different. His martial soul was merely a vessel for his power, while the source of his cultivation resided in the lower Dantian, enveloped by a warm force, akin to a fledgling returning home. He felt the energy from his martial soul gradually flow into his body's meridians, circulating throughout. Instinctively, he began to channel the Taoist scriptures, guiding this warmth through the microcosmic orbit. The anticipated mental shock did not arrive, perhaps due to the slime's instinctual nature and low intellect. It bore no resentment or desire for vengeance. Decomposing into nutrients, it would eventually become food for plant-type soul beasts or serve as a soul ring for soul masters, embodying a truly selfless existence. An idea suddenly flickered in Summer Ling's mind, but was swiftly dismissed as he refocused on absorbing the soul ring. The hammer and axe revolve around each other, gradually transforming into 2 vibrant colors, red and yellow. They continually blended, separated, and merged once more. The observing chrysanthemum Dugu was left bewildered. After years of cultivation, he had never witnessed such a transformation during soul ring absorption. It appeared he had never seen a complete set of martial souls either. At this critical juncture, Summer Ling was deeply engrossed in the absorption process. The strength he drew from the soul ring was incessantly refined, compressed, and transformed into soul power inherent to his body. This soul power continued to circulate through his meridians. As the energy within him reached a critical point, the highly compressed gaseous soul power finally vaporized in the Dantian, forming a droplet of liquid. Soon, more droplets emerged, coalescing into a radiant golden orb of liquid. The errant power from the soul ring surged into the Dantian, depleting his meridians until all energy was consolidated within this liquid gold ball. In the outside world, the yellow soul ring produced by the slime dissipated. The condensation of the elixir was complete. With the emergence of this liquid, golden elixir, it signified that a cultivator was but a half step away from attaining the true golden core realm, also known as the false core stage. Should Summer Ling absorb another soul ring, the immense soul power accumulated would effortlessly allow him to refine and condense into a golden core. This exemplified the advantages of complementary rules. In a traditional cultivation realm, achieving a golden core required years of relentless refinement of bones, body, meridians, and flesh to withstand greater power. Following that, years of arduous practice were needed to accumulate strength for the eventual condensation into a golden core or false core. For Summer Ling, the process was significantly simpler. Upon reaching level 20, he could directly condense a false core and golden core with the aid of two formidable soul rings. Should other cultivators learn of this, they would undoubtedly be envious. As for why cultivators capable of wielding divine powers in other worlds became mere 20-something level soul masters upon arriving at Douluo continent, do not inquire. It is merely the constraints of the rules. While enjoying convenience, one must also acknowledge the absence of rigorous training and tribulation. Possessing such strength is commendable enough. One must learn to be content. Having fully absorbed the energy, Summer Ling gradually ceased his cultivation and rose to stretch his body. He had grown taller, and his physique had become more robust. With every movement, a sensation of power enveloped him, intoxicating in its delight. The unique soul power of Douluo continent was indeed miraculous. Such an ability to promote physical development was nearly non-existent in other cultivation civilizations. After being enhanced by a 900-year soul ring, coupled with the true dragon martial soul and the triple reinforcement of the Taoist scriptures, Summer Ling's physical strength was now comparable to that of a 30-level battle soul master, making the absorption of a 1,000-year soul ring a natural progression. Tianling, how do you feel? Inquired the chrysanthemum Douluo. As Summer Ling sensed his martial soul, he could not suppress his elation and punched the air triumphantly. It's done. Just as I anticipated. The woodworking duo arise. The crossed hammer and axe materialized in the air, which Summer Ling grasped firmly. A deep yellow soul ring pulsating beneath his feet. First soul skill fusion. The deep yellow soul ring glimmered. The hammer in his left hand dissipated into light, while the axe in his right hand grew significantly larger and longer. The previously pale golden axe now featured a robust cylindrical striking head on its rear, resembling half of a hammer, while the other side extended into a thicker and sharper blade, akin to a battle axe from Earth. The sharpness of the axe and the heft of the hammer fused seamlessly, allowing this unusual dual-handed battle axe to maintain balanced weight on both sides, capable of cleaving and smashing without hindrance during swings. Summer Ling hefted the axe, swinging it with vigor and nodding in satisfaction. Tianling, what effect does your first soul skill possess? What is the consumption rate? My first soul skill is quite straightforward. It amplifies my strength and soul skill effects by 100%. However, simultaneously, my soul power consumption doubles during this fusion state and will escalate further with other activities. Upon my voluntary disengagement from fusion, the soul power consumption will revert to its normal rate. After a moment of contemplation, Summer Ling concluded, the soul power consumption during activation is nearly negligible, with a twofold soul power consumption yielding a 100% increase in strength. It seems a fair and advantageous trade. Originally, Tianling could sustain activity for about an hour after the embodiment of his martial soul. However, after utilizing fusion, even if he remained stationary, he would quickly diminish in vigor within half an hour. Engaging in combat while in a fused state would further reduce this duration. potentially lasting no more than 10 minutes when considering the release of additional soul skills. That said, this was merely due to his recent acquisition of this ability, which necessitated considerable time for integration. Nevertheless, soul skills can be optimized through continuous practice. In the future, if Tianling can achieve instantaneous fusion or dissolution, he could employ it as a brief, explosive enhancement skill, potentially to outmaneuver his opponents. Upon hearing the description of this fusion skill, Douluo's eyes brightened. Tianling. This skill is quite impressive and exceedingly practical. Even many soul rings provided by powerful, thousand-year soul beasts pale in comparison to yours. Truly, your martial soul is unmatched. He then inquired, by the way, does this weapon formed from your fusion have a name? Tianling glanced at the axe in his hand and contemplated the power of thunder he had mastered, pondering for a moment. Let us call it the Storm War Axe. Chapter 13. Thousand-Year Soul Skill, Thunder God aids me. Douluo found himself perplexed, wondering how this related to storms, much like how his first martial soul, the woodworker's set, also bore an odd name. However, as long as Tianling was fond of it, that was what mattered. Despite its peculiar nature, it did possess a certain grandeur. Good name. Now, what are your plans for your second soul ring? Given your current physical condition, a thousand-year soul ring should be well within your reach. Tianling attentively assessed his body and pondered thoughtfully. With my current physical condition, I should be able to absorb a soul ring of about 2,000 years. The subspecies of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, the Thunder Dragon, possesses both thunder and strength attributes, which should resonate well with me. Its greatest strengths lie in its affinity for thunder and overwhelming power. The woodworker's set itself lacks inherent attributes. Whatever is added transforms its form. Thus, the priority must be the most familiar element, thunder. Moreover, with the Storm War Axe in hand, it would seem remiss not to incorporate a thunder deity into the mix. Not far away, in the same soul-hunting forest, a fortunate thunder dragon was captured by Douluo to serve as Tianling's soul ring, precisely around 2,000 years old. This time, he did not allow Tianling to attempt the challenge alone. A 2,000-year thunder attribute thunder dragon was no match for Tianling, a novice with just one ring, let alone even a three-ring soul master. However, to his astonishment, Tianling, embodying the true dragon martial soul, unleashed an overwhelming bloodline pressure that terrified the unfortunate thunder dragon into unconsciousness. A foul odor emanated from the ground. It had even lost control of its bodily functions. Big brother, can you please make it quick? I can endure being captured by a titled Douluo, but being subjected to such intense bloodline pressure, compounded by my injuries and the overwhelming aura of a titled Douluo, how could I possibly withstand all of that? The subsequent process was markedly simpler. The two-piece martial soul appeared, and fusion commenced. Tianling wielded the Storm War Axe, summoning all his strength, and swiftly ended the life of this relatively unfortunate creature with 3 decisive strikes, severing its massive head. Douluo scratched his head, aware that dragonkind are particularly sensitive to bloodline concentration, but he was still surprised by the sheer might of the 5-clawed golden dragon. Even the patriarch of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan, Yuanjin, could only paralyze a thunder dragon with considerable effort, and that was not even under optimal conditions. His status as a titled Douluo certainly played a part. With delight, Tianling settled into a meditative posture, skillfully guiding the purple soul ring toward him to begin the absorption process. With prior experience and bolstered by the true dragon's aura and attribute compatibility, the absorption proceeded rapidly. The thousand-year soul ring's energy continuously transformed Tianling's body while gradually compressing the false golden core within him. Under the immense pressure of the soul power, the originally liquid golden core became increasingly solid, rotating and slowly rising from the lower dantian. The moment the false core reached the heart's middle dantian, the soul power was fully refined, and the false core solidified instantaneously, becoming a true golden core. Golden core achieved. Subsequently, the ample soul power from the thousand-year soul ring continued to nourish and expand this newly formed golden core, which was initially the size of a dragon's eye. Thunder rumbled in the sky, though merely as sound. In the Douluo continent, or Douluo star, there is no concept of a thunder tribulation. The heavenly path that birthed this realm could not bring forth tribulations from beyond, resulting in the awkward situation of thunder roaring without any actual tribulation. Hey, is anyone there? Tianling was oblivious to these trivial matters, entirely engrossed in the exhilaration of his newfound power. His martial soul, the lower Dantian's Qi Si, and the middle Dantian's golden core formed a stable cycle. Soul power coursed between the three, gradually increasing. Once the Thunder Dragon's soul ring was perfectly absorbed, his soul power surged from the earlier 21st rank to the current 23rd rank. This prompted Tianling, now regaining his senses, to reflect on how such an excellent auxiliary means for cultivation had been relegated to a mere necessity for breaking through major realms by the creator of the soul master profession. It was utterly foolish. Was there truly no one who attempted to create alternative methods to change this situation? Once I achieve success in my cultivation and the educational system is on the right track, I will surely promote the great Tao of longevity, benefiting all. Tianling silently set a small goal for himself. However, he was unaware that, including Tang San, even if he wished to teach, the people of Douluo could not cultivate it. The reason lies in the stringent requirements of the Tao Sutra on the cultivator's aptitude. Only those with balanced five-element spiritual roots could practice it. His body, created by an unknown entity, possessed exceptional innate qualities and perfectly replicated the physical characteristics of a human from Earth. However, most individuals on the Douluo continent lack such a complete five-element constitution, generally possessing only one or two attributes, often elements like wind, thunder, light, or darkness, which are derived attributes outside the five elements, making the situation rather awkward. Tianling, how about it? Have you obtained the soul skill you desired? Seeing Tianling lost in thought after his breakthrough, Douluo approached him with inquiry, assuming he was experiencing the effects of his second soul skill. Oh, yes, I have acquired it. Snapped from his reverie, Tianling summoned his two-piece martial soul. The hammer and axe now shimmered with subtle arcs of thunder, flickering vibrantly. My second soul skill allows me to release thunderous energy that envelopes my body and martial soul, enhancing my strength and attack power. Maintaining this state will continuously consume soul power. When I strike an enemy or engage in physical contact, they will experience paralysis and explosive force. Of course, the degree of paralysis varies by individual. If I unleash my full soul power while in the Storm War Axe form, every strike can incapacitate opponents of equal rank, though the duration of paralysis depends on their physical condition and resistance to lightning. However, this also means my soul power will deplete rapidly. In this state, I can likely sustain it for only 5 minutes. I refer to this state as the Thunder God aids me, although 5 minutes may seem brief. It is a testament to the enhancement provided by the golden core and the soul power refined through the Taoist scriptures, far surpassing that of an average soul master of the same rank. Should a comparable Grand Soul Master engage, they would likely struggle to endure even a minute. Moreover, if one were pursued closely for nearly 5 minutes by a formidable attack-type Soul Master, capable of stunning with each blow and delivering minor explosions, they would undoubtedly come to understand the reason behind the vibrant blossoms of the day. If the opponent wields a weapon spirit or plant spirit, one may find respite. However, confronting a bee spirit would be a different matter entirely, even with high resistance to lightning. The opportunity to retaliate would come at the cost of enduring a self-inflicted electric backlash, a most unpleasant experience. Another augmentative skill? It sounds quite promising. If the adversary cannot impose effective control or create distance, once you engage them closely, even a soul venerable would surely succumb within 5 minutes under the influence of such electrifying power. The Duke of Chrysanthemum, feeling the might emanating from the storm battle axe, gave a hearty pat on Summerling's shoulder. I am indeed gifted. Let us return. Our quest for the ring has been a resounding success. The Duke, observing Summerling's exuberance, chose not to elaborate further. After all, children are invariably delighted when presented with new toys. Chapter 14. Mental Interference the following day. In a secluded room within Soul Master City, Bibi Dong was engaged in instructing Summerling in the art of cultivation upon her return from certain task. Having previously witnessed Summerling's two skills, the age of his soul rings, and the Duke's supplementary remarks, she expressed her commendation. The formidable presence of Bibi Dong exerted even greater pressure than before, leading Summerling, familiar with the original narrative, to speculate that her 3-month absence was likely spent completing a trial for the Rakshasa inheritance. However,
Early descriptions of Bibi Dong in the original work are scant, leaving the timeline to be inferred through vague conjecture. The dual spirit and ordinary spirit are no different. Both are integral parts of our being. Therefore, provided the body can withstand it, the simultaneous manifestation of both is entirely feasible. Bibi Dong was elucidating to Summer Ling the greatest advantage and challenge of dual spirits, the concurrent utilization of both. In summary, this is the essence of employing dual spirits together. Do you comprehend? Bibi Dong inquired with a calm demeanor. I understand, Master, Summer Ling promptly replied. The technique of utilization is neither overwhelmingly complex nor overly simple. It hinges on two key points. First, one must possess exceptional proficiency and profound comprehension of both spirits, allowing them to serve in a complementary manner. Second, one must have a robust physical constitution capable of enduring the combined force of both spirits. Fortunately, the compatibility between the two spirit sets is remarkably high, and the aspect of fusion exists as well. As for physical prowess, the enhancements provided by the true dragon spirit and the modifications from the two soul rings, coupled with the foundational training of body refinement, sufficiently endow Summer Ling with a physique rivaling that of soul venerable. Now, channel your soul power and make an attempt. Bibi Dong instructed. Summer Ling complied, effortlessly manifesting both spirits simultaneously. In this state, while combat capability is significantly heightened, maintenance demands an increased expenditure of soul power. If engaged in battle utilizing the Storm Battle Axe at this moment, he would resemble the valiant Ultraman, capable of enduring only 3 minutes. Maintain your stance. Unleash the lightning power and deplete your soul power. Bibi Dong's voice remained notably indifferent, yet she enveloped her disciple with her mental energy. As time passed, Summer Ling's soul power was nearly exhausted. The Taoist scripture operated naturally, and the golden core emitted a soft hum, rapidly restoring his soul power. Have you not utilized the soul power operation route I provided for meditation? Where did you acquire this method of soul power operation? Bibi Dong's brow furrowed. Prior to her task, she had indeed imparted a meditation method summarized by the Spirit Hall to Summer Ling, which was far superior to the haphazard practices of a rogue soul master. However, compared to the Taoist scripture, it appeared grossly simplistic. With Bibi Dong's discerning eye, she could easily discern the sophistication of the Taoist scripture's operation of the micro and macro circulations. Returning to my teacher, this cultivation method appeared spontaneously in my mind. Summer Ling replied, blinking innocently. At times, I glimpsed snippets of inexplicable events, possibly from the future or from moments unknown. Hence, in my childhood, I was even nicknamed the seer in my village. Bibi Dong stared intently at Summer Ling, lost in contemplation. She had conducted a discreet investigation into his background, a nameless orphan, adopted by old Jack after being found on the mountainside. For 6 years, he had never left the Holy Soul village nor interacted with outsiders. Old Jack's lineage traced back 18 generations of impoverished farmers, a background so pristine it could hardly pose any issues. This method of soul power operation was utterly unheard of. Even that fellow Tang, how could not possibly master it? Could he truly possess innate knowledge? Does such a person exist in the world? Indeed, Bibi Dong had long been aware of Tang Hao's seclusion in the Holy Soul village, and, after Summer Ling's awakening, she also learned that Tang San was Tang Hao's son. With the vast influence of the Spirit Hall, finding someone is hardly a challenge. She refrained from taking action against Tang Hao and his son solely due to the lack of necessity. Her betrayal of Tianshui was indeed facilitated by Tang Hao's fortunes. Thus, perhaps there truly exist individuals with such remarkable talents. It would not be surprising for one with such a peculiar spirit and extraordinary gifts to arise. Very well. Continue your cultivation in this manner. This meditation method is quite advanced. Bibi Dong sighed inwardly, deciding to cease her fixation on the matter. Yes, Master, Summer Ling responded, internally relieved and discreetly wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Given Bibi Dong's character in the original narrative, he had genuinely feared she might swiftly eliminate him, this potential threat, or imprison him to prevent future complications. Fortunately, the system's other function, mental interference, came into play. Mental interference, while sounding grandiose, is merely a passive ability that makes it easier for others to believe your words and diminishes their suspicion. Moreover, what you convey must possess at least a semblance of logic. If one were to utilize mental interference to assert something absurd, such as you are my wife, it
it would surely lead to dire consequences. This is mental interference, not mental modification. It does not wield such power. Naturally, in the absence of proactive use, the effects of mental interference are exceedingly weak and can be nearly disregarded. To activate this function, one must similarly employ a portion of destiny power as a wish. The greater the amount, the more pronounced the effect. Upon activation, it significantly enhances the credibility of one's words while reducing the likelihood of doubt from the other party. However, if the opposing party possesses unwavering conviction regarding a matter, skepticism may still arise. Just as Tang San's behavior patterns concerning the Xian Tian Bao Lu, Summerling relied upon altering the fates of the few villagers of Holy Soul Village to gradually reshape Tang San over 6 years, leading to initial results. Recently, he had wished upon the system, investing half of his remaining destiny power to activate mental interference. It was not due to stinginess. Rather, he had other plans ahead, and depleting his resources here could jeopardize future endeavors. By altering the life trajectories of Su Yun Tao, Tang San, the Master, and Bibi Dong, he reaped a substantial amount of destiny power. Although the system did not provide explicit values, if one were to equate the accumulated destiny power to a large soda bottle, merely activating mental interference would require only the equivalent of a small soda can's amount. That evening, after concluding his daytime training, it was time for Xia Tianling to freely engage in his pursuits. Unlike his usual visits to the library, today he ventured into the archives. As the name suggests, the archives house the historical records of the Spear Hall, akin to a repository. His purpose for visiting was to investigate the soul awakening records of the past 2 years. Thanks to the Spirit Hall's unwavering commitment to public service, any awakened soul master, provided they possess soul power, would have their awakening documented by the responsible officials, who would then return this information to Spirit City for safekeeping. Amidst the vast array of records, Xia Tianling first opened the awakening account from this year concerning Nodding City and its surrounding villages. Wang Sha Male, from Nodding City in the Fanos province of the Tiando Empire, hailing from a common family, possessed a beast spirit, the Battle Tiger, with innate soul power at level 2, and was a student at the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. Was this the foolish lad who fought with Tang San in the original tale? I wonder if he has tangled with Tang San again. He disregarded the miscellaneous details that followed and proceeded to unroll another scroll. Tang San Male, from the affiliated village of Shahan near Nodding City in the Fanos province of the Tiando Empire, crossed out, from a farmer family, possessed a plant spirit, the blue-silver grass, with innate full soul power, and was also a student at the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. Has Little San's record been altered? Xia Tianling scratched his head, bringing the parchment closer to the nearby soul guiding lamp for a meticulous examination. The first scratch clearly indicated that his master was a blacksmith, indicating a single-parent household. The second obscured area faintly revealed the name Luozi. Could it have originally stated that he was the son of the Hao Yin Duo Tang Hao? Xia Tianling felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that the Spirit Hall already knew of Little San's identity? Upon reflection, this possibility was not far-fetched, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of apprehension. Fortunately, he had expended considerable destiny power to initiate mental interference. Otherwise, Bibi Dong, who was well-versed in his background, would undoubtedly have raised suspicions regarding such an absurd explanation. It seemed he would need to re-evaluate his ability to gather grassroots information from the Spirit Hall. It appeared that Tang San's details were deliberately concealed from the public eye, modified by certain individuals. If not for his familiarity with the original storyline, he would never have inferred the original content from just those 2 characters. Shaking his head, Xia Tianling continued to sift through the records at hand. With Bibi Dong as his current teacher, the more formidable the Spirit Hall, the better. Was there no record of his own file? Perhaps it had been sealed away. As he perused more scrolls, Xia Tianling drew nearer to the information he sought. Finally, a familiar name caught his eye. Ma Hongjun, male, from the affiliated village of Xiqing in the Balak Kingdom, from a farmer family, possessed a mutated beast spirit, the grass chicken, with innate soul power at level 9. Found you, little fatty. In the original narrative, the origins of Oscar and Ma Hongjun were not mentioned. It was only noted that Oscar was 2 years older than the little fatty, complicating the search. However, with perseverance, after several hours of diligent effort, Oscar's record was unearthed. Oscar, male from the affiliated village of Lingshire in the Balak Kingdom, an orphan, possessed a food spirit, the sausage, with innate full soul power. Just as I suspected, Tianling mused internally. The personnel responsible for awakenings in the vicinity of Soto City had grossly neglected their duties, likely taking shortcuts and failing to scrutinize the little fatty spirit. Moreover, Oscar's food spirit and innate full soul power had not been reported. Logically, even a food spirit with merely level 1 soul power should be regarded as a treasure. What was going on that allowed such a remarkable talent to fall into obscurity? If he were to expose Oscar's situation, it would set off a chain reaction, leading to the downfall of the entire Spirit Hall branch in Soto City. Nevertheless, they deserved it. As the branch master and vice master, they were expected to conduct a secondary review upon receiving the records from the awakening personnel. Yet they likely opted for convenience, sending the information directly to Spirit City without proper examination. As Tianling contemplated this, he approached the door of the archives, holding the scrolls containing the records of the two individuals. "Uncle, may I temporarily borrow these 2 scrolls?" Your Highness? "Of course you may. Just note your signature in this register," replied the sleepy guardian soul master, quickly accommodating the disciple of the Pope in hopes of leaving a favorable impression. "Thank you, uncle." Being a disciple of Bibi Dong was indeed quite convenient. It was rather pleasant. By this time, it was late, yet the brightly lit corridor remained quiet, save for the occasional patrolling soul master. Soon, Tianling arrived at Bibi Dong's quarters. "Knock, knock, knock. Teacher, are you resting?" Tianling gently rapped on the door 3 times, confident that Bibi Dong was engaged in her routine cultivation. At the level of a title Douluo, while still needing to eat, sleep was no longer a necessity, as they primarily practiced through meditation. Creak, Gumin. The large doors swung open automatically, and upon hearing the invitation, Tianling stepped inside. "What brings you here at such an hour instead of cultivating?" Bibi Dong, slightly annoyed at being interrupted, quelled her irritation upon seeing her disciple. "Teacher, look at this. I inadvertently discovered it while reviewing records in the archives tonight." As Tianling spoke, he communicated with the system, activating mental interference directly. Bibi Dong took the scroll and, upon perusing the records of the 2 individuals, was seized with fury, nearly crushing the scrolls in her grip. Good. Truly a competent group of subordinates. Bibi Dong's teeth ground together. A mutated grass chicken possessing innate level 9 soul power? Unprecedented. And a food spirit with innate full soul power that wasn't he reported? Such audacity. "Bring me the ghost elder," Bibi Dong bellowed, and 2 maidservants hurriedly entered. "Notify the ghost elder to take my Pope's decree and depart immediately for Soto City in the Balik Kingdom. Ensure that those negligent individuals are executed on the spot. Under no circumstances should we allow these 2 geniuses to escape our grasp, especially that soul master with the sausage spirit. Tianling, since you discovered this matter, would you accompany the ghost elder?" "Of course, I shall assist my teacher." This response was precisely what Tianling had hoped for, as he was uncertain how to express his desire to join the expedition. Without his participation, how could he effortlessly recruit Oscar and Ma Hongjun as his future allies? The following morning, Ghost Douluo arrived to escort Tianling to the 3rd main hall of the Soul Hall in Soto City. Tianling led the way, with Ghost Douluo following closely behind, as they strode confidently toward the branch hall's entrance. This had been their agreed-upon plan during the journey. The former sought a chance to display his prowess, while the latter aimed to hone the abilities of his junior. "Who are you 2? Please restrain yourselves. Such behavior is unacceptable before the Spirit Hall." A station guard spoke up to obstruct their passage. It wasn't that they were being barred entry. Rather, Tianling's swagger was somewhat provocative. This was precisely the effect he desired. If the guards did not intervene, how could he proceed with his carefully scripted performance? However, he did not wish to unnecessarily challenge the guard, as they had not offended him. Instead, he retrieved the Pope's decree given to him by Bibi Dong before their departure from his ring. With an air of indifference, he proclaimed, "Summon your branch master and vice master to meet me immediately." The Pope's decree. The arrival of the Pope's decree was akin to the Pope himself being present. The guard, throat dry, quickly bowed, trembling as he responded, "Esteemed sirs, please wait a moment. Allow me to escort you inside to rest." Additionally, a clever attendant had already performed a bow as soon as the papal decree was revealed, and after receiving a nod of consent, hurried back to summon others. Summer Ling emitted a nasal sound and strode forward with an air of nonchalance that was utterly commanding. Shortly after settling in the reception room, two middle-aged men rushed in, flustered, and promptly bowed to Summer Ling, who was leisurely enjoying his juice. The principal and vice principal, who had been boasting in the office, were stricken with terror upon hearing that two significant figures wielding papal decrees had arrived, and they rushed downstairs without a thought to their composure. As for doubting the authenticity of the papal decree, who would dare to forge such a document? Surely, one would be courting disaster. This morning's forgery would lead to a battalion of Wuhuan temple guards storming in by nightfall. Furthermore, the commanding tone of this individual, insisting that they depart, surely portended trouble. Your Excellency, I am the third-level master of the Soto City Main Hall. I am unsure if the branch hall master has paid his respects. One of them cautiously inquired. Rest assured, my teacher is none other than the current Pope, His Majesty Bai Bai Dong, Summer Ling replied, swirling the exquisite silver goblet in his hand. Speaking in a leisurely manner, it was not wine, so one could not fathom his intent in swirling it. Nevertheless, this display of authority only heightened the trepidation of the master and vice-master. Your Highness, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Who is responsible for this year's awakening work in Sishen Village and that of Lingshi Village 2 years ago? Haven't come forth at once. Summer Ling slammed the empty silver goblet onto the table, although his tone remained unchanged. The bone-chilling coldness in his words sent shivers down the spines of the principal and vice-principal. It is I, after a moment of silence. The vice-principal cautiously spoke up. Oh, is that so? Summer Ling's expression hardened as he stood, delivering a forceful kick to the bent-over vice-principal's face, sending him sprawling. He followed up with several more kicks, unleashing a torrent of curses. A 9th-level innate soul power aberrant grass chicken. Is it? A food-type soul master with full innate soul power? Why was this not reported? You are quite audacious. Do you have any idea how much damage you nearly inflicted upon the Wuhuan Temple? I hold you accountable for your dereliction of duty. The vice-principal dared not retaliate, nor even to shield himself with soul power. He merely covered his head as he suffered the blows, emerging with a bruised face and having lost 2 teeth. As he lay in bed reading novels, he had never imagined he would find himself in such a surreal predicament. An unprecedented food-type soul master with full innate soul power. Moreover, with a clean background, this civilian prodigy had not been recruited by the Wuhuan Temple. By heavens, this beating was indeed cathartic. Having sated his urge to vent, he beckoned to the ghost Douluo, who was still sipping tea and enjoying the spectacle. Elder Ghost, I must trouble you to strip this fellow of his soul power and take him along with this wretched individual to the 2 villages. Could it be that Elder Ghost was the ghost Douluo? That was a title Douluo. The principal trembled in fear, not daring to draw breath. Upon hearing about the food soul master with full innate soul power, he realized he was doomed. This situation had escalated tremendously. His desire for convenience had led him to overlook the awakening records submitted by the vice principal, thereby missing out on such a genius. A grievous dereliction of duty. No mere 3rd-level master could hope to withstand the wrath of even a platinum bishop like Salus. This wretched vice principal had truly brought ruin upon him. As for you, principal, your position as master is hereby revoked, and you are to spend the next 20 years awakening suitable children in the vicinity, with your salary docked for the same duration. Do you have any objections? The principal dared not voice any dissent, hastily expressing gratitude for being spared his life. With such a significant blunder, surviving at all felt like a stroke of fortune. As for his salary, wealth was but a trivial matter. As long as he lived, he could always earn more. A master of the Wuhuan Temple branch still possessed some assets. The vice principal, however, was already quaking in his robes, which had become damp with fear by the time the ghost Douluo approached. Once the ghost Douluo struck and shattered his meridians, he fainted from the pain. Summer Ling instructed his subordinates to confine the now crippled vice principal in a small cage, tethered to the back of a horse-drawn carriage. Subsequently, leading a retinue of guards, they set forth with great pomp. Chapter 16. The future god of food, unlike Tang San, who could immediately attend the Nodding City Primary Academy as a work-study student upon awakening. Ma Hongjun and Oscar were not even qualified to claim such a position at the Soul Master Academy. Shunghun Village had produced a soul sage, granting them an annual work-study quota. However, villages near Soto City were quite different. Collectively, they had only 1 quota each year. By chance, a few children with soul power existed in these villages. Yet even with just a level or two of initial soul power, or perhaps 3 or 4, the orphan Ma Hongjun and Oscar found themselves essentially excluded from this opportunity. Wherever there are people, there are hierarchies and circles of interest. Not every village chief would be as benevolent as Old Jack. Moreover, places that consistently produced soul masters were inherently wealthier than Shenghan Village, and the little power they wielded was often exploited for greater gain. This situation epitomized the plight of the majority of civilian soul masters. After awakening their martial souls, those like Oscar, who were less fortunate, would languish for another 2 or 3 years. They would toil for 6 years, relying on the help of academy instructors to acquire the most ordinary soul ring before graduating. Upon entering society, they would continue to struggle, subsisting on the meager support of the Wuhuan Temple, potentially ending their lives as mere great soul masters, with a fortunate few possibly breaking through to soul respect. That said, who could truly relinquish even the slightest opportunity? After all, even a first-ring soul master held a position of nobility in the eyes of ordinary folk. In the original work, Ma Hongjun was discovered by Flanders at the age of 9 and taken as a disciple from the village. Oscar's backstory before entering Shrek Academy was not mentioned, suggesting he too had languished in the village for several years. Had he been able to attend a primary soul master academy, he would likely have been fiercely contested by various factions from the moment he enrolled. In the distance, the opulent caravan of the Wuhuan Temple was spotted by the villagers of Lingshi, who promptly reported to the village chief. This chief, evidently astute, had already made his way to the village entrance to greet them. Upon arrival, Summer Ling noticed a rotund man wearing a sycophantic smile and immediately frowned. Before he could speak, the man hastily interjected. "Esteemed gentlemen of the Wuhuan Temple, I am the village chief of Lingshi. How may I assist you?" He did not question why a child was speaking, nor did he inquire about the purpose of the Wuhuan Temple's visit to his small village. Great figures need not explain their business to him. He merely needed to provide service and ensure that the esteemed guests felt at ease. "You have a child around 8 years old named Oscar, correct? Go fetch him. And mind you, it is a request." Summer Ling cut to the chase, uninterested in pleasantries. The chief's expression faltered momentarily as he quickly signaled to an underling. "Did you hear that? Hurry and bring young Oscar here." He then turned back to Summer Ling with a smile. "Might I suggest you rest at my humble abode while you wait?" "There's no need. I will wait right here." Summer Ling curtly declined the village chief's attempts at familiarity, lowering the curtain. "Oscar, oh Oscar," in the original tale, your talent was truly unparalleled among the youth of your generation, a being sought after by deities themselves, even to the extent of granting your spouse a divine position. In terms of talent alone, even the third-rate individuals pale in comparison to him. This fertile land and precious gem are soon to be under my command. Tianling felt a surge of excitement, whether for gaining a capable ally, mitigating a potential threat, or simply to acquire a substantial amount of destiny energy to compensate for a regret from a past life. This was indeed a reason for joy. Shortly thereafter, Oscar was politely escorted to the carriage of the spirit hall by the village chief's sycophant. Still bewildered, Oscar couldn't fathom why a mere boy who sold sausages in the city would catch the attention of such prominent figures from the spirit hall. As Tianling opened the carriage door and stepped out, he was greeted by Oscar's distinct peach blossom eyes. At just 8 years old, Oscar had yet to appear as scruffy as he was depicted in the original narrative. Clad in simple, humble garments, he exuded a certain handsome charm. Standing before Oscar, Tianling bowed slightly before speaking. "Oscar, first and foremost, I extend my apologies on behalf of the Spirit Hall. Due to the negligence of our ground staff, you have received unjust treatment, and I sincerely hope for your forgiveness. The individuals responsible have been punished and their spirit power rendered ineffective. They are currently confined." As his words concluded, the entourage of guards behind him bowed in unison. "Please forgive us." This was a prearranged act Tianling had discussed with him on the way, and naturally, it was not done without compensation. Each of them received 10 gold soul coins. For him, 100 coins were but a trifle, yet for these guards, who typically possessed only 1 ring of power, it represented nearly half a year's wages. It was no surprise that they would gladly offer apologies in their line of work, who would turn down gold soul coins. Oscar, merely an 8-year-old boy reliant on selling sausages for survival, was utterly flabbergasted by the sight of so many spirit hall guards bowing before him, especially in the presence of this evidently influential child. Not only Oscar, but even the village chief and his sycophant were left dumbfounded. This was a vice master of a third-tier main hall, a figure of considerable importance in the entire Balak kingdom. Yet, here he was, reduced to being caged like a commoner, now inferior even to a mere one-ring spirit master. Oscar hastily waved his hands, stammering, "No, it's all right. It's all right. I'm already grateful that the esteemed ones from the spirit hall are awakening my spirit. With a spirit, I won't have to go hungry anymore. I can eat meat. I'm doing just fine, truly." With a sigh, Tianling inwardly lamented. After all, Oscar was still just a child, and such a simple apology had moved him to tears. It seemed there was no need for further measures. He could simply continue along the script he had prepared, while Oscar remained unaware that he could directly enter the Spirit Academy for substantial training. This was a perfect opportunity to further cultivate goodwill. "Thank you for your forgiveness. On that note, I have one more matter to discuss." Tianling paused deliberately. "I would like to invite you to join the Spirit Academy and become my partner. From now on, I will take full responsibility for all your resources. As Bibi Dong's disciple, and perhaps even a half-disciple of Qian Douluo, he had every right to claim the Spirit Hall's resources as his own for a time." Hearing this, Oscar's mind momentarily shut down as he stared wide-eyed, shakily pointing at himself. "Why, you mean I can attend the Spirit Academy?" "Yes, you, Oscar. And please refrain from addressing me as you. It's free?" "Yes, free. Will meals be provided?" "Of course." Tianling laughed. "Not only will meals be provided, but accommodation, clothing, monetary support, and assistance in obtaining suitable spirit rings as well." After confirming that the boy before him was indeed Oscar, amidst the incredulous gaze of the village chief, Oscar let out a loud cry and promptly knelt before Tianling, excitedly hugging his leg. "Brother, you'll be my big brother from now on. You're so good to me." Tianling felt a wave of embarrassment and quickly pulled him up. Get up, get up. We don't do that here. Also, I'm not your big brother. You're 2 years older than me. That doesn't matter. You'll be my boss from now on. I'm sticking with you." Oscar, an orphan with little to his name, promptly decided to accompany Tianling. In this light-hearted atmosphere, Tianling led him to an empty carriage, allowing the ghost Douluo to ride alone. Not everyone possessed the fortitude to share a vehicle with a title Douluo, especially in unfamiliar circumstances. Chapter 17. No one understands reputation better than I. Sikhin village, also known as Majiakin, is home to predominantly residents with the surname Ma, and their martial spirits are mostly rather ordinary. However, this year, a golden phoenix emerged from the chicken coop. A little chubby boy named Ma Hongjun awakened a phoenix martial spirit, although this spirit seemed somewhat flawed. His innate spirit power, reaching level 9, brought immense joy to the villagers. Regrettably, Sikhin village is impoverished. The village chief, who is honest and unassuming due to the influence of the martial spirit, lacks the charm of the plump chief from Lingshire village and cannot afford to offer gifts. Consequently, the enrollment opportunity for this hard-working student went to a more discerning child from another village. They would have to wait until next year. As the village chief toiled in the fields, he felt a twinge of worry. The tuition for a typical student is excessively high, costing dozens of gold soul coins annually, a sum the entire village cannot afford. After years of hardship, the village finally produced a child with such high innate spirit power, only to be unable to send him to school due to poverty. Sighing, he lamented how he would account for this to the boy's deceased parents. While the old chief was lost in thought, a grand procession of carriages approached the village with much ado. Upon closer inspection, he realized this luxurious convoy belonged to the Spirit Hall. As the convoy drew nearer, the old chief hurried to welcome them, only to see a child leap down from one of the carriages. "Esteemed elders of the Spirit Hall, I am the village chief of Sikhin village. May I inquire about your purpose?" "Village chief, we have come to find Ma Hongjun, who has recently awakened a variant phoenix spirit." In contrast to the disdainful chubby boy, Tianling felt a surge of fondness for the weathered village chief, reminiscent of the kind-hearted old Jack. "I shall fetch Junior at once. Please, come inside the carriage." Elder, please join us in the carriage. We can travel together." Tianling urged the old chief aboard. The village chief, taken aback by such generosity, repeatedly expressed his gratitude as he directed the guard driving the carriage. Soon, they arrived at Ma Hongjun's house, or rather, the village chief's home, where he had looked after Ma Hongjun, another orphan. While it was more appropriate to call the village Majiakin, as the residents were largely interconnected, Ma Hongjun's childhood had been far more fortunate compared to Oscar's. Hearing commotion outside, Ma Hongjun rushed out, momentarily dazed by the sight of the opulent convoy, as curious villagers returned home from their labor to peek at the spectacle. "Hongjun, come here," the village chief called out to the chubby boy. At the tender age of 6, Ma Hongjun had only recently awakened his martial spirit and did not yet possess the lecherous demeanor described in the original narrative. He was merely a chubby little child, somewhat foolishly bold. Upon their first encounter, Tianling greeted him with a smile, introducing himself. "Hello, Ma Hongjun, I am Tianling. I am older than you, so you may call me Linga." As he extended his hand, Ma Hongjun glanced at this seemingly equally young, yet significant figure before him, quickly wiping his hand on his clothes before shaking it a few times. Linga, what brings you here?" the little chubby boy asked, appearing quite perplexed. Tianling, drawing from his prior experiences, promptly articulated his recruitment pitch. "I am here to invite you to join the Martial Spirit Academy for your studies, and I shall take care of all your training resources, including your necessities and the acquisition of soul rings. Everything will be provided at no cost." Upon hearing this, both the elder and younger Ma were instantly flushed with excitement. This was the Martial Spirit Academy of the Spirit Hall, a place that the average person could not access, let alone for free. They eagerly accepted the invitation, after politely declining the village elder's offer to treat them to a meal. Ma Hongjun gathered some personal items and embarked on the return journey with them. Their destination was Soto City, where he intended to stage a grand performance to pave the way for his future plans. During the journey back, the two destined brothers bonded as if they had known each other for ages. Tianling candidly revealed his identity as a disciple of the Pope. The carefree Ma Hongjun exclaimed in awe, while the more mature Oscar reaffirmed his intention to cling to this powerful ally. Observing the lively banter between the two, Tianling's thoughts began to wander into peculiar territories. Upon reflection, he noted that within the timeline of Douluo, there seemed to be a trend where gifted individuals from humble backgrounds often had deceased parents. He pondered over himself, the chubby boy, Oscar, and several girls from the Tianshui battle team. The golden generation of the Spirit Hall, along with characters like Qin Ming, Meng Yiran, and Dugu Yin, appeared to lack parental figures as well. Even his teacher, Bibi Dong, and the spirited rabbit, Xiao Wu, could be included in this tragic narrative. It seemed that even the formidable Zhao Wujia and the Great Owl were without their parents. Even the illustrious Tang brothers had lost their parents. It was a disturbing realization that none of the main characters with humble origins enjoyed the comfort of a complete family. This ominous pattern echoed the name of the orphanage, a grim reflection of their fates. The following day, before the Soto City branch of the Spirit Hall, a tall wooden platform was erected, upon which a cage was placed, housing the branch master, who had awakened yet now sat vacantly, his eyes devoid of life. Tianling had intended to interrogate him regarding his failure to report the two prodigies, but upon awakening, the man sat in a daze, drooling and staring blankly. Upon probing with his spiritual power, Ghost Daw discovered that the man had indeed been frightened into a stupor. Consequently, the planned interrogation was abandoned. Yet this unforeseen turn of events ensured that the reputation-building initiative for the next day would proceed without complication. At that moment, Tianling was on the platform, flanked by Ma Hongjun and Oscar, preparing to deliver his speech. As the grassroots personnel of the Spirit Hall and a multitude of curious civilians gathered, Tianling cleared his throat and produced a simple amplification device from his ring. "Greetings, residents of Soto City. I am an inspector sent by the esteemed Pope of the Spirit Hall. Today, I am here to investigate a grave dereliction of duty. In your presence, we shall conduct a trial." The two prodigies, who were supposed to enter the Martial Spirit Academy without examination, had nearly been overlooked due to the negligence of the Soto City branch master. As a result, he would face the punishment of having his soul power stripped away and would be expelled from the Spirit Hall, never to be employed again. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The master of the Soto City Spirit Hall, a figure of great stature, was typically revered as a powerful soul master, yet now faced annihilation due to his dereliction of duty. Silence. For the service of the public is our duty, no matter how remote the village. The Spirit Hall will send personnel to assist children with their awakenings.
We shall provide funding for students in every village and offer subsidies to lower-tier soul masters, ensuring that no capable individual is overlooked. We will not spare any wrongdoers. A soul master who errs shares the same fate as a commoner. As Tianling passionately delivered his speech, the cheers of the Soto City civilians echoed around him, leaving Ghost Daw observing from the shadows, utterly astonished. It seemed he had wasted years of his life. Perhaps this is what genius truly looked like. At 6, he had been but a Na'vi child, while Tianling was already on a different plane. The crowd's enthusiasm peaked as Tianling announced the dismissal of the Soto City master and mandated his obligation to assist the village children for 20 years. The thought that these once mighty figures could be subjected to such severe consequences was unfathomable. Reflecting on the tyrants of yesteryears and witnessing the disgrace of the former deputy master was profoundly satisfying. Chapter 18. No one understands the art of gaining favor more than I, having concluded his endeavor to disband the Shrek 7 monsters. Tianling returned to the Pope's palace with his newly acquired companions. En route, Ma Hongjun and Oscar were filled with excitement at the prospect of meeting the Pope, perhaps even more so for the soul rings they were about to receive. Upon arriving at the Pope's palace, the two companions waited outside. Bibi Dong, upon learning of the events, wasted no time in reducing the branch master to a mere puddle of flesh, causing Tianling, witnessing real murder for the first time, to feel nauseous and pale. After smoothing out her wrinkled sleeves, Bibi Dong said calmly, "Tianling, you handled this matter well. Not only did you bring back 2 prodigies for the Spirit Hall, but you also upheld our reputation for justice. However, your methods were overly lenient. Those who aspire to achieve greatness must act decisively and ruthlessly." "Yes, Master, I understand my mistakes and shall rectify them in the future," Tianling replied, suppressing his urge to vomit. As someone who had lived in the modern world for 2 decades, the casualness of taking lives was a significant challenge to his moral compass. Bibi Dong refrained from further comment, understanding that at his young age, such a method of operation would be difficult for him to accept. "Do you have anything else to add regarding this matter? I believe we need to establish a direct organization under your leadership. This organization will be responsible for overseeing the various branches to ensure they are fulfilling their duties and not engaging in negligence." Tianling had contemplated this on his way back. A supervisory organization mirroring the Imperial Guards or inspectors would suffice, requiring little thought. Upon reflection, it was absurd that such a vast organization as the Spirit Hall lacked a supervisory body, a challenge to the moral fabric of humanity, indeed unscientific. It is good that you can perceive this. The matters you mentioned have long been in preparation. The Spirit Judgment Hall has been discreetly established. The teacher, of course, has considered everything thoroughly. Tianling appropriately offered a compliment. Who doesn't he appreciate kind words? Simultaneously, the disciple believes we should intensify our efforts in discovering talent among the common folk. During my recent visit to Soto City, I discovered many children of suitable age who had awakened their spirits but could not afford to attend the academy. We could allocate additional funds to provide more work-study positions and directly inform them that their education is sponsored by our Spirit Hall. In this way, we can better unearth talent, while those who benefit from our generosity will be more inclined to support our Spirit Hall once they achieve success. Not only the students who gain admission through our assistance, but also their families and even their neighbors will express gratitude towards us without our funding. It is exceedingly difficult for common spirit masters to cultivate. This statement is not solely aimed at harvesting talent for the Spirit Hall. Tianling genuinely wishes to provide more commoners with the opportunity for advancement. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. As for the additional funding, that is hardly an issue. The wealth of the Spirit Hall is vast beyond measure. Even if we were to distribute tens of thousands more spots each year, it would pose no problem, especially since not every year sees such a number of children becoming spirit masters. It can be said that this is a completely win-win situation. The Spirit Hall gains talent and prestige, while common spirit masters receive opportunities for elevation. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. Having held her position for so long, she had never considered the ecological situation of the lower-tier spirit masters, nor had she thought of providing them with additional spots. After having successfully maneuvered herself into the position of Pope following the betrayal of Tianshui and under the influence of Doulu, Bibi Dong is no fool and possesses considerable strategic vision.
She immediately recognized the benefits this initiative would bring to the future development of the Spirit Hall, and thus praised Xia Tianling generously, instructing Douluo to implement this plan. At the same time, she relaxed the last vestiges of her wariness towards her disciple. In just 3 months, he had brought forth an unprecedented innate full spirit power food-type spirit master and proposed a suggestion that would benefit the Spirit Hall for years to come. One might wonder, is such a person truly a spy? If so, then I wish for more spies like him. Is there anything else to add? At this moment, Bibi Dong was in high spirits, her tone lacking the previous sternness. Xia Tianling smiled shyly. Teacher, how about appointing Uncle Su Yuntao as the Hall Master of Soto City? He should have already surpassed level 30, and with both the city's Hall Master and Vice Hall Master having stepped down, it requires a diligent and capable leader to restore order. Su Yuntao, the one who awakened you in Notting City? Bibi Dong was momentarily stunned. She had initially thought the young man sought a reward, but she was surprised to see such gratitude for someone who merely guided his awakening. Having such a disciple was immensely satisfying for her. Indeed, approved. Thank you, teacher. She agreed without hesitation. She had reviewed the file of the Awakening Master when Xia Tianling first arrived, and she was aware of Su Yuntao's diligent efforts in awakening the children of several remote villages over the years. He is earnest and dedicated, now a soul sage. While his cultivation may be slightly lower for a sub-hall master, it poses no significant issue. Do you not have anything you desire? To alleviate the teacher's burdens is the responsibility and duty of a disciple. Where is the question of seeking something in return? Xia Tianling's words were eloquently spoken, and he inwardly rejoiced. This was akin to a pillow arriving just as one felt drowsy. Having said this, Bibidong's wariness towards him should diminish significantly. Excellent. Very good. Bibidong's satisfaction with Xia Tianling grew. His words resonated deeply with her. After praising him a few more times, Bibidong signaled for Oscar and Ma Hongjun to enter, while also summoning an elderly man. Although this elderly man was unremarkable in appearance, he was a food-type spirit Douluo of level 82 and the only one of his kind in the contemporary spirit master world, with a spirit resembling an apple. He was likely one of the 4 food-type spirit masters mentioned in the original work, who surpassed the soul Saint Tangdo Xiao Xian. Observing Oscar take this elderly man as his master, Xia Tianling reflected silently. The original text stated that Shrek's teacher, Xiao Xian, was among the top 5 food-type spirit masters on the continent, yet the other 4 never appeared in the end. Watching his companions pledge themselves to a spirit Douluo master, the nearby chubby boy burst forth with envy. In the future, you two shall cultivate alongside Xia Tianling. Oscar, stay behind. Elder Ju, take Oscar to obtain his first spirit ring. Elder Lu, accompany them. The required spirit rings must be meticulously selected. Elder Lu, as mentioned by Bibi Dong, refers to this food-type spirit Douluo. Disperse. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Chapter 19. Hang up. A few days later, Oscar returned successfully after obtaining his first spirit ring. As in the original work, the spirit ring he acquired was still the recovery sausage. Surprisingly, due to a lack of instruction on cultivating his spirit, Oscar had been training diligently on his own, and upon obtaining the spirit ring, he directly ascended to level 19. He had always believed that spirit rings would appear spontaneously, and his inability to break through was due to insufficient effort. Amidst Oscar's boastful display, Xia Tianling and his companions commenced their formal training at the Spirit Academy. The training content at this age was relatively simple. Theory in the morning, self-cultivation in the afternoon. When the afternoon training session arrived, Xia Tianling declined the teacher's guidance, pulling the chubby boy and Oscar into a private training room. Fatty, when you practice on your own, do you often feel an inexplicable fire rising in your lower abdomen, causing distractions and significant difficulties in your training? Yes. Linge, how did you know? Ma Hongjun asked, somewhat puzzled, as he had not mentioned this to Linge. That is not for you to worry about. I will now impart to you a set of soul power cultivation techniques. Follow along and practice. Do not use the previous meditation techniques any longer. Xia Tianling handed a jade slip to Ma Hongjun, gesturing for him to place it on his forehead. The chubby boy complied, immediately feeling a torrent of information flood into his mind. Resolving Ma Hongjun's issue with the evil fire had been a consideration for Xia Tianling for quite some time. If it relied on the inner cores of the rooster-crowned phoenix and the 10-headed sun serpent, it would be an indeterminate amount of time before success. But if the chubby boy could control the evil fire in advance, his training speed would easily surpass that of the original work. When faced with uncertainty, a wish can resolve the matter. The system was remarkably efficient and soon provided two solutions. The first option is to cultivate a legitimate Buddhist technique or an orthodox Taoist method. The former suppresses desires, while the latter promotes tranquility and effortless action. Both techniques possess characteristics that can mitigate the evil fire within Ma Hongjun. Once he reaches a high level of cultivation, such as Soul Sage, he will be able to completely eliminate the evil fire. The second option is to cultivate a method known as the Phoenix Fire of Desire. This technique originates from a powerful being with phoenix blood in an unknown realm. The greatest advantage of this method is its ability to convert the evil fire within into one's own, refining it into true flame. Once one comprehends the Phoenix Fire of Desire, they can refine it into completion. From that point forward, the evil fire becomes a characteristic of his true flame, which he can control at will, thus naturally becoming a means of offense for Ma Hongjun rather than an obstacle in his cultivation. As Ma Hongjun's cultivation reached the Soul Saint stage, marking the seventh layer of the Phoenix art, a profound transformation began within him, leading him into a state of rebirth. Following this rebirth, the malevolent fire within him would be entirely purged through this death, and his innate true fire would undergo a purification process, evolving into the genuine fire of the Phoenix. In the context of Douluo continent, this would be referred to as the ultimate flame. His evil fire phoenix martial soul would also metamorphose into the authentic fire phoenix martial soul, unrivaled across the land. Witnessing Ma Hongjun's fortune, Oscar became restless, playfully clinging to Xia Tianling's arm. "Boss, I was the first to follow you. You can't forget little Oscar." Since Xia Tianling forbade him from calling him brother, he had taken to addressing him as boss. While speaking, he conjured a sausage, exclaiming, "Boss, try this. It's my first soul skill, absolutely delicious." Xia Tianling shot him an exasperated glare and produced a jade slip, handing it to him. He bit into Oscar's sausage, confirming its delightful taste. Honestly, what could be objectionable about the incantation for Oscar's first soul skill? In the open-minded Douluo continent, where men and women shared quarters, how can anyone find a soul incantation unacceptable? Having witnessed Ma Hongjun's transformation, Oscar followed suit, pressing the jade slip to his forehead. Compared to the evil fire within the chubby boy, Oscar's external aid was far more manageable. What Xia Tianling had entrusted him with was the cultivation method for the martial Dao golden body. Martial artists cultivate their blood and qi, focusing on developing the acupoints within their bodies. As a food-type support soul master, Oscar lacked the means for self-defense and offense. The martial Dao golden body, known for its formidable techniques, involves refining the body, circulating blood and qi, and unlocking hidden potential within. Once the body is sufficiently developed, the energy flows like mountains, and the blood like mercury, harmonizing with the natural world in every breath. Every acupoint is unobstructed, with spirit and flesh blending seamlessly, akin to gold and stone. However, the path of a martial artist is far more arduous than that of a chubby boy. Not only must one refine the body and circulate blood and qi, but they must also practice martial techniques, supplemented by numerous precious herbs for medicinal baths. Hence, the saying, "The rich cultivate martial arts, while the poor pursue literature." Had Oscar not been backed by the Spirit Hall, he would have spent nearly a decade just to gain entry without the aid of medicinal baths. The cultivation of the martial Dao would enable Oscar's physical attributes to soar rapidly, allowing him to endure stronger soul rings. Not only would this enhance his means of self-defense and offense, but it would also promote the advancement of his soul power, yielding multiple benefits. Xia Tianling could already envision the scene at the upcoming Elite Soul Master competition, with Oscar, the seemingly supportive figure, munching on a sausage while effortlessly dispatching powerful attack-type soul masters. The spectacle of Oscar, the sausage vendor, competing against Dai Mubai and the Evil Eye White Tiger in terms of strength would surely be entertaining. "Little Oscar, I've prepared a grand gift for you in a few years. I hope you won't be too disheartened by the challenges ahead." Suddenly, as Xia Tianling contemplated how to cherish Tang San in the future, Ma Hongjun erupted with a surge of energy. A faint phoenix silhouette formed from purplish-red flames appeared around him before dissipating. Ma Hongjun opened his eyes, joyfully exclaiming, "Brotherling, I made it. I'm already at level 10. He danced around, eager to showcase the trace of true fire he had just refined. Excellent. Now go report to Teacher Li and let him guide you in obtaining your first soul ring. All right, I'm off. The chubby boy shouted in delight as he dashed off to share his good news with their supervising teacher. Tianling chuckled and shook his head. The once lecherous chubby boy was now quite amusing and full of vitality. He resolved to guide him properly in the future, ensuring he didn't stray from the right path. As for Oscar, there was no need for concern. His character had remained unchanged even after enduring the wild growth alongside Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun in the original narrative. After completing the martial Dao golden body cultivation method, Oscar gradually regained his composure, wearing a frown. Unlike the immediate effects of the evil Fire Phoenix art, martial cultivation required persistent effort over time. Moreover, at the age of 8, Oscar was somewhat older, necessitating even more dedication to achieve success. Despite his frown, Oscar had no intention of giving up. Having gained a basic understanding of the Soul Master profession throughout the morning, he realized that acquiring offensive capabilities as a food-type Soul Master was an extraordinary opportunity, one that was nearly impossible to find. It's just a matter of putting in the hard work, right? As long as I don't kill myself in the process, I'll push myself to the limit. Gaining offensive capabilities is worth any hardship. After all, no Soul Master desires to remain weak. Who would willingly choose to be a weakling? As Ma Hongjun joyfully embarked on his quest for his first soul ring, Tianling and Oscar continued their diligent training. In order to expedite Oscar's martial cultivation and for the daily workouts of both Oscar and himself, Tianling commissioned a batch of exercise equipment from the craftsmen at the Spear Hall. From basic barbells and pull-up bars to more complex rowing machines and squat racks. He ensured a comprehensive assortment. Since these items could be easily wished for through the system, they were not particularly high-energy items, and the system generously provided him with a plethora of them. The system had always been generous in this regard. Simple items like these were inexpensive, with something like a batch of fried potatoes costing merely a thread of destiny power for an entire box. Unlike ordinary exercise equipment, these items were crafted from Iron Mothers to ensure that even Soul Masters with superior physical attributes could benefit from their use. The Spirit Hall was abundant in resources. The weights used were made from the invaluable black pattern stone, known for its remarkable density. This stone had no other significant advantages, but it was exceptionally heavy. A piece of black pattern stone weighed several times more than an equal volume of gold, making it ideal for use as weight plates and blocks. Observing Oscar sweating profusely beneath the exercise equipment, Tianling wore a paternal smile. Look at that. Now this is what it means to train the body. Just relying on weighted running? That won't do anything. Comprehensive training of the entire body was the true path. Not only were these simple training devices at his disposal, but he even aspired to create a gravity chamber reminiscent of Vegeta's training room from Dragon Ball, where gravity could be adjusted. Training within such a chamber would not only enhance physical fitness, but also facilitate the improvement of soul power. Similar to the Sea God's Light on Sea God Island in the original story. With such assistance, he was confident he could assemble a team of Soul Kings before the Elite Soul Master competition. At that time, the expression on Master S's face would surely be entertaining. Oh, so you think you're the only one who can guide students in physical training? You've never seen my black hand before. After the chubby boy returned delightedly with his first soul ring, he was immediately thrust into a rigorous routine of theoretical study in the morning, physical training in the afternoon, and soul power cultivation at night. Bibi Dong, who visited periodically to guide Xia Tianling's training, personally experienced the effects of this equipment. While praising his ingenuity, she waved her hand, ordering 100 more sets to be made. Each larger branch should have a set, and 20 sets should be placed within the Spirit Academy. All should utilize this equipment for training. Time passes steadily, and the cultivation and physical prowess of the three continue to grow. One day, Doulu unexpectedly approached the practicing Xia Tianling, expressing a desire to introduce him to someone. Meet someone? Xia Tianling pondered, slightly bewildered. Could be Qianren? But shouldn't she be undercover in the Heaven Do Empire at this moment? Could she possibly return? Confused, Xia Tianling followed Doulu into the inner sanctum of the offering hall. Beneath a magnificent statue of a six-winged angel, a breathtaking young girl sat cross-legged on a mat. Immersed in her cultivation, sensing the presence of others, the girl slowly opened her eyes and softly called out, "Grandfather." To Xia Tianling's astonishment, it truly was Qian Renxue. What was Qian Douluo up to? Did the Qian family, with their divine angelic legacy, still feel the need to win him over? Xia Tianling, this is my granddaughter. Qian Renxue, the young prodigy I mentioned to you, whose martial soul quality is second only to yours, Qian Douluo said, his voice steady. You two should get to know each other and build a good rapport. Just then, an unexpected figure burst in, Bibi Dong, having heard the news. Alas, I've already stated that I harbor no ulterior motives. Why must you be so anxious? Qian Douluo interrupted, shaking his head. You two converse. I shall return shortly. With that, he used an unknown force to gently push Bibi Dong outside and close the door. The girl, Qian Renxue, gazed at the closed door where Bibi Dong had just exited, her lips parting as if to speak, but ultimately she remained silent. Seizing the opportunity presented by the minor upheaval, Xia Tianling took the chance to observe Qian Renxue. Judging by the original narrative, Qian Renxue should be around 15 or 16 years of age. Yet, she appeared exceedingly youthful, looking more like a child of 11 or 12. I shall first utilize this advantage of appearance and youth to engage her in conversation, he decided. Hello, Sister Qian Renxue. I am 6 years old and have just awakened my martial soul as a new disciple of teacher Bibi Dong. Hello, I am Qian Renxue, she responded, seemingly struggling. I am the granddaughter of Grand Elder Qian Douluo and am 11 years old. 11? That cannot be right. How could she be so much younger? She is of similar age to Hulaina. Nevertheless, this presented a favorable opportunity to alter his initial strategy regarding Qian Renxue. Originally, he intended to focus on cultivating first after entering the Spirit Hall, before engaging with Hulaina and the other Golden Generation members. As for Qian Renxue, he planned to let her be for the time being and later ease the tensions between her and Bibi Dong through subtle influence. To this end, he had amassed a considerable amount of fate energy for unforeseen circumstances. Now it seemed he could utilize some of it. It appeared that he could save himself considerable effort for other matters, and the plan to mend the relationship between Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong could commence sooner than anticipated. With clarity regarding the unfolding events, Xia Tianling naturally struck up a conversation with Qian Renxue, steering clear of sensitive topics. They discussed life, interests, and friends, matters of such ilk. Having been a tour guide in a previous life, engaging in conversation was second nature to him. He could converse with anyone at will. Before long, laughter and dialogue flowed easily between him and Qian Renxue. Xia Tianling couldn't help but wonder how far Qian Renshue's undercover mission had progressed and whether the true crown prince, Xue Qinghe, was truly deceased. However, now was not the time to pry into such matters, as it was their first meeting and asking sensitive questions could easily arouse suspicion. He resolved to take his time. Such matters could not be rushed. After a pleasant exchange, the meeting concluded with Qian Douluo re-entering the room. Xia Tianling stood to bid farewell, expressing a desire to remain in contact. Qian Renxue watched him leave, her expression tinged with reluctance. Due to her status, she had grown up in solitude. Friends were a rarity, and even childhood companions were non-existent. The only ones accompanying her were her grandfather, Qian Douluo, and a few offerings at the hall. After committing to her undercover mission, she navigated the palace with trepidation, making friendships seem like an unattainable luxury. Having met Xia Tianling, even though their conversation was brief, it was a rare experience of engaging with someone her age, a moment she had never known before. Moreover, Xia Tianling's emotional intelligence allowed him to make friends effortlessly, drawing her in without question. Grandfather, will I be able to see him again? She asked, her voice tinged with hope. Of course, Qian Douluo affectionately ruffled her hair. You may befriend him. Friends? Qian Renxue murmured, lowering her gaze, lost in thought. Days passed, flowing seamlessly into one another, and before they knew it, nearly a year had elapsed. During this time, Xia Tianling often visited the offering hall under the pretense of consulting Qian Douluo, while secretly seeking out Qian Renxue for casual conversation. Over these exchanges, they gradually grew familiar with one another. With the assistance of his mental influence, Xia Tianling had successfully gleaned information about the undercover situation from Qian Renxue. Coincidentally, last year, the crown prince of the Heavendo Empire, Xue Qinghe, had passed away due to illness, not by the hand of the Spirit Hall, but from natural causes. Qian Douluo, upon realizing this, decided to turn the situation to his advantage by entrusting the angelic attire to Qian Renxue,
allowing her to masquerade as Xue Qinghe to achieve the goal of usurpation. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue, eager to prove herself to her mother, resolutely committed to the mission of infiltrating the Heaven Do Empire. To conceal the truth of Xue Qinghe's replacement from others, Qian Rinxue returned to the Spirit City under the guise of training, rarely appearing within the borders of the Heaven Do Empire. This explains why Xia Tianling had often been able to find Qian Rinxue in the offering hall over the past year, as well as why she was able to remain undiscovered by the Xue family for over a decade in the original narrative. However, the details of how she managed her undercover role in the preceding years remained a mystery. But that was of little consequence, was it not? Returning to the present. Every 6 days, students at the Spirit Academy enjoyed a day of rest. During this time, Xia Tianling would seize the opportunity to visit the offering hall to chat with Qian Rinxue. After 6 months of interaction, following various subtle hints and tests, Xia Tianling had come to understand Qian Rinxue's disposition. At this moment, she was merely a young girl yearning for maternal love and validation, possessing some ability, yet far from the powerful and cunning beauty depicted in the original timeline. This made Xia Tianling's subsequent plan for reconciliation between mother and daughter considerably simpler. In the original timeline, Bibi Dong held a semblance of maternal affection for Qian Rinxue, though pride and other unspoken issues prevented her from expressing it. However, on Qian Rinxue's side, the deep-seated resentment towards Bibi Dong, accumulated over more than a decade, was not easily dispelled. This was why Xia Tianling had initially gathered a significant amount of fate energy to effect lasting change in this situation. Now, it seemed that only a small portion of that energy would suffice to achieve his goals. As usual, Xia Tianling engaged Qian Rinxue in conversation about daily life, gradually steering the dialogue toward familial themes, reiterating points with subtlety. Yet the essence of their exchange remained singular. A child with a mother is like a treasure. I truly envy you for having a blood relative. As Qian Rinxue slipped into an emotional state, Xia Tianling discreetly activated the standard level of mental interference within the system. Sister Xue, I truly believe that teacher Bibi Dong still harbors love for you. Perhaps she is burdened by some unspoken troubles. Xia Tianling sighed softly. During my training, I often see her lost in thought, gazing at the direction of the worship hall. Perhaps she is reminiscing about you. What mother could ever not love her own child? Just reflect on the complexity in her gaze each time she sees you. It undoubtedly contains affection. And consider the arguments she has with your grandfather upon their meetings. Doesn't that indicate deeper issues? Moreover, grandfather has always shown her deference. There must be more to this story. Xia Tianling spoke with a coaxing tone, reminiscent of a devil's whisper or an angel's gentle murmur. Under the influence of mental interference, Qian Rinxue hazily agreed. It has seemed like there are some issues. Sister Xue, your name is Qian Rinxue, your grandfather is Qian Douluo, and my teacher's teacher, the previous pope, is Qian Xuanji. Before Xia Tianling could finish, Qian Rinxue's eyes widened in realization. Are you suggesting that the former Pope Qian Xuanji is, in fact, my father? But that defies all natural order. How could this be? The truth was already manifestly clear. The former pope must have committed some grave offense against her mother, leading to her mother's resentment towards both her grandfather and even Qian Rinxue herself. Xia Tianling shrugged. Yet, she must still hold some affection for you, otherwise. She wouldn't. I must confront grandfather and seek the truth. Qian Rinxue abruptly rose, disregarding Xia Tianling's attempts to stop her as she rushed out in search of Qian Douluo. At 12 years old, having recently broken through to the Soul Master rank and endowed with a complete set of angelic soul bones, Qian Rinxue was unstoppable, leaving Xia Tianling bewildered on the ground. This girl is overreacting, he thought, realizing the situation had escalated beyond his expectations. Xiao Xue, refrain from causing a scene. Your grandfather will eventually reveal the events of that time to you. A venerable and authoritative voice resonated in the air, belonging to Qian Douluo, the angel Douluo. The sudden appearance of Qian Douluo calmed the agitated Qian Rinxue, who turned to regard Xia Tianling, still seated on the ground, with a complex expression. At such a young age, her thoughts are remarkably astute. She has deduced the truth from the faintest clues. Truly a genius. As Qian Douluo's praise reached his ears, Xia Tianling felt a blush creep upon his cheeks, lowering his head slightly. He couldn't very well admit that he had gleaned this from the original text.
These matters were merely a recitation of knowledge. Indeed, little Tianling, you have surmised the truth, haven't you? Yet, out of respect for your teacher and myself, you chose not to disclose the reality to Xiaoxue, and instead hoped to gently guide her. Qian Doulu spoke softly. If not for your status as a friend rather than an enemy, I would have considered ending you here. Fortunately, you are one of us. Xia Tianling nodded gently in acknowledgement. It was clear that Qian Doulu, a limit Douluo and the Angel's Grand Priest, was no fool. He had seen through his intentions with remarkable clarity. However, why was he so certain of his position as a friend? It was puzzling indeed. After all, he was the Angel Douluo, not a psychologist. He possessed no mind-reading skills. Ultimately, Xia Tianling decided it was a positive sign that Qian Doulu had extended goodwill towards him, and he resolved to take things one step at a time. With that thought, he quietly rose, bowed to Qian Doulu, and exited the worship hall, leaving the ensuing moments to the somewhat shaken Qian Renxue. Have I caused some trouble for Qian Doulu? He pondered. Discussing such matters with Qian Renxue must be rather awkward for him. Yet, what does it matter to me? Ultimately, this all derives from the misdeeds of your son, the rogue Qian Xuanji. I wonder how a family, representing the light of the angel god, could produce such a morally bankrupt individual. This indeed illustrates the pitfalls of possessing power without a righteous heart. Xia Tianling lamented once more the importance of quality education and the distorted nature of the soul master cultivation system. Neglecting the heart while solely pursuing strength inevitably leads to the emergence of a character like Qian Xuanji. Chapter 22. Bibi Dong is also a foodie. After leaving the worship hall, Xia Tianling contemplated before turning toward the back of the Pope's palace, heading to Bibi Dong's quarters. The Pope, after all, is no deity. She cannot operate tirelessly throughout the year. Like any ordinary soul master, if no significant events occur, she typically dedicates her afternoons to personal rest after completing her morning duties. Interestingly, on the Douluo continent, no matter how powerful a soul master may be, even a peerless Douluo of the 99th rank, they still require sustenance. Xia Tianling seized this opportunity to showcase his culinary skills, inadvertently catching Bibi Dong's attention. In a moment of filial piety, Bibi Dong naturally partook in a meal prepared by him. The exquisite flavors instantly captivated her palate, and Xia Tianling seized the moment to propose cooking for her twice a week. As for why Xia Tianling could cook, a simple wish sufficed. The Destinies system, forever divine. With a single wish, he was granted the skills of a hall-level culinary master, proficient in all 8 major cuisines, including foreign dishes. He was even more adept than renowned chefs like Dog Egg and Wang Kuanyu. Who could resist the delectable cuisine of our great Tianqiao? Not even the super Douluo or the beautiful Pope. Through these repeated opportunities for cooking and sharing meals together, Xia Tianling continually bridged the gap between himself and Bibi Dong, gradually dissolving the barriers between them. Due to the past transgressions of Qian Xuanji, women like Bibi Dong often found themselves plagued by regret, leading to rumination. She would lament, "If only I had not trusted him so blindly. How foolish I was." Furthermore, because it was someone she knew who had wronged her, she was less likely to seek familial support, finding it increasingly difficult to trust relationships or those close to her. The need to internalize this secret intensified her stress, rendering her incapable of believing in the world or in others. However, what made Bibi Dong's situation even more harrowing than that of other women with families was her lack of one. The person she was closest to was her former teacher, Qian Xuanji, the very architect of her misfortune. Subsequently, the man she had once loved, Yu Xiaojiang, abandoned her, inflicting a second wound. It is unfathomable to consider the despair Bibi Dong must have felt at that time. She once yearned for light, only to be scorched by it. Consequently, this despair gradually morphed into resentment toward everything in this world. Hatred had become her sole support for survival. She loathed Qian Xuanji, Qian Renxue, Qian Doulu, Yu Xiaojiang, the Spirit Hall, and even the entire Douluo continent. Thus, it was only natural that she would engage in the inhumane actions depicted in the original text, nearly akin to a cataclysmic event. With her trust in no one, she sought to obliterate the Qian family, annihilate the Spirit Hall, and drag the world down with her. Simultaneously, having lost her sense of security, she pursued power with extreme fervor, ultimately becoming the inheritor of the Rakshasa god. To counter her extreme, antisocial mentality, Xia Tianling had no effective methods at his disposal. relying solely on this slow and steady approach. Accompanied by solace and enhanced by psychological intervention, the steadfast Summer Ling gradually guided the increasingly extreme Bibidong back from the brink of annihilation. Faced with Bibidong's impregnable psychological defenses, Summer Ling found himself compelled to make yet another wish, acquiring the mastery of psychological skills, solely to improve his ability to counsel her and assist her in overcoming her dire predicament. In his previous life, while perusing the original text, he felt immense sympathy for the unfortunate Bibidong and harbored a deep-seated resentment for the misfortunes that befell her. Now endowed with abilities, he was determined to redeem the tragic scenes of the past, not for any other reason but to resolve his own lingering regrets. It was never her fault. She should not have to endure such suffering. Summer Ling meticulously prepared a sumptuous feast, opting to serve it himself rather than summon a servant. "Teacher, dinner is ready," he called softly. I'm coming. A graceful figure swiftly appeared at the table, adeptly grasping the chopsticks. As a qualified enthusiast of culinary delights, she had become proficient in wielding such utensils. "Today I've made spicy dragon tendons and garlic greens. Of course, I know this is your favorite." After nearly a year of companionship, Summer Ling's efforts had yielded significant results. At least in his presence, Bibidong was now capable of occasionally shedding her emotional facade. While she had yet to fully emerge from her shell, she had reached a level that could be considered closer to that of an ordinary person. She could converse, laugh, and even express surprise at a favored dish, occasionally blushing from indulging a little too much. This marked a remarkable improvement. Observing Bibidong transformed into a culinary enthusiast, Summer Ling couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have imagined that the frosty, imposing Pope of the Spirit Hall could exhibit such demeanor in private? "Ah, Tianling, your culinary skills have truly improved. Any girl fortunate enough to marry you will be blessed," Bibidong teased, reclining comfortably in her chair, jesting with the still-eating Summer Ling. "Perhaps you should consider a match with your senior sister?" The senior sister Bibidong referred to was naturally the little fox, who Ina, being 5 years older than Summer Ling, was currently not training in Spirit City. Swallowing his mouthful, Summer Ling rolled his eyes. "Teacher, please don't jest about matchmaking. I haven't even met my senior sister yet. Besides, I'm only 6 years old. I ascend at a tad premature to discuss such matters." Bibidong rested her chin on her hand, delighting in her helpless disciple's plight. Just over half a year ago, she had taken him in, initially intending to bolster her own future prospects and to vex the old coot, Doulu. However, as time passed, she found herself genuinely fond of this disciple, not in a romantic sense, but in a sincere teacher-student bond. With his diligent practice, sharp intellect, and talent for winning her favor, he was a joy to behold, especially with his culinary prowess. Such a remarkable disciple was hard to come by, especially when compared to her eldest disciple, Ina, who seemed a mere blockhead by contrast. It wasn't that she was lacking, but rather that she was overly obedient, devoid of independent thought. Time had flown by swiftly. A year had passed in the blink of an eye. Bibidong savored a sip of the exquisite wine before her, acknowledging the tremendous surprise Summer Ling had brought her. "At such a young age, you were on the verge of breaking through to the sole sovereign realm. Even when I was your age, I was nowhere near your caliber." Bibidong was, of course, referring to Qianrenxue. Aware of the close bond between Summer Ling and Qianrenxue, she openly acknowledged their mother-daughter relationship. During this time, Summer Ling had devoted nearly all his energy to training and had already reached the 27th level. With the dual enhancements of the golden core of the Tao scripture, along with the continual support of Bibidong's resources, his cultivation soared as if propelled by a rocket. Had he not divided his time to strengthen his physique and gain practical combat experience, he might have already attained the rank of Soul Sovereign. Speaking of combat experience, Summer Ling had long surpassed his peers, boasting soul power and physical prowess on par with the Soul Sect. Even a moderately skilled Soul Sovereign would find themselves at his mercy, although he could only maintain his peak performance for a mere 3 minutes. His formidable strength rendered that duration sufficient to conclude most battles. Chapter 23. For the sake of decency, may I have a meal? "That is undoubtedly a testament to your excellent teaching," Summer Ling flattered, prompting a muffled laugh from Bibidong. "You little rascal, you truly know how to charm. Today, I'm in a good mood. I'll grant you a gift." Bibidong sat up, rummaging through her storage soul guide. "Speak, what do you desire? A soul bone? A soul guide?" Precious metals? Summer Ling scratched his head, his heart pounding as he seized the opportunity. Well, I'd like to ask you to promise not to get angry. Angry? Why would I be angry? I promise, so hurry and speak, Bibi Dong replied, seemingly unaware that such requests often precede displeasure. I would like you and Sister Shui to share a meal together. Her birthday is the day after tomorrow. Summer Ling took a deep breath and uttered the words, bracing himself for the impending storm. Crack! The exquisite crystal cup shattered in her grasp, the ruby-red liquid spilling over the pristine tablecloth. The once joyful expression on Bibidong's face instantly darkened as she hissed, No. Teacher, you just promised me you wouldn't get angry. Summer Ling hastily exclaimed, activating his psychological interference. Why don't you like Sister Shui? He was merely playing his part, theoretically unaware of the circumstances, at least in Bibi Dong's mind. I said no. Find another. Bibi Dong's countenance turned as frigid as ice, the remnants of the crystal cup cascading onto the table. At this moment, she forcibly restrained her urge to lash out, her voice laced with an unyielding authority. Sister Shui has risked everything for your approval, going undercover in the Tiando imperial family at the age of 6. After the prince's death, she even assumed his identity, living in constant peril, as if walking on the edge of a blade. She has always believed that your lack of affection stems from her insufficient efforts. Enough. Silence. Bibi Dong could no longer suppress the fury bubbling within her, slamming her palm onto the table, shattering it to pieces. Yet Summer Ling appeared oblivious, channeling a surge of fate energy and amplifying his psychological interference to the maximum. Honestly, I envy Sister Shui. I envy her for having a mother and a grandfather. Even if you don't particularly care for her, she still has that. And I have nothing. Although Grandfather Jack treats me like his own grandson, how can that compare to the bond of true blood relatives? His words, a blend of truth and falsehood, echoed his past as an orphan devoid of familial warmth. Nevertheless, he had friends and mentors in this life. Now, with Grandfather Jack in his life, he had long come to terms with the absence of his biological parents. However, under the influence of his exceptional acting skills, a boon granted by the system, he allowed a couple of tears to flow, which slightly softened Bibi Dong's demeanor, her fury abating just a fraction. It was a reminder that, no matter how formidable a woman might be, she remained deeply emotional. Xiao Shui's relationship with Bibi Dong is rather complex. On one hand, she is her biological daughter. On the other, every time Bibi Dong sees her, she is reminded of that wretched man, Qiang Sunji. To claim she lacks empathy would be false, for Bibi Dong, having lost her parents at a young age, can certainly comprehend what Tianling expresses. I understand that you must have your own burdens and unspeakable difficulties. If there were not a compelling reason, which mother would not love her child? Seizing the moment, Tianling invested further into the power of fate. Aware of the storyline, he recognized Bibidong's dilemma. She harbors resentment towards Qiang Sunji and the Qian father-son duo, which complicates her feelings towards Qian Ringshu, the unfortunate result of that union. Her pride, too, prevents her from yielding. Nevertheless, you can at least demonstrate through your actions that you are her mother and that you accept her. Bibidong's stance has softened somewhat. The guidance she has received over the past year, combined with the influence on her heart, has indeed proven effective. With Bibidong's attitude shifting, the matter is on the verge of resolution. As the saying goes, the beginning is often the hardest. Having overcome this significant hurdle, the subsequent steps will be manageable. Teacher, you truly need not do or say anything. All I ask is that you make an appearance. Let the three of us share a meal together. Does that sound agreeable? Tianling delivered his final blow. I assure you, this meal will consist solely of you, me, and Sister Shui. I will handle everything. No one else will ever know. Aren't you proud? Do you not wish to maintain your dignity before others? Very well. I shall arrange a private gathering. There will be no one else, no Qian Doulu, and you will not need to say or do anything. I do not even expect you to accept Qian Ringshu as your daughter at this moment. It is merely a simple celebration of life. Bibi Dong fell silent, her gaze fixed on the chaos she had just wrought. Tianling felt a sudden force pressing in from all sides, propelling him out of the dining hall as the heavy doors slammed shut. After hesitating for a moment outside the closed doors, he pondered whether to push them open and persuade Bibi Dong once more. Such an opportunity was rare, and who knows when another like it would arise. The day after tomorrow at 7 o'clock, I will only have a meal. I shall not do anything else. If there are others present, Do not blame me for turning my back. All right, teacher. Tianling rejoiced, having feared the endeavor was doomed to fail, but now it seemed there was a glimmer of hope. The proud woman, akin to a cat, had resolved a significant matter, leaving Tianling feeling considerably more at ease as he strolled leisurely. Upon returning to his residence, Ma Hongjun had already arrived home, leaving only Oscar meditating alone. With the academy on break, the eager little chubby one could hardly wait to boast about his cultivation achievements to the villagers. What was that saying? Returning home in splendor is like a nighttime stroll in fine clothes. Given his character, the little chubby one would certainly want to show off. Unlike the lazy Oscar of the original story, the current Oscar was diligently training, tirelessly honing his physique. He had now broken through to the 21st rank, acquiring a second soul ring nearly a millennium old. His soul skill remained the familiar detoxifying little sausage, but due to the formidable age of the soul ring, it had transformed into detoxifying big sausage, boasting far greater efficacy than in the original tale. In the original timeline, after the Elite Soul Master competition, Oscar had striven desperately to gain Ning Fengji's approval to marry Ning Rongrong, pushing himself to new heights in cultivation. Now, with the aid of the martial Dao Golden Body, his progress accelerated even more. It is worth noting that among the Shrek's 7 monsters, Oscar originally possessed the greatest innate talent. Even the protagonist Tang San could not compare, needing to seek the legacy of deities personally. Yet Oscar was exceptional. Upon breaking through to the title Douluo level, he had followed the aura directly, even bringing a divine position for his wife along with him. What, then, is the definition of a genius? With a balanced physique hidden beneath humble clothing, Oscar was on the verge of achieving the first stage of the martial Dao Golden Body. Even when facing soul masters of the same rank, his formidable physique ensured victory. Bolstered by his powerful body, even the techniques and movements inherent to the martial Dao Golden Body could unleash tremendous force. Although, to be fair, his innate techniques were not weak either. Techniques like the Vajra Tiger Fist, Mighty Vajra Leg, Buddha's Palm, and Soaring Silk Movement, familiar martial arts from his past life, were all part of the martial Dao Golden Body's repertoire. In a civilization where martial arts thrived, these techniques were merely foundational exercises. However, in the Douluo realm, they represented a significant advantage. Hadn't Tixian Tian Kung Fu continued to advance even after reaching the Divine King level, the martial Dao Golden Body is indeed a stronger existence. Chapter 24. Birthday 3 days later, in Tianling's private kitchen, he hummed a cheerful tune as he prepared for the evening's meal. Tonight, he planned to bake a birthday cake familiar to everyone from his past life, stir-fry a few side dishes, and serve a bowl of longevity noodles. In the Douluo continent, birthday celebrations were not customary, and upon learning of this, the young girl Qian Ringshu was naturally quite thrilled. However, Tianling did not inform her that Bibi Dong would also be attending. He could only hope that the surprise would not turn into a fright. Manually crafting cream, chocolate, and preparing the meal without the aid of modern tools proved to be quite a labor-intensive task. After spreading chocolate cream on the cake, decorating it with fruits, and inscribing Happy Birthday in Douluo language with fruit preserves, he placed it on a tray made of cold energy stone, presenting a flawless creation. Looking at the fruits of his labor from the afternoon, Tianling nodded in satisfaction. Surely, all girls have a fondness for sweets? He hoped this cake would delight both mother and daughter. While his culinary skills were commendable, the reality of bringing a meal to fruition was far more challenging than one might imagine. It was fortunate that the Spirit Hall had the resources to procure cocoa beans. As for other unavailable ingredients, he could only wish fervently. As the clock approached 7 o'clock, Tianling completed his preparations and was about to start cooking. Wow, brother Tianling, is this the dessert you've created? What is it called? Chocolate cream cake. A surprised voice suddenly broke the air. It was none other than the eager Qian Ringshu. Tianling's previous mention of a new dessert had already piqued her curiosity. Having been undercover in the Tiando imperial family for years, she had tasted countless desserts. However, alas, the Douluo continent lacked chocolate and cream, and for its impoverished society, sweetness was synonymous with luxury. The crude sugar derived from rough methods yielded a bland taste, making desserts even less flavorful. Here, the nobility primarily sourced their sugar from wild honey, reminiscent of the medieval era on Blue Star. A cake made from modern industrially extracted high-sugar white sugar and cane sugar would be a significant leap in the Douluo realm. Do not touch it. We will eat later. Summer Ling swatted away Qianren Shue's hand, which attempted to sneak a bite, and turned to walk into the kitchen. Qianren Shue, with her back turned, stuck out her tongue. The creaking of the door hinges made both of them turn their heads, and in walked Bibi Dong, dressed in her everyday long gown rather than her resplendent purple-gold papal robes. Teacher, Qianren Shue exclaimed, taken aback by Bibi Dong's unexpected arrival. She opened her mouth but struggled to find the appropriate form of address. Now aware of the truth, her feelings towards Bibi Dong were complex. Understanding the reason why Bibi Dong preferred not to be called mother. You've come, she said, a hint of surprise in her voice. Yes, teacher. Please, sit with Sister Shue. The dishes will be ready shortly, Summer Ling replied, shaking his head at the awkwardness of the mother-daughter pair, unsure of what to say. They sat across from each other, exchanging silent glances. The food is ready, announced Summer Ling as he emerged with a large tray. He arranged the dishes, and in response to the puzzled looks from the two women, he retrieved 12 candles from his storage ring, placing them evenly atop a central cake. The arc of electricity generated by the friction of his fingers ignited the candles one by one. Simultaneously, the soul-guided lights in the dining room were extinguished, plunging the room into darkness, save for the flickering glow of the 12 candles. Summer Ling cleared his throat and declared, "Today marks Sister Shue's 12th birthday, and we also celebrate her recent advancement in the Soul Master ranks." Soul Master? Bibi Dong murmured, gazing at the 12 flames dancing in the darkness. A 12-year-old Soul Master. Even I was not as accomplished at that age. Now, Sister Shue, please face the cake, make a silent wish, and then blow out the candles in one breath, he instructed. Qianren Shue complied, pressing her hands together in front of the cake, concentrating on her wish before blowing out the candles with a single breath. Well done. The room was once again enveloped in darkness, and the sound of applause resonated, albeit from two sources, one barely audible, akin to a gentle tapping of fingertips against palms. Oh, the contradictions of women, Summer Ling mused, attentively observing Bibi Dong's reactions. Qianren Shue, still entranced by her wish, remained oblivious to the nuance, but he had taken note. As the soul-guided lights flickered back to life, illuminating the room, Summer Ling exclaimed, "Happy birthday, Sister Shue. Now come, enjoy a bowl of longevity noodles, and remember to finish in one go." He presented a bowl of noodles while adding, "Teacher, let us each have a taste to share in the joy." Bibi Dong's previously melancholic expression stiffened. Sharing a bowl? That was not something she could refuse. Before she could protest, Summer Ling swiftly extracted a single noodle and placed the bowl before her. Bibi Dong found herself in a tumultuous internal struggle, fixated on the noodle as if it were a lethal poison. Qianren Shue, who had been eagerly watching, felt her spirits plummet at Bibi Dong's hesitation, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her head bowed in disappointment. What am I even hoping for? She pondered, reflecting on her past experiences. With a definitive snap, a pair of chopsticks lifted the noodle only to be placed back on its designated rest. The small section of noodle in Bibi Dong's bowl had vanished. Qianren Shue, hearing the commotion, raised her head in disbelief at the sight of Bibi Dong elegantly wiping her mouth with a napkin. "It's a bit bland. Some chili would enhance it," Bibi Dong remarked. "Ha ha ha. Teacher, longevity noodles are meant to be light. Next time, I'll make you dan-dan noodles and oil-splash noodles." Summer Ling chuckled, savoring his own portion of noodles. Once Bibi Dong tasted the longevity noodles, the day was deemed a success, much to everyone's delight. Qianren Shue picked up her bowl and vigorously slurped the noodles, tears streaming down her cheeks, mingling with the broth. The meal proceeded in this warm, yet oddly tense atmosphere until it was time for cake. Having overcome her earlier reluctance with the noodles, Bibi Dong did not shy away from the cake. Summer Ling's chocolate cream cake garnered unanimous praise from the mother and daughter. Sweet delicacies, always a divine pleasure. As the three finished their meal, just as Bibi Dong prepared to depart, Qianren Shue softly uttered, "Thank you, mother." Unexpectedly, Bibi Dong halted her hand, which had been resting on the door. She turned slowly, approached Qianren Shue, and embraced her gently. "Happy birthday, little Shue," she whispered before gracefully exiting, leaving Qianren Shue in stunned silence. "Wow, incredible." Summer Ling, busy tidying up, gave a thumbs up, surprised by this unscripted moment. Chapter 25. The Perils of Cross-Domain Cultivation 5 years later, in the southern expanse of the Bala Kingdom, bordering the Starfall Empire. The frontier between the two great empires served as a haven for the unsavory. The ambiguous no-man's land between them had become fertile ground for the proliferation of crime. A man and a woman sped through the night. The man stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, with a strong physique that conveyed a sense of stature. "Why must you personally accompany me this time, stepmother?" he queried, puzzled, as he felt capable of easily accomplishing their target alone. "Because you never eliminate your targets during missions." The woman shot back, casting a glance at him. "This time, I will supervise you closely. You must personally eliminate all these evil soul masters. Moreover, this is your graduation exam. Have you ever seen an examiner not present during an examination?" The duo consisted of Bibi Dong and Summerling, on a mission to hunt down evil soul masters. 5 years had passed, and it was finally time for Summerling's graduation. The good news was that during this time, he had progressed from the Pope's direct disciple to the Pope's adopted son, solidifying their bond even further. Their current objectives were twofold: to complete the graduation test Bibi Dong had set for him, which required him to kill, and to journey to the true location of the Wuhuan Academy, where he would train alongside the Golden Generation, preparing for the Soul Master Elite competition in the years to come. For 6 years, Summerling's life had been both monotonous and fulfilling. He practiced soul power, honed his physique, and fostered relationships by cooking for Qianren Shui and Bibi Dong. This rigorous training had elevated him to the rank of 39-level Soul Master, just a step away from the Soul King level, with physical prowess comparable to that of a beast martial spirit. Given his current combat capabilities, he could contend with a Soul King without difficulty. However, the originally swift pace of his cultivation was hindered by a significant oversight, one that neither he nor the system had considered. The Douluo continent lacks tribulations. These were not the kind of tribulations created by the divine realm to prevent soul beasts from advancing, but rather the unique tribulations of the cultivation system, which served both as assessments and opportunities for advancement. In the absence of such tribulations, the integration of body, spirit, and cultivation could not occur, leading to incomplete cultivation and the inability to birth a primordial spirit, thereby slowing his progression. To amend this, the fate system, in its effort to compensate for a minor oversight, personally financed the establishment of a hyperspatial interdimensional passage for Tianling solely to summon the impending heavenly tribulation. This tribulation would descend upon him during his ascension to the Soul Sect, unleashing the Golden Core tribulation, the nascent Soul tribulation, and the Transformation tribulation all at once. Should he successfully navigate these trials, his combat prowess would undoubtedly surge, significantly accelerating his cultivation. However, failure would result in his demise, erasing his existence entirely. To enhance his chances of overcoming the tribulation, Tianling resolutely compressed his cultivation, fortifying it further, albeit at the cost of slowing his progress in soul power. Before long, the duo arrived at their destination, a seemingly harmonious village that concealed a den of malevolent soul masters. Tianling's objective was to eradicate this band of over a dozen evil soul masters completely. In previous years, he had undertaken similar missions, but he had merely incapacitated his targets and discarded them in the City of Slaughter to fend for themselves. 2 decades of modern life had rendered him hesitant to kill, even when faced with those guilty of heinous crimes. This leniency infuriated Bibi Dong, who lamented that while her adopted son possessed many admirable qualities, his kindness was a liability in their line of work. After all, in the realm of soul masters, sparing lives was not an option. Although the Douluo continent outwardly appeared to be steeped in academia, beneath its surface lay a brutal reality. "Very well, this time I shall not hesitate," Tianling sighed, understanding that Bibi Dong's intentions were for his own good. "In the past, you relied on your guards and the elder Dugu. What will you do when you are alone? If you do not eliminate the threat entirely, there will always be a chance for a resurgence," she admonished. Following their reconciliation, while Bibi Dong still regarded Doulou with disdain, her demeanor towards the pair was no longer icy and hostile. Instead, a hint of affection had emerged, and her previously nihilistic outlook had softened considerably. Even the little fox at the Wuhuan Academy sensed the change in her teacher's aura. "Enough chatter. Let us commence our mission," Bibi Dong declared, sweeping her hand to release her domain, severing the village's connection to the outside world, ensuring that no one could escape. This mere isolation posed no actual suppression within the domain. For someone of BB Dong's caliber, who had pioneered the cultivation of dual martial souls, such delicate manipulation was effortless. The village, which was nothing more than a few small dwellings, was easily enveloped by her domain. Tianling shrugged and unleashed his dual martial souls, a hammer in his left hand and an axe in his right, with a yellow, purple, and black soul rings swirling beneath him. Indeed, his third soul ring was of 10,000-year vintage, and his exceptional physical prowess allowed him to harness the strength of such a formidable soul beast effortlessly. Naturally, his cautious nature prevented him from recklessly charging in, despite the intelligence indicating that the strongest among this group was merely a level 41 soul master, flanked by 2 level 30 soul venerates, and the remainder being second ring great soul masters. Caution was prudent. One could never ascertain what hidden trump cards these adversaries might possess. Stealthily, he approached, utilizing his dark cloak and the breath-concealing technique from his Daoist scriptures to silently reach the position of the sentry stationed at the back of the village. Sensing the aura, he discerned that the individual was merely a second-ring great soul master. Without employing his soul techniques, he took advantage of the cover provided by the buildings and foliage, stealthily maneuvering behind him. With a swift retraction of his hammer, he delivered a decisive strike with his axe. The sound of the axe slicing through the air, accompanied by the rustling of his garments, alerted the sentry. But by the time he turned, it was far too late to react. His terrified expression was cleaved in two by the razor-sharp edge of the axe, augmented by the 3 soul rings, transforming it into a formidable weapon that effortlessly bisected his body. The mingling of blood and white brain matter, along with undigested remnants of food, splattered across Tianling. Despite having encountered dismembered corpses before, the gruesome sight still provoked a wave of nausea. Suppressing his discomfort through his formidable self-control as a cultivator, Tianling hefted the axe and continued into the village. Although he had dispatched the sentry with efficiency, the noise had alerted the remaining evil soul masters inside. A subordinate poked his head out, and upon seeing a blood-soaked man wielding a massive axe approaching, with his companion's bisected corpse behind him, the soul master shouted, "Brothers, grab your weapons. We're under attack." Realizing that his surprise attack had failed, Tianling quickly reduced the size of the axe to a one-handed grip and conjured a dark hammer in his left hand, which he hurled with great force. The alarmed soul master, despite promptly summoning his martial soul, was met with the hammer's formidable impact, which crushed his ribcage, leaving him gravely injured. As the remaining evil soul masters surged forth, unleashing their martial souls, the night was illuminated by flashes of white, yellow, and purple light. The leader of the group, wielding a mutated scythe and surrounded by 4 soul rings of white, yellow, purple, and black, approached with a sinister grin. "You are the little brat who killed 2 of my brothers." Before he could finish his sentence, he abruptly halted, akin to a chicken caught by the throat. His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the man advancing towards him, adorned with yellow, purple, and black rings. What manner of monster is this? How can a soul ring be so configured? Mine is but a mere 1,000 years, yet his third ring is 10,000? Brothers, rush him. What does a 10,000-year soul ring matter? He is merely a soul venerate. The leader growled, rallying his subordinates. With a soul sect master, 2 soul venerates, and 10 great soul masters on his side, he believed they could overpower this foe, unbeknownst to the evil soul master. The black 10,000-year soul rings signified that the wielder's physical capabilities had reached the level of a soul king, capable of harnessing such immense power. Tianling remained silent, observing the advancing evil soul masters, and unleashed his first soul technique. Storm Battle Axe Arise, gripping the transformed long-handled battle axe with both hands. His second ring soul ring glowed beneath him. Thunder God form, grant me strength. Crackling blue lightning danced around his body and the battle axe, producing an ear-splitting hum. Thunder was the bane of evil, and even the formidable ghost Douluo would be suppressed by its might, let alone these second and third ring great soul masters. Under the pressure of the thunder, their abilities could only be realized at half strength. As the leader of the evil soul masters closed in within 5 meters, Tianling calmly stepped back, raising the storm battle axe at an angle, his black soul ring igniting. 10,000-year third ring, Thunder Half-Moon Slash. This soul technique was derived from a powerful plant-type soul beast, the Sky Thunder Vine, which had bestowed an immensely potent offensive attribute to his dual martial souls. If the skill is activated with a hammer, a violent thunderous explosion occurs upon contact with the target. If activated with an axe, a lightning-infused slash is unleashed. When wielded by the Storm Battle Axe, both effects are magnified significantly. At that moment, Tianling recalled an animated series from his childhood. Feeling that his skill bore a striking resemblance to the name of a character's technique, and he decided to borrow it for his own use. The leader of the Evil Soul Masters now felt a twinge of regret as he faced the crescent-shaped slash and the Storm Battle Axe, realizing that his initial assault was indeed rash. However, there was no turning back. Having reached this point, he had no choice but to unleash his most potent soul skill, raising his massive scythe to confront the Soul Master before him. Yet upon their clash, he quickly discovered that his opponent was astonishingly formidable. The strike he took pride in was utterly ineffective, and the malevolent aura he had accumulated from slaying dozens dissipated like butter meeting a hot iron, melting away at an astonishing rate. His weapon, the evil scythe, shattered into fragments amidst the ensuing collision, vanishing entirely. The harsh reality was that, under the triple pressure of martial spirits, soul skills, and attributes, a single thunderous crescent slash obliterated the leader of the Evil Soul Masters and 7 or 8 others, including 2 Soul Masters. Only 2 or 3 weaklings on the periphery survived briefly, but they soon met their demise at the hands of Tianling, who dispatched them with his axe and hammer. The leader of the Evil Soul Masters lamented, "Do you not adhere to martial ethics? Is this how you play? Coming out with such a powerful attack from the outset?" There was little to say about these Evil Soul Masters. Tianling, who had intended to unleash a massacre, showed no mercy. He was averse to complications and feared the unpredictable nature of delay, so it was only prudent to commence with his mightiest skill. Confident that his opponents were inferior, he unleashed the full force of thunder to eradicate them in one fell swoop. After all, there was no need to spare lives this time, making the most powerful technique the most suitable choice. Regaining his composure, Tianling sheathed his martial spirit. Gazing at the charred corpses strewn about, his eyes lost in thought. It seemed that after crossing that threshold, acceptance was not as difficult as he had anticipated. In the distance, Bibi Dong observed the conclusion of the battle, retracted her domain, and approached, patting her disciple's shoulder. "Well done, my boy. There's still a few faint life signs inside. They're likely ordinary people captured by them. Let us check it out." With that, she led the way to the room where the survivors were. Tianling, stirred by her touch, quickly followed. Inside, the room was a chaotic mess, dirt and blood mingling to form hardened purple clumps. Leaning against the wall were several desiccated corpses, alongside a gaunt man, skin stretched tight over bones. He had likely escaped the Evil Soul Master's training session, only to be killed by Tianling. Bibi Dong stepped forward, probing with her soul power, then shook her head. "There's no saving him. He has completely drained his life force and won't survive until morning." After Bibi Dong's soul energy washed over him, the gaunt man briefly regained consciousness, struggling to utter a few sounds. "Thank you for killing me. Grant me a swift end. This existence is torment." Bibi Dong uttered a final remark before turning to leave. The man's skeletal face twitched slightly before his eyes closed. He was aware of the turmoil outside. The immense commotion made it impossible to be oblivious. Witnessing the annihilation of the Evil Soul Masters who had tormented him and his fellow villagers was, at least, a form of vengeance. Tianling approached, filled with compassion, and sighed softly as he pierced the man's brain with the power of thunder. "Rest in peace." Exiting the room, he retrieved a canister of grease from his storage ring and tossed it inside. The ensuing blaze engulfed the small dwelling, the flickering flames consuming not only a portion of evil, but also purifying the souls of the innocent who had met tragic ends. In a nearby small room containing several beds, Bibi Dong found a weary woman, gaunt and frail, nibbling on a piece of bread while murmuring something. The other beds were occupied by several naked women, all lifeless, with evidence suggesting suicide from the wounds and scattered sharp objects nearby. It was evident what their presence implied, as blood-stained chains and a foul odor surrounded them. Chapter 27. Enveloped in darkness. Heart set on light, they had taken their own lives when the two benefactors entered. Typically, These brutes shackled us with iron chains, releasing us only during their vile acts, forcing us to eat daily, leaving us no capacity for self-harm. And you? Bibi Dong's thoughts drifted to her own past experiences, feeling immense sympathy for the woman before her. The frail woman shook her head, coughed twice, and continued. I was among the first captured, nearly 6 months ago. The women who were taken with me have long since perished, and even those captured later have died. But I refuse to die. I cannot die. I must live. My child is waiting for me at home, and my loved ones are waiting for my return. If I were to die, what would become of them? My child's father has already been murdered, and he is so young. He cannot lose his mother too. I have held on, hoping someone would come to save us, to slay these beasts. I have always believed that there is more light in this world than darkness. Fortunately, I have waited long enough. 2 benefactors have arrived. At this point, the woman could no longer contain her overwhelming sorrow, collapsing into tears. The power of maternal love is profound, and the immense will to survive has allowed this mother to endure. Despite her frailty, she exhibits an unyielding strength as a mother. She dwells in the soul-devouring darkness, yet her heart has never ceased yearning for the warmth and light of redemption. Bibi Dong gently patted the poor woman's back, using her spiritual energy to lull her to sleep. The shared experience resonated deeply, yet the suffering of this woman surpassed her own. She was a gifted twin martial spirit, a super Douluo favored by the divine, able to wield her strength against enemies. But this woman? She was merely an ordinary woman, powerless and fragile. Yet, in her resilience, she far surpassed Bibi Dong. Is there not more light than darkness? Tianling stepped forward, embracing Bibi Dong and whispering in her ear, Godmother, you have me, Sister Shui, and Sister Hulaina. Promise me, do not give up on yourself, all right? Bibi Dong felt the strong heartbeat of the person before her, her expression momentarily dazed. 6 years ago, he was just a child who barely reached her waist. Now, he had nearly grown into a man of similar height. Yes, he spoke true. The beast was dead, but she still had Xiao Shui, Laina, and Tianling. There was still so much beauty in this world. Was the obsession she had clung to for over a decade truly justified? Perhaps it was time to let go and try something different. The 6th trial of the Rakshasa, enlightenment of the true essence of evil, complete. Reward: increase Rakshasa affinity by 20%, total affinity now at 100%. The 7th trial of the Rakshasa, a cold voice echoed in Bibi Dong's mind. So, I've been walking the wrong path all along. The Rakshasa, a deity meant to govern and judge evil, should not become a harbinger of malevolence. Much like the Asura, it embodies the principle of combating evil with evil. For 6 long years, I have been troubled by the 6th trial of the Rakshasa, and it turns out to be this. Ding! The trajectory of Bibi Dong's life has undergone a significant transformation through the host's influence, perfectly inheriting and surpassing the original Rakshasa divinity, thereby acquiring immense power of fate. Due to the sheer magnitude, a reminder is necessary. Perfectly inheriting and surpassing? Has Bibi Dong finally come to understand? Holding Bibi Dong, Tianling was astonished, as it seemed that by sheer happenstance, he had resolved Bibi Dong's inner turmoil. According to the system, it appears that the original Bibi Dong lacked the power to perfectly inherit the divine position. Indeed, host, in the original timeline, Bibi Dong misinterpreted the concept of Rakshasa, leading to an imperfect fusion with the divine position. Originally a dimensional singularity, the divine position had undergone some alterations due to the overwhelming accumulation of faith power over thousands of years. This affected Bibi Dong's mindset, and coupled with her own malevolent thoughts, she ultimately became a mere puppet of the Rakshas's power. Therefore, now that Bibi Dong has inherited the divine position, the drastic personality shift seen in the original work will not occur? Correct. Bibi Dong has now correctly understood the essence of Rakshasa and has even surpassed the previous generation of Rakshasa in her comprehension of power. Ah, that is a relief. Tianling felt a sigh of relief. All his efforts over 6 years had not been in vain. At long last, he had defused the ticking time bomb that was Bibi Dong. After a long moment, Bibi Dong pushed her disciple away, her aura surging. Having let go of her obsession, her mind became clear, and her soul power ascended a level. Unlike before, the unsettling malice around her had dissipated. Thank you, Tianling. Had it not been for you, I would have likely walked a very dark path. Bibi Dong gazed at the young man before her,
grateful for having taken him as her disciple. As long as you have moved on, it's important for everyone to look forward, Tianling smiled. Now that you have let go, why not have Sister Shui cancel the undercover plan as well? Bibi Dong shot him a glance, retorting, have you lost your mind from training? That was canceled years ago. Tianling hurriedly checked the system records and indeed found a prompt regarding Qian Rinshue's fate trajectory alteration from 4 years ago. He had been troubled by the failed condensation of a nascent soul and the absence of a tribulation at that time, and it seemed Qian Rinshue had mentioned it to him, but he had seemingly forgotten. He awkwardly scratched his head, feigning ignorance with a silly grin. Upon reflection, he realized that he had seen Qian Rinshue numerous times at the offering hall over the years without ever questioning it. After canceling the undercover plan 4 years ago, we had allowed Xiao Shui to stage a faux death to escape. Shortly thereafter, news arrived from the Tiandou Empire regarding the unexpected demise of Prince Shui Qinghe, establishing the royal family's sole direct lineage, with 4th Prince Shui Bong ascending to the position of prince. Interestingly, after Shui Bong became a prince, he seemed to transform entirely, evolving from a frivolous wastrel into a diligent and studious royal. TSK. Perhaps he feared Xiao Shui would eliminate him. It's truly commendable how he has maintained a charade for so many years. Oh, after becoming the prince, Shui Bong returned to his true self? With him and Prince Shuixing out of the way, it seems the others are destined to become students of the Royal Academy. How intriguing. I wonder if you Xiaojiang and Flinder will ever encounter Lu Erlong again. With matters settled, there was no need to linger here any longer. The master and disciple departed, carrying the unconscious woman from this den of filth. However, before leaving, Tianling set the small rooms ablaze, thoroughly cleansing the battlefield to prevent any corpses from decaying and causing disease. One must remember that during the medieval period, the Black Death in Europe and ancient plagues in China were both terrifying. Furthermore, it was crucial to completely incinerate the blood and corpses of these evil soul masters. Who knows if any of these evil soul masters could manipulate corpses like necromancers. A powerful soul master's corpse would be invaluable material. Chapter 28. Do you know how difficult it is to imitate Xiao Huohua? Alright, this assessment is passed. You can take a few days off. But don't forget to report to your senior sister on time. With that, Bibi Dong handed him a token and departed with her entourage. Cancellation is good. I despise trouble. A break? That's just what I need. Xia Tianling's mind whirled, and he conceived a mischievous idea. Why not head to the Star Luo Empire to intercept the little cat? After all, the Shrek 7 monsters had already been dismantled 2 by 2. One more wouldn't make a difference. Haha, I have long been displeased with that flashy nobleman Daimu Bai. Time for a heroic rescue to bring the little cat back to the Martial Soul Academy. The original timeline's plot development was quite absurd. How did Zhu Zhuqing, a cold goddess, become a lovesick fool shortly after arriving at Shrek? Moreover, how did Daimu Bai, who had sunk into debauchery, suddenly become a good man after just a few exchanges with Zhu Zhuqing? Transformations don't happen overnight. They had never even met as children. Was he genuinely reformed or merely swayed by her beauty? Who can say? That scoundrel. Did he still wish to perform a martial soul fusion technique with the little cat? The spectral white tiger is a challenge? I think it best to abandon that idea. The scheming old fox rushed headlong towards the road leading to the capital of the Star Luo Empire. As for returning home to pack, not a chance. Ever since acquiring the spatial ring, Xia Tianling's collecting obsession had been immensely satisfied, from large items like stoves and beds to small necessities. If it weren't for the limited capacity of storage soul guides, he would have gladly packed his entire home. To that end, he even shamelessly sought out Qian Doulu to obtain a storage belt of over 100 cubic meters. However, idealism is often met with harsh reality. Even in modern society, where everyone travels on highways, try to deliberately block someone is quite difficult, let alone in the medieval setting of the Douluo continent. Fixed roads? None exist. Foot traffic? Scarce. The person to be intercepted was still being pursued and had no idea where they were coming from. Frustrated, Xia Tianling could only use the power of fate to wish for the location of Zhu Zhuqing. Fortunate that altering Bibi Dong's life trajectory had granted him considerable fate power. System, I wish to obtain the precise location of Zhu Zhuqing, preferably something I can track. Ding. Wish received. Searching for fate power. Ding. Wish successful. Creating Zhu Zhuqing radar. Ding. Creation successful. The radar will automatically project a map and target location into your mind, continuing until you meet the target. This feels like an incredible advantage. Tianling sensed the map within his mind, akin to a troublesome navigation system from his past life, capable of zooming in and out. Hundreds of kilometers away, a small black cat icon was moving toward the Ballot Kingdom, which must be Zhu Zhuqing. Behind the small black cat icon, several skulls trailed. Perhaps from Zhu Zhuqing's death warriors? Forget it, it doesn't matter. If I can't handle it, I can always leverage my identity to call for help. Surely, the local Spirit Hall branch will show me some respect. As the esteemed son of the Spirit Hall, safeguarding someone should not pose a challenge for me. Over the past 6 years, Tianling has repeatedly excelled in various missions, earning a nomination from the Elder Council of the Spirit Hall to be officially recognized as the son after the completion of this task. This is not the unilateral recognition that Doulu A Yin received. His title has been personally authenticated by Qin Dao Lu, who has designated him as the next pope of the Spirit Hall. After renting a carriage, Tianling promptly set off towards his destination. A few days later, in the evening, within a certain woodland in the Star Luo Empire, a graceful figure was sprinting at an astonishing speed, seemingly pursued by something. This was a girl with cat ears, clearly in a state of spirit possession. In stark contrast to her youthful visage, her body was wrapped in skin-tight leather, accentuating her alluring curves. However, the beauty of this sight was marred by the anxiety and panic reflected in her eyes, resembling a frightened little kitten. Finally, it was upon her. Concealed behind a tree, Tianling took out a telescope and gazed at the fleeing girl, clicking his tongue. He had expended considerable effort and destiny to create a map, all for this moment. Moreover, not only did he wish for the map, but he also made a special wish along the way, learning of a critical moment when Zhu Zhuqing would face danger. To be honest, in the original timeline, Zhu Zhuqing was the one who evoked the most sympathy among the Shrek 7 monsters, being the only one who consistently dedicated herself to training. In contrast to the exceptional talents of Tang San and Xiao Wu, the gifted Oscar, and the well-connected Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing appeared to have nothing. Her innate abilities could even be deemed the least impressive among them. Even Dai Mu Bai, that scoundrel, had several years of age advantage over her. Despite enduring familial pressures, Zhu Zhuqing persevered, striving diligently to enhance her skills. Even when faced with opponents whose strength was overwhelmingly superior, she attempted to alter the situation for a chance at victory. Meanwhile, Dai Mu Bai, theoretically on the same side, had given up entirely, fleeing to the Heaven Do Empire early on. In Soto City, he indulged in a lavish lifestyle, surrounded by pleasures, abandoning his fiancée, and leaving her to navigate the turmoil of her family alone. Such a man is truly despicable. It is Zhu Zhuqing's unwavering strength and relentless effort that command admiration. Even in the direst circumstances, she does not relinquish hope, achieving breakthroughs both physically and spiritually. This is the essence of cultivation. As Tianling remained hidden in the tree, his thoughts drifted further. Wishing he could rush to Shrek Academy and teach Dai Mu Bai a lesson, he took a few deep breaths to calm himself. Staying composed is crucial. Now is the time to prepare to rescue her. Initially, he hadn't thought much of Xiao Hua's actions, but attempting to emulate them made him realize how challenging it truly was. As Zhu Zhuqing continued her desperate flight, she remained unaware that someone was prepared to come to her aid. At that moment, her eyes were filled with deep resentment. Her spirit power was nearly depleted. Was she about to be captured? Or worse, meet her end here? She felt utterly helpless against her sister's schemes. Zhu Zhuqing thought despairingly after years of effort. She was still overpowered by the combined might of two adversaries. Pondering her ruthless sister and her soon-to-be brother-in-law, along with the fiancé she had never met, she felt a profound sense of injustice. If only she had someone to ally with against her pursuers, she would not have been forced into a desperate flight from the Star Luo Imperial City. Alas, there was no more time. With her spirit power exhausted, Zhu Zhuqing fell to the ground, biting her lip and clawing at the soil beneath her. Second miss. Come with us quietly. You cannot escape. Several masked men surrounded her, with the leader emanating an aura of 4 spirit rings, revealing him to be a spirit master. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, summoning the last vestiges of energy within her body, attempting to gather it for one final stand. She resolved never to surrender until her very last breath. Seeing that Zhu Zhuqing was unwilling to yield,
The leader of the spirit master chuckled derisively, preparing to launch an assault. Second miss. If you remain so obstinate, do not blame us for being unkind. Brothers, get ready. Is it truly appropriate for so many men to bully a single girl? Just then, as the assailants prepared to charge, a voice rang out from behind Zhu Zhuqing. A youth clad in black emerged from the woods, none other than the long-awaited Tianling. After observing for some time, he had confirmed that the leader was merely a spirit master. Thus he felt no trepidation, stepping forward confidently. Zhu Zhuqing, who had been ready to fight to the death, was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of someone. However, her keen eyesight allowed her to discern the youthful face in the shadows, and her heart sank. He was far too young, likely no more than a novice spirit master, while they faced a spirit master and several spirit elders. Was he courting death? Leave at once. Do not concern yourself with me. The leader is a spirit master, and there are several spirit elders. Zhu Zhuqing urged him loudly, hoping to dissuade this would-be savior. Thank you, stranger, but I cannot let you suffer for my plight, she thought silently. Upon hearing her words, Tianling was momentarily taken aback before he broke into a smile. What a kind-hearted girl. Hey kid, who are you? You've heard it. I'm a spirit master. I advise you to mind your own business, the leader inquired, not rushing into action. Oh, who am I? That's an intriguing question. As Tianling spoke, he retrieved a token from his ring. Do you recognize this? The golden token was embossed with the image of a sacred six-winged angel, while the reverse bore the character for soul. It was the Holy Sun's token bestowed by Bibi Dong. The leader frowned, perplexed by this object he had never seen before. What is that? I've never seen it before. Tianling, feeling a wave of frustration, thought fine, the Holy Sun's token is quite prestigious. It's no surprise that an average person wouldn't recognize it. After a moment of contemplation, he pulled out a large stack of tokens from his ring, displaying them one by one for his adversaries to see. Here, take a look at this collection. Which one do you recognize? Each token varied in design. One completely black with two different spiders engraved on either side, representing Bibi Dong's token. Another entirely golden, featuring the sacred angel on one side and the character for thousand on the other, belonging to Doulu, and a bronze one depicting a crocodile with the character for gold on the reverse, signifying the token of the second enshrined golden crocodile, Douluo. He laid out the various spirit hall titled Douluo tokens, each one distinct, showcasing his collection of unique and valuable artifacts. He often collected such trinkets, and now, with his identity as leverage, he had acquired a plethora of tokens from the Spirit Hall's titled Douluo. With the protection of Doulu and Bibi Dong, no one dared to disrespect him. Tianling rummaged through his belongings, muttering that this belonged to Grandpa Ghost. That was from the third sacrificial offering, and this one was from his teacher. The leader on the opposite side, witnessing him extract various badges of title Douluo one by one, was nearly paralyzed with shock, cold sweats soaking his back. All right, there's still this one. It was a standard badge from the Spirit Hall, engraved with 6 distinct symbols: a chrysanthemum, a ghost, a star crown, a hammer, a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and a sword. This was the highest-ranking elder badge of the Spirit Hall. Who on earth is this person? Could he be the biological son of the Pope of the Spirit Hall? In truth, his speculation was alarmingly close to the truth. The leader felt a pang of despair, realizing that he and his few subordinates were merely following orders and hoped the young man would show leniency. Oh, you recognize this badge? Well, that's good. I have always favored reason over force. Tianling waved his hand and turned to the somewhat dazed Zhu Zhuqing, waving his hand in front of her eyes. Little cat. Cough, cough. How should we deal with these people? Still under the influence of her martial spirit, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively swiped at the paw that was waving in front of her. Realizing the folly of her actions, her face flushed crimson, and her martial spirit dissipated. Let them go. However, there is one who has persistently sought to kill me. All right, then that person shall be dealt with, Tianling interjected decisively, determining the fate of that individual before Zhu Zhuqing could continue. Zhu Zhuqing understood that these people were merely executing orders. They simply wished to take her back to her family. How could she, a powerful soul master, have escaped their pursuit otherwise? My lord, I cannot bring myself to harm my companions. Upon returning to my family, I would be unable to explain myself. Please, do as you see fit. The leader, upon hearing the words of this young man who might be the Pope's son, hurriedly retreated with a few subordinates, leaving only one soul master behind. Tianling cast a glance at him, snorting coldly. Trying to play tricks on me, are we? If my cultivation were insufficient, you would think I could simply let you go? No worries. I am a reasonable person. Speak to me properly, and perhaps we could discuss matters rationally. If you insist on playing games with me, we might have to delve into the realm of physics. The remaining soul master, realizing the gravity of the situation, immediately activated his martial spirit, ready to engage in battle. The colors yellow, purple, and black appeared as soul rings around him. Do you think your little tricks will save you? Tianling wasted no time, summoning his woodworking tools, exuding an overwhelming aura. Yellow, purple, black. To his shock, Zhu Zhuqing recognized that her savior was a soul master. His explosive aura indicated he was incredibly close to the rank of a 40th level soul master. How could this be? He was so young. The astonishing configuration of soul rings stunned everyone present as the leader rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What did he see? A 1,000-year second ring? A 10,000-year third ring? Such a 10,000-year soul ring on a soul master. He began to regret not having struck down that accomplice immediately. After all, they were affiliated with the young lady, and it was not his concern. However, if he enraged this young man, the repercussions could be dire. The soul master under Zhu Chuyun glanced at the prodigious young talent before him, and, gritting his teeth, charged in, unleashing his most powerful 1,000-year soul skill. He was already at level 37. He might still have a fighting chance. Yiming Slash. This was Zhu Zhuqing's third soul skill in the original work. This soul master also possessed the martial spirit of the Yiming spirit cat, though he was a branch member and not of the main lineage. Years of tradition had led the Yiming family to develop a set of optimal combinations for their abilities, causing the initial skills of family members to be quite similar. Tianling, however, did not activate the storm battle axe form. Instead, he sheathed the axe, enlarging the hammer in his right hand before gripping it with both hands. The second and third soul rings glowed, enveloping him in a radiant layer of lightning. Blue arcs of electricity shimmered brilliantly against the darkening evening sky. Prepare to meet your end. The massive hammer swung through the air with a whooshing sound. Using his calves as support, he propelled his body with his waist and arms, resembling a release top. If Tang San were present, he would certainly recognize this as the starting move of the chaotic wind hammer technique. In essence, the technique was merely a method of exerting force, thoroughly described in the original work, making it relatively easy to grasp. The challenge lay in chaining it into the sequence of 81 strikes. The initial motions were straightforward, allowing Tianling to execute them with practiced ease. The oversized hammer collided with the Yiming Slash unleashed by the Soul Master, the force amplified by the explosive third soul skill, shattering the Soul Master's arms and causing his bones to splinter. The hammer continued its descent, striking his chest with unyielding force, triggering a second explosion. The Soul Master was sent flying backward, crashing into several trees with accelerated speed. Gazing at his concave chest and exposed bones, it was clear he was on the brink of death. Tianling heavily set down the hammer, leaning on it with both hands while glancing at the leader of the Soul Masters. Is that all? The leader, suppressing a bitter smile, hurriedly offered compliments, my lord. Your might is unparalleled. A figure in black swiftly approached the injured Soul Master, rummaging through his belongings before hastily returning. My lord, he is dead. Here are his possessions. The cloaked figure presented a small cloth bag. Not bad. You broaden your path. Tianling tossed the small bag to the bewildered little cat. What's your name? Back to you, my lord. I'm Zhu Si. Tianling retracted his martial spirit, nodding. I'll remember that. All right. I've saved this girl. You may leave now. Take that unfortunate soul with you as well. The cloaked figures, feeling as if they had received a great reprieve, hurriedly departed with their companion's corpse. Observing the fleeing figures, Zhu Zhuqing felt as if she had emerged from a dream. The family assassins who had pursued her relentlessly had retreated just like that. Who was this young man who had rescued her? Could he truly be the Pope's son? In the aftermath of her near-death experience, the little cat found herself engulfed in confusion. Chapter 30. The little cat must eat fish. Thank you for saving me. Once she regained her composure, Zhu Zhuqing stood up to express her gratitude to her savior. After a moment, biting her lip, she asked, why did you choose to save me? After all, they had just crossed paths, and regardless of his background, he would inevitably offend some unknown force. Well, how should I put it?
I found you appealing, if that counts. I also couldn't stand a group of big men bullying a young girl. Tianling scratched his head awkwardly, attempting to shift the conversation. Let us introduce ourselves. My surname is Xia, and my name is Tianling. I am from the Spirit Hall and am preparing to attend school near Suatua City. Zhu Zhuqing, taking his cue, replied earnestly, I am Zhu Zhuqing, and I too am preparing to attend school in Suatua City. He was also heading to Suatua City? How fortuitous. A vague, inexplicable emotion flickered in her heart, difficult to articulate. Oh, what a coincidence. Zhu Zhuqing, bearing the surname Zhu, found herself in peril, being pursued relentlessly. Tianling, pondering this name, inquired knowingly, My dear, are you from the illustrious Zhu family of the Xinghua Empire's Yuming lineage? Indeed, they wish to capture me and return me to them. Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head, a shadow of sorrow clouding her expression. Tianling gently patted her shoulder, offering solace. I have heard whispers of your family's regulations, akin to those of the Baihu Dai family, and they are indeed rather unyielding. But fear not with me by your side. They shall not dare to act recklessly. How about accompanying me to the Soul Master Academy for your studies? Thank you, but I have aspirations for another academy. Zhu Zhuqing replied after a moment's contemplation, politely declining Tianling's invitation. As expected, until she had thoroughly relinquished her feelings for Dai Mubai. This little cat would not easily relent. Furthermore, this was merely their first encounter. Her refusal was only natural. At that moment, a rumbling sound emerged, causing Zhu Zhuqing's face to flush crimson. Perhaps we shall discuss this later, she suggested. Tianling chuckled and beckoned her deeper into the woods. You must be famished after being chased for so long, right? Just before I arrived here, I was preparing to set up camp and cook. Let's share a meal. Having been pursued for several days, Zhu Zhuqing had avoided the bustling areas of the city, seeking refuge in the dense forests. Her provisions had been nearly depleted, and having consumed the last of her rations at noon, she was now completely out of supplies. Since he had already rescued her, she thought it acceptable to shamelessly accept another meal, knowing he would also be heading to Suatua City, where she could later repay him. Comforting herself with this rationale, she followed her savior with her head bowed. Thank you, she murmured. Oh, there's no need for such formality. Tianling waved his hand dismissively. Not long after, they arrived at the campsite he had mentioned earlier. He had indeed spoken the truth. Prior to her arrival, he had been preparing to cook, as evidenced by the rabbit on the grill and the unlit coals, alongside a large tent set up behind them. Please, have a seat for a moment. It will be ready shortly. Tianling gestured toward a small stool in front of the tent, snapped his fingers, and conjured a small fireball to ignite the coals, summoning a gentle whirlwind to intensify the flames. Simultaneously, a pot suspended over the fire was ignited, containing rice. In the Douluo realm, rice was not a common staple. They primarily consumed a type of flatbread. The little cat was once again astonished, her hunger momentarily forgotten. Is this a self-created soul technique? She wondered, having never witnessed anyone utilizing their unique abilities in such a manner before. Does your hammer possess both wind and fire attributes? Of course not. It's merely a simple trick. Tianling replied as he tended to the roasting meat. It's quite straightforward, really. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Zhu Zhuqing observed him skillfully manipulating the small whirlwind to fan the coals, biting her lip. Thank you for your kindness. While I am eager to grow stronger, such a self-created soul technique appears to require profound mastery of soul power. Besides, you have already saved me. What could I possibly offer in return? Though she yearned to become more powerful, she did not wish to overreach. Noticing the internal conflict etched on her face, Tianling felt a wave of exasperation. This is hardly an advanced technique. It's just a small fireball and a breeze. However, he overlooked one crucial detail. In the realm of soul masters, even a simple fireball or wind blade typically necessitated a soul ring for its release. Any self-created soul technique was immensely valuable, regardless of its simplicity, and could command respect from any faction. Yet, to him, it held little worth. Well, if you choose not to learn, that's fine, Tianling said nonchalantly. We won't have enough to eat with just this. As he spoke, he retrieved a compact stove from his storage belt, complete with pots, pans, and an array of spices. Come, lend me a hand in rotating this rabbit. I've already seasoned it. Just ensure it doesn't burn.
Zhu Zhuqing numbly accepted the handle of the grill, turning it mechanically. If she had the capacity to exclaim in disbelief, she would have done so at that moment. What manner of person is this? Utilizing a precious soul guide as a stove? As the second daughter of the Zhu family, she had only a modest storage soul guide of a few cubic meters. Tianling cheerfully pulled out 2 fish, preparing to cook one as coral fish and the other as sweet and sour fish to accompany the roasted meat. A little cat should indeed enjoy fish. This stove had been custom-made by the blacksmiths of the Spirit Hall, crafted from rare metals for heat insulation and conductivity, designed for easy transport and featuring an automatic fan, making it exceedingly efficient. He had specifically disassembled it from his compact kitchen for this journey. The blacksmiths of the Spirit Hall lamented, "Our work is arduous. We're meant to forge weapons." With practiced ease, he heated the oil in the pan, coated the fish, and fried them until perfectly shaped, then seasoned them. Soon, 2 fragrant fish emerged from the pan, while the rice, having been steamed long ago, began to emit an enticing aroma. In the astonished gaze of Zhu Zhuqing, Tianling produced a table, a candlestick, a few candles, and 2 chairs. He arranged the roasted rabbit and fish on the table and set the utensils in place. "Candlelit dinner," he declared. Zhu Zhuqing found herself questioning her reality. "Who am I? Where am I? Am I truly in the wilderness?" "All right, let us eat," Tianling said, presenting her with a generous bowl of rice. "And here is a drink for you." He then produced a jug of juice from his soul guide, adding a few small ice shards for good measure. Thank you, Zhu Zhuqing said, momentarily disregarding her reservations and astonishment. Accepting the cup, she took a sip before diving into the bowl of rice, as if transforming into a ravenous beast. The aroma of the meal was irresistible. Having endured days of dry rations, she could no longer restrain herself. "This is absolutely delicious." The famished little cat was nearly brought to tears, feeling that this meal surpassed any she had enjoyed at home. Though her chances of surpassing Zhu Zhuqing were slim, she was still the second daughter of the Zhu family, accustomed to luxuries and delicacies. Yet, these simple fish brought her an overwhelming sense of happiness. In no time, the table was cleared, with most of the food having disappeared into Zhu Zhuqing's belly. Given her hunger after a long day and the naturally large appetites of soul masters, this was to be expected. With a contented burp, Zhu Zhuqing lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushed. I will wash the dishes." She noticed a small stream nearby. No need. Tianling waved his hand once more. With a flick of his wrist, a force gathered, lifting the dishes into the air while a stream of water appeared, thoroughly washing them. A burst of fire elemental energy evaporated any residual moisture and grease, leaving everything neatly arranged on the stove. Why did Tianling carry so many items with him? Essentially, it was due to his profound laziness. This dishwashing technique was developed out of his aversion to cleaning after cooking. Now, it had greatly enhanced his control over soul power and elements. Are you truly not interested in learning? This is hardly an advanced skill. Just look how convenient it is for washing dishes. Zhu Zhuqing felt a spark of desire igniting within her. I am truly intrigued. Tianling, the little kitten, with her contradictory nature and delicate disposition, is irresistibly charming, especially when her cold exterior contrasts with her playful demeanor. Chapter 31. A bit mischievous. A few days later, Tianling and Zhu Zhuqing leisurely returned to Soto City within the borders of the Barak Kingdom by carriage. This marked Tianling's first venture into the world alone, free from the guidance of Old Jack and Bibi Dong, which completely unleashed the youthful spirit within him. Counting the days, he and Zhu Zhuqing enjoyed their journey through the scenic landscapes, immersing themselves in the culture of the Star Luo Empire. As a competent traveler, he could not forget his roots even in this otherworldly realm. Over the course of these few days, they had grown quite familiar with each other. Although Zhu Zhuqing had reverted to her aloof goddess persona, remaining taciturn after escaping from danger, she transformed into a little glutton at mealtimes, her face alight with expectation as she patiently awaited Tianling to prepare delicious dishes for her. This amusing display of her inner conflict was quite delightful. Interestingly, during their conversations, Tianling learned a piece of information. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing was not at the 27th level, but rather at the 29th. He specifically spent some of his fate points to inquire about this anomaly from the system, which revealed that if the host had not previously assisted her, Zhu Zhuqing would have used a unique secret technique of the Yin family to escape her predicament in the original narrative. This technique could only be employed once in a lifetime, consuming a portion of the user's soul power and potential, allowing them to briefly enter the netherworld and traverse a significant distance. With this revelation, Tianling felt enlightened. In the original storyline, Zhu Zhuqing had utilized this method to forcibly evade her pursuers and reach Soto City, resulting in her drop to the 27th level. Simultaneously, this explained why, after consuming the celestial herb, her martial soul did not undergo a notable evolution, but merely experienced an enhancement in soul power and a slight increase in speed. The medicinal effects of the Narcissus Jadebone had restored her internal injuries, but the remaining power was insufficient for her martial soul's transformation, manifesting only as a modest boost in soul power. Throughout their travels, Zhu Zhuqing expressed a strong desire to become more powerful. After all, they were of the same age, and she could not comprehend why he had managed to cultivate to the 39th level, a full 10 levels above her. Tianling, however, did not withhold his methods and openly stated, "My cultivation method is unique. If you accompany me to the Martial Soul Academy, I can share all my secrets with you." This left the little kitten in a state of turmoil for the past few days. She yearned for strength and power, but her fiancé, Dai Mubai, was at Shrek Academy, and she needed to unite with him to confront the formidable forces of Davis and Zhu Zhuyan. Furthermore, she was reluctant to impose the burdens of her family upon anyone else. It was quite a conundrum. Tianling did not pressure her, as he had already concocted a mischievous plan to bring Zhu Zhuqing to the Martial Soul Academy. With the Golden Generation seniors, Hulina, Yin, and Xiaoyu, along with Ma Hongjun and Oscar, he envisioned assembling a formidable team of the 7 monsters of the Spear Hall. As for Qianrenxue, the inheritor of the angel god's legacy, she would undoubtedly rise to become a limit Douluo in the future and would find no interest in participating in such competitions. He could hardly wait to witness the Shrek 7 monsters being thoroughly bested. "Oh, what? The Shrek 7 monsters are down to just 4? That's no concern," he mused. "Zhuqing, which academy do you intend to attend?" "The Advanced Soul Master Academy in Soto City?" "Shrek Academy," she replied, a familiar yet rhetorical question lingering in the air. "Oh, where's that academy? Do you know?" Zhu Zhuqing shook her head in confusion. She only knew that Dai Mubai attended an academy called Shrek, located in Soto City of the Barak Kingdom. Beyond that, she was utterly at a loss. "Very well, let's find a place to stay first. It is nearly mealtime, and we can search later in the afternoon." "All right." Trusting Tianling, her savior, in this unfamiliar place, Zhu Zhuqing followed him as he led her to a 3-story hotel. "Rose Hotel? It looks splendid. Zhuqing, shall we stay there?" Tianling suggested, pointing at a rose-shaped building. "Sure." Zhuqing's responses remained as succinct as ever. Upon entering the Rose Hotel, they were greeted by the delightful fragrance of roses, as depicted in the original narrative, which was refreshing and invigorating. Approaching the front desk, Tianling requested, "Please, I would like to book 2 rooms." Before he could finish, a girl's voice called from outside, "Rose Hotel, brother, let us stay there." "All right, it's up to you," a male voice replied. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a pair of youthful and vibrant teenagers, Tang San and Xiao Wu. My timing is impeccable, right on the dot." "Xiaoling?" Tang San feigned surprise as he greeted Tianling. Xiaoling. Tang San recognized him, having maintained correspondence over the past 6 years despite being apart. They had gathered at Old Jack's house a few times during holidays, so he easily recognized him. "This must be the Xiao Wu you often mention, right?" he remarked, glancing at the girl with the braided hairstyle, who resembled her animated counterpart quite well. "Yes, indeed. Xiao Wu, this is my elder brother whom I spoke of," Tang San introduced solemnly. "Hello, Xiaoling." Xiao Wu gazed curiously at the young man before her, wondering what charm he possessed that made the proud Tang San refer to him as elder brother. "Greetings," Tianling replied with a smile. "This is my companion, Zhu Zhuqing. She has a rather cool demeanor, so please don't mind her." Zhu Zhuqing nodded faintly as a form of greeting. "Then, I will book 4 rooms." Tianling turned back to the receptionist. The receptionist, astonished by the fortune of youth, exchanged knowing glances with Tianling. "Apologies, sir, but we only have 2 rooms left." "2 rooms?" Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing frowned simultaneously, though Zhu Zhuqing remained silent. With his experiences from 2 lifetimes, Tang San understood the implications of propriety, both from his previous life's moral teachings and Xia Ling's admonitions regarding the appropriateness of mixed accommodations. Although he and Xiao Wu had shared a dormitory in their childhood, they were now on the brink of adulthood, making it inappropriate to share a room, especially a bed. Naturally, Tang San, now aided by old Jack's generous sponsorship, had not shared a bed with Xiao Wu. The attendant emphasized, "Indeed, we only have 2 rooms available. However, rest assured, our rooms and beds are quite spacious and well-equipped. 2 people can comfortably stay in 1 room." He exchanged a knowing glance with Xia Tianling and Tang San. Tang San thought, is something wrong with this person's eyes? Xia Tianling, being a modern individual, understood the implications, whereas Tang San, the oblivious one, had no inkling. Xiao Wu exclaimed nonchalantly, "1 room is perfectly fine. We used to stay together at the academy anyway." Tang San sighed, thinking he could always sleep on the floor, as he typically practiced at night. How about this? In the sweltering summer, Xia Tianling casually suggested that he and Zhu Zhuqing share a room, while Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu could occupy another. Although he understood the server's subtle hints, he was not inclined to accept such an arrangement. Despite being a modern individual, his mindset remained rather traditional. Xiao Wu, the carefree little rabbit, was indifferent, but Zhu Zhuqing, a respectable young lady, deserved to maintain her privacy and decorum. Zhu Zhuqing's response was still rather frosty. "Oh, very well." Xiao Wu pouted, still yearning to stay with her brother Tang San. "That would be ideal." Tang San exhaled in relief. "Then please arrange for us to have these 2 rooms," Xia Tianling decisively instructed. Just as the server was preparing to check them in, an unexpected voice interrupted the proceedings. "I believe one of those rooms is rightfully mine," came the voice of Dai Mubai, the flamboyant young master, who arrived with a pair of enchanting twin girls. Chapter 32. Dai Mubai, your vision is limited. Turning around, they saw 3 figures approaching leisurely from behind, 1 man and 2 women. The latter dressed in vibrant attire and appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old, both statuesque and strikingly beautiful as twins. Xia Tianling's gaze immediately fell upon the man at the center, who was embracing the 2 girls. He stood approximately 6 feet tall, youthful yet possessing broad shoulders and a handsome, rugged visage. His golden hair cascaded down his back, nearly reaching his waist, while his unusual deep blue eyes shimmered with mischief. Indeed, the reputation of Dai Mubai, the young master, was well-deserved. With his striking appearance and affluent lifestyle, he certainly had the allure to attract attention without a hitch. The twins clung to his arms, unabashedly enjoying the attention. Unbeknownst to them, Zhu Zhuqing's face paled as she swiftly retreated to a shadowy corner. Clearly recognizing the distinctive features of Dai Mubai, approaching the front desk, he addressed the server. "You must be new here, right? Surely, there should always be a room reserved for me." Zhu Zhuqing's countenance grew even darker. The server hesitated, then cautiously inquired, "May I ask who you are?" Dai Mubai, growing impatient, retorted, "Fetch your manager." The server, feeling the weight of his gaze, hurriedly dashed to summon his superior. "My good sir, it seems we arrived first. Does that not warrant some courtesy? Such a lack of decorum is unbecoming, especially in front of your charming companions." "Your perspective is rather limited," Xia Tianling remarked, his words laced with a subtle mockery. Dai Mubai, dismissing him with a glance, coolly replied, "And what of it? In Soto City, everyone knows who I am." Catching a glimpse of the corner where Zhu Zhuqing stood, her fists clenched in fury, Xia Tianling stifled a laugh. "My dear Dai Mubai, you may be a victim of your own hubris." At that moment, the usually headstrong Xiao Wu stepped forward, exclaiming, "Not happening. First come, first served. You should leave." Dai Mubai turned his attention to her, an amused glint in his eyes. "It has been quite a while since anyone dared to speak to me like that. I presume you are all soul masters, correct? Let us see if you can defeat me. If you can, I will leave immediately. Otherwise, I expect a demonstration of how to vacate." Hearing their companion's challenge, the twin girls giggled and stepped aside obediently. Just then, the server returned with a middle-aged man, having overheard the escalating tension and looking visibly anxious. "Gentlemen, let us all keep this civil," he urged. Dai Mubai glanced at him. "Manager Wang, it seems you have forgotten your manners. I'm not to be overlooked." Manager Wang wiped the sweat from his brow, smiling nervously. My apologies, young Master Dai. This young man is new and unaware of the customs here. I will ensure a room is prepared for you right away. He then turned to the server, reprimanding him. Open your eyes. This is young Master Dai. We must always reserve a room for him. No matter how busy we are, hurry and take him upstairs. What a remarkable display of loyalty from Manager Wang. Tianling reflected on how, over the years, they had come to rely on Dai Mubai as a valued client. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing felt her anger boiling over. While I am left to fend for myself in the Star Luo Empire against my brother and sister's pursuit, you gallivant here in the Heaven Do Empire? What a fine young master you are. Manager Wang, having reprimanded the server, quickly sought to appease the group, suggesting they find another hotel. Tianling, having achieved his goal of revealing Dai Mubai's true nature to Zhu Zhuqing, prepared to leave. However, Dai Mubai's voice rang out coldly. I said, it has been far too long since anyone spoke to me this way. You think you can just walk away? What will the world think of my reputation? Young Master Dai, please, let us not escalate this. Manager Wang implored, panic written across his face. Dai Mubai's eyes glinted dangerously. Enough with the chatter. Any losses incurred will be my responsibility. In the original narrative, it was Xiao Wu who impulsively rushed in, while Tang San engaged in combat. However, witnessing the unfolding drama, Zhu Zhuqing's fury reached its peak, and she prepared to confront Dai Mubai with lethal intent. As her fiancé, he not only abandoned her to face their adversaries alone, but now seemed intent on threatening her, sensing the murderous intent radiating from her. Tianling swiftly positioned himself between her and Dai Mubai, gently urging her to remain calm. You cannot face him alone. Allow me to handle this. Zhu Zhuqing, filled with determination and a hint of indescribable emotion, replied vehemently, No, do not interfere. I want to defeat him myself when I am strong enough. Tianling conjured a gust of wind to keep her grounded, turning to face Dai Mubai. I had intended to let this slide, but since you insist, let's settle this. I have longed to confront you. Dai Mubai arched an eyebrow. How audacious. With a sudden surge, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Tianling's chest. Fueled by a surging anger of his own, Tianling braced himself to meet the attack head-on. Stepping forward with his right leg, he threw a punch with equal force. A dull thud resonated as Dai Mubai's relentless momentum abruptly halted, causing him to stagger back half a step. A flicker of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He had exerted a substantial 8/10 of his strength. Yet this individual had managed to push him back. Moreover, his fist was remarkably solid, causing Dai Mubai's right hand to tremble slightly, as if his bones might fracture. Yet, the other stood there unfazed, exuding an air of calm indifference. Of course, Tianling was unscathed. His physical prowess, honed through the dual training of martial spirits and techniques, was on par with that of a Soul King. Dai Mubai, merely a 37th level Soul Master, was no match for him. Chapter 33. The Astonishment of Dai Mubai. Well, you possess some strength, making you a worthy opponent, Dai Mubai declared with a sharp tone, his figure lunging forward. In an instant, he leapt from the ground, soaring above Tianling, his form unfolding in the air like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, or a ravenous beast pouncing on its prey. This was Dai Mubai's prideful technique. Regardless of how his opponent might block or counterattack, he had an array of responses. His seemingly flawed posture was, in truth, filled with deceptive maneuvers, and a moment of carelessness could lead to being torn apart by him. However, to Tianling, this attack appeared riddled with openings. In combat, the greatest folly is to leap about recklessly. While it may seem impressive in martial arts films when heroes spring into action, such movements are merely for aesthetic purposes. Once airborne, one's actions and power are significantly constrained. Just like now, Dai Mubai's seemingly invincible move was, in reality, fraught with weaknesses. With remarkable speed, Tianling took a large step to the right and swung his right fist sharply upward toward Dai Mubai's ribs. In midair, Dai Mubai had no leverage to change direction, and with the wall too far to aid his lateral movement, he could only twist his body to absorb the blow with his palms and abdomen. Consequently, the fierce tiger's descent became a pitiful display of a tiger receiving a beating. Dai Mubai was sent tumbling sideways, crashing into the shop's furnishings. The impact elicited excited cheers from Xiao Wu nearby, while Zhu Zhuqing, though expressionless, felt a sense of satisfaction within. Amidst the rising dust, Dai Mubai, clutched his abdomen, shakily standing up. His expression soured. He had underestimated his opponent. He never anticipated that this youth, seemingly younger than himself, could possess such strength. Who in Soto City does not know of me? Dai Mubai? Is this all you have? Tianling twisted his neck, the vertebrae cracking audibly. A teasing glint in his eyes. Don't celebrate too soon. Forcing me to utilize my soul power means I have lost this match. However, I cannot leave without a proper contest. Regardless of the outcome, this room is yours. With that, Dai Mubai's eyes sparkled with renewed determination, his previous disdain replaced by solemnity. White Tiger, manifest! A surge of white light enveloped him as he transformed into a formidable tiger human form. Beneath him, 3 radiant rings rose in succession, 2 yellow and 1 purple. The swirling soul rings exuded a powerful pressure akin to crashing waves. Dai Mubai, Martial Spirit. White Tiger, 37th level beast, Martial Spirit Battle Soul Master. I humbly request your guidance. Amidst the imposing aura, Dai Mubai proclaimed his martial spirit's rank, signifying a formal challenge. Tang San, standing behind, felt a twinge of concern and stepped forward, whispering, Lingu. Dai Mubai seems formidable. He discreetly prepared 2 concealed projectiles, ready to spring into action should Tianling find himself in peril. Tianling smiled faintly, offering Tang San a reassuring glance. It's merely a match. Put away your gadgets. Did I not tell you? One must exercise restraint and not always think of taking lives. In contrast to Tang San's apprehension, Zhu Zhuqing harbored unwavering confidence in Tianling. After all, this was a being capable of transcending the limits of soul rings, able to eliminate soul masters in an instant, and he boasted a soul power 2 levels higher than Dai Mubai's. Tianling had often found the practice of revealing one's strength before a fight somewhat foolish. Yet in the spirit of respecting local customs, he decided to comply, knowing this was not a life-or-death battle. Tianling, Martial Spirit. Dawn, 39th level weapon Martial Spirit Battle Soul Master. Over 6 years, he endured ridicule from the Spirit Hall and outsiders regarding the name of his martial spirit, ultimately opting for a new name, Dawn. After all, the axe indeed had an armor-piercing effect, living up to its name. Perhaps, dismantled, it could be called the Shadow Battle Axe and the Starbreaker Hammer. Perhaps another time. For now, he adored Dawn. You what? You're 39? Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback. How old are you this year? Thank you for your invitation. I'm currently residing in Holy Soul Village, just turned 12. Dai Mubai felt weary, regretting his challenge. Is it too late to withdraw my challenge now? Are you not going to release your martial spirit? A puzzled Dai Mubai observed his opponent in action after introducing himself. Oh, no need, Tianling replied nonchalantly. If I unleash my martial spirit, I'll defeat you in 1 move. How would I find it enjoyable? Furious, Dai Mubai could not fathom how someone like him, the illustrious Dai Mubai, who had dominated Soto City for years, could be so underestimated. Watch out, he bellowed, charging straight at Tianling. A brilliant white light flared as Dai Mubai's sinister gaze transformed into a brilliant white. The first soul ring radiated intensely, forming a white protective barrier. White Tiger's guardian shield. Immediately, his second soul ring illuminated, and a massive white light coalesced, accompanied by a tiger's roar as a milky sphere of light erupted from his mouth. White Tiger's raging light wave. This time, he did not hold back. He launched with 2 soul skills, 1 for offense, 1 for defense, leaving no gaps. Tianling, observing the approaching White Tiger's raging light wave alongside Dai Mubai, leisurely raised his right hand and uttered a single syllable. Only Tang San understood. It was a Chinese phonetic sound. In an instant, a vast amount of water elements coalesced in the air, forming a concave lens shape, followed by an icy chill that froze the water into solid ice. The white wave crashed forcefully against the ice mirror, rebounding at an astonishing speed. What? This is impossible. Dai Mubai's pupils constricted. You are a weapon soul master. How can you control elements? As you can see, it's quite simple, Tianling replied, dismissing the ice mirror and advancing amidst the scattering light waves, delivering punch after punch against the White Tiger's guardian shield. There's much more you would never expect. With a resounding bang, the circular white barrier shattered under Tianling's overwhelming strength. Dai Mubai glared at him, his eyes glinting with ferocity, recognizing the immense power. If you can withstand my next move, I will concede. A purple halo flared to life, warping the air around him, and suddenly his body turned blood red. Second transformation. 1,000 years soul skill, White Tiger's diamond transformation. At this moment, Dai Mubai's muscles bulged grotesquely, his upper garments torn asunder, revealing an imposing muscular silhouette. The most bizarre aspect was the appearance of dark stripes on his skin, enveloped in a golden aura, exuding an air of dominance befitting the king of beasts. Aren't you going to unleash your martial soul? Then don't blame me. With the activation of his third soul skill, Dai Mubai observed his opponent still standing there with an air of nonchalance, which ignited a fury within him, compelling him to charge forward recklessly. Can Lingu truly contend with that massive tiger? Xiao Wu, witnessing such a fearsome visage, felt a wave of concern and tugged at Tang San's sleeve. Tang San, assessing the composed Tianling and glancing at Zhu Zhuqing in the corner, who radiated confidence yet bore a visage of hatred, assuredly declared, I trust Lingu. He will prevail. After all, he is an even stronger traveler than I. Chapter 34. Understanding the king, Dai Mubai indeed, this is more like it. Tianling bore a mischievous smile as he summoned his soul power to engage. At that moment, his eyes transformed into golden vertical pupils. A faint thunderous energy swirling around his fists, and an overwhelming dragon might surged forth. Dai Mubai, having activated the White Tiger King transformation, felt as though he was not facing a mere soul master, but rather an unparalleled dragon king. Even his formidable white tiger martial soul seemed somewhat suppressed. However, with no retreat possible, he grit his teeth and pressed on. Xiao Wu had already retreated behind Tang San when Tianling unleashed his dragon might. Gripping her brother's garment tightly and trembling with fear, Tang San, I feel so scared. The aura emanating from Ling Gu terrifies me. Tianling caught sight of this scene from the corner of his eye and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Indeed, she was a timid little rabbit. For Dai Mubai, a battle demanding utmost concentration, for him, was merely an opportunity for catharsis. He had not fought earnestly before. He was merely enticing Dai Mubai to unleash his full potential. Ending things too soon would not be entertaining. His heavy fists, infused with dragon might, unreservedly pierced through Dai Mubai's defenses, landing a powerful blow to his chin. The towering figure of Dai Mubai was momentarily stunned by Tianling's rising dragon fist. Before he could regain his composure, Tianling's second punch connected with his abdomen, bending him over. The third punch, fourth punch, elbow strikes, knee thrusts, headbutts, there were no elaborate soul skills, only the raw essence of close-quarters combat techniques. Each punch left Dai Mubai utterly defenseless. This was no joke. These are the specialized combat techniques Tianling had exchanged with the power of fate. Without any flamboyant moves, he delivered the heaviest of blows using the simplest and most direct techniques. Minutes passed, and Dai Mubai, battered into submission, was forced to relinquish the White Tiger King transformation. Leaning against the wall, sporting two panda eyes. Stop, please. I concede. Dai Mubai cried out in despair, realizing he had lost face. What kind of monster was this? He even unleashed his martial soul, yet his physical prowess had forced him back repeatedly. Moreover, this person was akin to a thunderous hedgehog soul beast. Each strike not only hurt, but also sent jolts of electricity through the places he was hit. Despite his current pitiful appearance, his shirt shredded, bruises marring his body, these were merely superficial injuries. Given his physical constitution, he would recover in a few days. Have you conceded? Tianling summoned a small water element to wash the blood from his hands and took out a handkerchief to wipe them. You concede? This room is yours now. Manager Wang, charge the losses to my account, Dai Mubai generously admitted. Although he was flirtatious and domineering, he was gracious in defeat and would never resort to dishonorable tactics. Stretching his limbs, he grinned at the crowd. I believe we will meet again shortly. You are all planning to enroll in Shrek Academy, aren't you? If anyone troubles you, mention my name, Dai Mubai of the Evil Eye White Tiger. With that, the twin sisters rushed to support Dai Mubai, one on each arm, as they made their way out. Suddenly, a cold scoff caught Dai Mubai's attention. Puzzled, he turned to see a fiery young woman, her fists clenched, radiating an intensity that suggested she wanted nothing more than to confront him. Her aloof demeanor combined with such a fierce expression was a perfect match for Dai Mubai's character. Having just been bested, Dai Mubai assumed the girl was merely irate at having her room taken and thought nothing more of it. Instead, he cast a knowing glance at Tianling, who had just washed his hands. Perhaps it was a rare opportunity to encounter an opponent of a similar age. He foolishly added, "Brother, you are quite fortunate. This girl is truly exceptional. It seems you're kindred spirits. Come find me later, and I'll show you something even better." With that, he strode away without a backward glance. Impressive. At that moment, Zhu Juqing could no longer contain her fury and immediately summoned her martial soul, preparing to confront Dai Mubai. "You scoundrel, I will kill you." She had traveled all the way to the Heaven Do Empire only to find such a lecherous, womanizing wastrel. Was this the man she was betrothed to? Such a disgrace. Dai Mubai, already some distance away, paid her no heed, assuming her fiery temperament was merely a result of being spurned. Tianling, quick-witted, caught Zhu Juqing, but her smooth leather outfit left little for him to grasp, so he could only lightly press on her shoulder. Tang San, recognizing his brother's predicament, swiftly summoned blue silvergrass to restrain Zhu Juqing momentarily. "Juqing, calm down. Calm down." After a brief struggle, Zhu Juqing gradually quieted down. The fury that had filled her heart did not dissipate. Instead, it was buried deeper, ready to erupt even more violently at the next provocation. The desire to grow stronger and her disappointment in Dai Mubai could no longer be suppressed. Zhu Juqing finally resolved to voice her determination to Tianling, stating, "I want to become stronger. I will follow you." Tianling smiled and nodded, signaling Tang San to release his hold on her. "The plan is going smoothly, little kitty. No problem." With Zhu Juqing regaining her composure, Tang San released her from the blue silvergrass, her eyes ablaze with determination. This time, she was not only going to strive to defeat her sister, but also to personally trample the morally corrupt Dai Mubai underfoot. The once lively Xiao Wu, having emerged cautiously from behind Tang San after Tianling retracted his dragon might, nervously peered forward. "What's wrong, little rabbit? Am I truly that fearsome?" Tianling chuckled. "Don't call me little rabbit. I feel as if you might devour me at any moment," Xiao Wu retorted, then hesitantly added, "Devour me? Senga wouldn't he approve, would he?" He winked at Tang San. Tang San, with a resigned smile, replied, "Of course not. Xiao Wu is my sister. And also Deming and Erming." Xiao Wu exclaimed, "What? How do you know Deming and Erming?" Her eyes widened in disbelief. "As you can see," Tang San, feeling quite perplexed, interjected, "Xiao Wu, Lingu, what riddle are you two playing at? Who are Deming and Erming?" Deming and Erming are family to Xiao Wu, and they are currently facing difficulties that you will come to understand in due time. Tianling has refrained from exposing Xiao Wu's identity, as it will be revealed once Tang San's Ziji demon eye advances further. Tang San decided not to press further into the matter, yet he could surmise that Xiao Wu's background was likely complex, akin to that of his own inebriated father. "Dan Hao." Their conversation deliberately omitted some crucial details. What could they possibly be? "Are you two? What does that refer to? Could it be that Xiao Wu, like himself, is a time traveler? That seems unlikely. She appears to be merely a carefree child without any profound wisdom. What secrets are you concealing from me? However, never mind. Since Ling Gu mentioned that he would eventually learn the truth, he would wait patiently, deeming the matter of little consequence." Chapter 35. The Pope is not my biological mother. She is my godmother, excuse me. Esteemed guests, will you be staying here? The previously timid manager Wang, seeing that the esteemed soul masters had seemingly concluded their discussion, mustered the courage to inquire. Tianling and his companions were not discussing any secrets, so they conversed in hushed tones without reservation. Yet, even so, with 100-fold courage, he would not dare eavesdrop. The leading young soul master had not activated his martial spirit, but rendered Dai Xiao unable to care for himself. Thus, he must be extraordinarily powerful, and establishing a good rapport with him would certainly yield benefits. "Oh, staying?" Tang San snapped back to reality and promptly responded. "Since Zhu Juqing had no intention of going to Shrek, perhaps we shall forego lodging." Tianling produced some golden soul coins to compensate Manager Wang for their losses. After all, his objective had been achieved, and whether or not they stayed at the Rose Hotel was of little consequence, although staying might offer additional benefits. He would prefer to forego such advantages, as they felt somewhat exploitative. Even the night spent outdoors, he had managed to sleep alone in a single tent. Manager Wang hurriedly declined, insisting it was unnecessary, Dai Xiao had said that everything would be charged to his account. Very well then. Tianling did not insist further and beckoned Zhu Zhuqing as they made their way outside. Xiao San, Xiao Rabbit, take care. We shall meet again. How dare you call me Xiao Rabbit? My name is Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu huffed indignantly from behind. By the way, third brother, are we going to sleep in separate rooms tonight? I want to sleep with you. Third brother, can we go shopping this afternoon? Where shall we go? Zhu Zhuqing inquired quietly as they exited the Rose Hotel. Of course, to my home. We've traveled quite a distance. Let us rest a while. Tomorrow we shall depart by carriage, Tianling replied nonchalantly. He had grown quite lazy, preferring to avoid trouble unless it involved matters he enjoyed, delegating tasks to others whenever possible. Your home? You have a house here? Zhu Zhuqing expressed her confusion, wondering if anyone would truly buy a house solely for attending school. If Tianling could hear her thoughts, he would certainly respond, indeed, and quite a few. The absurdity of housing prices in his past life school district was unfathomable. Look, we've arrived. Not far from their previous location, Tianling pointed. A magnificent domed structure loomed before them, with a facade exceeding 100 meters in width and standing 2 to 3 stories high, featuring several levels. The entire edifice was brown, and the emblem of the Martial Spirit Hall adorned the main entrance, showcasing 3 distinct designs, indicating that this was the main hall of a Level 3 Martial Spirit Hall. This is the Martial Spirit Hall? Is it your home? You can't possibly be the biological son of the Pope. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in astonishment, voicing her thoughts aloud. Tianling face-palmed, bemused by the peculiar notions swirling in the little cat's mind. I am certainly not the Pope's biological son. However, my sister is, and I am the Pope's godson. He then introduced himself. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am the current saint son of the Martial Spirit Hall, a disciple of the Pope, and the future successor to the position of Pope. Upon hearing this, the little cat was left utterly astounded, her mind overwhelmed with disbelief. Being the saint son of the Martial Spirit Hall was an honor far surpassing that of the biological son of the Pope, eclipsing her own identity as the second young lady of the Ghost Clan of the Star Luo Empire. Enough standing there in shock. Let us proceed. Tianling pulled the dazed Zhu Zhuqing along toward the entrance of the Martial Spirit Hall. Saint's son, the guards at the door bowed in unison. Among them were several attendants who had accompanied him previously to recruit Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Thanks to his efforts, they had received a handsome reward of over 12 golden soul coins, which was no small sum in the eyes of ordinary folk, and they were exceedingly grateful. Tianling waved his hand, instructing them not to bow in his presence, as such gestures were unnecessary. The guards readily complied. As they entered the hall, he and Zhu Zhuqing ascended the stairs directly to the hallmaster's office. Along the way, everyone they encountered bowed and showed their respects, to which he responded in kind. Is the saint's son truly deserving of such deference? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, puzzled by the number of people, both from the Martial Spirit Hall and Common Soul Masters, who bowed to him. Tianling, with an air of confidence, replied, It is not that the saint's son is worthy of their flattery. Rather, it is my amiable nature that has garnered their respect. Before long, they arrived at the hall master's office on the top floor, where a young man was hunched over a large stack of scrolls, engrossed in writing. Uncle Su Yintao, Tianling called out jovially, making himself at home and pouring juice for both himself and Zhu Zhuqing. Upon hearing his name, the young man looked up with a face full of surprise and exclaimed, Saint's son, what brings you here? Recently, Su Yintao had been experiencing great success. After discovering Tianling's talent, he received commendations from Ghost Douluo and, with the assistance of the Martial Spirit Hall, broke through to the 30th level, acquiring a 1,000-year soul ring. He was subsequently rewarded repeatedly, quickly rising from a mere assistant in a branch hall to the position of hall master of a level 3 main hall, surpassing even his longtime superior, Master Missianua. Not only that, but even the goddess he had long admired had finally shown him favor, and he had successfully won her heart a year ago, with Tianling in attendance at their wedding, which had greatly enhanced his prestige. With status, strength, family, and an appreciative superior, he was truly a winner in life. In the terms of his previous life, he had secured promotions, salary increases, and a position as a general manager, all while marrying a beautiful and wealthy woman, reaching the pinnacle of success. Years later, when Su Yintao, now in a high position, was interviewed by reporters about the best decision he had made in his life, he would unequivocally respond, That would be my diligent work, ultimately enabling the awakening of the Saint Sun's martial spirit. I came to find a place to stay. We depart for the academy tomorrow. The hotels in the city are subpar. It's much more comfortable to stay at home, Tianling remarked, glancing at the mountain of documents on the desk, and teasingly added, Uncle Su, even as hall master, you still take your work so seriously, hmm? Su Yuntao quickly waved his hands, saying, Not at all. This is merely my duty. And how can you call me uncle? You know me better than that. In private, we can address each other as we please. I don't mind. Over the past 6 years, Tianling's ability to navigate the martial spirit hall successfully was undoubtedly tied to his character. After all, he hails from a contemporary society, where education instilled in him the notion of equality among individuals. Consequently, he finds it quite difficult to accept the archaic titles of servitude, and can only tolerate others referring to themselves as subordinates. He has never wielded his status to elevate himself above others. Rather, he has always treated the staff of the Spirit Hall with utmost cordiality. Anyone who has aided him can expect his heartfelt gratitude in return. With his capabilities and potential, combined with a lack of harshness towards his subordinates and a penchant for gratitude, who would not appreciate such a leader? Furthermore, everyone enjoys the feeling of being respected. The prince has returned with a female companion. I shall arrange a larger room for you tonight. Ahem, 2 rooms, that is. This is a prodigy I have recently discovered, and I intend to bring him to the academy as a companion, only as a friend, Summer Ling hastily clarified. Just kidding, he is a paragon of virtue. Although in his previous life, he often boasted online about his desires, he remains a remarkably conservative individual. All actions must be predicated on mutual consent. He would not refuse benefits offered voluntarily. However, he prefers to eschew any forced gestures. Taking advantage of others is unbecoming of a gentleman. Chapter 36. The Assembly of 7 at the Spirit Academy. The Spirit Academy, designed to provide ample space for the cultivation of students, is not situated within the territories of the 2 great empires, but rather on the opposite side of the border, forming a strategic alliance with the Spirit City. Upon boarding the exclusive carriage of the Spirit Hall, the 2 soon arrived at their destination. In stark contrast to the humble Shrek village, the Spirit Academy is a bastion of wealth and splendor, overshadowing even the Tiando Royal Academy. Moreover, the faculty at the Spirit Academy boasts a formidable strength that is unattainable by other factions. 2 titled Douluo are stationed there to ensure the safety of the students, alongside several Soul Douluo, numerous Soul Saints, and a multitude of Soul Emperors serving as educators. However, half of these instructors are not fixed in their roles. Most return after completing significant missions to take a breather, while also imparting knowledge to the students, thereby preventing idleness. This dual approach allows for relaxation while nurturing the next generation of talent. The Spirit Academy, nestled within the mountains? Zhu Zhuqing gazed curiously out the carriage window, surveying the surroundings. Technically, the entire mountain range belongs to the Spirit Academy. It was also Summer Ling's first visit, although he had previously heard accounts from Hulaina. The Spirit Academy encompasses not merely a singular mountain, but also provides simulated training environments tailored for various elemental academies. Artificially created lakes, subterranean lava flows, lush forests, and even a tempestuous sea of lightning-born plant-based spirit beasts can be found within. There is nothing the Spirit Academy cannot offer. In fact, the Academy possesses its own extensive spirit beast forest, larger than a primary hunting ground, teeming with numerous 10,000-year spirit beasts. This forest is specifically cultivated for students to undergo assessments, training, and to procure spirit rings. Indeed, wealth affords one the ability to wield immense power. Such a grand investment in an uninhabited mountain range as an academy, coupled with a dedicated hunting ground, is a privilege reserved for the Spirit Hall, which commands 70% of the world's spirit masters. With prior arrangements made, the carriage glided smoothly towards the academy's interior. At the foot of the mountain within the academy, a row of villa-like structures stood, designated as an exclusive activity area for gifted students. Unlike the 2 empires, where nobles monopolize everything, the Spirit Hall understands the principle of valuing talent above all else. As long as one possesses skill, cultivation, and aptitude, they are entitled to superior treatment. Each newly admitted student undergoes an aptitude assessment and receives an initial rank medal. As they advance in cultivation, complete tasks, accumulate merit,
or achieve outstanding results in academic evaluations. They may apply to the academy for rank promotion, thereby accessing more resources and superior instructional guidance. For instance, the Purple Loom Medal awarded to the esteemed Golden Generation in the original narrative symbolizes the highest rank for students. Upon graduation, they are immediately positioned in significant roles within the Spear Hall. Under normal circumstances, Summer Ling and his two companions would have reported to the academy directly after their awakening. However, there exist individuals of paramount importance to certain organizations, which necessitated that the trio remain within the Spirit City until they attained a sufficient level of self-defense. For them, it mattered little, as the initial years of cultivation primarily involve elevating soul power and studying theoretical knowledge, making any location equally suitable. Now that they have made some progress, they can finally partake in practical combat training. Summer Ling led Zhu Zhuqing to a multi-story building. This structure serves as the exclusive teaching facility for gifted students, with only a select few granted entry. No sooner had they stepped through the door than a flurry of footsteps echoed, and a vibrant girl, adorned in splendid attire and exuding charm, dashed down the stairs, enveloping Summer Ling in an enthusiastic embrace. Wow, junior brother, I missed you so much. You've grown taller again, nearly catching up to your sister. The one who had come was none other than Hulaina, the saintess of the Spirit Hall, known as the Little Fox. Ahem, senior sister, please let me go. I can hardly breathe. Summer Ling struggled to extricate himself from her embrace. Is that longing for me? Or are you simply craving my cooking? Who could resist your culinary skills? After tasting your cooking, the cafeteria food pales in comparison. Hulaina stuck out her tongue, acknowledging that even the spirit food of Xiao Ao could become tiresome after too much. Like her, who was also taken in by the Spirit Hall, she would return to the Spirit City during academy breaks to train with her mentor. After sampling Summer Ling's dishes, she often shamelessly came to mooch meals. Over time, she also became close with Oscar and Ma Hongjun. To be honest, I always envy you, Ling. A few more individuals descended from upstairs. Yan Yi, with such a sycophantic demeanor, how could Sister Laina possibly have feelings for you? Upon recognizing the speaker, Summer Ling retorted with a smirk. It takes strength to forge one's path. Ling is right. If you devoted even a fraction of that effort to your cultivation, my sister wouldn't be so bothered by you. Another young man chimed in, revealing himself as Hulaina's brother, Xieyu. Yin felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his nose and pretending nothing had happened. After all, his role as Hulaina's admirer was common knowledge. Hey Ling, why didn't you join us? Were you sneaking off to meet a girl without us? Exactly. The chubby one speaks the truth. You're not being fair, boss. Don't call me chubby. I'm not fat at all. Oscar and Ma Hongjun, the two lively souls, engaged in their usual banter. 6 years had brought about changes not only in Bibi Dong and Xianrenshua, but also in Oscar and the once little chubby boy. No, he can no longer be referred to as the little chubby boy. After cultivating the Phoenix Fire technique, Ma Hongjun's physique appeared remarkably ordinary. He no longer exuded the lewd aura depicted in the original narrative. Instead, he radiated a vibrant warmth, embodying the vigor of youth, presenting a somewhat handsome visage at first glance. Coupled with his 32nd level of strength, he had become a veritable young, affluent figure in Soto City during his recent holiday. Many young women in the village secretly harbored affections for him. However, liberated from past vulnerabilities, Ma Hongjun no longer sought solace in romantic entanglements. Under the tutelage of Xia Tianling for 6 years, he had not transformed into a lecherous fiend as in the original tale. He remained a pure-hearted novice, wholly devoted to his cultivation. The transformation of Oscar was even more pronounced. After refining his martial body, Oscar exuded newfound confidence, far removed from the despondency and lethargy characterizing his former timeline. The augmentation of his strength, particularly through martial training, infused him with resilience and self-assurance that emanated from within. His well-defined physique concealed explosive power that could instill fear even in battle spirit masters. Having perfected the art of the flawless body and possessing a soul power level of 35, Oscar's prowess was sufficient to vanquish soul respecters of equal rank. Who would believe he was merely a food-type soul master? Who would dare to doubt it? Hey, fatty, are you feeling a bit itchy? Your cultivation still hasn't surpassed that of little Ao, the food-type soul master. It seems you've been slacking off lately. Do you need my help with extra training?
Ma Hongjun quipped, his expression turning sour at the mention. No way, Lingu. That guy's a complete freak. I can't possibly compare. Although Xia Tianling had long resolved his issues with malevolent fire, Ma Hongjun's inherently lazy disposition made it difficult for him to change. You're just a lucky lad who doesn't know how to cherish it. Allow me to introduce you. This is my newly recruited student and friend, Zhu Zhuqing. From now on, we shall all learn together. Zhuqing, do greet everyone. Emerging from her quiet corner, Zhu Zhuqing addressed the group. Hello everyone. I am Zhu Zhuqing, a battle spirit master at level 29 with a martial soul of the Nether Cat. The Nether Cat, with the surname Zhu? Are you from the Zhu family of Star Luo's Nether? Hulaina pondered aloud, noting her impressive level at such a young age. Indeed, she replied. However, her identity is of no concern. I will handle everything, Xia Tianling interjected. Ooh, several voices chimed in teasingly. Boss, you still claim to be friends with her? Oscar smirked, his mischievous nature unchanged despite his newfound mindset from cultivation. Absolutely, Lingo. We all know each other well. There's no need for secrecy. Ma Hongjun chimed in supportively. Get lost, Xia Tianling exclaimed in frustration. Fatty, let me tell you, Zhuqing trains far more diligently than you do, and even little AO pales in comparison. If she surpasses you in rank in the future, don't blame me for making you train harder. His irritation was palpable, inciting laughter from Ma Hongjun, who found it amusing. The atmosphere brimmed with joviality. Meanwhile, in Soto City, Tang San and Xiao Wu arrived at the registration site for Shrek Academy. Yet in this timeline, Shrek appeared rather lackluster. Without Oscar and Ma Hongjun, the academy only boasted Dai Mubai as its sole student. 6 teachers for 1 student, akin to a paleontology department at a certain institution. As expected, during the 4th round against Zhao Wujing, Xiao Wu fell victim to her own charm's backlash. However, unlike the original narrative, Tang San did not attempt to deliver a lethal blow to Zhao Wujing. He understood that this was a consequence of Xiao Wu's own actions. Without Zhu Zhuqing's support, he opted to concede after a short skirmish with hidden weapons against Zhao Wujing. But as the saying goes, the wandering traveler faces the fate of being beaten. Even though they did not engage in a fierce battle, Zhao Wujing could not escape the destiny of receiving a thrashing from Tang San. To be frank, Xiao Wu's mental fortitude was rather lacking. A formidable spirit beast transformed into a human after 100,000 years. Yet her mental prowess could not surpass that of a power-type soul sage. It was indeed perplexing. Is this your innate skill, little rabbit? Tang San mused, his hat appearing even greener. Chapter 37. The Assassin's Blade. Having completed Zhu Zhuqing's enrollment, Xia Tianling led her to his exclusive training ground. This was the privilege of a top-tier student. He was not required to share the space with others, as it was tailored specifically for him. Reflecting on Zhu Zhuqing's delicate attack route in the original tale, Xia Tianling found it rather nonsensical. Agility? Control? Defense? Power? Are these truly effective? Among all the titled Douluo on the continent, those who can truly fight are predominantly from the power type. The notion that control-type soul masters possess an advantage in one-on-one encounters is laughable. Aside from being a mere bystander, control-type masters have little impact in combat. The most absurd aspect is the agility-based class, counting all the titled Douluo on the continent. Only the Ghost Law can be classified as such. Is this of any use? What should agility be like? It should resemble that of an assassin, conceal oneself, strike with high damage and speed, extinguishing the target's life with a single blow, then vanish without a trace. 10 steps to slay one, leaving no tracks for 1,000 miles. After the deed, depart without a trace, concealing both merit and fame. Yet, what are agility-type soul masters doing on Douluo continent? They possess agility, but where is the offense? Their flashy skills merely result in defense-type soul masters remaining unscathed. What then is the point of agility? There lies a fundamental misunderstanding of the purpose of agility-type soul masters among the soul masters of Douluo continent over the years. Each one insists on confronting foes head-on, like power-type masters, clearly a significant flaw. Thus, Xia Tianling resolved to teach Little Cat how to become a proficient assassin. Can I become as strong as them? Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip. Upon meeting the others, she sensed the heavy auras they emanated. While the older students surpassed her, even Ma Hongjun, who appeared to be her age, boasted strength equivalent to a soul respect. Zhu Zhuqing felt a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Could she keep pace with such formidable companions? Moreover, how could she repay the kindness he had shown her? Compared to Dai Mubai and these youthful prodigies, she felt utterly inferior. You will grow stronger than them, Xia Tianling stated plainly, diving straight into the matter. Grip this dagger, and let a drop of blood fall upon it. Feel it carefully. Zhu Zhuqing followed his instructions, slicing her fingertip with the sharp blade. Crimson blood seeped onto the dagger, which absorbed it, radiating a dark red glow. Simultaneously, the dagger began to merge with Zhu Zhuqing's body. This was the assassin's blade, a weapon hailing from a fantastical realm. The dagger served not only as a weapon, but also as a legacy artifact left by the god of assassins from that world. Through systematic deconstruction, the legacy of a mere otherworldly deity could be effortlessly unraveled, filtered of its original divine power. What remains are only the insights into the assassin vocation and a modicum of primal energy. This residual power greatly assists Zhu Zhuqing in swiftly mastering her abilities while also enhancing her physical form. The weapon, an ethereal entity, merely takes the form of a dagger. In truth, should Zhu Zhuqing wish, she could just as easily manifest a great broadsword. In a sense, the little feline has acquired a second soul weapon that cannot bear soul rings. The brilliance of this weapon lies in its unparalleled ability to bypass defenses. No matter how formidable the protection, this weapon is guaranteed to penetrate it. The only means of resisting its harm is the physical resilience of the assailed or the strength of the counterattack. For instance, should one wield this weapon against a mage clad in the finest divine armor, shielded by multiple forbidden spell barriers, the outcome is clear. Defenses are rendered moot, and a single strike could incapacitate them. Conversely, if one were to attack an immensely sturdy stone golem, the weapon's effectiveness would be significantly diminished, reducing it to merely an indestructible, sharp tool. Among the numerous techniques left by the god of assassins, the most precious, apart from the cultivation methods, is undoubtedly the art of void walking. This signature skill allows the user to become ethereal, slipping into the void unseen and unharmed by any adversary. Mastery of this technique enables one to effortlessly traverse even the barriers of reality. In simpler terms, it renders the user unselectable in the physical realm. At this moment, with her eyes closed, Zhu Zhuqing felt as though she were a small boat amidst the tumultuous waves of a stormy sea. A fierce and relentless aura battered against her inner resolve, unbeknownst to Xia Tianling. While the system had eradicated the latent dangers within this inherited weapon and severed its ties to the original world, it fundamentally remained an artifact of immense power. An artifact is not deemed so merely for its strength or quality, but rather because it has been wielded by a deity. Even in the considerably diminished realm of Douluo, the accumulated murderous intent and the essence of the god of assassins within it still harbored tremendous energy. Though the god of assassins may be regarded as a mid-tier deity of ordinary divine power, the essence of that power transcends the profession of soul master by a significant margin. This vast reservoir of strength cannot be employed as an offensive tool. Rather, it will unleash a tempest upon the will of its inheritor. Should that will falter, the consequence would be a descent into a soulless husk ruled by murderous intent, akin to a drunken reveler in the city of slaughter. Could it be that I cannot even withstand the assault of a weapon's will? No, I must grow stronger. I must seek vengeance. I must prove that this perverse system of inheritance within my family is flawed. Zhu Zhuqing clung to her resolve within the illusionary realm conjured by the assassin's blade, her countenance, in reality, contorted with anguish. This state is not right. Xia Tianling quickly sensed the issue, and the system provided the aforementioned explanation. How can I rescue her? He expended a considerable amount of fate energy to prompt the system for a solution. Ding. The path of the Great Longevity Sutra you cultivate is the most harmonious with nature, encompassing all things. Simply guide it with your breath and spiritual consciousness. Upon hearing the system's words, Xia Tianling hurriedly complied, enveloping Zhu Zhuqing with his soul power and spiritual energy. It proved effective. Zhu Zhuqing's expression began to calm. Just as she was on the brink of succumbing to darkness, she sensed a beam of light in this shadowy realm, radiating warmth and a familiar essence, clearing the chaos from her mind. Is it you? Are you helping me? Little did anyone expect that this struggle of will would persist for a slightly extended duration. On the very night, Tianling led Zhu Zhuqing into the training chamber. Doulu A Yin sensed that something was amiss. How could a mere cultivation practice take so long? Chapter 38. A Blessing in Disguise. Having experienced something similar herself, she recalled how Tianling had taught her a cultivation technique known as Qingqiu Heavenly Fox Technique years ago, which even her teacher, Bibi Dong, praised highly. Concerned, she peered through the special observation mirror of the training room, finding no issues with the two and thus refrained from intervening. Who would have thought that this situation would continue into the next day, the third day, the fourth day, and until the morning of the sixth day? By this time, several individuals had gathered outside the training room, including Tianling's companions and others of considerable soul power. Two titled Douluo stationed at the academy had arrived, accompanied by several healing soul masters, including one healing Douluo. This was the current saint's son of the spirit hall, and such a gathering was not to be taken lightly. Just as the two titled Douluo were deliberating whether to forcibly breach the door, fortunately, the inheritance concluded at last. After 4 consecutive days of releasing spiritual energy, Tianling was on the verge of exhaustion and collapsed the moment he sensed the inheritance had ended. His final thought was a curse. He had truly overstepped this time. Having completed her inheritance, Zhu Zhuqing's aura surged, transforming her into a blade poised to soar. Though her form appeared somewhat ethereal. Tianling, Your Highness, Ling Yi, Junior Brother, Boss. The first call came from Zhu Zhuqing. Upon opening her eyes and realizing she had broken through to the 30th level, she was met with the sight of Tianling collapse before her, and she rushed to support him. Outside, upon seeing both individuals awakened, a throng burst through the door, flooding into the room. The healing Douluo quickly extended their soul power towards the weakened Tianling, unleashing healing techniques one after another upon him. No, don't heal me, Teacher Wang. I'm fine. I just need to rest a bit. Tianling lay feebly in Zhu Zhuqing's embrace, asserting that he only needed a moment to recover from mental exhaustion. Exhausted mental energy? That could be remedied. A voice chimed in. As a figure from the 7 treasures glazed tile, School stepped forward, saying God. A wave of mental energy enhancement enveloped him, gradually replenishing his drained mental reserves. This individual was a soul emperor from the 7 treasures glazed tile school, one of the top 3 sects that had always maintained a cordial relationship with the spirit hall. Moreover, Sword Douluo Chisha Jianshin and the sect's leader Ning Fengji were both esteemed elders of the spirit hall, thus fostering considerable collaboration between the two factions. Tianling, thank you. Zhu Zhuqing held Tianling, whose complexion had turned pale, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. He had done this all for her. Tianling merely smiled nonchalantly, replying, What thanks? It's only natural. Did I not say before? You are my partner. I'll shield you when the need arises. Tianhui Yin, why haven't I seen you extend such care to us? Is it preferential treatment? Please, stop talking. Just rest well. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were not only reddened, but her face flushed as well. A titled Douluo observing their interactions, seeing that their highness had no issues and was even in the mood to joke with the lady, was instantly filled with ire. All right, everyone disperse. Return to your training. Ning Tao, escort his highness back to their quarters. However, Tianling was left unaware of the subsequent events. His mental state was indeed quite poor. He had merely forced himself to utter a few words before succumbing to unconsciousness with his eyes closed. When he awoke, it was already the following morning. Ah, what a refreshing slumber it had been. Rising from his familiar bed, Tianling stretched languidly, relishing a rare moment of relaxation since he had taken to cultivating in lieu of sleep. Wait, had his soul power actually surpassed level 40? Perfect. He could now venture into the Stardow forest with the little cat to acquire soul rings. I wonder how she is faring after receiving the inheritance. This was truly perilous. Having sailed smoothly for so long, his vigilance had waned, and he nearly encountered disaster. In the future, he ought to consult the system regarding uncertain matters. Tianling, you're awake. As Tianling sat on the bed reflecting on the recent events, Zhu Zhuqing entered the room. Upon seeing his rosy complexion, she exclaimed in delight. Oh, Zhuqing, you didn't go train? Young man, you are quite fortunate. Came the voice of the healing soul Douluo who had been waiting downstairs to ensure no unforeseen complications arose after his fainting spell. After you lost consciousness yesterday, This young lady remains steadfastly by your side. Ah, youth is indeed a blessing. The old man sighed wistfully, adding, since all seems well, I shall not intrude upon you youngsters any longer. Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed crimson, and she bowed her head silently, squatting beside the bed. You didn't leave all night? This little cat is truly a hem. Zhu Qing, how do you feel after the inheritance? Tianling, feeling slightly awkward, quickly changed the subject. Having broken through to level 30, I feel much lighter, Zhu Zhuqing replied, thoughtfully and earnestly. Moreover, the dagger you gave me yesterday can now transform at will. With that, she summoned the assassin's blade, which perhaps should now be called the assassin's claws. A pair of ebony claws manifested upon her hands, exuding a sharp aura. The structure of the claws perfectly matched her hands, emitting a subtle yet deep sound of friction as her fingertips moved. This sound was so faint that it would have gone unnoticed without the heightened perception of a cultivator. Quite impressive. Tianling sprang from the bed in a single motion. Let us go summon Oscar and Fatty. We're off to the Douluo forest to hunt for soul rings. Are we not inviting Senior Hulaina and the others? Also, why call Ma Hongju and Fatty? He doesn't seem fat, Zhu Zhuqing inquired, storing away her claws, her curiosity piqued. Our journey to the Douluo forest serves two purposes, to acquire soul rings and to hone our skills. The three senior sisters have completed countless missions, and in terms of combat experience, even I feel inadequate compared to them, so it's best they do not accompany us. Although Tianling had participated in several missions against evil soul masters before, he had mostly been there to gain experience rather than engage in actual combat. As for why he called Ma Hongju and Fatty, it was simply a nickname from his childhood when he was indeed plump. It had stuck over the years. As they conversed, they made their way toward the teaching building, with Tianling doing most of the talking while Zhu Zhuqing occasionally responded with an or a nod. They successfully located Oscar and Ma Hongjun training at the training ground, and upon hearing of Tianling's fortuitous breakthrough to level 40, they immediately offered their congratulations. The quartet successfully assembled, and after seeking permission from the title Doulou in charge, a top-tier soul Doulou led them toward the Douluo forest. As for why a title Doulou was not leading the group, that was easily understood. Each title Doulou was a prominent figure, and while it was acceptable to take one person out, parading 4 students into the Douluo forest could easily raise suspicions among other forces and powerful individuals. After all, the Spirit Hall had not been on good terms with the Ming family. Furthermore, should they encounter other powerful forces within the Douluo forest, the presence of students personally escorted by Soul Hall powerhouses would undoubtedly highlight their significance to the Spirit Hall. Human intentions are inscrutable. Who knows if someone might attempt something rash? Moreover, the Soul Doulou accompanying them was an imposing powerhouse at level 88, rivaling the combat effectiveness of a title Doulou, capable of single-handedly overcoming challenges. The safety of the group was assured. This time, you 4 youngsters will handle everything yourselves, unless your lives are in danger. I will not intervene. The guiding Soul Doulou reminded them as they traveled toward the Douluo forest. Although this is your first time in the Douluo forest, you should have learned the necessary points during your theory classes. This trip is for practical experience. You will have full autonomy in your actions, so I hope you will make fewer mistakes. Understood. In the evening, the carriage arrived at a small town, with decision-making power in their hands. Tianling promptly decided they would rest for the night and continue their journey the next day. The carriage they traveled in bore no insignia of the Spirit Hall. While the interior was spacious and luxurious, it appeared quite ordinary from the outside. Upon entering the town, the leading Soul Doulou vanished in an instant. Without their adult companion, the youngsters became noticeably more animated. Ma Hongjun, traveling alone for the first time, drove the carriage while eagerly taking in the sights. Seeing the abundance of goods along the street, various potions, trinkets, and equipment, Tianling felt a familiar itch to collect. By that's the solution. I want to feel satisfied unless I purchase a full set of supplies. After all, I can't even count the pocket money the teacher has given me. At that moment, Oscar pointed to a modest-looking inn ahead. Boss, let us stay there for the night. Then Oscar mentioned was a 2-story building with a simple dining area on the first floor and accommodations above. Is this fate? Tianling mused, his expression peculiar as he compared it to his gradually converging memories. Upon entering the inn, he booked a triple room and a single room. While he certainly had the means, he saw no need to indulge extravagantly in non-essentials. The sky had darkened outside,
After a quick wash and changing into clean clothes, the four descended to prepare for dinner. Just as they sat down, 5 individuals entered the inn. Leading them was a stout man, muscular like a bear, yet not overly tall. Could it be? Is this truly a coincidence? Upon recognizing Tang San and Xiao Wu among them, Tianling could not help but acknowledge the uncanny nature of their encounter. Was this the convergence of fate? Ah, Xiao San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Xiao. What a delightful surprise. Brother Ling, you're here too? What a coincidence. Xiao San, Mu Bai, do you know each other? The leader of the group was Zhao Wujin. Dai Mu Bai recalled some unpleasant memories from a few days prior and responded awkwardly. I suppose we became acquainted through our altercation. Tang San, brimming with excitement, introduced Zhao Wujin. Teacher Zhao, this is my childhood friend and elder brother, Xia Tianling. Brother Ling, this is our instructor from Shrek Academy, Teacher Zhao Wujin. Beside me is my classmate, Ningrong. With an innocent expression, she gently greeted a few individuals, yet her restless eyes betrayed her. Ningrong, it has been a long time, Xia Tianling remarked, casting a knowing glance her way. Tang San expressed surprise. Ling-gu, do you know each other? Our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has a collaboration with the power behind Ling-gu. I naturally met him during a trip with my father. Ningrong replied with a smile, tactfully avoiding mentioning the Spirit Hall in front of Zhao Wujia. So this is the legendary immovable king Zhao Wujia. Teacher Zhao, I have long admired you, Xia Tianling said, standing and performing a respectful gesture. Oh, you know me? Zhao Wujia raised an eyebrow. The reputation of the immovable king is certainly known to me, Xia Tianling replied. Reputation? I would call it infamy. However, since you are acquainted with Xiao San and the others, I shall not intrude, he concluded, heading upstairs to a private room. Teacher Zhao is truly rude. Xiao Wu muttered disdainfully, pulling out a chair and sitting down. Ling-gu, I want to eat something delicious. Xiao Wu, you criticize Teacher Zhao, yet you are equally impolite. Tang San remarked with exasperation. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Wu had already come to view Xia Tianling as a fellow transformed 10,000-year-old beast. Ha, of course, no problem. Xiao San, Dai Xiao, and Rong, since we have reunited, today I shall treat you all to a meal. Xia Tianling cheerfully invited them to sit. Once belonging to the same camp, the 7 individuals had now been divided into opposing groups, yet they returned to this familiar place to dine together. How amusing, exceedingly amusing. Today Ling-gu treats us. I must ensure he pays dearly. Ma Hongjun grinned, summoning the waiter and saying, bring me everything on the menu except the staples. Fatty, you are still such a glutton. Ningrong, do not call me fatty. I'm not fat at all now. Though Ma Hongjun claimed he would feast, in reality, even if he ordered several dishes, it wouldn't cost much gold soul coins. After all, could any ordinary small hotel as cuisine compare to the delicious dishes prepared by Ling himself? Dai Mu Bai felt increasingly uncomfortable since entering the room. Sensing something dreadful was fixated on him. It wasn't until he sat down that he discovered it was the girl who had previously regarded him with disdain. Though she seemed oddly familiar, he couldn't recall having offended her. Why, then, did she harbor such animosity towards him? Upon Dai Mu Bai's entrance, Zhu Zhuqing, who had initially been in good spirits, instantly darkened her expression, wishing she could tear apart this self-degrading scoundrel right before her. I say, miss, just because I mentioned want to take you out for a good time last time, you shouldn't be so furious with me, Dai Mu Bai said, utterly perplexed, wishing to understand the situation. Get lost. Don't speak to me. You make me feel nauseous. Zhu Zhuqing shot back coldly, her words leaving the bystanders. Unaware of the truth, bewildered. You. Dai Mu Bai's eyes widened, ready to erupt. How dare anyone speak to him, the illustrious evil, a white tiger, in such a manner in Soto City? Calm down. Allow me to introduce my companions, Xia Tianling interjected, outwardly attempting to mediate, while secretly preparing for the unfolding drama. This is our food system auxiliary soul master, Oscar. This flamboyant fellow is Ma Hongjun, and as for this lady, he paused for effect. The others looked on in confusion. Zhu Zhuqing was equally puzzled, glancing at Xia Tianling with curiosity. Do not be hasty. You shall witness an entertaining spectacle shortly. Chapter 40. Tianhui Academy. Very well. I shall wait to be introduced to this lady, Tang San said diplomatically. Indeed, dining takes precedence, though the place may be modest. The fare ought to be quite comprehensive. I hope the dishes are delicious. Ma Hongjun rubbed his stomach, lamenting,
After a long day of travel, I am famished. The rations were truly unpalatable. The 8 of them gathered around the table, the atmosphere decidedly odd. Zhu Zhuqing wore a stern expression. Ning Rongrong seemed to relish the potential for chaos, and Dai Mubai, while irate, remained confused. Only Oscar, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun, blissfully oblivious, anticipated the meal with eagerness. Tang San exchanged a glance with Xia Tianling, silently lighting a candle for Dai Mubai. He understood that whenever Ling Gu acted in such a manner, it indicated he had glimpsed a fragment of the future and was ready to orchestrate scheme. However, since he had only just met Dai Mubai, whose first impression had been rather negative, he felt no obligation to warn him. At that moment, the restaurant was filled to about 70% capacity. Suddenly, a group of 8 entered. Leading them was a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 40s. Handsome with slicked-back hair and dressed in an exquisite white soul master robe adorned with silver embroidery that shimmered as he moved. Following him were 6 young men and 1 woman, all seemingly in their 20s, clad in similar light blue soul master robes, but lacking the intricate embroidery of their leader. Both the middle-aged man and the 7 youths bore a green circular emblem on their left shoulder, embroidered with the words Tsanghui. He comes, he comes. The familiar Tsanghui Academy approaches us. The entrance of Tsanghui Academy's entourage was striking, prompting the restaurant owner to rush forward, bowing and smiling with excessive courtesy. Lingo, that girl is truly enchanting, Ma Hongjun whispered to Xia Tianling, discreetly eyeing Zhu Zhuqing. Xia Tianling cast a sidelong glance at her. Indeed, after 6 years of learning, she had come to respect others. Men are naturally drawn to beauty. It is only normal. If one were not, would they still be called a man? He had never restrained Ma Hongjun's proclivity for admiration, for he too was no stranger to such inclinations. However, one must learn to respect others, especially women. While it is permissible to think certain thoughts, one must never overtly express them. To openly comment on a woman's appearance, as in the original tale, would be exceedingly impolite. Dai Mubai, seated at the table, overheard Ma Hongjun's whispers and disdainfully scoffed. It is merely a small Tsanghui Academy. What is there to flaunt? Just average looks. Come find me another time, and I will introduce you to someone far more exquisite. At that moment, his flamboyant nature was on full display. Zhu Zhuqing's face darkened further. Oscar hurriedly intervened. Zhuqing, do not be upset. Fatty 1T pursue her. Although he's a bit of a lecher, he maintains his integrity. Yes, I merely speak for fun. I'm all talk and no action, Ma Hongjun added, feigning innocence. Ning Rongrong, reveling in the unfolding drama, exclaimed, not a single decent man among them. Nonsense. My brother San is quite admirable. Xiao Wu countered quickly. Zhu Zhuqing silently agreed. Tianling appears quite good as well. Amidst their lively banter, the middle-aged man from Tsanghui Academy cast a scrutinizing glance towards them, frowning. Just now, Dai Mubai did not lower his voice, making it clear for the people from Tsanghui Academy to hear. Dai Xiao, your open criticism of others seems rather inappropriate, Xia Tianling remarked blandly. So what? Dai Mubai cast a sidelong glance at the already seated Tsanghui Academy. The dean has taught me that a soul master who does not dare to stir trouble is not a good soul master, as the saying goes. Those who do not dare to provoke are mere mediocrities. Besides, provoking soul masters from an academy is the safest. It usually results in nothing more than a brawl. What nonsense! Not daring to cause trouble is mediocrity? Absurd. Xia Tianling crossed her arms and retorted, is this provoking? It's merely bullying the weak. If you truly have the capability, why not provoke a title Douluo? Not even your dean would dare to challenge a title Douluo, would he? Last time, you offended me, and didn't I make you submit? Instantly, Dai Mubai was left speechless, his retorts caught in his throat. He had indeed stirred trouble last time, only to hit a brick wall. He simply could not fight back. Meanwhile, a teacher from Tsanghui Academy whispered something to a young man, who soon stood up and walked towards Tang San and his table, directly heading for Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai's eyes flickered with disdain. Although he had suffered a setback at the hands of Xia Tianling, it did not mean he would regard the weaklings from Tsanghui Academy with any respect. The young man pretended as if nothing was amiss as he passed by Dai Mubai, yet his foot stealthily aimed to kick one of the chair legs beneath Dai Mubai. It was merely an ordinary wooden chair, and with one leg kicked out, Dai Mubai could not maintain his balance. At that moment, as the young man struck, Dai Mubai reacted. Having been humiliated by Tianling and subjected to Zhu Zhuqing's cold mockery, he had pent-up frustration that was ready to explode. When someone dared to provoke him, it was as if they had walked right into his trap. With a loud thud, the young man felt as if he had kicked a steel plate, his calf numb from the impact. In the next instant, Dai Mubai had already struck out with a palm. The young man intended to defend himself. But in his moment of hesitation, and with his soul power inferior to Dai Mubai's, he was firmly struck in the chest. His body bent backward like a weightless scarecrow, flying through the air and crashing into two tables before landing among the people from Tianhui Academy. A teacher from Tianhui Academy hurriedly stood up, grabbing the young man's shoulder to steady him. The young man's face paled, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. His demeanor visibly weakened. Dai Mubai halted, stretching lazily as if apologizing. My bad. That was an accident. The essence of the white tiger emerged in his eyes, revealing a deep-seated arrogance and contempt. Not only did the people from Tianhui Academy find his expression infuriating, but even Xia Tianling regarded him with disdain. Dai Xiao, that was excessive, wasn't it? Even if he had actually kicked you, with your strength, it would have merely caused you to stumble. It wouldn't have been a disgrace. Yet you've sent him flying and made him bleed. That's truly too heavy-handed. Xia Tianling's expression was devoid of emotion as she coldly regarded Dai Mubai, adding, "Moreover, you initiated this altercation." Dai Mubai shrugged nonchalantly. So what? Chapter 41. Don't seek trouble for no reason. Isn't making friends more pleasant? At this moment, the dining hall erupted in chaos, with patrons near the two tables hastily sidestepping to avoid getting involved. However, most did not immediately leave, but rather watched the unfolding scene with excitement. Typically, witnessing a duel between soul masters required a trip to the Grand Soul Arena, which cost money. Now, they were able to witness it for free, and naturally, no one wanted to miss out on such an opportunity. The group from Tianhui Academy could no longer contain themselves. The remaining 6 students stood up in unison, glaring angrily at Dai Mubai and his companions. They attempted to rush over, but were held back by a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man helped the young student back into a chair, his expression stern as he questioned Dai Mubai, "Which academy are you children from?" Dai Mubai's eyes glinted mischievously. "You think you're worthy to ask?" With that, he returned his seat. Xia Tianling silently pulled Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun back, addressing the people from Tianhui Academy. "Apologies, we are merely passing acquaintances with this individual. We will not involve ourselves in this matter." "You say you're not involved? Who believes that? We're all sitting at the same table." A young man shouted. "Yes, they're definitely in cahoots. Let us teach them a lesson." As he spoke, they all activated their martial souls and prepared to charge at Dai Mubai and his group. 7 of them were all second-ring soul masters, 1 white and 1 yellow. Without hesitation, Dai Mubai activated his soul rings as well. "I said we are not in cahoots. Do you really want to persist?" Xia Tianling expressed his impatience. He had wanted to observe the drama, but now found himself embroiled in trouble. "This time, it's my own doing." He unleashed his axe from his dual-wielded weapons, activating its enhancements, with lightning crackling around him, the yellow, purple, and black soul rings beneath his feet flashing vibrantly. "Black, a 10,000-year soul ring." An onlooker gasped incredulously. His second soul ring is purple, 1,000 years. Others also recognized the unusual disparity in his soul rings. What kind of monster is this? Upon Xia Tianling's release of his martial soul, the students from Tianhui Academy were left in shock, even without considering the vast difference in their levels. Just the 1,000-year second ring and the 10,000-year third ring were enough to obliterate them. Even if his first soul ring was a deep yellow, it was evidently older than their second ring. In contrast, even the white tiger soul master appeared somewhat mediocre in comparison to Xia Tianling. "Stop!" The teacher from Tianhui Academy could no longer contain himself, waving for his students to retreat. The students, feeling somewhat defeated, stepped back. The teacher was filled with profound astonishment, not to mention this individual who defied the common understanding of soul ring distribution. Even that white tiger soul master possessed a 1,000-year soul ring. "I'm Yi Zhiqiu, the Director of External Affairs at Tianhui Academy. May I ask which sect you belong to?" "We are from Shrek Academy," Dai Mubai replied casually. "Shrek Academy? I don't believe I've heard of it," Yi Zhiqiu said, a contemplative look in his eyes. Dai Mubai scoffed. "That's your ignorance. It's not well known. It's understandable you haven't heard of it, Just a backwater academy, Ma Hongjun muttered from the corner. Fortunately, Dai Mubai did not hear him. May I ask, who are you? Yi Zhiqiu turned to Xia Tianling, unconsciously infusing his words with respect, for that black third soul ring was simply too dazzling. Even he, a soul king in his 50s, did not possess a black 10,000-year soul ring. Sighing, Xia Tianling recalled the instructions given by the soul Duo upon arrival, advising that the title of the spirit hall should not be disclosed as it could lead to complications. Apologies. My sect does not permit me to reveal my identity or sect name. He raked his fingers through his hair. I understand I cannot prove that we are not in cahoots with them, but allowing this to go unpunished would be difficult for you as well. How about we find a secluded place and settle this? You with me? Yi Zhiqiu was taken aback. This little fellow, despite his exceptional talent and possessing a millennium-old soul ring, should not be his match, right? I, along with her, Xia Tianling, pulled aside Zhu Zhuqing, who had just reached level 30. The primary purpose of this outing was to assist her in obtaining her third soul ring. Perhaps it would be best to summon your mentor. After some contemplation, Yi Zhiqiu realized that engaging in a battle with these two children would be unfair if he won, and even more embarrassing if he lost. What a hassle. In truth, he merely intended to find a sparring partner for Zhu Zhuqing to test out his new weapon. As a defensive-type soul master, he was perfectly suited to evaluate the assassin's claw. Xia Tianling stepped forward, pulling Yi Zhiqiu aside and discreetly retrieving 2 tokens from her storage ring. Each token bore a distinct inscription, Chrysanthemum Ghost. With swift reflexes, Xia Tianling covered Yi Zhiqiu's mouth before he could exclaim, smilingly asking, "What do you say, Teacher Yi? Can you do me a favor?" All right. It's not just a favor. I do 100. Yi Zhiqiu quickly acquiesced, secretly relieved that he had not acted impulsively. Goodness. The tokens of the Chrysanthemum Duo and Ghost Duo were in his possession, with 2 titled Douluos standing behind them, each above level 95. Could this child possibly be the contemporary Saint Sun recently announced by the Spirit Hall? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. No wonder he had mentioned not revealing his identity outside, for if it became known, countless individuals would rush to curry favor. Teacher Yi, shall we share a meal before we engage in a contest? This meal is on me, a gesture to cultivate good relations. With this token, your student can receive proper treatment at any branch of the Spirit Hall. Thank you. Your generosity is much appreciated. But remember to keep it a secret. The onlookers, including the students from Tsanhui Academy, as well as Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu, were left bewildered. What on earth were these two discussing? Moments ago, tensions had been high, and now they were like good brothers? Those familiar with Yi Zhiqiu had a general idea. He likely revealed his identity discreetly. After a brief treatment from the healing soul master, the student from Tsanhui Academy was no longer in serious trouble and would be fully recovered after visiting the Spirit Hall with Xia Tianling's token the next day. The 2 tables of reconciled individuals resumed their seating, and the proprietor timely summoned the waitstaff to serve plate after plate of delectable dishes. Xia Tianling, I do not require you to speak on my behalf. Dai Mubai, now seated, wore a sullen expression, feeling utterly humiliated. Speak on your behalf? Do we know each other that well? I am merely assisting Xiao San, Xiao Wu, and Rong in reducing an adversary. With that, he patted the frosty Zhu Zhuqing beside him, also aiming to provide her with a challenging opponent. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. Her name is Zhu Zhuqing. What did you say her name was? Dai Mubai sprang to his feet, nearly toppling the table, his eyes wide with disbelief. This prompted curious glances from nearby diners, and the students from Tsanhui Academy turned to observe. Dai Mubai what? Zhu Zhuqing. No wonder she looks so familiar. She is my betrothed from childhood. What have I done? In her presence, he had acted arrogantly, instigated conflict, and even attempted to involve her friends. It was no surprise that she regarded him with animosity. At that moment, Dai Mubai wore a bitter smile, wishing he could return to a few days prior and eliminate his former self. Zhuqing, please allow me a chance to explain. Leave. Chapter 42. 9 turns to heaven step Zhuqing. Would you grant me an opportunity to explain? The 2 tables finished their meals, and Xia Tianling sent the others away to rest while leading Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Zhiqiu toward the outskirts of the town. Leave me alone. Your presence repulses me. Zhu Zhuqing's expression was as cold as ice, not even glancing back. In her heart, Dai Mubai had long since become a negative factor. 2 encounters, and Dai Mubai's actions had extinguished any lingering fantasies she might have harbored. A complete disillusionment. He was 5 years her senior, and even Oscar, who was only a year younger, was nearing his level. The difference was a mere 2 ranks. This was despite the arduous nature of cultivating as a food-type soul master. By the time Oscar turned 15, he would almost be a soul king, while even the often lax Ma Hongjun had reached level 32, not to mention Xia Tianling, who had already surpassed 40. He had squandered his talent over the years, and her disdain for someone so willingly degenerate was deeply rooted. Dai Mubai stood frozen, contemplating whether to follow. However, having just been rebuffed, a peculiar sense of pride restrained him from doing so. TSK, 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 Big Tiger, you're failing. Even your woman is running off with someone else. Ning Rongrong had long felt discontent towards Dai Mubai, and with no one else present, her true nature emerged. As for how she knew of Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai's relationship, it was simple. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was one of the top 3 sects, and she had been exposed to the prominent powers of the world since childhood. Leave. Do not bother me. Although Dai Mubai seemed somewhat timid in front of Zhu Zhuqing, he remained the arrogant, domineering Dai Mubai when addressing others. Ha! A self-indulgent, impotent fool. You dare speak to me in such a manner? Ning Rongrong turned on her heel, not forgetting to mock Dai Mubai. Had her brother Davis been present, he might have had some reason to be haughty, but what did Dai Mubai have to stand on? Without the support of Oscar and Ma Hongjun, Flinder lacked the leverage to compel Ning Rongrong to concede. She, a spoiled princess, would not tolerate such indignities. Princess of Zuan, online to roast people. As for Ning Rongrong's current view of Shrek Academy, it was merely a dilapidated village to her, with only 1 student remaining before their arrival. And of such low caliber, how high could the teaching standards be? In terms of support capabilities, could Shrek's Tang Do, with his bean spirit, surpass her father? In terms of strength, Flinder and Zhao Wujia's 2 soul saints could hardly compare to the Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo. Regarding theoretical knowledge, aside from the vast accumulation of the Spirit Hall, could anyone rival the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? As for training grounds, oh, sorry, Shrek had none. As for the renowned master, whom Flinder had mentioned would soon arrive, that was even more laughable. His so-called competitive edge of the top 10 soul skills had either been thoroughly researched by the great powers or was complete nonsense. How could such a dismal school expect her to feel any sense of belonging? Spare her the nonsense. You. Dai Mubai was so enraged he nearly exploded, contemplating whether to strike at Ning Rongrong, yet he restrained himself. At that moment, Zhao Wujia was upstairs, and, judging by Ning Rongrong's tone, she was likely the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. That was why he held back, if he dared to attack her. It was certain that Sword Douluo would not let him off easily. To say he was merely a disgraced heir was an understatement. Even if he were the Star Luo Empire's emperor, he would find himself in dire straits. In a certain sense, Dai Mubai's moment of clarity saved his life. Xia Tianling and his companions were blissfully unaware of the events that transpired after their departure, and they now found themselves in a grove outside the town. Teacher Yi, I must trouble you, Xia Tianling said with a gentle smile, releasing his dawn martial soul. My martial soul is rather unique. It is not a twin martial soul. I am a level 40 assault system weapon soul master, and I seek your guidance. Zhu Zhuqing, too, summoned her nethercat spirit, though it seemed to have undergone an inexplicable transformation compared to its original form. Yi Zhiqiu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this seemingly petite girl had already reached level 30. Even more astonishing was the young boy from the martial soul hall before him, who was already a soul master. It was truly hard to fathom. I am flattered, Yi Zhiqiu responded, simultaneously releasing his own Xian Turtle martial soul. Xian Turtle, manifest, he declared, revealing himself as a level 54 defense system soul king. My young friends, I hope to impress you. Upon manifesting his martial soul, Yi Zhiqiu's limbs contracted by a third, and a massive shell formed on his back. His entire body shimmered with dark light, and 5 soul rings, black, yellow, purple, and yellow, rose from his feet and spiraled around him. Teacher Yi, shall we engage in a one-on-one match? Xia Tianling proposed, fully prepared, gripping his hammer and axe tightly. Strictly speaking, this marked his first face-to-face encounter with a Soul King, even if this particular Soul King were somewhat lacking. Previously, His practice partners had always been restrained soul saints, or at the very least, soul emperors. To be honest, it was rare for the martial soul hall to find a teacher of soul king caliber. All right, you must be cautious, Yi Zhiqiu cautioned. As he spoke, an unusual sound resonated in the air, and Xia Tianling advanced toward Yi Zhiqiu in an uncanny manner, as if swimming through the air. What kind of footwork is this? Yi Zhiqiu wondered, not daring to underestimate him. He let out a low growl and unleashed his first two soul skills. The first two soul rings around him lit up as he swiftly rotated, revealing his turtle shell behind him. Simultaneously, a stream of dark light, imbued with a chilling aura, was released. This was a defensive soul skill combined with a control skill, the first being Xian Turtle's protection, while the second was Xian Water's freeze, which emitted a cold light to impede and slow the enemy's movements. Ninth turn, sky treading step. First turn, swimming in the sky, Xia Tianling announced. Utilizing a movement technique known as the ninth turn sky treading step, which, despite being named as such, only comprised 4 realms. The first realm, swimming in the sky, allowed Xia Tianling to traverse the ground as if swimming, significantly accelerating his movement speed. The second realm was the third turn walking in the sky, which conferred the ability to fly, akin to walking in the air. The third realm, sixth turn dancing in the sky, permitted free movement in the air, allowing the user to move as if dancing. The final realm, ninth turn sky treading, as documented in ancient texts, granted the ability to effortlessly shatter space, even transcending the barriers between mortal and celestial realms. However, without undergoing the complete 9 heavenly tribulations, one's body and soul might succumb to the overwhelming celestial energy upon crossing into the celestial realm. Chapter 43. Teacher Yi, it would be a pity for you not to serve as a professional sparring partner, with the advantage of the swimming in the sky realm. Xia Tianling deftly maneuvered past the oncoming wave of cold light, just as it was about to collide with him. The chilling aura surrounding the light posed little hindrance. In a split second, he had appeared directly in front of Yi Zhiqiu, and with a swift motion, his axe sliced horizontally toward his opponent's neck. Yi Zhiqiu was taken aback and quickly retracted his head into the safety of his turtle shell. I anticipated you might have such a skill. The axe narrowly missed Yi Zhiqiu's scalp, and immediately following was a powerful downward strike from the hammer, crashing forcefully against his chest plate. The axe's attack was merely a feint. The hammer delivered a genuine strike. With a resounding impact, Xia Tianling's hammer nearly unleashed all his strength, infused with explosive attributes, forcing Yi Zhiqiu to stagger backward, his body tingling all over. However, as a defensive Soul King, Yi Zhiqiu quickly regained his balance and unleashed a torrent of black cold energy toward the oncoming Xia Tianling. Third soul skill, Xian Water Surge. The intense cold caused Xia Tianling to shiver involuntarily, prompting him to channel his fire element to maintain his internal warmth. Meanwhile, he activated his first soul ring. Merging his powers, Storm Battle Axe, manifest, he declared, Teacher Yi, unleash your strongest soul skill for a decisive blow. Xia Tianling had already issued a warning. In the Storm Battle Axe form, both his strength and soul skill attributes doubled. This was merely a sparring match. It would not do to cause serious injury or worse. Yi Zhiqiu acknowledged with a nod, releasing his fourth and fifth soul skills in succession. A swirling black energy enveloped his turtle shell, augmenting his size while facing Xia Tianling with the most robust part of his back. As a defensive Soul King, defense was his forte. Both his fourth and fifth soul skills were purely defensive in nature. The fourth strengthened his turtle shell, while the fifth unleashed a swirling black energy akin to a mage's arcane barrier. Thunder God, assist me. Thunder Moon Slash. Xia Tianling bellowed as he advanced, wielding the Storm Battle Axe with great strides, igniting his second and third soul rings while dramatically announcing his technique. A massive axe, infused with the power of thunder, struck down upon Yi Zhiqiu's turtle shell. Boom! This strike represented a culmination of Xia Tianling's might, excluding the revelation of his second martial soul, combined with the oppressive aura of the true dragon. However, he used the hammer side of the axe. Just how powerful this blow was, he could not fully ascertain. If he had used the blade to strike down, he feared he might gravely injure Yi Zhiqiu, which would be quite troublesome to explain. The hammer struck Yi Zhiqiu, sending him soaring like a colossal golf ball. The surrounding black energy dissipated upon contact with the Thunder Moon slash and did not impede the blow in the slightest. The massive turtle shell and hammer collided, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The turtle shell shattered into its fundamental soul power, vanishing into thin air. In midair, Yi Zhiqiu was stripped of his martial soul manifestation. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, Yi Zhiqiu felt the oppressive weight of a natural enemy. An instinctive urge to submit that surged from his very bloodline. This impulse nearly caused a significant decline in his overall strength. How could a mere turtle minister dare to flaunt his prowess before a true dragon? This was merely an aura. Had Tianling fully manifested his true dragon martial soul, the resulting suppression could have had Yi Zhiqiu's power. Coughing, Yi Zhiqiu rose amidst the swirling dust. "Teacher Yi, are you all right?" In the sweltering summer, Tianling hurriedly approached, stuffing a leaf of herbal medicine into Yi Zhiqiu's mouth, urging him to chew and swallow it. This particular herb was a potent remedy cultivated by the Spirit Hall, notably effective for low-rank soul masters. Before departing, he had gathered a generous handful and stored it within his ring. "Your prowess humbles me," Yi Zhiqiu said with a wry smile as he consumed the leaf. "Thank you for the herbal remedy." Just moments ago, Tianling's forceful strike had left him feeling as though his internal organs had shifted, and his bones were on the verge of splintering. He contemplated that had Tianling employed the axe's blade or utilized that peculiar evasive technique to circle around him, a single blow could have gravely injured him. Fortunately, with the assistance of this extraordinary plant, Yi Zhiqiu felt a warm current coursing through his body, steadily mending his injuries until he was almost fully restored. "Teacher Yi, are you all right? Perhaps we could have Zhu Qing strike you as I did, while you unleash your strongest defense." After assessing his current condition, Yi Zhiqiu considered that this agile girl was merely a grand soul master and likely lacked overwhelming strength. So he readily agreed. "I'm fine, let us proceed." He readied himself once more, releasing his martial spirit and several defensive soul skills. "Zhu Qing, test your new abilities." "All right." Zhu Qing nodded, manifesting her martial spirit as well. Following her acceptance of the assassin god's legacy, her spectral cat martial spirit underwent an enigmatic transformation, as evidenced now. Her speed had increased, and her form appeared somewhat elusive, akin to a fleeting shadow. Yi Zhiqiu felt a surge of astonishment. This girl's speed was astonishingly swift. Compared to her and her peers, his most talented disciples seemed almost trivial. Activating his third soul skill, Mystic Water Surge, he prepared to confront Zhu Qing, who was charging towards him. He unleashed this versatile skill combining offense and defense. As torrents of water surged forth, Zhu Qing steadied herself, inhaled deeply, and activated her newly learned skill, Void Walk. However, her nascent mastery of this skill only allowed her to vanish into the void for a mere second or two. Yet, in that fleeting moment, it left Yi Zhiqiu questioning his very existence. Is this a self-created soul skill? Teleportation? In his perception, Zhu Qing completely vanished within those 2 seconds, only to reappear right before him, resembling a teleportation. Her claws, now enveloped in a layer of dark, metallic sheen, glimmered not a shred in the moonlight. Assassin S Claw. Spectral 100 Claws. Zhu Qing transformed into a streak of black light, her claws aimed directly at the shell behind Yi Zhiqiu. The sound of impacts echoed. Contrary to the anticipated clattering of claws against shell, Zhu Qing's spectral 100 claws pierced through Yi Zhiqiu's protective dark energy, plunging straight into the thick shell as though a searing blade had sunk into a block of cheese. As the attack concluded, Zhu Qing halted, staring in disbelief at the massive wound on the shell, then at her own claws. Did I truly cause this? She distinctly felt that her single application of spectral 100 claws, concentrating the force of hundreds of strikes into one point, had entirely breached the shell's defenses, revealing Yi Zhiqiu's true form within. A second application of her spectral piercing would surely leave this soul king grievously injured. The power of the legacy bestowed by the assassin was astonishingly formidable. Chapter 44. The unchanging nature of the little demoness Ning Rongrong. Meanwhile, Tianling, watching from the sidelines, nodded in satisfaction, noting that this aligned perfectly with the assassin's archetype. High attack, high agility, and explosive damage that could swiftly eliminate foes.
without the passive ability of the Assassin's Claw to guarantee a flawless breach of defenses and its sharpness. Even if Yijiqiu refrained from using any skills and allowed Zhu Qing to scratch at him, she might still struggle to penetrate his defenses. Much like in the original story, where Zhu Qing's spectral 100 claws failed to harm Zhao Wujin, a soul master renowned for his defensive prowess. Teacher Yi, you've worked hard. Please remember to keep this a secret. Xia Tianling handed Yijiqiu several more herbs before leisurely escorting Zhu Qing back toward the hotel. Yijiqiu wiped the sweat from his brow and sighed in relief. Although he had endured a beating, he had forged a favorable connection with a promising talent and acquired several healing herbs, a trade that was far from unfavorable. He resolved to return promptly with his disciples to the academy. Healing was of utmost priority. The next day, at the crack of dawn, Zhao Wujin's boisterous voice echoed through the hotel. Even Xia Tianling and his companions in the adjacent room were roused by his booming voice, prompting them to rise, wash up, and join him for breakfast. At the dining table, the 9 individuals displayed a clear division. Oscar and Ma Hongjun ate without distraction. The previously quarreling Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong were evidently at odds, ignoring one another completely. Xiao Wu, brimming with curiosity, inquired about Zhu Qing's battle from the previous evening. Eager to engage with Yijiqiu herself, Tang San sincerely invited Xia Tianling to join them. His admiration for Xia Tianling having escalated after hearing of his triumph over Yijiqiu. Join us? We are indifferent to the idea. Xia Tianling hesitated, glancing toward Zhao Wujin, who was furiously gnawing on a bun, contemplating whether it might be inconvenient for him. He was aware of Zhao Wujin's strained relations with the Spirit Hall and tentatively broached the subject. No problem. Let us go together, Zhao Wujin replied, chewing vigorously on his bun and pickled vegetables as if he bore a long-standing grudge against breakfast. Unbeknownst to Xia Tianling the previous night, Zhao Wujin had clearly observed Xia Tianling's 3 soul rings from upstairs and had discreetly followed him out, witnessing the battle with Yijiqiu. Subsequently, he was forcibly invited by the leading soul Douluo for a cordial discussion. The conditions laid out by the soul Douluo were such that, to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, he often found it inconvenient to appear. As long as Zhao Wujin accompanied them, the Spirit Hall would dismiss the bounty on him. Faced with the inability to escape or engage in battle, Zhao Wujin begrudgingly acquiesced, not wishing to be beaten senseless again, particularly since he had yet to recover from his previous encounter with Tang Ritian. Truth be told, the Spirit Hall had little interest in Zhao Wujin. If they truly wished to capture him, 10 of him could be taken without issue. As a soul sage, he was not deemed significant by the expansive Spirit Hall, which did not regard him as a serious threat, and thus allowed him to go on his way. The group departed the small town, and the affluent Xia Tianling naturally hired a carriage, inviting the members of Shrek to travel together. Why run when there was a carriage available? To hell with Shrek's traditional education. Originally, he had planned for them to share one carriage while Shrek's members took another. However, upon boarding, a minor issue arose. Ning Rongrong adamantly refused to share a carriage with Dai Mubai and stubbornly squeezed onto the Spirit Hall's carriage. Similarly, Xiao Wu, harboring no fondness for Dai Mubai, followed suit and boarded the Spirit Hall's carriage as well. Afterwards, Oscar and Ma Hongjun willingly yielded their positions to accompany Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Zhao Wujia, thus resolving the matter. Sharing a carriage with 3 young ladies. What a delightful prospect! As they journeyed toward the Stardow Forest, the naive Xiao Wu gazed around with wide-eyed curiosity from within the lavish carriage, occasionally lifting the curtain to peek outside. Since her arrival in the human world, her mode of travel had solely been her own 2 legs. Not to mention riding in an opulent carriage, she had never even experienced a humble one. Xia Tianling, have you brought your cooking stove this time? I yearn for your culinary delights. Ning Rongrong exclaimed as she rummaged through the hidden compartments of the carriage with the familiarity of being at home. After spending several days in Shrek, she was nearly driven to distraction with hunger. What kind of academy was this? Merely a decrepit village. Of course I brought something so essential. Xia Tianling replied with a smile. As honorary elders of the Spirit Hall, Ning Fengji and Shen Xian often attended to business there. Naturally, Ning Rongrong, with her playful disposition, insisted on accompanying them. In this manner, she had grown quite familiar with the young princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who frequently accompanied him, were well known to her as well. That Dai is utterly vexatious,
pretending to be something he is not despite lacking real ability. I wonder if I should just enroll in your Spirit Hall Academy myself. It seems that Sister Zhu Zhuqing has become quite formidable in just a few days with you. I have no objections, but would Uncle Ning and your grandfather Jian, as well as Grandfather Gu, concur? Ning Rongrong retorted with a dismissive pout. Clearly, without the support of Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong was unlikely to yield to Flander, let alone feel any sense of belonging to Shrek. Given her current relationship with Dai Mubai, it would be a considerable feat for her not to leave outright. Wait a moment. What do you mean by bring a cooking stove with you, Ling? Xiao Wu, coming back to her senses, discovered the intriguing detail. Indeed, Xia Tianling is an exceptional cook, Ning Rongrong replied. Even Zhu Zhuqing, maintaining her usual aloof demeanor, nodded in agreement, affirming the deliciousness of his meals. The three friends quickly immersed themselves in a delightful conversation about food, leaving Xia Tianling momentarily forgotten. As the carriage sped along, they soon reached their destination. The Stardow Forest had existed on the Douluo continent for countless years, and upon entering, the dense foliage that obscured the sky bore testament to its ancient existence. From a distance, Xia Tianling sensed a refreshing breeze wafting toward them, carrying the unique fragrance of plants and indescribable comfort. Everyone halt, Zhao Wujia commanded. The Stardow Forest was far more perilous than the soul-hunting forest, where soul beasts were confined. Here, the soul beasts were exceedingly dangerous, and they could face attacks from beasts aged 1,000 or even 10,000 years at any moment. Thus, upon entering the forest, everyone was advised not to stray more than 20 meters from him, particularly Ning Rongrong and that food system soul master named Oscar. Understood, they all replied. Everyone, hold on for a moment, Zhao Wujia said, preparing to lead the way when Xia Tianling called out to the group once more. He retrieved a pouch from his storage ring, distributing it to everyone and indicating that they should hang it at their waists. With puzzled expressions, everyone looked on, except for Tang San, who inquired after a moment's hesitation, "Is this for repelling insects?" Xia Tianling nodded proudly indeed, while traversing the forest. The dangers do not come solely from soul beasts, but also from countless insects. This little item is my secret formula and can effectively ward off mosquitoes. Zhao Wujia, with a serious demeanor, hung it at his waist, acknowledging the thoroughness of Xia Tianling's foresight, a detail that even he had overlooked. I am a soul sage and fear nothing, but for you all, the various insects in the forest could pose a significant nuisance. Oscar, prepare the sausages. He then instructed Oscar. Watch closely, Oscar replied, soon crafting 3 types of sausages: a soul power recovery sausage, a detox sausage, and a rapid flight sausage. Having cultivated his martial physique, Oscar was exceptionally robust, with his third soul ring being over 5,000 years old, provided by a phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. The newly crafted rapid flight sausage allowed soul masters to fly at the speed of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake for 3 minutes. A notable improvement over the original 1-minute duration. In the earlier stages of awakening his martial soul, Oscar had to recite somewhat crude soul incantations while making sausages. However, after years of practice, he no longer needed to do so. Essentially, the soul incantations were merely a means to aid in sausage making and not fundamental. Overcoming the lack of incantation assistance, Oscar's production speed had actually increased. Allow me to reintroduce my partner, Oscar, a level 35 food system soul master, with a martial soul of sausage. His 3 soul skills are as follows. Upon hearing the capabilities of Oscar's sausages, the Shrek members were momentarily awestruck, particularly Zhao Wujia, who pondered with a hint of melancholy why such a talent was not among their ranks. I haven't enjoyed Xiao Ao's sausages in ages. How nostalgic. Others busily stored their sausages, while Ning Rongrong took a bite out of hers immediately, exclaiming that even purchased sausages could not compare to this flavor. Ah, Hogon. If you love them, I shall make you more, Oscar eagerly offered, stuffing a few more into Ning Rongrong's hands. In this timeline, Oscar and Ning Rongrong still knew each other, but not from Shrek. Rather, it was in Spirit City. However, after Xia Tianling had influenced Ning Rongrong through mental guidance several times, she was no longer as naive as in the original story. Oscar remained infatuated with the little which Ning Rongrong, transforming into a devoted admirer, much to the amusement and discomfort of Ma Hongjun and Xia Tianling, who exchanged glances filled with goosebumps. Enough with the admiration. Let us set forth. Zhao Wujia, a seasoned bachelor, interrupted the two's interaction. Die, and I will lead the charge, while Fatty and Xiao will follow behind. Rong Rong and Xiao Ao will occupy the center, and Zhu Zhuqing will scout the flanks. Observing Dai Mubai's attempt to stay near Zhu Zhuqing, Xia Tianling immediately began giving orders. Everyone complied with the directives, and Dai Mubai, unable to act preferentially, could only sulkily transform into his white tiger form, joining Xia Tianling at the front to clear the path for the group. Once they entered the Star Doe forest, Xiao Wu, like a fledgling swallow returning to its nest, exhibited no signs of anxiety. Instead, she bounced about joyfully, prompting Zhao Wujia to furrow his brow. This little rabbit, I hope she doesn't attract any trouble. They traveled for quite some time, and by noon, they had encountered numerous soul beasts along the way, all of which had been frightened off by Xia Tianling's awakened dragon aura. This left Zhao Wujia, who lingered at the back of the group, perplexed, wondering if the soul beasts had somehow changed their behavior today. All right, everyone, let's take a brief respite, Zhao Wujia announced, allowing the tense group to relax slightly. Xia Tianling and Dai Mubai worked together to clear the surrounding thorns, creating a small clearing. They all sat down momentarily to rest. Xia Tianling, I desire something delicious. Did you not bring a cooking stove? Why not take it out and prepare something? Ning Rongrong complained, well aware that Xia Tianling's ring not only contained a stove, but also a variety of ingredients and seasonings. What are you talking about? We are in the Star Doe forest. Do you think we are here for a picnic? Zhao Wujia shot a displeased glare at Ning Rongrong. Are you still cooking? If a formidable soul beast approaches, we shall all become its meal. Although Ning Rongrong relished mischief, she had to concede that Zhao Wujia's words held merit, and thus she helplessly munched on the sausages prepared by Oscar, just as they had been resting for about half an hour. A sudden rustling echoed from the depths of the forest. Both Xia Tianling and Zhao Wujia shouted in unison, "Get up! Something is approaching." The group sprang into action, forming a formation with Xia Tianling and Dai Mubai at the forefront, shielding Ning Rongrong behind them. Oscar, are you not a food-type soul master? Step to the back. Zhao Wujia hastily reprimanded upon noticing Oscar also positioned at the front line. Oscar chuckled, what's wrong with being a food-type soul master? We can fight too. You must be facing a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake of about 1,500 years. Zhao Wujia intended to elaborate further, but was abruptly interrupted by Xia Tianling. How do you know? The others turned to him in unison, with only Tang San maintaining a semblance of composure, inquiring about the snake's length and wing color. Zhu Zhuqing replied, its wings are light red, measuring approximately 6 to 8 meters in length. Tang San calculated silently, preparing to speak, but was preempted by Ma Hongjun. With light red wings, it's undoubtedly a 1,000-year phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. If it's 6 to 8 meters long, its age should be around 1,300 to 1,800 years. Lingo, you truly are remarkable, able to predict the future. Ma Hongjun's eyes sparkled with admiration. Ah, you know as well? Tang San exclaimed softly. Why wouldn't I? Don't underestimate your little brother, Ma. This is all basic knowledge. Ma Hongjun huffed. Back in theory class, Lingo made me memorize it every day. Not only that, but he also gave me a workbook titled 5 Years of Theory, 3 years of practical exercises to complete, not even sparing me during holidays. Chapter 46, The Strong Auxiliary. Food-type battle Soul Master Oscar. So, these insights are considered fundamental knowledge within the Soul Master community? Tang San pondered, recalling the proud expression of Teacher Yu, feeling somewhat speechless. Indeed, it is common knowledge. You are not the only one who knows this, Ning Rongrong remarked, savoring the honey Oscar had brought her. We from a Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School possess similar information, though not as detailed as that of the Spirit Hall. My father often pressured me to study it when I was young. It was quite bothersome. Enough chatter. The snake is approaching. Prepare for battle. Zhao Wujia interrupted their conversation. Ning Rongrong put away the food. Zhao Wujia sighed inwardly, reflecting on the disparity between his rough-and-tumble background as a soul master and those of the major powers. His understanding of soul beasts came solely from hard-earned experience, while others had inherited knowledge from a young age. Ning Rongrong discreetly made a face. Teacher Zhao, leave the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake to me. I'm familiar with it, and it's a good opportunity for practice. Oscar cracked his knuckles, producing a sound akin to striking leather. Aren't you a food-type soul master? Zhao Wujia furrowed his brow deeply. He had intended for the children to face the challenge together for training. I am not merely a food-type soul master.
I am an unprecedented strong auxiliary, Oscar declared confidently as the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake approached. He had already prepared a quick flying sausage in his mouth. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, being non-venomous, was a rare and potent serpent. Its attack method involved constricting its prey until suffocation, characterized by simplicity and speed, lacking versatility. Yet I possess this. Oscar swallowed the quick-flying sausage and propelled himself into the air, charging toward the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, his body radiating a bronze glow. This signified the first stage of the martial arts golden body, the unflawed body. At that moment, Oscar's physical form had become exceptionally resilient, rivaling even Tianling. With the completion of his blood cultivation, he would ascend to the second stage of the golden body, the blood-chi wolf smoke. His bronze fist made contact with the head of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake with a dull thud, nearly striking its crown. The massive serpent seemed startled, emitting a hiss, its head twisting as it opened its mouth to spray a colorful mist directly at Oscar. "Little Ao, let me boost you." Ning Rong, watching from the sidelines, remained unperturbed as she cheerfully retrieved the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first is strength, the second is speed. She had learned this phrase while playing with Tianling and the others, finding it quite cool and thus memorizing it. 2 halos enveloped Oscar, enhancing his already formidable physical attributes. Using a nearby tree for leverage, he soared gracefully through the air, like a leaf drifting in the breeze. With the colorful mist swirling around him, he delivered a powerful punch directly to the snake's flesh crown, employing the highly skilled leaf fall technique for martial arts. This strike landed squarely on the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake's vital point, causing it to lose its ability to maintain flight and plummet to the ground. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing, who had descended from above, tugged at Tianling's sleeve, her gaze fixed on the wildly attacking Oscar. "Is Oscar all right?" "Of course. The colorful mist it spews is merely a bluff. It's non-toxic." As the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake crashed to the ground, Oscar once more utilized his agility and the support of the tree to leap high. He extended his right hand, plummeting downwards with great speed. "Ha! Little phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, have you ever heard of the technique falling from the sky?" He cackled as he descended, the air resonating with ethereal sounds, and a swastika appeared in his palm. "Great might heavenly dragon, earthly respect Ksidagarba, Ulmauni Bokmahum." This was the unparalleled Buddhist technique, the Relai palm. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, realizing it was a secret of the Mahayana Buddhism from his past life, reserved for only the highest-ranking disciples. Astonishingly, Oscar had invoked it. It must have been taught by Ling Gu. Though it was merely the most rudimentary, entry-level Relai palm, as a suppressive technique, it was exceptionally effective. The powers of Buddhism, particularly in subduing creatures, were akin to a universal remedy. A certain monkey and snake could certainly attest to that. On the ground, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake writhed and struggled, sensing the golden Buddhist light and the immense palm imprint bearing down on it with formidable pressure. However, having just received a critical blow, it found it difficult to control its body, its movements sluggish. Attempting to flee? Not so easily. A colossal golden handprint descended upon the phoenix-tail coxcomb serpent, transforming into a glimmering mound of earth, upon which was inscribed a seal formed from 6 characters, pinning the unfortunate serpent beneath. However, given that this serpent was a millennium-old soul beast, it was not easily subdued. As it thrashed violently below, numerous fissures quickly appeared on the mound, causing even the seal composed of the 6 characters to sway precariously. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhao Wuji intervened. The activation of gravitational compression instantly diminished the serpent's struggles. He then leapt before the mound, flicking the serpent's fleshy crest, rendering it momentarily dazed. "Which of you can utilize this serpent?" "Xiao Wu, perhaps that girl Zhu Zhuqing?" he inquired of the 2. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. Her 3rd spirit skill, Summer Spirit, had already charted her course, with the aid of Void Walking and Assassin's Blade. What she required were merely potent single-target burst or offensive skills. "Teacher Zhao, I too have no need for it. This serpent does not suit me," Xiao Wu murmured. Somewhat disheartened, Zhao Wuji scratched his head, remarking that if neither of them required it, they might as well release it, surmising that this little creature would not foolishly seek them out again. Just as he was poised to set the unfortunate phoenix-tail coxcomb serpent free, a hoarse voice urgently interjected.
In the next moment, two figures emerged from the direction the serpent had previously fled, materializing before the group. One was an elderly woman, appearing to be in her 60s or 70s, her hair meticulously arranged, vibrant despite her age. Her complexion was as rosy as a child's, and her eyes sparkled with vitality. In her right hand, she wielded a 3-meter-long serpent-headed staff, 6 spirit rings pulsating rhythmically around her. Beside her stood a striking young woman, perhaps 16 or 17, with a bobbed haircut and deep brown eyes fixed intently on the phoenix-tail coxcomb serpent held captive by Zhao Wujia. She too grasped a serpent-headed staff, albeit much shorter and bearing only 200-year spirit rings. Ah, Elder Snake Grandma and your granddaughter Meng Yiran have indeed arrived, Tianling mused upon seeing the pair. Sensing an opportunity for camaraderie, she stepped forward, clearing her throat. Might I inquire if you are indeed Elder Snake Grandma and your granddaughter Meng Yiran? Zhao Wujia. Your two students are quite remarkable, remarked Tianling. How is it that you know everyone? While traveling, it's far better to have an ally than an adversary. I, your brother, thrive on forging connections with heroes across the realm, Tianling explained, having previously shared information about the continent as formidable characters. Young man, do you recognize this old woman? The elderly woman asked. Indeed, I am Snake Grandma Chao Tianxiang, and my husband is the renowned dragon Duke Meng Shu. Of course, your distinctive serpent-headed staff and rank as a spirit emperor are well known. After all, female spirit emperors are a rarity on this continent. Tianling responded with a respectful nod. If I surmise correctly, this phoenix-tail coxcomb serpent is what you have been pursuing? Elder Chao Tianxiang had intervened when she heard Zhao Wujia's intention to release the serpent, as she and Meng Yiran had discovered its trail but had inadvertently allowed it to escape, necessitating their pursuit. Upon hearing this, curiosity lit her face. Indeed, this serpent is perfectly suited for my granddaughter, which is why I brought her along. But how did you come to know this? Tianling approached Zhao Wujia, revealing the serpent's belly and the wounds beneath its wings, 2 conspicuous gashes. I possess keen eyesight. Earlier, when my companion restrained the phoenix-tail coxcomb serpent, I noticed these wounds, which appear not to have been inflicted by a soul beast. Considering the direction from which you arrived, it seems likely they were caused by your staff, Elder. Chao Tianxiang inhaled sharply, waves of astonishment surging within her. Your observational skills and deductive reasoning are extraordinary. To reconstruct the truth of the matter from merely 2 wounds and your approach is nothing short of remarkable. How impressive! Meng Yiran exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief. Wow, that's incredible. Tang San nodded in agreement, noting that even with his purple extreme magic eyes, he had failed to discern the wounds before Tianling's revelation. Not only Chao Tianxiang and the fledgling members of Shrek and the Spirit Hall, but even Zhao Wujia, an experienced title Daw, found himself rendered speechless by the revelation. You noticed those wounds during the battle with the phoenix-tail coxcomb serpent? What manner of being are you? Receiving the astonished gazes of those around him, Tianling offered an embarrassed smile. It's merely a matter of reading what was clearly written in the original text. As for feeling bashful, oh, that's primarily due to the embarrassment of quoting it under such circumstances. Yet outwardly, he wore a mask of humility, attributing it to sheer luck. You possess an exceptionally talented student, Chao Tianxiang remarked, glancing at Zhao Wujia, who was exhibiting his martial spirit. May I inquire who you are? Assessing the youthful group, she deduced that the imposing presence beside them, a soul sage with 7 rings, must surely be their instructor accompanying them on this soul beast hunt. I am Zhao Wujia, he replied, his demeanor softening slightly upon learning of Chao Tianxiang's identity. Though a mere 6-ring spirit emperor, she was seldom separated from her husband, Dragon Duke Meng Shu. The fusion technique they unleashed together could even compel titled Douluos to exercise caution. Chao Tianxiang's expression shifted subtly. No wonder I encountered such a youthful soul sage here at the periphery of the Star Doe Forest. It is none other than the illustrious, immovable king of the spirit masterworld. Zhao Wujia chuckled. You flatter me, Elder. I was once notorious in my youth. But in recent years, I have embraced a more reclusive life, teaching students at an academy. I brought these children to the Star Doe Forest, primarily to secure spirit rings for 2 of them and to broaden their horizons. I never anticipated encountering you here. Zhao Wujia adeptly engaged in mutual flattery with Chao Tianxiang, having learned over the years that gaining allies was preferable to acquiring enemies. Since this phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent was required by her granddaughter, it was only right it be returned to her. After all, they had initially intended to release it. Let this be a fortuitous connection, Tianling added, discreetly nudging Oscar. Oscar, having already acquired his third spirit ring, no longer required the offering of this unfortunate creature, quickly grasped Tianling's intention. Please, Elder, take it, he said. It was merely a practice opportunity for me. Chao Tianxiang, elated, replied, I'm immensely grateful, young friend. Zhao teacher, what say you? Zhao Wujia made no objections, stepping aside and gesturing for her to proceed. You're free to do as you wish. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent was handled solely by Oscar, granting him the authority to decide its fate. Thank you so very much, Iran. Go ahead, Chao Tianxiang affirmed. Then, the fragrant Tianxiang stepped forward and handed an object to Oscar. Young friend, I owe you a favor. Please keep this token. Should you encounter any insurmountable troubles in the future, feel free to seek me out. Thank you, senior. Until we meet again, Oscar replied as he accepted the token. This was a medallion, symbolizing the serpent lady's investment in the future. Through the exchanges among the group, he discerned that the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was likely captured by the young man before him. With such prowess at a tender age, his future achievements were bound to be limitless, and fostering a relationship now would only yield benefits later. Seeing that there was nothing more to discuss, Zhao Wujia beckoned everyone to prepare to depart. As they were about to leave, the serpent lady complimented Tianxiang, saying, Brother Zhao, your two students are truly remarkable. Zhao Wujia smiled outwardly, but inwardly grimaced. They are not my students, mind you. However, considering the conditions under which the Spirit Hall had rescinded the arrest warrant, he could only acquiesce. Boss, here, take this. After they had walked a short distance, Oscar tossed the medallion given by the serpent lady to Tianling. Little Ao, what is this? Tianling inquired, puzzled. Boss, I know you have a penchant for collecting medallions from various high-ranking spirit masters. You've already gathered those from our teachers. You can keep this one for fun. What you've given me far exceeds this little token, Oscar replied, shaking his head without hesitation. Moreover, if I truly find myself in need, you would surely assist me, wouldn't you? Thanks, little Ao, Tianling said, choosing not to press further as she carefully stored the medallion in her ring. Chapter 48. Spirit Masters and Spirit Beasts. After bidding farewell to the unfortunate phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, the group continued their journey into the Stardow Forest, seeking the next fortunate encounter. However, suitable spirit beasts do not simply appear at one's whim. After advancing several miles throughout the afternoon, the group achieved no success and was forced to set up camp for the night. The night passed in silence. On the following day, they resumed their meandering trek deeper into the Stardow Forest. As they progressed, the prevalence of Millennium Spirit Beasts gradually increased. With a few more opportunities to hone their skills, aside from Dai Mubai, who was merely coasting along, and Zhao Wujia, who led the group, the others began to develop a tacit understanding. With Oscar serving as a binding agent, Ning Rongrong successfully integrated into this small group. Whenever a spirit beast approached, Zhu Zhuqing, responsible for reconnaissance, would give a warning. Tang San would then take charge of control, while Ning Rongrong provided support to the others. The remaining four would charge in unison, easily driving the spirit beasts away. Only Dai Mubai, whose rapport with the others was less than harmonious, remained an outsider, watching from a distance with a forlorn expression as Zhu Zhuqing interacted with the rest. Dai Mubai thought to himself, the joys and sorrows of human connection seem to elude me. All I perceive is their noise. As night fell once more, the group diligently set about constructing their campsite and preparing tents. After a simple meal, they gathered to converse, as the evening was still young. Brotherling, it seems we have encountered a stroke of bad luck. In 2 days, we have yet to catch a single hare. There are 4 of us in need of spirit rings, yet we haven't even spotted a suitable spirit beast, Fatty lamented, his left hand conjuring a small flame while his right held several sausages, roasting them as he complained. Since making a fire with wood was prohibited in the Stardow Forest, Ma Hongjun had to resort to this method for warmth. Indeed, we have been rather unfortunate, Tianling replied, though her mind was preoccupied with the impending event. Little Fatty, pass me a sausage as well. Over the course of their 2-day journey, Zhao Wujia had grown familiar with Tianling and the others, joining in their banter by calling Ma Hongjun Fatty. Teacher Zhao, why are you joining in with them? Ma Hongjun asked indignantly, secretly sprinkling extra chili on Zhao Wujia's sausage. Zhao Wujia took a bite of the sausage and sighed. The Stardow forest has become desolate. Years ago, I recall how lively it was. Even at the forest periphery, one could easily encounter millennium-level spirit beasts. Yet now, as we approach the interior, we have barely seen a few. Tang San remarked, regardless of the reasons, it is a situation of our own making. Although spirit beasts are fierce, spirit masters are even more formidable, are they not? Zhao Wujia was taken aback. What do you mean by that? Because spirit masters require spirit rings and spirit bones to cultivate, Tianling interjected. Think about it. Teacher Zhao, how long does it take for us humans to ascend to the rank of title Douluo? It's not like the poison Douluo. Take as long as 70 or 80 years, while others, like the Hao Yan Douluo, may reach it in as few as 40. If it were me and Little San, we could achieve such a rank in merely 20 or 30 years. Yet, how long must a spirit beast cultivate? An ordinary spirit beast, without bloodline heritage, requires a full 100 years to attain that level. A spirit beast with a superior bloodline may still need nearly a decade to cultivate to the same milestone. Conversely, how long does it take a talented spirit master to become a great spirit master? A few years would suffice. At our age, we are merely 12. With Oscar being 14 and the eldest, Dai, at 15, yet we have already attained the rank of three-ringed spirit venerables. Every century, the elite among human spirit masters undergo a renewal, yielding several title Douluos. This signifies the consumption of nearly 110,000-year spirit rings. And this is only concerning title Douluos, without even mentioning the spirit beasts and spirit rings required by other ranks of spirit masters. But how long would it take for a relatively gifted spirit beast to cultivate to the level of 10,000 years? It is inconceivable that this could match the pace at which human powerhouses emerge. Undoubtedly, while the forests are teeming with spirit beasts, how can they withstand the relentless harvesting by human spirit masters, akin to cutting down chives, time and again? The more powerful spirit beasts are, the fewer remain. Thus, as time progresses, in 10,000 years, spirit beasts, along with the profession of spirit masters, may very well fade into the annals of history. Tang San nodded affirmatively. Brother Ling speaks wisely. Teacher Yu has echoed similar sentiments. If it were not for the restrictions imposed by the Spirit Hall, the number of high-level spirit beasts would be even scarcer. Even if 1S spirit rings are full, Hu Wu and Ti desire more spirit bones. Even if I possess 6, I would never refuse more, as passing them to the next generation could bolster the family's strength. If powerful spirit masters were allowed to slaughter spirit beasts indiscriminately for spirit bones, we would find it challenging to locate suitable spirit beasts, let alone ensure their survival. Taking the Spirit Hall as an example, even a single title Douluo could sweep through the Stardow forest effortlessly. Of course, Tang San was unaware of the true horrors concealed within the core region of the Stardow forest. The publicly known 10,000-year spirit beasts were limited to the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape. If one accounted for that enigmatic being, not even the Spirit Hall, nor the guardians of Sea God Island, would suffice. The others pondered thoughtfully, surprised to hear Ning Rongrong, who usually lacks seriousness, speak up. Third brother, Brother Ling, your assertions hold much merit. My father has shared similar thoughts. However, who among the spirit masters considers this issue? Everyone aspires to possess stronger spirit rings and more spirit bones, and even among us, few are willing to release unsuitable spirit beasts. Thus, the profession of spirit master, in its aberrant state, must inevitably undergo transformation. Although I currently lack the ability and still require spirit rings and spirit bones, I vow to discover a method for cultivating spirit masters without relying on spirit rings in the future. A conversation initiated by Tianling stirred up a torrent of emotions, particularly in Dai Mubai, who couldn't help but mock. Change the soul master profession? Breakthrough without soul rings? What audacity! Who do you think you are? A deity? Even Zhao Wujia chimed in, saying, Kid, having dreams is commendable, but altering the soul master cultivation system is somewhat unrealistic. I am no one special. I am merely a man destined to reshape the landscape of Douluo continent in the future, he proclaimed, gazing steadfastly at the night sky. I believe in you, said Zhu Zhuqing, pulling at his sleeve. Boss, I believe in you too, echoed Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who had trained under Xia Tianling's unique methodology. Distinct from the soul master system, firmly convinced of its validity. Tang San remained silent, exchanging a meaningful glance with Xia Tianling. Their understanding was unspoken. I hope that day truly comes, thought a little bunny in her heart. Chapter 49. The Devil Bee Queen. The following day, after a night of rest, the group resumed their quest for soul beasts, deciding to venture deeper into the Stardow forest. They advanced slowly, time gradually passing until the afternoon. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong expressed her annoyance. Xiao Ao, help me. This bee is so bothersome. It keeps landing on me. Where? I'll help you shoot away, Oscar said, eagerly moving beside her to drive away the little insects attracted by her clothing patterns. How could there be bees here? Tang San wondered, activating his control techniques to catch one. This does not appear to be an ordinary bee. It is purple and has a different body structure. Oh, a purple bee? Let me see. Summer Tianling, who had been clearing a path ahead, returned upon hearing the commotion. Hey, this isn't just any bee. It's the devil bee, a type of social soul beast. After examining the specimen from Tang San, he explained further. What is a devil bee? Tang San inquired, as the theoretical text provided by his master had no record of such a creature. Such a tiny being is also a soul beast. Zhao Wujie approached as well. I know, exclaimed Xiao Wu impatiently. This is a very peculiar soul bee species. The queen bee is typically a 1,000-year soul beast, possessing the strength of a normal soul beast along with the abilities of a worker bee. However, the other devil bees are quite weak, barely qualifying as soul beasts. Their honey, however, is exceptionally delicious, she added after a moment's thought. Xiao Wu is correct. The entire devil bee tribe essentially serves the queen bee with their collective strength. Zhu Qing, this might be your opportunity for a soul ring. Me? Zhu Qing was taken aback, pointing to herself. Yes, if this is a hive of 1,000-year devil bees, the queen's soul ring would be perfect for you. Are you saying the queen's decisive strike? Oscar pondered, recalling his studies. Precisely. Zhu Qing is in dire need of a powerful, single-target explosive soul skill, and the decisive strike suits her perfectly. Rongrong, from which direction are they coming? That way. Ningrongrong pointed. Zhao Wujie surveyed the surroundings and announced, then everyone, activate your martial souls and head towards the devil bees. As the group progressed, the number of devil bees swelled until a massive hive came into view. A gigantic black-purple queen bee rested within the colossal nest, her serrated mandibles and sharp stinger glimmering like metal. This queen is quite large, approximately 4,500 to 5,000 years old, precisely the target Zhu Qing needs. For 1,500 years? Isn't that exceeding the limit? That is theoretically the age for a fourth soul ring, Tang San questioned in surprise. One's physique varies. For ordinary soul masters, it certainly exceeds the limit, but for the enhanced Zhu Qing and Xiao Ao, it is just right, Xia Tianling clarified. Just look at the soul rings of Fatty and Oscar. Tang San observed closely, noting that both Oscar and Ma Hongjuan's second soul rings were indeed rich in yellow, with Oscar's even hinting at purple. Their third soul rings also clearly surpassed the 1,500-year mark mentioned by Yu Xiaojiang. For Zhu Qing, whose physique had been significantly enhanced by the assassin god's power, enduring a 5,000-year soul ring would be trivial. I believe in you. Zhu Qing smiled at Xia Tianling. You are in charge, Zhao Wujie stated, stepping aside, taking on a protective role without further involvement, as he was not their instructor. If there were indeed issues with absorbing the soul ring, the hidden soul Douluo would intervene. Now, allow me to outline our strategy, Xia Tianling began. Aside from the queen bee, the rest are only slightly stronger than ordinary bees. However, the most troublesome aspect is the sheer number of them. The best way to eliminate the swarm is undoubtedly through fire. He glanced sideways at Ma Hongjun, who was eager to take action. Fatty, you will be the main force this time. Make sure to shine and do not embarrass me. Of course not. Just watch, Lingu, Ma Hongjun declared. Channeling his soul power, flames engulfing him. Thanks to the high humidity and moisture content of the forest, fire would not easily spread, allowing Xia Tianling to let Ma Hongjun unleash his full potential. Had they been in the drier outer regions of the forest when they first entered, one of Ma Hongjuan's soul skills would have posed a risk of collateral damage to the group. Indeed, a fire in the forest makes one fall in love with me. By the way, can you refrain from calling me Fatty? All right, Fatty, his companions teased, and the atmosphere was filled with joviality. Xia Tianling chuckled and continued. The queen's attack methods are quite simplistic. She possesses erratic flight and a decisive strike. Fatty will clear the surrounding swarm with fire, while Oscar and I advance head-on. And Xiao will flank from behind. Tang San, use your blue silver grass and some basic projectiles to restrict her movement. Do not waste resources on devices like the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. What's a Zhuge Divine Crossbow? Ning Rongrong inquired, intrigued by the unfamiliar term. The Zhuge Divine Crossbow is a lethal weapon created by Ling Gu and me. Tang San initially intended to claim soul credit, but reconsidered, acknowledging Xia Tianling's involvement. However, that is not the focus. If you are interested, you can ask Tang San to customize a few later. Xia Tianling redirected the conversation. Dai Mubai frowned, feeling excluded at such a crucial moment of aiding Zhu Zhuqing in acquiring a soul ring, and expressed his displeasure. What about me? Adapt as needed and protect Zhuqing. Came the response. Summer Ling experienced a mild headache as Dai Mubai and several others in their team were in a state of discontent, complicating his task of assigning positions. I do not require your protection, Zhu Zhuqing coldly stated before swiftly vanishing into the void, leaping onto a tree. Summer Ling shrugged his hands, displaying a helpless expression. Damn it! Dai Mubai clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding in frustration, producing a sound that was quite grating. Zhu Zhuqing, do you truly despise me so? I have humbly sought your favor. What more do you desire from me? A glint of resentment flickered in his eyes as he stormed away. Chapter 50. United against the Bee King. Everyone, hold on to Oscar's 3 types of sausages. Once ready, we shall proceed. Ignoring Dai Mubai, who was sulking, Summer Ling continued strategizing. Observing that his teammates were prepared, he issued the battle command. Go! The 3 simultaneously consumed the speed-enhancing sausages and charged toward the Bee King in their designated positions. The 7 Treasures glazed tile pagoda boasts remarkable attributes, strength and speed. Their velocity surged by 30% in an instant. Ma Hongjun activated all 3 of his spirit rings. First spirit skill, Phoenix Fire Line. Second spirit skill, Phoenix in Flames. Third spirit skill, Phoenix Wing Ascension. Though the names were the same, the attributes of the skills differed. Having cultivated the Fiery Phoenix technique, Ma Hongjun not only bore more potent spirit rings, but also significantly enhanced the original skill effects. The Phoenix Fire Line, now twice as powerful, surged over the heads of his companions and struck the beehive with tremendous force. The intense flames erupted upon impact, akin to thick liquid, scattering in all directions. The scorching heat above caused Oscar to break into a light sweat, let alone the ordinary devil bees. In that moment of fiery impact, a multitude of flame-infused devil bees exploded into the air, their lives extinguished like fireworks fading in the night sky. Witnessing the devastating results of his strike, Ma Hongjun cackled in midair and consumed a reinforced recovery sausage, continuing to unleash the Phoenix Fire Line to sweep away the ordinary devil bees. A sharp cry pierced the air. It was the Bee King. Unable to contain its fury upon seeing its minions slaughtered, it flew directly towards the plump figure of Oscar. Can you reach me? Oscar, utilizing the effects of the speed-enhancing sausage, leaped into the air and struck down towards the Bee King with the palm technique. The Bee King, demonstrating quick reflexes, executed a vertical descent after a hasty emergency brake. However, the golden palm print was simply too immense. It struck its wing despite the evasive maneuver, causing it to lose balance and plummet. As the Bee King struggled to regain its equilibrium, Xiao had already circled around and arrived at its rear. With a swift motion, she activated her attack. The Bee King, still recovering control, was struck again and sent flying, akin to a ball in a game. Yet, propelled by the force of her strike, it found an opportunity to stabilize itself. The Bee King, enraged by Ma Hongjun's relentless assault on its minions, charged forth once more. Come on! Tang San, who had been waiting below, ascended at that moment, launching a flurry of hidden weapons from various angles. These projectiles, mostly stones and scraps of metal, were interspersed with a few lethal bone spikes and money darts. Faced with such a barrage, the Bee King was forced to maneuver in the air to evade. However, it remained oblivious to the fact that these attacks possessed minimal power. Their sole purpose was to hinder its movement. Now it's my turn. Summer Ling exchanged a glance with Tang San and surged upward. In midair, the Dawn Martial Spirit manifested as a massive hammer, and 2 of his remaining spirit rings ignited sequentially. Second spirit skill, Attribute Enhancement. Third spirit skill, Attribute Eruption. The two effects fused together. Brilliant lightning crackled around the enormous hammer, producing a series of explosive sounds. Bind. Tang San seized the moment to unleash his first spirit skill. The blue-silver grass ensnared the evasive bee king, binding it securely. Tang San then swiftly canceled the skill and activated his second spirit skill, parasitic. At this moment, Summerling was already in position, bringing the mighty thunder hammer down upon the bee king with tremendous force. Yet, the millennium-old spirit beast had not lingered aimlessly in the Stardow forest. Sensing its impending demise, the bee king twisted its body in a desperate attempt to counter, utilizing its sturdy stinger as a projectile for its only skill, Desperate Strike. The stinger, the hardest part of its body, was its sole means of attack. However, in the face of Summerling's hammer, it was no match. The bee king's stinger shattered instantly, and its Desperate Strike was inconsequential against the might of Summerling. The hammer, glowing with a hint of golden light, crashed into the bee king's rear, shattering its abdominal shell and vaporizing the dark green blood that flowed forth in the violent explosion of thunder. The bee king, heavily wounded from the flurry of attacks, found itself ensnared by both the blue-silver grass and the paralysis from the lightning, unable to move. Zhu Qing, target its head, Summerling shouted. Yet, even before his command escaped his lips, Zhu Qing had already leapt from the tree, prepared for the strike. With the enhancements of the Void Walk and speed-enhancing sausage, Zhu Qing's agile form appeared before the bee king in an instant. The dark assassin's claw, enveloped in a shadowy light, merged into one, piercing through the bee king's massive cranium with the aid of gravitational acceleration. As Zhu Qing completed her shadowy thrust, the colossal corpse of the bee king crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. A purple glow ascended, gradually coalescing into a halo above its remains. The Devil Bee King had fallen. The formidable 5,000-year-old Devil Bee King was vanquished in mere moments through their combined onslaught. Had they been more familiar with one another, the Bee King would have had no chance to evade. It would have been completely immobilized by their chain of control, ultimately falling to Zhu Qing's lethal blow. The notion of debilitating it first before striking would have been far too cumbersome. Applause erupted as two figures approached the group, one leading and the other trailing with a look of resignation. The foremost was a soul, Douluo, from the Spirit Hall, while the latter bore a face of exasperation, Zhao Wujing. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. Such exquisite coordination, executed by you young ones. In my youth, I could not compare. I am humbled, the soul Douluo remarked, stroking his beard with satisfaction. Zhu Qing, you may absorb the spirit ring now. Yes, Teacher Liu, Zhu Qing responded, settling into a meditative position to begin the absorption. Teacher Liu, what brings you here? Summerling inquired, scratching his head. As the evening approached, Zhu Qing gradually concluded her training. She successfully absorbed the 5,000-year soul ring of the Devil Bee, overwhelming her limits. The surge of power, combined with the residual divine energy from her previous merging with the Assassin's Blade, propelled her directly to the 33rd rank. Tianling, I have succeeded. Thank you. Haha, it's wonderful to hear that, Xiao Tianling replied with a gentle smile, nudging the dazed Ma Hongjun beside her. Fatty, make sure to practice diligently when we return. Wait, has she surpassed me? Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his face contorted with indignation. Lingu, this is unjust. You secretly gave Zhu Qing a boost. Oh, a boost? What do you mean? Xiao Tianling retorted. I haven't given her any advantages. This is a result of perseverance and hard work, something you clearly wouldn't understand. At that moment, a nostalgic melody seemed to echo in the air, reminiscent of the moment one departs from home, laden with burdens. Zhu Qing, what is your third soul skill? Did you acquire what we desired? Zhu Qing nodded affirmatively. My third soul skill is called Yin Ming Ju Zhan, a strengthened version of my first skill, Yin Ming Tu Ci. When activated, it forms a powerful single-target slash. And if I channel more soul power, the strike's might can increase. Zhu Qing, typically reticent, spoke more than usual. After explaining, she activated her martial soul and directed her new skill towards the remnants of the beehive. A purple light emanated from her hands, swiftly piercing through the vast structure. The soul, Douluo, swiftly moved to the beehive, gently pushing it, causing the upper half to slide down and reveal a treasure trove of royal jelly within. The cut was remarkably clean, leaving behind only a scattering of ordinary honey. Impressive, a formidable cutting ability, he remarked, stroking his beard. The night is drawing near. We should set up camp here. Fortunately, the devil bee swarm has been cleared, and no other soul beasts will intrude upon their territory for a while. The group complied, adeptly cleaning up the battlefield and setting up their camp. By the way, lend a hand to gather the royal jelly. It is a rare and valuable find. After tidying up, Tianling called upon his companions to lower the massive beehive, filling several large bottles with the remaining royal jelly and ordinary honey. Honey is a precious commodity. Perhaps I can find some herbs later and make a wish with the system. Who knows, I might be able to concoct a restorative potion. In the dead of night, Tianling awakened Tang San, who was meditating in the same tent. Xiao San, prepare yourself. Danger is imminent. Very grave danger. Wake the others as well. Understood, Tang San replied, aware of Tianling's prophetic abilities, and refrained from questioning further. Soon, both those meditating and those asleep were roused. What's going on? Why are you two disturbing us in the middle of the night? Dai Mubai grumbled, visibly annoyed. Enough chatter. Danger approaches. Tianling shot him a glance. Just because you say there's danger, does that mean there is? Do you think you're a prophet? Indeed, I'm a prophet. Everyone, exit the tent and prepare for battle. Quickly. Two figures surged forward toward the group. Huh, you all are out already? Zhao Wujia exclaimed, surprised to see the gathered individuals. Forget about that for now. Little ones, quickly unleash your martial souls. If things turn dire, do not mind us. Flee as far as possible. First out of the Star Doe forest. The soul, Douluo, sensing the gravity of the situation, summoned his martial soul, a gun, 8 soul rings appearing in a brilliant display. Seeing the two teachers so tense, the other members, excluding Tianling, were bewildered. It was hard to fathom what could cause such alarm in a soul sage and a soul Douluo. Just then, an eerie scene unfolded before them. 2 towering trees slowly parted, revealing a colossal figure that silently emerged from the depths of the forest. Upon sighting this behemoth, the collective breath of the group seemed to hitch, and they finally understood the source of their teacher's apprehension. It was a presence akin to a mountain, its dark fur shimmering faintly under the weak starlight. Despite its forelimbs resting on the ground, its shoulder height undoubtedly exceeded 7 meters. The king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape, they exclaimed in unison. Yet, their tones differed. Tianling's was affirming, Tang San's was filled with shock, while the soul Douluo's held a thread of despair. The Spirit Hall had once eradicated the 10,000-year soul beasts within the Star Doe forest, and this 100,000-year Titan Great Ape had left an indelible psychological scar on him. Respected king of the forest, we mean no offense. If this is your territory, we are willing to withdraw immediately. Zhao Wujia spoke solemnly, fully aware that the Titan Great Ape could comprehend human speech, especially one of its formidable stature, clearly surpassing 10,000 years in cultivation. The Titan Great Ape ignored Zhao Wujia's words, taking a step forward, an action that sent the group's hearts racing. Everyone felt a surge of tension, except for Tianling, who remained composed. He understood that the Titan Great Ape merely sensed the aura of his sister, Xiao Wu, and was likely just curious to meet her. Stay calm, do not attack, and listen to me. There will be no harm, Tianling asserted loudly. But at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The Titan Great Ape seemed to sense something, its gaze shifting towards the group at its feet. With a thunderous roar, the Titan Great Ape struck its chest, the sound reverberating and shaking the ground beneath them. The soul Douluo, believing that the Titan Great Ape recognized him, gritted his teeth and activated most of his soul rings, transforming into his martial soul's true form. Launching himself like a spear towards the Titan Great Ape while shouting, "You all flee!" Seeing the soul Douluo charge forth, Zhao Wujia promptly activated his first, second, third, fifth, and 7th soul rings, summoning his martial soul's true form to join the fray. Teacher Liu, Teacher Zhao, don't. Tianling shouted urgently. What are you doing provoking it? This foolish creature merely spotted Xiao Wu and is excited. Charging in is tantamount to seeking death. How could they have forgotten his earlier warning to avoid confrontation if they encountered the king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape? Zhao Wujia, dismissive of Tianling's prophetic claims, nevertheless took action, enveloping the Titan Great Ape with a gravitational field centered around himself, attempting to restrain its movements with a powerful gravitational pressure while unleashing the full might of his great Vajra palm. Unforeseen by the two, who launched their attack one after another, The Titan Great Ape erupted in furious wrath, unleashing a resounding roar that echoed through the air. Chapter 52. Ignoring the prophet's words can lead to death before Ning Rongrong could finish reciting her soul incantation. The Titan Great Ape's counterattack had already commenced. Its colossal fists glimmered with a faint light, signaling the activation of its signature skill, Earthquake Fist. Simultaneously, a gravitational field enveloped the area. A wave of dark energy descending from above, exerting immense pressure that drastically diminished the speed of the two assailants. The twin fists, akin to meteors, struck Zhao Wujia and the soul Douluo simultaneously. In the eyes of the onlookers, the powerful soul sage and soul Douluo were unexpectedly repelled by a single blow. Utterly unable to retaliate, Zhao Wujia, in his martial spirit form, was sent flying, crashing through several trees, his fate uncertain. The soul Douluo fared even worse, not only absorbing the force of the earthquake fist, but also being obliterated by a subsequent massive energy ball. The Titan Great Ape's ultimate technique, Titan Skybreaker. Had the assailant been a battle tank like Zhao Wujia, the outcome might have been different, but alas, this Lu teacher was a purely offensive soul master. Despite possessing formidable attack power, his defenses were alarmingly frail. Damn it, Tianling muttered under his breath. What possessed you to provoke it? Are all the soul masters of the Spirit Hall so single-minded? Zhao Wujia may not have heeded my prophetic warnings, but you should have. Why do you not believe me? Does the Titan Great Ape need to sneak up silently to kill you? Lu teacher, Zhao teacher. The fates of the two instructors remained uncertain. Yet the Titan Great Ape showed no concern. It leaped high into the air, crashing down directly before the group. The tremendous force sent several of them reeling. Xiaowu was seized by the Titan Great Ape's enormous hand, which then turned to leave. No, let go of Xiaowu. As he saw Xiaowu captured in the Titan's grasp, Tang San's eyes turned crimson. Without regaining his balance, he kicked the ground and launched himself forward. Simultaneously, his hands swiftly drew forth from his waist, releasing over a dozen gleaming projectiles aimed at the Titan Great Ape's head. Originally, he intended to strike its eyes, but the Titan had pivoted, forcing him to settle for a less favorable target. Clang, clang, clang. The hidden weapon struck the Titan Great Ape's skull, producing a cacophony of sharp sounds. However, the Titan Great Ape did not even glance back, merely scratching the back of its head with an idle hand. The damage was negligible, yet the humiliation was profound. Subsequently, the Titan Great Ape unleashed another wave of dark energy, sending everyone tumbling except for Tianling, who had been prepared, and Zhu Zhuqing, whom he had supported. No, stop! Xiaowu cried out as she watched her companions being blown away. The Titan Great Ape glanced at Xiaowu in its palm, letting out a low growl before suddenly leaping skyward, vanishing into the woods beyond. Xiaowu, Tang San scrambled to his feet, determined to chase after the Titan Great Ape. Xiao San, Lingo, I must find Xiaowu. Do not stop me. At this moment, Tang San's eyes were filled with rage. I will not impede you, Tianling sighed. To be honest, I have never understood what spell has ensnared Tang San, a 30-year-old virgin. Utterly infatuated with a creature with the psychological age of a mere 10 and the physical age of 60 or 70,000, who appears as a young girl. He retrieved several enhanced Oscar sausages from his pocket and offered them to Tang San. Xiao will be fine. Tang San accepted the sausages with a deep gaze, consuming the speed-enhancing delicacy before rushing off. But I still must find her. Under Tianling's protection, Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing remained largely unscathed. He has gone after Xiaowu. Do not worry. They will be fine, Tianling reassured. Tang San was in far better condition than in the original story, and with the two enhanced Oscar sausages. Defeating the monstrous spider should pose no challenge, marking the emergence of his third soul ring. Let us check on Zhao Teacher. Lu Teacher's body has vanished. Upon mentioning this, Tianling felt exasperated. He had repeatedly emphasized to the soul Douluo on their way here not to engage in combat. Yet, the soul Douluo had ignored his counsel, leading to this unfortunate outcome. Moreover, Zhao Wujia appeared to have sustained more severe injuries than in the original tale. He had previously troubled the Titan Great Ape, but now he had been swiftly eliminated. They discovered Zhao Wujia in a deep pit, barely clinging to life. The group hurriedly lifted him, and Tianling stuffed a handful of recovery leaves into his mouth, followed by a diluted mixture of royal jelly and water. While the devilish royal jelly had some healing properties, they were minimal. Recovery leaves offered only modest restorative effects for those above the Soul King level. And with no superior healing potions available, they could only hope for Zhao Wujia's resilience. Cough, where's Tang San? Zhao Wujia managed to catch his breath, weakly inquiring. He is gone after the Titan Great Ape, Ning Rongrong replied succinctly. Having been protected by Oscar, she had remained unharmed and had noticed the exchange between Tang San and Xia Tianling. Zhao Wujia's eyes widened in shock, nearly choking on his breath. Is he not courting death? That is the Titan Great Ape. Oscar, fetch me more recovery sausages. He cannot go alone. As Oscar prepared to comply, Xia Tianling intercepted him. Zhao teacher, can you even move? Let me go first. You? Xia Tianling regarded Zhao Wujia with skepticism. Xiao San and Xiao will be fine. I have foretold their fates. I predicted the Titan Great Ape's arrival tonight. Did my prophecy not come true? Moreover, I had foreseen the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake and its granddaughter Mangaran. Did you truly believe my observational skills were so extraordinary? Time and again, his predictions had been validated. I warned you and Lu teacher not to engage. Yet here we are. You are gravely injured. Zhao Wujia opened his mouth, but words of rebuttal eluded him. Although he had indeed recognized the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake and anticipated the Titan Great Ape's arrival, he had always dismissed Xia Tianling's proclamations as mere coincidence. Who could have imagined that his self-proclaimed prophetic abilities were genuine? Very well, focus on your recovery for now. Regain your mobility first. Xia Tianling instructed Oscar to prepare several more speed-enhancing sausages. You all rest here for the time being. Once Xiao teacher can move, he will join me. I shall pursue ahead. With that, he turned and dashed toward the direction Tang San had vanished. In truth, his journey was not solely to seek out Tang San and Xiao Wu. He knew they were safe. His solitary endeavor was driven by the desire to discover his fourth soul ring. After 2 fruitless days of searching, he had made a wish to the system, seeking knowledge of the most suitable soul beast for his fourth soul ring and its location. Though the system provided an answer, due to the peculiar nature of this soul beast, he could only find an opportunity to escape and act independently. Chapter 53. The Golden Bihuan descends into darkness upon employing several rapid flight techniques. Xia Tianling followed the system's designated location and arrived at an unknown territory, where an enormous creature startled him profoundly. This being, resembling a tiger with 2 massive fangs reminiscent of the saber-toothed tiger from a bygone era, was distinct in its sheer size and resplendent golden hue. This was no mere tiger. It was clearly one of the dragon's 9 offspring, the Bihuan. Only upon witnessing it firsthand did the system reveal its name, the Golden Bihuan. One could only wonder if it bore any relation to the Emperor's divine beast, the 3-eyed golden swan Wang, a millennium hence. What was peculiar, however, was that this creature, once a symbol of righteousness and justice, now emanated a continuous plume of black smoke. This was not a pure blackness, but rather an embodiment of unadulterated malevolence. Even at a distance, a mere glance sent chills down one's spine, awakening latent desires. The massive Bihuan howled in agony within the forest, thrashing about and toppling one giant tree after another. What has happened to it? Xia Tianling inquired of the system. It has been tainted. The creature you see before you is no longer the emblem of justice it once was. It is in the throes of a chaotic transformation. Once this metamorphosis is complete, it will fully become the Dark Bihuan, standing in stark opposition to all orderly beings, bent on annihilating any realm of order. We're orderly beings. What has tainted it? Xia Tianling stumbled upon a term he had never encountered, one that seemed to diverge greatly from the essence of Douluo continent. That is not knowledge you should possess at this moment. Heed this advice. While the Bihuan still retains a semblance of sanity, use your utmost strength to end it. It can still control itself. Once it fully transforms into a chaotic entity, it will become a mindless monstrosity beyond even the most divine being's capacity to combat. Understood. Since the system refrained from being explicit, it was likely under some constraint. He resolved to follow the system's guidance without hesitation. True dragon, embody me. Dawn, manifest. Taking a deep breath, Xia Tianling activated his 5-clawed true dragon martial soul for the first time after 6 years of cultivation. Simultaneously, he grasped the Dawn martial soul in his hand. With a hammer in his left hand and an axe in his right, he approached the deteriorating Dark Bihuan, channeling his bloodline energy without reservation. If the Bihuan was indeed the seventh offspring of the true dragon, the aura of the true dragon's bloodline might prove advantageous. The restless Bihuan sensed this energy, its savage demeanor somewhat subdued, yet continued to writhe on the ground. A vague mental wave surged into Xia Tianling's mind. Father's aura. Alas, you are not him. Is it effective? Kill me swiftly. I can no longer maintain control. Be wary of the energy I exude. The Bihuan seemed to expend all its strength to project another wave of mental energy, its previously clear gaze now clouded by a dark crimson hue. Quickly in it is beginning to metamorphose. It is at its weakest now, unable to harness its full power, merely equivalent to an ordinary 10,000-year-old beast. The moment it completes its transformation, even that little dragon beneath will be powerless against it. The system maintained its cold, mechanical tone, yet its urgency was palpable. Tianling no longer hesitated. He activated his 2 soul rings. The Storm War Axe manifests. Thunder God form engaged. Utilizing both martial souls simultaneously placed an immense strain on his body. Yet the depletion of soul power was staggering. When both martial souls were activated while wielding the Storm War Axe, his soul power drained at an unprecedented rate, not to mention the additional skills that required energy. Even with the dual core energy supply of his Qi Si and Golden Core, his soul power reserves were still many times greater than that of an ordinary soul master. But such prolonged consumption was unsustainable. The primary issue lay in the low quality of this energy. The Douluo realm lacked the essence to cultivate a more advanced foundational strength, such as spiritual energy. Let me witness your prowess. He activated the 9 turns sky treading step, brandishing the Storm War Axe and charging directly towards the Dark Bihuan. Though the Bihuan had lost its sanity, it was still partially suppressed by the true dragon's aura, and its battle instincts honed over millennia were formidable. A torrent of dark energy surged from its form, rapidly expanding into a cubic domain. As Tianling charged within, he felt as though he were shackled by heavy chains, rendering his previously unfettered 9-turn sky treading step ineffectual. Simultaneously, a crack appeared on the Bihuan's forehead, and a dark eye opened. A ray of pitch-black energy mixed with crimson lightning shot towards Xia Tianling's chest. This was once one of the Golden Bihuan's innate skills, judgment. As one of the dragon's 9 progeny, it possessed an innate ability to discern right from wrong, and its inherent power was linked to light. However, now in its fallen state, the attribute had morphed. Judgment could well be renamed as corruption. Limited in movement, Tianling activated his 3rd soul ring. The immense blade of the lightning axe collided with the slender black ray, producing a thunderous roar before dissipating simultaneously. Harnessing the momentum of the thunder half-moon slash, Tianling pressed on, unleashing 3 spells in rapid succession: lightness technique, wind riding technique, and evil breaking technique. The first 2 accelerated his movements, while the latter mitigated some of the oppressive force of the dark domain. Summoning technique, evenly thunder summon. 2 additional spells were cast. A dark cloud formed above the dark Bihuan, unleashing a torrential downpour. The heavenly thunder summoned lightning, amplifying the storm's intensity. Strikes of blue lightning rained down upon the Bihuan, eliciting anguished roars. In that fleeting moment, aided by various incantations, Tianling successfully closed the distance. In the blink of an eye, his 3rd soul ring illuminated, and the thunder half-moon slash coalesced instantly, the Storm War Axe roaring forth in its full glory. Previously, a mere attack in its ordinary state was sufficient to severely wound Yi Zhiqiu, a defensive soul king. Now, under the overwhelming power of the true dragon martial soul and the innate control of thunder, its might had more than doubled. Not only was it the strength of his own body, but the dawn martial soul, having been nurtured through 6 years of cultivation, was now inseparable from him, surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary cultivator's innate weapon. At this moment, wielding his innate weapon with expert precision, the force of this strike rivaled that of a full-throttle assault from a battle spirit saint. A mere ordinary soul emperor would likely be obliterated instantly. And yet, he was still merely a 40-level, 3-ring quasi-soul master. Chapter 54. Mastering Mathematics and Chemistry, Conquering the World as a Purebred Offspring of the Dragon. The Bihuan inherited the formidable physique and magical prowess of the true dragon. The ferocity ingrained in its bloodline made it capable of overpowering numerous native soul beasts, including the likes of the Emperor Tian and the Golden Dragon King. However, in the present moment, the chaotic essence of darkness and the righteous attribute of order clash within the same shell. The innate wisdom of the Bailan, though suppressed to its lowest depths, cannot relinquish its inherent pride derived from the true dragon bloodline, and continues to resist vehemently from the recesses of its subconscious. The fallen Bailan's corporeal form resembles a formidable weapon controlled by a child. Though powerful, it exhibits a profound lack of coordination. The sharp edge of an axe collides with the right claw of the dark Bailan, producing a shrill screech. Blue lightning relentlessly dissolves the black aura enveloping the Bailan, revealing specks of gold, only to be swiftly obscured again by a new shroud of darkness. A massive claw plummets, its broken end exposing stark white bone. Once as resplendent as jade, these bones now emanate an aura of malevolence, as crimson gold blood mingles with a viscous black liquid, gushing forth from severed veins. Upon contact with the black liquid, the flora beneath withers instantly, emitting a hissing sound. The dark Bailan lets out a piercing wail, utterly incensed by the diminutive creature before it. It had underestimated the insect it believed it could crush with ease, which had instead inflicted upon it grievous injuries, an unforgivable affront. Yet, just as it prepared to unleash its innate abilities, it was abruptly interrupted, causing it to bleed from its mouth, a fleeting clarity flickering in its eyes. The familiar mental resonance penetrates Tianling's consciousness. The mouth? Shouldn't that be its strongest asset? As a dragon offspring, symbolizing judicial fairness alongside the Yazi. The Bailan possesses a temperament more serene than the irascible Yazi, who resorts to violence. The Bailan prefers to reason with wrongdoers, thus its oratory prowess is formidable, possessing an almost law-like capability. However, in its state of dark corruption, the Bailan is devoid of rationality, driven only by frenzied instincts, rendering it incapable of wielding such potent powers. Were it in its full form, mere words would suffice to subdue Tianling. Tianling had instinctively believed that the Bailan's mouth was its most formidable aspect, only to discover that its greatest weapon also served as its Achilles heel. Nevertheless, he accurately deduced that thunder and fire could diminish the oppressive dark aura surrounding it, possessing a purifying effect. Thus, let the tempest rage with greater ferocity. Tianling continues to engage the Bailan with various incantations, occasionally delivering thunderous crescent slashes, inflicting non-fatal yet burdensome wounds. The dark Bailan finds itself being toyed with by Tianling, its impotent rage manifesting in blood-red lightning. Yet it fails to notice that the lightning striking it has intensified, and the rain above has grown more torrential. If the previous downpour was merely a storm, now it is a deluge, akin to water being poured from the heavens. Aside from necessary evasions and enhancements, virtually all of Tianling's soul power is devoted to sustaining the thunder and the tempest. Finally, the water elements within a several-kilometer radius have been completely drained, a vast concentration of water elements flooding this confined space. The lightning becomes increasingly ferocious. Yet the irrational dark Bailan remains oblivious to the fact that while the storm above thickens, the lightning striking it has nearly ceased. Instead, the puddles formed on the ground sizzle with electric energy, their areas continuously shrinking. At this juncture, the dark Bailan has all but ceased its attempts to assault Tianling. It is wholly consumed in metamorphosis, disregarding the alterations in its surroundings and the lightning striking down upon it. Having exhausted several soul power-restoring sausages, Tianling finds his reserves nearly depleted. Even the Dawn Martial Soul has been converted into primal soul energy to replenish his parched reservoir and golden core. The remaining soul power barely suffices for one final, full-force assault in the Storm Battle Axe state, maintaining the true dragon's embodiment with great effort. A faint smile graces Tianling's lips as he swiftly consumes the last of the rapid-flight sausages, abruptly exiting the realm of darkness while simultaneously hurling a fireball into it. Boom! A violent explosion erupts within the dark domain, flames leaping skyward, only to be forcefully suppressed back by the domain itself. A tremendous roar reverberates across several miles, even rousing the slumbering sky blue bull python in the lake of life, who lifts its head to witness the conflagration.
Such a brilliant blaze. What transpires over there? Xiao Wu stands atop Erming's head, peering towards the commotion, hoping that Teacher Zhao and the others remain unharmed. The residual shockwave from the explosion, albeit filtered through the dark domain, sends Tianling tumbling backward, leaving his ears ringing. The dark Bylin howls in agony. In a misguided attempt, it tries to employ the domain's power to shield itself from the blast. Had it not unleashed its power previously, it might have fared better, but now, with the explosion occurring internally, the constricting domain compresses the oxygen and hydrogen generated from the torrential rain and lightning into a sealed space. This unreasonable force of the domain encapsulates the explosion's kinetic energy and heat, resulting in minimal damage to the surrounding flora. However, the dark Bylin suffers gravely. The more ferociously the explosion rages, the more it attempts to contract the domain for protection. Yet, the smaller the domain shrinks. The stronger the forces of explosion and combustion become. In a self-destructive twist, the severely injured creature can no longer sustain the domain's power, allowing its dwindling strength to finally be released, devastating the surrounding vegetation. Taking a breath, Tianling utilizes his remaining soul power to activate his most potent dual martial soul form, wielding the Storm Battle Axe, bolstered by attributes for protection. Cautiously approaching the epicenter of the explosion, stepping into the area once enveloped by the domain, he finds the ground devoid of any plant life. The soil scorched to a glass-like sheen by the intense heat. As the flames dissipate, the form of the dark Bylin becomes visible. The once enveloping black aura has been reduced to a mere wisp, and its formerly radiant exterior now resembles charred remains, riddled with cracks. The blood capable of flowing has nearly evaporated entirely. Tianling wipes the sweat from his brow. The resilience of a divine beast is indeed formidable, surviving such an explosion even at its lowest point. The dark Bylin is, of course, not dead. It has yet to form a single soul ring. Does this creature truly possess the potential to generate a soul ring? It shouldn't be a soul beast, should it? Two questions suddenly arise in Tianling's mind. However, since the system indicates this is the most suitable fourth soul ring for him, it must possess the capability. He approaches the ailing dark Bylin, axe in hand. Yet now, perhaps it can no longer be called the dark Bylin. This cataclysmic explosion has nearly purified all traces of its dark essence. Though on the brink of death, the Bylin has regained its former clarity. Chapter 55. The delayed heavenly tribulation finally descends. You have arrived. A mental resonance, significantly weaker than before, reaches Tianling's consciousness. It is the golden Bylin, restored to its reason. Senior, how can I save you? The Bylin shook its head laboriously, indicating that such a degree of corruption was essentially irreversible. Furthermore, the majority of my primal power had nearly dissipated in the struggle against the fall, rendering any remedy futile. Tianling released the manifestation of her martial soul and stood there in a daze. The Bylin before her was about to fall, and a profound sorrow resonated within its bloodline. Though this world is frail, thin, and riddled with flaws, its rules are intriguing. I am nearing my end. Allow me to leave you with something of interest. Something of interest? The Bylin offered no explanation. It merely lifted its remaining left paw and gently cradled Tianling, pressing its forehead against hers. Inheritance. The familiar voice echoed, distinct from the previous mental transmissions. This was the first time the Bylin had spoken truly in a long while. In an instant, the Bylin's aura surged, coalescing into its third divine eye, now wide open. The divine eye on its forehead served as a bridge connecting the two beings. A torrent of golden light streamed through this conduit into Tianling's body. At that moment, her consciousness wavered, as if a colossal bell resonated within her mind, surrounded by an ethereal sound that seemed to narrate an unknown tale. The voice was authoritative, yet imbued with undeniable righteousness. Bearer of my father's bloodline, wield this power wisely. Another wave of mental energy emanated from the Bylin. Then, its massive form ignited, the last vestiges of darkness surrounding it being cleansed by the golden flames. Tianling felt an immense heat surge into her being from her forehead, cascading down her spine and enveloping her entire body. Her flesh and tendons transformed and evolved under this overwhelming tide. The dawn martial soul was forcibly summoned, and a circle of crimson gold rings began to form around it. Was this a sacrifice? In a sense, the Bylin's actions bore resemblance to a sacrificial rite, yet it was not an actual sacrifice. It was not a native species of the Douluo continent, having inadvertently shattered space and arrived here after being tainted by that malevolent dark matter. As a divine beast, its death would not leave behind a soul ring, nor did it possess the capacity for sacrifice. However, the rules of the Douluo world are quite peculiar and easily manipulated. The Bayan happened to be a remarkable entity within this realm. Thus, in its dying moments, it bequeathed its remaining primal power and innate abilities to Tianling, who possessed the true dragon bloodline. This was the last fragment of pure essence after purifying and refining its own power. It could be said that nearly all of its strength had dissipated in the clash against the force of corruption. As one of the dragon offspring, the Bayan's bloodline naturally resonated deeply with Tianling, allowing this pseudo-sacrificial ritual to unfold smoothly. Were it anyone else, the mere conflict of bloodline powers would be insurmountable. After some time, the Bayan's massive form was reduced to ash, and a circular crimson-gold emblem gradually formed upon Tianling's forehead. The bones within her body began to emit a series of crackling sounds, each pop resonating with a sense of impending rupture. Simultaneously, a gray-black substance began to seep through her skin, mingling with strands of black-purple blood. This was the power of the Bayan cleansing her body, purging impurities and internal injuries. The stage at which cultivators refine their qi to the pinnacle of foundation establishment is inherently a process of gradual bodily transformation and impurity removal. Yet, due to geographical and rule-based peculiarities, what would typically entail a formidable physical transformation within the cultivation system was significantly simplified here. As the transformation of her body progressed, the last vestiges of the Bayan's power fully integrated into her being. The crimson gold rings surrounding the dawn martial soul crystallized into the appearance of soul rings, signifying Tianling's ascension to the rank of soul master. But the journey was far from over. At that moment, thunder rumbled in the sky, and a massive dark cloud appeared suddenly above the Stardow forest, heralding tumultuous changes within Tianling. Just as the soul rings solidified, her soul power surged to unprecedented levels, reaching heights previously unattainable. The golden core vibrated incessantly, emitting a gentle hum. The energy within her dantian spiraled chaotically, greedily absorbing all forms of energy from within and without, fervently channeling it into the golden core. Boom! A thunderclap crashed down, striking Tianling directly on the crown of her head. The long-awaited tribulation of the golden core had finally arrived. Was this the thunder tribulation? Did the Stardow forest harbor other 10,000-year soul beasts? The Tianqing Niumang widened its bovine eyes, given its limited experience in the forest. It could not discern the difference between a tribulation that served as a test and reward and one purely intended for destruction. The dreaded heavenly tribulation, upon contact with Tianling's body, manifested a layer of delicate dragon scales upon her surface, mitigating the ferocity of the tribulation, which then gradually sank into her form, infusing itself into the vibrating golden core. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of thunder reverberated through the heavens as 8 successive bolts struck down, each more potent than the last. In the instant following the final lightning strike, the high-frequency vibrating golden core expanded to its utmost, adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of Ru or porcelain. Boom! The long-delayed Yuan-ing tribulation descended as well. This time, the enormous golden core shattered. Tianling felt her consciousness shift. Her soul no longer resided solely within her mind, but became intricately intertwined with her entire cultivation. A milky white infant appeared in the position of her dantian, replacing the former golden core. Boom, boom, boom. Another 17 bolts of heavenly thunder descended, their power surpassing that of the previous golden core tribulation by several folds. As the force of the tribulation intensified, the dragon scales on Tianling's body could no longer absorb the damage, gradually becoming charred, with some areas even exuding the scent of cooked flesh. Yet, despite her increasingly dire exterior, the momentum within her grew ever stronger. The nascent Yuan-ing expanded rapidly with each subsequent bolt of lightning until it reached completion. The relentless cascades of thunder ceased, yet the ominous clouds above remained filled with rumbling sounds. The tribulation clouds, emblematic of destruction, also harbored the essence of life. This was heaven's test for cultivators aiming to transcend their life forms, simultaneously serving as a reward.
Chapter 56. Rule Skills. Unlike traditional cultivators facing their tribulations, Tianling was subjected to the combined trials of the Golden Core, Yuan Ying, and transformation tribulations. There was no time granted for her to acclimate to the surge of power. Boom! The heavenly tribulation representing transformation commenced. Massive bolts of thunder surged into Tianling, fiercely striking the Yuan Ying, a pain beyond description spreading through her very soul. Transformation requires the integration of the 3 souls and 7 spirits into the Yuan Ying, melding them through the tempering of the tribulation to form a singular entity, a more formidable primordial spirit. Meanwhile, the Mud Pill Palace, situated in the upper Dantian, was enduring an immense influx of spiritual power, in the process of advancing the primordial spirit into a divine form. Practitioners must forcibly break the constraints of the Mud Pill Palace with their formidable mental strength, connecting to ancestral orifices and opening the sea of consciousness. This step is often the most arduous, requiring a massive accumulation of spiritual power to erupt within the Mud Pill Palace in a single breath. Originally, practitioners were expected to form a nascent sea during the nascent soul stage, establish spiritual consciousness in the Golden Core stage, and open the Mud Pill Palace during the Foundation Establishment stage. However, due to unfortunate circumstances, the practitioner had to leap through these stages simultaneously. Although the accumulation was slightly lacking in the Summer Spirit, the legacy left behind by the Golden Bihuan proved invaluable. As a beast adept at utilizing rules, Bihuan possessed an extraordinarily potent spiritual power. Even the last remnants of its essence were formidable. The crimson gold emblem at his forehead radiated brilliance, compressing his innate spiritual power into a small orb. The external forces of heavenly tribulation continuously washed over this orb, refining and solidifying it further, accumulating to a point of qualitative transformation. An explosive event akin to the birth of the universe unfolded within the Mud Pill Palace of Tianling as the vast, compressed spiritual power transformed into a divine consciousness imbued with a faint golden aura, surging wildly in the newly opened sea of consciousness. If one were to use contemporary terminology, his spiritual power had reached an immense level akin to the spirit abyss, capable of standing toe-to-toe with tidal Douluo. In an era where spiritual cultivation was virtually non-existent, he truly stood unparalleled. Having completed the metamorphosis from spiritual power to divine consciousness, Tianling had traversed the most challenging threshold. Now, under the triad of pressures from divine consciousness, heavenly tribulation, and soul power, his 3 souls and 7 spirits were rapidly merging with the nascent soul. Although the process was excruciating, his willpower enabled him to persevere. Ultimately, with the final bolt of heavenly tribulation striking down, Tianling's primordial spirit was fully transformed. Henceforth, he could be said to possess no absolute vulnerabilities in his physical form. The brain was no longer the sole vessel for the soul, and the heart was no longer the only core of energy within his body. From this moment on, the sea of consciousness in the upper Dantian, the primordial spirit in the middle Dantian, and the sea of qi in the lower Dantian were thoroughly interconnected, forming a second life cycle system independent of the original bodily structure. As long as one of these elements existed, the practitioner would not face complete death, showcasing the terrifying nature of the cultivation system. Even if the body were entirely destroyed, the primordial spirit could still survive independently, transforming into a wandering immortal or even a ghost cultivator with life force that was astonishingly resilient. In stark contrast, the character Qian Renxue from the original timeline, who had just attained the status of an angelic deity, was nearly slain by Tang San with a single strike to her heart, rendering her vulnerable. Similarly, Tianling, with his dual core energy source of the sea of qi and primordial spirit, exhibited a recovery speed and magnitude of soul power that far surpassed his peers, reaching almost a dozen times the capacity of other soul masters. As Tianling reveled in his robust physique, forged through the trials of 3 heavenly tribulations, he felt an inexhaustible strength coursing through him, capable of easily overpowering his previous strongest self. Suddenly, he noticed something peculiar on his forehead. Upon touching his brow, he discovered a circular, coin-sized heart object. He produced a mirror from his storage ring, revealing a crimson gold emblem. Could it be an external soul bone? As he pondered this, he cautiously extended his divine consciousness towards the emblem. The moment his consciousness made contact, a flood of information surged into his mind. This was the legacy left to him by the Golden Bihuan, specifically its third divine eye, which Tianling named the emblem of justice. It possessed a singular skill named Intimidation. This skill passively augmented the owner's spiritual power and could be actively triggered to reduce the attributes of marked beings within the user's perceptual range by 10%. With effects guaranteed, he touched his forehead again, and after comprehending the information, he attempted to conceal the emblem. Dawn Martial Soul, arise. The axe and hammer were grasped firmly in Tianling's hands as 4 soul rings began to rise beneath his feet, with the 4th ring representing the Golden Bihuan in crimson gold. Could this be a divine-level soul ring? Certainly not. It was merely a manifestation of the Bihuan's innate abilities, adhering to the rules of this world, and did not belong to any specific year of soul rings. The typically aloof system noted Tianling's confusion and provided an explanation. Technically, it was not a soul ring, but simply something that resembled one and functioned as such. Rules? Indeed, rules. If there were any merits to the martial soul cultivation system of the Douluo world, it would be its ability to allow practitioners, even in their weakness, to engage with fundamental rules. For instance, the attribute amplification from his storm battle axe form, the 4th soul skill granted by Bihuan, and the external soul bone, the 3rd divine eye. In other realms, such feats could only be accomplished by rule-level practitioners, yet here, one merely needed to expend some soul power to achieve them. My 4th soul skill. Tianling realized that, due to a series of events, he still had not discovered the effects of his 4th soul skill, prompting him to focus intently. As the saying goes, one might be unaware until they look, and upon examination, he was astounded. This 4th soul skill was indeed excessively powerful. The 4th soul skill left by the Golden Bihuan was its innate skill, Judgment of Justice. Interestingly, it was a domain skill that could only be wielded with a hammer, and the Storm Battle Axe form could not amplify it. Upon activation, the effect would apply to all targets deemed enemies within a radius of 15,000 square meters, as subjectively recognized by the user. If a target harbored malicious intent and had acted on it, their attributes would decrease by 25%. If they held malicious thoughts but had not acted, their attributes would diminish by 15%. If a target had no ill intentions, the soul skill would have no effect. Simultaneously, all attributes of allies, including the user, will be enhanced by 20%. The maximum duration of this skill would be 2 hours, and unless the user actively dispelled it or the time limit was reached, its effects would persist even if the target fled to the ends of the earth. Of course, if one possessed the ability to escape the confines of the Douluo universe, the effects would cease automatically. To bolster allies and weaken foes, was this the innate skill of a divine beast? It seemed somewhat unreasonable. Moreover, if activated alongside the external soul bone, the emblem of justice, the effects of this soul skill would double, theoretically reducing an opponent's attributes by 60% while enhancing the user's by 40% with absolute certainty. Even if the benevolent or malevolent divine kings were to appear, this soul skill could still amplify or weaken their powers. The potency of this skill exceeded even the assistance provided by the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda at the 7th ring, who truly held the title of the continent's foremost support martial soul. Chapter 57:0. Is it time for my prophetic performance again? By the way, system, could you change the color of my golden soul ring? Just make it black. This gold is a bit too conspicuous. Having finished his preparations, Tianling leisurely made his way back toward the direction from which the Titan giant ape had come, having previously visited the camp that had been attacked, where he found no trace of the individuals present. A few hours were sufficient for Zhao Wujia to regain his mobility, and a few individuals likely set out to find Tang San. Ding, the host's wish has been received, and the power of fate is being retrieved. Ding, the wish has been successfully granted. You have obtained the 4 soul ring color modifier, and it is being adjusted for you. Ding, the modification is complete. It can be manually deactivated. Tianling looked at his 4th soul ring, now transformed into a pitch-black orb, and felt an odd sensation. Was this system truly intelligent? Why had it previously answered his inquiries and now reverted to a mechanical and bureaucratic demeanor? Nevertheless, despite the system's peculiarities, its functionality was undeniably powerful. At that moment, his fourth soul ring appeared to be a standard 2 to 3,000-year-old soul ring, devoid of its former golden radiance. When Tianling found Tang San and his companions, Tang San had already defeated the man-faced demon spider and was in the process of absorbing its soul ring. Xiao Wu had also returned to the group. Tianling, where have you been? Zhu Zhuqing was the first to notice the returning Tianling, swiftly leaping in front of him. Is the little kitty so concerned about me? Rest assured, Zhuqing, I'm fine. Tianling scratched his head, explaining that he had encountered several 10,000-year soul beasts while pursuing Tang San, which forced him to take a longer route. On my way back, I came across a suitable 10,000-year soul beast and took it down. I am now a soul master of the fourth ring. A fourth ring soul master? How old are you this year? Zhao Wujia, who had noticeably regained his strength, inquired with a hint of incredulity in his voice. I just turned 12 this year. Tianling, feeling a bit shy as he assessed his soul power level, continued. Not just a soul master, I have reached level 44. 44? Linga, are you even human? Mao Jun exclaimed in disbelief. Tianling glanced at Xiao Wu, whose eyes seemed to flicker with uncertainty. Of course, I am human, right, Xiao Wu? Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances between him and Xiao Wu, pondering the nature of their relationship. Before Xiao Wu could respond, Zhao Wujia suddenly realized, wait, what did you just say? You single-handedly defeated a 10,000-year soul beast? Indeed. Did you not see the explosion earlier? That was my doing. The soul beast was foolish enough to fall into my trap. He proceeded to embellish the details of the recent battle, sharing nearly everything except for the identity of the golden giant lion. So, I orchestrated an explosion, and it ended up destroying itself. Unsurprisingly, the others were left bewildered, struggling to comprehend his explanations involving electrolysis, hydrogen, and oxygen. The terminology made no sense when presented in a convoluted manner. If you don't understand, it's fine. That's not important. Tianling waved his hand. I assume Xiao Wu has acquired her third soul ring by now. Tianling, you truly are remarkable. How did you know? Ning Rongrong gasped in astonishment. Of course, I am a prophet. If I am not mistaken, Xiao Sun will gain a very precious external soul bone from absorbing this 2,000-year-old man-faced demon spider. External soul bone? How is that possible? Ning Rongrong, with her knowledge, was well aware of what that entailed. What is an external soul bone? Zhu Zhuqing asked in confusion. Having lived a life dedicated solely to cultivation, her knowledge beyond essential concepts was quite limited. An external soul bone, to put it simply, is a rare variety that exists independently from the 6 standard soul bones. Unlike standard soul bones, which can drop, an external soul bone binds with a soul master for life once fused. He paused, glancing at the pained expression on Tang San's face. Xiao San is fortunate. He will receive a type of external soul bone resembling 8 spider legs, which possess evolutionary capabilities. It is imbued with potent venom, so be careful not to reach out and touch it, especially you, little fatty. Don't call me little fatty. Is my hand that fragile? Mao Jun protested indignantly. Suddenly, as Tang San absorbed the soul ring, he contorted in agony, emitting a chilling scream. His body, seated in meditation, convulsed violently. His chest heaved upward, arching his upper body in a terrifying manner. Third brother, Xiao Wu cried out, instinctively rushing toward him. Zhao Wujia also reacted with alarm. This had occurred once before when Tang San initially absorbed the soul ring due to the overwhelming nature of the process. Calm down, little rabbit. Didn't I say? Xiao San will be receiving an external soul bone. Why the fuss? Before he could finish, a tearing sound echoed as Tang San's clothing was suddenly shredded. 4 fist-sized protrusions bulged from either side of his spine. At that moment, Tang San appeared to be in excruciating pain, with droplets of blood seeping from beneath his skin as he writhed in agony. Soon, 8 deep purple appendages emerged rapidly, extending outward. Tang San's external soul bone had successfully fused. Everyone, step back. Do not touch anything. Tianling cautioned, raising his hand to signal everyone to retreat. The girl should stay away. When Xiao San emerges from his cocoon, he will have lost all his clothes. You truly are remarkable, Zhao Wujia praised, giving a thumbs up in admiration. The transformation Tang San underwent was indeed as Tianling had predicted. Had he heeded Tianling's advice earlier, he might not have been severely injured by the Titan giant ape. Isn't he going to turn into a giant spider? Ning Rongrong queried, rolling her eyes. What on earth are you thinking? Tianling replied, exasperated. All right, everyone, let's get back to our tasks. Set up camp, start a fire, and prepare a meal. Xiao San will take approximately 12 more hours to complete his fusion. After all this commotion, we should rest. The group responded in unison, each attending to their respective duties to reconstruct their resting site. Tianling, self-proclaimed prophet, had consistently proven his foresight, and the others had begun to trust his words implicitly. If he claimed results would manifest in 12 hours, then they would indeed await the outcome. After a simple meal, leaving behind those necessary for watch duty, the others, who were mentally exhausted, went to rest, except for Xiao Wu, who was still concerned about Tang San. This left Tianling in a splendid state of mind, puzzled as he observed Xiao Wu's worried expression from his secret perch in a tree. How had Tang San and Xiao Wu's relationship evolved so profoundly over the past 6 years? Chapter 58. Can one person compare to a group? 12 hours later, morning dawned. Tang San, having fused throughout the night, finally emerged from his cocoon, making his grand debut before the group. True to Tianling's predictions, Tang San emerged completely unclothed. Ning Rongrong, from a distance, was caught stealing glances. Beside her, Oscar displayed a hint of jealousy. Rongrong, stop looking at Tang San and pay attention to me. Get lost. Talk to me when your cooking skills catch up to Tianling's. Stop scolding. I'm practicing. As Ning Rongrong and Oscar exchanged playful banter, Tang San, having shaken off his initial daze, spotted Xiao Wu and was overwhelmed with joy, leading to a heartfelt reunion that reeked of romance. Ma Hongjun, with a disgruntled expression, chewed on a sausage, while Tianling nodded in agreement, sharing in his sentiment. Observing the actions of the two pairs, the aloof Zhu Zhuqing stood in the corner, lost in thought. After Tianling forcefully broke up the couple and instructed Tang San to retract his 8 spider lances while explaining the situation, a considerable amount of time passed. The fact that one could absorb soul rings beyond their level with such benefits was astonishing. No wonder you all engage in this advanced absorption, Tang San realized. It became evident to him that one's physical constitution could not be generalized. After this first-hand experience, he increasingly doubted the master's precise soul ring ratio, which had been calculated to the exact year. Tianling patted Tang San on the shoulder, stating that the strength of the soul ring one could absorb was entirely determined by one's physical condition. Train hard. Strive for a 4th ring like ours, absorbing one that is 10,000 years old. In the original timeline, Tang San's remarkable achievement of a 10,000-year 4th ring was merely a standard configuration among the 7 of them from the Spirit Hall. Of course, this did not apply to Yin and Xiaoyu, as they had insufficient time to train their bodies and lacked the extraordinary treatment afforded to Hulaina. Thus, they could only manage a conventional 1,000-year 4th ring. Reflecting on the master's unverified theories and the knowledge imparted by Tianling along their journey, Tang San felt a sense of admiration, realizing that Tianling possessed a greater understanding. Tianling waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I merely stand on the shoulders of giants to see the world. This knowledge has been accumulated over generations by predecessors in the Spirit Master community. How could the research of one individual, Yu Xiaojing, compare to the legacy built over thousands of years by the Spirit Hall?" Zhao Wujia, smiling, interjected, "Let us save the mutual flattery for after we leave the Stardow Forest. Although we encountered numerous challenges, we have successfully exceeded our mission. It is time to return." Through this shared experience of life and death, the bonds between the members of the Spirit Hall and Shrek Academy deepened significantly, even though they belonged to different academies. This did not hinder the friendship they had forged in such a short time, except for one individual, the evil-eye white tiger, Daimu Bai. Watching the others share laughter and conversation, he felt like an outsider. Ever since their battle against the Devil Bee King, he had become almost invisible, rarely participating in either combat or discussions. This feeling of isolation was profoundly distressing. He yearned to confront them, to question them loudly, but ultimately he held back. Indeed, Ning Rongrong was correct. What pride did he have to stand on? Zhu Zhuqing was also right. He was merely a self-indulgent coward. Observing the boy beside Zhu Zhuqing, who constantly flirted with her, Daimu Bai clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. Tianling, just wait. One day, I, Daimu Bai, shall defeat Davis and you, reclaiming all that is rightfully mine. By the way, Tianling, what exactly is this Zhuge divine crossbow you mentioned? On the way back, Tang San recounted to the group how he had defeated the man-faced demon spider, without the assistance of the supreme dragon snake to severely injure the spider. Tang San had relied on Oscar's swift flying and countless hidden weapons to gradually weaken it. Eventually, when a man-faced demon spider was startled by a sudden surge of energy, Tang San seized the opportunity to perilously shoot its eyes with the Zhuge divine crossbow. The energy that startled the spider was likely the residual aura released by the dying golden liger. As they walked and talked, Tang San retrieved the Zhuge divine crossbow to demonstrate to the others. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in astonishment as she pouted at Xia Tianling, exclaiming, "How could you keep such a fascinating item hidden from me?" Xia Tianling retorted, "With your temper as a child, if I had given you this, how could the others have lived in peace? This weapon can effortlessly slay soul emperors. Who would dare let you wield it?" The two engaged in a playful banter. In truth, since acquiring the Xintian treasure record, Xia Tianling had already begun learning and crafting various mechanical hidden weapons. He was not a disciple of the Tang sect, nor did he lack resources. It was best to have the Spirit Hall's logistical team research and mass-produce these items. He had already handed over the production blueprints and crafting techniques to Bibi Dong. The production capacity of one individual like Tang San could hardly match that of a major power. Since the Spirit Hall was his own enterprise, the stronger it became, the better. If all the Spirit Masters, and even the ordinary troops of the Spirit Hall, could be equipped with the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, or even stronger hidden weapons, it would be formidable. After the relationship between Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue significantly improved, although she still held some disdain for Qian Doulu, her desire for world destruction had dissipated. Instead, she devoted herself fully to the divine examination and leading the Spirit Hall towards a glorious future. Naturally, the seemingly foolish plan of soul-hunting activities was also cancelled, while the Spirit Hall remained cautious of Hao Yin Sect and Blue Lightning Overlord Sect. They sought to strengthen their ties with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which had always maintained a good relationship with them. They sold a substantial number of the Zhuge Divine crossbows and other less powerful mechanical hidden weapons to them, albeit at a reduced strength compared to the original. As for why both sides could engage in closer interactions than in the original narrative, it was because they understood a fundamental truth. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. The mechanical hidden weapons provided by the Spirit Hall could enhance the survival and offensive capabilities of the direct disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, thus indirectly strengthening their influence. Simultaneously, the Spirit Hall reaped the rewards of friendship and various collaborations with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, such as exchanging research materials, resource sharing, and acquiring some civilian spirit masters they trained. If you were to ask Ning Rongrong why she was unaware that her sect had already acquired these items, both Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo were well aware. Ning Rongrong had become somewhat unruly due to the pampering from the three of them. Although she had improved after Xia Tianling's admonishments, she still displayed mischievous behavior. If she were to possess these items, wouldn't the sect be in chaos daily? Chapter 59. The Gravity Chamber and the marvelous use of soul bones in the town outside the Stardow Forest. The survivors returned to the familiar second-floor hotel for a meal. All good things must come to an end. Although they had gotten along harmoniously over the past few days, they were ultimately not from the same faction. "We're leaving, but we will meet again." Xia Tianling waved to the others from the carriage as he departed with the members of the Spirit Hall. "We shall meet again soon. I hope you won't fall too far behind, Xiao San." With the curtains drawn, Xia Tianling leaned back in the carriage, savoring the rare, leisurely moment. A day later, the weary group finally returned to the Spirit Academy. Upon hearing that the Soul Master had been instantly killed by the Titan Giant Ape with a single blow, the powerful titled Dugu, serving as the dean, was infuriated, repeatedly cursing the individual as a fool deserving of death. If it weren't for the Titan Giant Ape's lack of malice, this incident could have cost the lives of 4 geniuses, including the Saint's son. After another day of rest, having completely recovered from their fatigue, they resumed their training. Zhu Qing, this set of divine refinement techniques, must be diligently studied. In the training room, Xia Tianling handed Zhu Zhuqing a jade slip. Although Zhu Zhuqing felt somewhat perplexed, she solemnly accepted the jade slip and, following Xia Tianling's guidance, pressed it to her forehead to study this martial art. As a sensitive attack-type soul master, why should she cultivate mental strength? Xia Tianling sighed, explaining that mental strength is one of the most crucial indicators for breaking through to the title Doulou rank. Moreover, a powerful mental strength can significantly accelerate the enhancement of one's soul power. Just consider which is quicker, using a spoon to scoop water or employing a bucket. Though this mental cultivation technique may not appear profound from the perspective of the myriad worlds, it is far superior to Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes, which can only be practiced for a brief time each morning. Furthermore, this technique boasts exceptional versatility and stability, preventing the occurrence of madness due to excessive cultivation. The scarcity of title Doulou and high-ranking soul masters is largely attributed to their negligence in cultivating mental strength as well as the quality of their soul power. My rapid advancement is due to my formidable mental strength, coupled with high-quality soul power. Zhu Zhuqing nodded thoughtfully. She had always been diligent and was unconcerned about the duration or quantity of her daily training. As long as she could grow stronger, everything was worthwhile to her. Comparing her family with the Baihu clan, she found Xia Tianling's words to be quite sensible. For a long time, neither the Yuming Zhu family nor the Baihu Dai family had attempted to cultivate mental strength, which could explain why, since the founding of the Xinghua Empire, only the Yuming family has produced a title Doulou. As for how he knew that mental strength was the key to breaking through to title Doulou, Zhu Zhuqing attributed this knowledge to the Spirit Hall, which controls the largest number of title Doulou on the continent. Not long after they began their training, a note arrived from outside the training room, signed by Hulaina. The training rooms of the Spirit Hall are designed with utmost consideration for the users, constructed with highly soundproof materials to ensure that the soul masters inside are not disturbed. However, a small opening remains, allowing for messages to be conveyed from the outside in urgent circumstances through these specially crafted notes. Unlike the simulated training fields that promote soul power advancement, this training room is meant for students to refine other skills in a highly private setting. Upon opening the door, Xia Tianling was greeted by the enthusiastic Hulaina, accompanied by Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Zhuqing is here too? Perfect, come with me. Without giving the two any chance to speak, Hulaina pulled the bewildered group towards a newly constructed building. It was only then that Xia Tianling found an opportunity to share the insights gained from the recent journey to the Stardow Forest. What? You say you've already broken through to level 44? Hulaina, freshly returned from a mission, gazed in astonishment at her junior. This was simply unbelievable. Even she, along with her brother Xiaoyu and Yan, were merely on the cusp of attaining the Soul King level, despite being 5 or 6 years older than Xia Tianling. Calm down, sister. Does it really matter? I thought by now you would have grown accustomed to my talents. By the way, didn't you mention there was something important you needed to discuss? Hulaina remembered that she had called them here to familiarize them with the newly completed gravity chamber. During her recent mission, she had been tasked with locating a special material to finalize the construction of the gravity chamber. Upon entering the gravity chamber, they found themselves in a hemispherical space with a vast dome overhead, resembling an enormous inverted bowl. The interior was quite spacious, containing only a separated operations table and some exercise equipment, rendering it largely empty. Sister, how did the teacher manage to create this? Xia Tianling inquired, his excitement palpable as he recognized this renowned structure from various anime and novels of his previous life. He had previously discussed this concept with Bibi Dong, but had been unable to bring it to fruition due to the complete loss of Soul Guide technology, which left them with no means to exert pressure beyond manually releasing soul skills. Hulaina, noticing his curiosity, teased, "Oh, I didn't expect you to be unaware of this. My foresight, Junior. The principle is quite simple. Are you familiar with the soul beast, known as the Xian Zhong turtle? I am. That creature can emit a gravitational field. But surely the teacher didn't just place a few Xian Zhong turtles inside, right? And how would they control the gravity they exert?" Hulaina smiled slightly, explaining, "It's simple yet complex. Essentially, the teacher discovered a nearly 100,000-year-old vertebra from a Xian Zhong turtle in the Spirit Hall's repository of soul bones, which has been accumulating for tens of thousands of years. After extensive experimentation, this soul bone was modified by the teacher and the Grand Priest to activate the turtle's innate skill of creating a gravitational field without integrating it into a human body. This soul bone is now installed at the very top of the dome. I understand the reasoning, but you still haven't explained how to control the intensity of the gravity emitted by the soul bone. Moreover, how do we provide it with the necessary soul power for activation. We lack the corresponding soul guide formation. Are you foolish? While we may not be able to create the formation, we can certainly dismantle it. Hulaina rolled her eyes at Xia Tianling, feeling that her usually clever junior was momentarily daft. Wait, dismantle? What has the teacher taken apart? Xia Tianling was taken aback, thinking that Bibi Dong surely had a penchant for chaos. The teacher completely detached a soul guide formation from the spirit hall that controls the brightness of the dome as soul guide lights. She embedded the original connecting part of the lights with high-purity, refined mithril to create a complete structure. Do you see that control panel over there? Hulaina pointed to a square table in a separate area of the room. By inputting soul power into it, the soul guide lights formation has a built-in energy storage system. There is a switch that controls the output of soul power, allowing us to regulate the intensity of the gravity. It's that simple. This explanation left Xia Tianling utterly bewildered. In some respects, it was indeed simple. Yet he had never contemplated such an approach. It sounded easy enough to dismantle the control system for the lights and forcibly connect the soul bone using the highly conductive refined mithril. However, this system, which controlled the lighting for an entire hall, existed solely within the spirit hall, with only 4 such systems across the continent. These included the Pope's Palace, the Sanctuary of the Angel God, the conference hall behind the Pope's Palace, and the Douluo Hall, which displayed the remains and legacies of the Spirit Hall's predecessors. These 4 systems were constructed millennia ago, and the members of the Spirit Hall had diligently preserved them without major events, ensuring they remained inactive. It was unclear which one Bibi Dong had dismantled. She was indeed bold. If it couldn't be reassembled after dismantling, it would lead to significant complications. In response to this, Xia Tianling could only exclaim 2 words: impressive. Such exorbitant costs are likely only affordable by the Spirit Hall. In the entirety of the Douluo continent, or rather, the entire Douluo star, it stands alone like a scorpion's excrement. The Sun-Moon Empire likely lacks such capabilities at present. Moreover, the modification of soul bones was a feat accomplished only through the collaboration of Bibi Dong and Qian Doulu. It is presumed that divine power was employed in the process. Currently, the only soul masters capable of wielding divine power on the continent, aside from the High Priestess of Sea God Island and the incoherent Tang San, would be Qian Doulu. One wonders why Qian Doulu would consent to such an endeavor, given his long-standing conflict with Bibi Dong. Although his demeanor has inexplicably softened since joining the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong did ultimately cause the death of his son. Is it possible he is unaware of this? Gulme, everyone, come and experience this. Hulaina warmly beckoned, interrupting Xia Tianling's drifting thoughts. By the way, you must always call a teacher when using this, ensuring that there is someone to promptly control the switch. Using it alone is quite perilous. After all, it is merely a prototype, and no one can guarantee that it will function flawlessly. Even so, each person must possess one of these tokens. With that, Hulaina produced several tokens and distributed them among the 4, each of which sealed a portion of tidal dull level power, automatically activating a protective shield when one could no longer withstand the pressure, allowing them to escape the oppressive gravity safely. Remember, each token can only be activated about 10 times, and when energy runs low, be sure to seek out the 2 deans for recharging. Let me be the first to test this device, Xia Tianling declared as he stepped into the gravitational field, signaling Hulaina to activate the switch. A wave of pressure descended abruptly from above, reminiscent of the black energy wave exhibited by Air Ming a few days prior. Both bore a striking similarity. However, the might released by the Titan giant ape far surpassed that of this soul bone. Under the weight of the pressure, Xia Tianling gradually began to stretch his taut muscles, slowly maneuvering within the gravitational domain. Junior brother, the gravity intensifies as you approach the center, Hulaina reminded from the sidelines. This was predetermined during the divine power modification phase at the inception of the gravity field. Originally, the gravitational force within the field was uniform, but it had now been divided into approximately 5 distinct zones, allowing individuals with varying capacities to practice. Xia Tianling made his way toward the innermost section, where the gravity was roughly double that of the outer regions. Here, he could distinctly feel the pressure weighing down upon him, and he settled into a meditative posture to circulate his energy. The soul power was rapidly consumed under the oppressive gravity, depleting at a rate several times greater than usual. Training the body in the gravity chamber, he would restore his soul power once he had exhausted it. Everyone, come and give it a try. The training effects here are exceptional, Xia Tianling announced, opening his eyes and gesturing for the others to join him. Unlike Xia Tianling, who sat directly at the center, the others had varying levels of tolerance. Oscar, primarily focused on body refinement, utilized specialized fitness equipment in the second ring, while Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing could only train in the third ring's gravity zone. By the way, senior sister, where are Yin and Xieyu? After training for a while, and feeling the depletion of his soul power, Xia Tianling stepped out to chat with Hualaina while replenishing his energy. They went to Gongxin City to find Master Lu Gao. Master Lu Gao? Xia Tianling's eyes brightened as he recalled another matter previously mentioned to Bibi Dong. Yes. They went to retrieve the device you designed earlier. Quite some time ago, the teacher had instructed them to privately request Master Lu Gao and his disciples to assist, and, considering the timeline, it was nearly complete. Much like the identity of the Holy Sun, the world is aware that the Spirit Hall has a new Holy Sun, heralding the so-called Golden Generation, yet the detailed information about these individuals remains undisclosed. To protect the prodigies, such information is kept confidential until they possess the ability to safeguard themselves. Even the Golden Generation depicted in the original narrative had their information revealed only just before the Continental Soul Master Elite Tournament, when individuals like Yu Shaojiang and Dugu became aware of some of their details. Master Lu Gao, he is indeed a man of unwavering focus, Xia Tianling remarked, observing Zhu Zhuqing, whose garments were soaked with sweat in the gravity zone, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Master Lu Gao is one of the rare talents in the Douluo timeline, an indispensable part of my future plans. Laina flicked her hair and likewise focused on a figure within the gravity zone, replying, often, those with a single-minded approach are the easiest to deal with. One simply needs to identify their vulnerabilities and necessities, don't you think? Ha! That statement is quite astute. Xia Tianling chuckled knowingly. Senior sister, are you a single-minded person? Perhaps, she replied. And what about you? Likely. Chapter 61. Weighted armor. The days of training were invariably mundane. Throughout the past half-month, Xia Tianling and Hualaina, along with their companions, followed a routine of attending theoretical classes in the morning, exercising in the gravity chamber thereafter, and continuing to cultivate soul power and mental strength in the evenings. One day, Yin and Xieyu finally returned from Gongxin City, looking weary. I must say, Tianling, what you designed is truly exorbitant, Xieyu stated, laying out several garments before the group, while Yin poured out a multitude of armor plates from a storage soul guide, some thin and some thick. Although these plates were not large, each was remarkably heavy. They had utilized several tons of rare metals to commission Master Lu Gao to craft 10 pieces. It's a good thing our spirit hall has mines, otherwise we couldn't possibly afford this, Yin lamented. These rare metals were personally collected by him and Xieyu from the mining area, a journey that was both long and arduous. Lingo, what are these for? Ma Hongjun inquired, picking up a plate and examining its weight. To train our bodies. What else? Xia Tianling replied with delight, taking one to examine closely. Master Lu Gao is indeed a genius. I merely conceived of this idea, and he has truly brought it to fruition. Xieyu also picked up a garment and explained to the others, this item is crafted by Master Lu Gao, combining his 8 treasures soft armor. It possesses exceptional elasticity, making it suitable for virtually any body type. Each armor plate is equipped with a hidden clasp made using Master Lu Gao's unique techniques, designed to facilitate the installation of specialized weighted plates. He then demonstrated a small armor plate to the group. Ma Hongjun leaned in closely and discovered that the reverse side of the small plate featured a tiny clasp, capable of interlocking with the armor plates themselves. These weighted plates, made from a special alloy, were immensely dense and heavy. We can select an appropriate weight for resistance training, attaching the plates to the soft armor for added weight. This way, our bodies will feel as though they have gained considerable mass, allowing for superior training results. Imagine, if we routinely don this weighted armor for our training, once we become accustomed to this weight, even the gravity of the chamber, removing such encumbrances during actual combat would elevate our physical capabilities to a terrifying degree. We are fortunate for the existence of soul power, which accelerates the growth and development of practitioners. If they were merely ordinary 12-year-old children, I certainly would not proceed in this manner. Excessive weight-bearing exercises not only fail to yield the desired training effects, but may also exert a detrimental influence on physical development. However, once one harnesses soul power, the scenario transforms dramatically. The elevation of one's soul power level can indeed foster bodily growth. When combined with high-intensity weight training, the efficacy of soul power can significantly enhance the robustness of bones and muscles, an ideal synergy. In contrast, the method described in the original text, where the master runs while carrying stones, is something Tianling scoffs at. Such weight-bearing exercises predominantly target the back and abdominal muscles, offering minimal benefits to other areas. And this is contingent upon the ability to secure the straps tightly. In the case of Tang San and his companions, who use a frame to carry stones, the actual burden is borne not by the shoulders, but rather by the lower back, hips, and abdomen, rendering the effect rather lackluster. This explains why only a select few in the original narrative possess extraordinary talents, supplemented later by divine herbs and healing of hidden injuries. Engaging in such laborious routines, while consuming mediocre sustenance and experiencing only average results from medicinal baths, would hardly enhance one's physique. Indeed, for an ordinary person, simply avoiding injury would be a testament to their robustness. What sustenance do Tianling and his companions receive at the Spirit Hall? Soul beast meat, broths infused with the essence of certain herbs, copious amounts of high-energy food, and restorative medicinal baths following their training. While both scenarios involve medicinal baths, can the formulas presented by Yu Xiaojiang rival those obtained by Tianling through his wishes? Even ordinary students, deprived of soul beast meat and other rare resources, are typically well-fed with standard livestock meat. As the saying goes, literary pursuits are for the poor, martial skills for the rich. Without sufficient financial means to nurture one's body, the practice of martial arts may lead to debilitating outcomes. Why did Shrek's rudimentary training regimen last merely a month before sending Tang San and the others in a battle? Was it not due to their financial constraints? In stark contrast, the resources expended by Oscar alone over 6 years likely surpassed the cumulative investments of Shrek Academy over many years. In the pursuit of martial mastery, financial resources invariably take precedence. All right, each of you take one item and change into it. Then we shall proceed to the testing grounds for practical assessments and gather data before donning the weights, Tianling commanded with a wave of his hand. This directive was met with swift compliance, not only from Zhu Zhuqing and her companions, but also from Yin and Xiaoyu, reflecting the influence Tianling had cultivated over the years. While outside he could not employ his second martial spirit, he had wielded it freely during their encounters. Shortly after he achieved a breakthrough to the second ring, when his combat skills were still developing, Yin and Xiaoyu had managed to assert some dominance over him. However, upon Tianling's ascension to the third ring, the tables had turned, and they found themselves on the receiving end. Now, with him at the 44th level of Soul Master, he could easily overpower them even without invoking his second spirit. As they arrived at the testing area to evaluate various physical metrics, Tianling leisurely produced a reclining chair from his ring and settled into it. "Boss, aren't you going to test yourself? Set an example for us," Oscar urged, his fists clenched in eager anticipation. Tianling reclined with his hands behind his head, exuding relaxation. "Me? These tests hold little significance for me. The results would be inconclusive." To be honest, he himself was uncertain of his current strength. Following the dual baptism of the Golden Liandian as power inheritance and the Thunder Tribulation, he conservatively estimated that his baseline muscle strength exceeded 40,000 pounds. Were it not for the innate control afforded by the cultivation system, he would likely struggle to adapt to his newfound formidable power in a short time. As for the explosive force of a punch, that remained unknown, as there were no devices available for quantifying punching power. He could only rely on his instincts. "Get up. I'll conduct your test personally," exclaimed one of the soul saints in charge of the testing, visibly incensed. As the saint son of the Spirit Hall, one ought to embody the role of a model student, not exhibit such laziness. Tianling, slightly embarrassed, stood up, despite his formidable prowess and elevated status. He understood the importance of respecting his instructors within the academy. Teacher Zhang, with all due respect, our relentless training is meant to ultimately allow us to enjoy a more leisurely life, is it not? Without the lazy ones, how would we travel in carriages? Before he could finish, the fiery-tempered teacher, Zhang, launched a kick, which Tianling deftly evaded. Hurry up, I want to see how much you weigh now. Chapter 62. A Defensive Soul Master, a Treasure in the Training Arena. All right, you're in charge. Tianling replied with a resigned expression as he stepped onto the training ground. Teacher Zhang, let us begin with strength testing. Gulme. The soul saint named Zhang assumed a standard stance, invoking the mountain shield. 7 soul rings, colored yellow, purple, and black, materialized in the air, exuding a palpable pressure upon those nearby. A massive shield, towering to the height of a person, stood before Tianling, conveying an aura of formidable weight akin to that of a mountain. This was the origin of the name of Zhang's martial spirit, the Mountain Shield, renowned for its exceptional defensive capabilities and substantial form. In terms of sheer defensive strength, even 2 Zhao Wujis would not surpass this one individual. Come on, kid. Let me see how much you can lift now. As he spoke, the first 2 soul rings at Zhang's feet flickered, causing the mountain shield in his hand to grow even larger, enveloped by a ring of earthy light. Observing this, Tianling adopted a serious demeanor, refraining from summoning his martial spirit, and lunged forward in a swift motion. With a bow stance, he exerted force through his legs, twisted his waist, and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! Tianling's fist collided with the mountain shield, resonating in a thunderous sound. The massive shield was pushed back a short distance. Although it was less than half a step, it was indeed a retreat. Let us not forget, behind that shield stood a soul saint renowned for his defensive prowess. Good lad, you've got some strength. Just that punch alone, relying solely on your physical might, must have generated at least 80,000 pounds of force. The soul saint, despite being pushed back half a step, was not offended. Rather, he smiled in congratulations to Tianling. Soul masters are invariably influenced by the characteristics of their martial spirits. And this teacher Zhang was no exception. He could be irate at Tianling's laziness, yet praise him for his strength. Come on, show me your second martial spirit. I've yet to witness its true might. Second martial spirit? Zhu Zhuqing, who was observing from the sidelines, was taken aback. He was already this powerful and yet possessed dual martial spirits? Why hadn't he informed me of this? Yet, it seemed he had no obligation to do so. The cool exterior of the small cat concealed a fiery heart, and in that brief moment, countless thoughts raced through her mind as her gaze towards Tianling shifted. Regardless of the circumstances, one day, I too shall become as formidable as you. However, the one undergoing the test remained blissfully unaware of this development, eagerly preparing to unveil the prowess of his second martial spirit. True Dragon Manifest! A golden radiance erupted from Tianling, and a small dragon figure appeared on the scene. Compared to a few days prior in the martial spirit manifestation state, Tianling's dragon horns had grown longer, losing some of their cuteness while gaining an air of majesty. By the way, what is your base strength? He suddenly inquired. Approximately 40,000 pounds. Why do you ask? Teacher Zhang? The Zhang surnamed soul saint simply gestured and said nothing, yet the joy that once graced his face had vanished. 4th soul skill, mountain suppression. 6th soul skill, earthquake. As Tianling prepared himself, the Zhang surnamed soul saint was not one to hesitate, unleashing 2 of his most formidable defensive skills. The combination caused the heavy mountain shield to expand significantly, becoming larger and more robust. The lower part of the tower shield even connected with the earth, standing resolutely in place. Boom! Crack! Crack! Without any flamboyant display, a punch was thrown, shattering the outer layer of the heavy mountain shield, leaving an imprint even on the innermost core. This force propelled the teacher, Zhang, who had been steadfastly holding his ground, several meters backward. The floor of the testing arena, laid with high-density stone, was carved into a deep trench. Well, you little monster, it seems you possess considerable strength. That punch shook my arms with an ache. Zhang peered out from behind the tower shield. It appears you weren't exaggerating. Typical tests indeed hold little meaning for you. The force of that punch undoubtedly exceeds 100,000 pounds, surpassing even double its normal state. Impressive, impressive. Zhang repeated his praise, preparing to retract his martial soul. What kind of physical enhancement can your second martial soul provide? Tianling answered without hesitation, double. Theoretically, this figure was already quite exceptional. However, it seemed that Zhang was not particularly pleased, as he opened his mouth to speak. Hold on, Mr. Zhang, are you all right? Tianling interjected.
Zhang frowned, of course. I'm fine. What kind of man would admit otherwise? Then I would like to ask Mr. Zhang to help me test my strength in its strongest state. What do you say? Tianling grinned slyly. Hey, you clever boy. You really think you're something special. Come, today I shall see what you can truly do. Zhang's eyes widened as he turned to assume a defensive stance once more. Be careful now, since obtaining the fourth ring. I have never tested the power of this soul skill. Come, do you think you can hurt me? Zhang boasted confidently, but after a moment's thought, he activated his martial soul's true form. With that, he transformed into a small mountain, steadfastly suppressing the ground beneath him. Then let it come. Tianling called out, summoning his dawn martial soul for soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and black appearing beneath his feet. External soul bone skill, intimidation. A circular insignia slowly manifested on Tianling's forehead, a beam of golden light igniting from its center, piercing through the heavy mountain shield's defenses and directly entering within. What power is this? Zhang, now in his martial soul form, was taken aback. This radiance disregarded his defenses, forcibly reducing his attributes by 10%. Yet, this was not the end. The fourth soul ring, which he had never used before, illuminated, and a golden square domain rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire testing ground in an instant. Simultaneously, a phantom of a hammer materialized above Zhang, gently tapping 3 times. You are guilty. A voice, audible only to Zhang, echoed in his ears, suddenly causing his attributes to decline by an additional 30%. What the hell? Why is this kid's power so peculiar? Though slightly perturbed, Zhang remained immensely confident in his defenses. He couldn't believe that these flashy techniques could breach his defenses, even if he stood there allowing this boy to strike him unopposed. In terms of defense, he felt he was on par with any titled Douluo. A new measurement unit emerged. 1 poison. ZZZ. Amidst flashes of lightning. 2 weapons crackling with thunder fused into a single axe. However, this time, Tianling did not wield it as a weapon, but instead slung it over his shoulder. He merely required the power amplification provided by the storm battle axe, not necessarily to use it offensively. Interestingly, he discovered that simultaneously activating both skills did not result in an additive effect. The 20% enhancement from the Judgment of Justice could only be applied to the base of the true dragon martial soul, equating to approximately 16,000 pounds. Similarly, the power attribute doubling from the Storm Battle Axe was contingent upon the true dragon's embodiment, also yielding around 80,000 pounds. The relationship among the 3 was additive rather than multiplicative. Even so, this combination resulted in Tianling's muscle strength reaching an astonishing 176,000 pounds. In terms of pure strength, he had even surpassed the level 99 Poseidon. If the Trident of Poseidon were present, Tianling could easily wield it without needing the god's approval. A mere 100,800 pounds. Was that heavy? Chapter 63. Striving for a better lazy life, however. Tianling did not allow this to inflate his ego to the point of believing he could challenge an ultimate Douluo. He was well aware of his limitations. The primary concern was the duration for which this peak state could be maintained. Although the emblem of justice passively enhanced his mental strength, sustaining the intimidation effect required soul power. The fourth soul skill, Judgment of Justice, could not be reinforced by the Storm Battle Axe. To maintain it in that state would also demand double the soul power, as with the intimidation skill. Initially, Tianling had anticipated that after achieving the transformation, he would be able to utilize the Storm Battle Axe state for regular combat without restraint. Yet he found himself disappointed. Despite having a more powerful dual-core energy system, he now had 2 additional soul, power-consuming abilities. Moreover, possessing the strength to temporarily surpass an ultimate Douluo did not equate to matching them in all respects. Not to mention mental strength, total soul power, soul skills, and other aspects. Even the 3 ultimate Douluos surpassed Tianling significantly in combat awareness. Even the less combat-savvy Doulu would be a formidable opponent to compare against. While he might seem weak compared to Tang San, how would he fare against the golden crocodile Douluo? Against Xian? Against Dugu? Now that would be a bit unfair. Previously, he had been able to leverage some techniques to outmaneuver Dai Mubai, but that was merely a matter of overwhelming physical attributes. In terms of true technique, he still had much to learn. The system could only impart knowledge and theory, but could not instill the muscle memory required for the seamless execution of techniques. It was akin to having all the formulas and data provided during a physics or mathematics exam, yet still being unable to solve a particular problem. For all he possessed was theoretical knowledge, not the habitual thought processes. Before his transmigration, Tianling had been an ordinary person, somewhat reclusive in his leisure time. Each time he returned from a group trip, he would collapse on his bed, read, order takeout, watch engaging documentaries, living the life of a happy homebody. Having become a soul master on Douluo continent for merely 6 years, despite some honing in combat, he remained quite inexperienced, with much yet to learn and master. It must be said that the Douluo continent indeed possesses a certain fragility in its realm. In the summer, Tianling unleashed a powerful punch accompanied by flickers of sparks, producing a sonic boom that rendered the air unstable. Faced with this seemingly unremarkable blow, Teacher Zhang dared not be negligent, illuminating all of his soul rings and activating every defensive skill at his disposal. A bead of cold sweat formed on his brow. Even a titled Douluo would likely suffer from such a blow. Teacher Zhang's thoughts raced, but before they could settle, Tianling's fist had already reached him. Unlike the previous 2 punches that had merely repelled the shield, this time, Tianling's full force strike penetrated the heavy defenses of the mountain shield in an instant, even breaching the shield's very essence. Boom! 2 resounding crashes echoed. The first was the sound of the fist colliding with the shield, resulting in the obliteration of the weapon spirit, while the second was the noise of Teacher Zhang being hurled out of the testing ground. Teacher Zhang. Several individuals rushed outside. Teacher Zhang had not only carved a deep trench in the ground, but had also created a large crater upon landing. Teacher Zhang, are you all right? Tianling inquired hesitantly. Lying in the pit, Teacher Zhang, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and his upper garments torn to shreds, shakily lifted a finger. You little rascal. Was that punch meant to take my life? If he were not a pure defensive soul saint employing all defensive skills and in the state of his weapon spirit, a sensitivity-focused soul saint might very well have been killed by that punch. However, it wasn't easy for a sensitivity-focused soul saint to be struck with full force either. Upon chasing after, Tianling had already dispatched the swiftest Zhu Zhuqing to summon a healing teacher, the same elder who had treated him previously, and within minutes, the elder arrived. After a thorough treatment, Teacher Zhang regained basic mobility, though he would need time to recuperate. To everyone's surprise, the first thing Teacher Zhang did upon recovering was not to rest or gather herbs for healing, but rather to vociferously reprimand Tianling. Have you been training with dogs these past few years? Do you even realize the force behind that punch? It was barely 300,000 pounds. And what is your base strength? With the enhancement of your second martial soul, it's a staggering 80,000 pounds. Moreover, your first soul skill, if I am not mistaken, enhances your strength, doubling your power. After observing, I can clearly feel your energy surge after you release that domain-type soul skill. Combined, your base muscular strength should exceed 150,000 pounds. Yet, the explosive power of your punch barely reached 300,000 pounds. It doesn't even come close to twice your base strength. How embarrassing. You better prepare for some extra training. After leaving that remark, Teacher Zhang stormed off, clearly heading towards the administrative office. Although outwardly chastising Tianling, his words had significant merit. Since arriving in the Douluo continent, Tianling had experienced nothing but smooth sailing, devoid of the tempering that comes from combat. In terms of exertion, Tianling still required extensive training. In a previous life, there was a boxer named Tang San, whose lifting strength was merely 120 kilograms. Yet he could deliver a punch with over 500 kilograms of force. This represents a staggering 4 to 5-fold difference. In contrast, Tianling, with a muscular strength of 40,000 pounds, could only achieve a doubled explosive power, falling woefully short. Even in a peak state nearing 180,000 pounds of base strength, the conversion of explosive power had diminished. This illustrates the detrimental effects of rapid strength growth. Without prolonged adaptation and training, such power accumulates within the body, rendering the possessor unable to utilize their full capabilities in the short term. Just as with that earlier punch, he was unable to unleash the entirety of his strength. If Tianling could achieve the terrifying conversion ratio of explosive power like Tang San, even a limit Douluo would hesitate to endure a punch from him, fearing the repercussions. Relying solely on fortuitous advantages would not suffice. Tianling was acutely aware of his shortcomings. While he could handle those weaker than himself, what would happen if he encountered someone stronger? Would he not be easily shattered? He was not invincible. There were titled Douluos above him, fearsome beasts, limit Douluos, and even gods. Teacher Zhang's words hit home, exposing his vulnerabilities. He was correct. In order to remain invincible and enjoy a leisurely existence afterward, he would need to intensify his training starting tomorrow. Chapter 64. Zhu Zhuqing's Secret Training Grandfather Qian. Must I truly do this? Tianling asked with a wry smile, glancing at the specially designed weighted armor on his body. We've known each other well enough. Haven't we? After receiving a stern reprimand from Teacher Zhang, Tianling had been diligently training in the gravity room for several days. Thus, it came as a surprise when Doulou visited him directly, bringing along specially compressed alloy plates crafted through certain secret techniques. These uniquely forged plates were exceptionally heavy, even more so than those produced by Master Lu. Even with Tianling's strength, donning them rendered his movement sluggish. Moreover, the most astonishing part was that Doulou had sealed his soul power with divine energy, allowing it to be automatically unsealed only in dire situations. Under the pretense of refinement, while it wouldn't interfere with his training, the normal use of soul power was effectively forbidden. Despite his formidable spirit strength, he was still far from breaking through Doulu's barriers at this stage. Fine, since Doulou is doing this for my own benefit, and there is no danger at the Martial Soul Academy, I might as well let it be, Tianling thought nonchalantly. If I don't keep an eye on you, you'll be spoiled by that Pope teacher of yours. Doulou huffed. You'll wear this thing every day from now on, except when bathing or soaking in medicinal baths. It's time to toughen up your body. What about sleeping? Sleep? What is that? Doulou exclaimed, puffing in indignation. Focus on your training. When you have perfectly mastered your muscular control, I'll consider removing this seal and the armor. Thus began Tianling's daily training regimen clad in the weighted armor. However, cultivators naturally possess a strong ability to control their own physical forms. So he anticipated that this arduous period would not last long. Without reliance on soul power, his baseline strength significantly decreased, and he relied solely on his muscles to sustain daily activities and training. Although his spiritual power was sufficient to manage the weight, he refused to take shortcuts, diligently engaging in every form of training within the gravity room to rapidly harness his full potential. Should he succeed in fully unleashing his strength, his capabilities would undergo a terrifying enhancement. Regarding the gravity chamber, Tianling has recently felt something peculiar. He senses that the energy storage system of the chamber seems to be malfunctioning, as if there is a slight leakage of energy. Being a person with obsessive tendencies, he is always the first to arrive in the morning. Before commencing his training, he must verify that the chamber's energy is fully charged. Each evening, after finishing his training, he replenishes the energy consumed throughout the day before returning to his dormitory for further cultivation. If the energy is not at full capacity, even if it is just slightly lacking, he experiences discomfort throughout his body. However, lately, he has noticed that the reserve energy seems to have diminished slightly each morning upon his arrival. This has left him perplexed. Could it be that BB Dong inadvertently damaged something during the dismantling? To unravel this mystery, he decides to forego his usual evening training and instead keep watch at the gravity chamber. Tonight, he intends to observe whether the chamber is indeed leaking soul power. In the dead of night, Tianling has been stationed in front of the control panel for several hours. Yet curiously, the energy storage remains unchanged. Just as he prepares to return to his training, he suddenly senses an approaching presence near the gravity chamber. Although his soul power is sealed, his formidable mental strength remains intact. Who would be wandering here at such an hour? Tianling extinguishes the illumination of the soul-guided lamps with his mental prowess and swiftly hides in the shadows. Creak! The door of the gravity chamber is gently pushed open, and a dark figure swiftly slips inside, turning to close the door behind them, making a beeline for the control panel. Concealed in the corner, Tianling sends out a probe of consciousness, and upon recognizing the visitor, he can't help but chuckle. The mysterious disappearance of energy is merely due to an exuberant little kitten secretly using it. Just as the shadow activates the gravitational field, Tianling steps out, illuminating the few remaining light fixtures within the chamber with a wave of his hand. Zhu Zhuqing, why are you here in the dead of night? The lights reveal a somewhat flustered yet awkward Zhu Zhuqing standing at the control panel, resembling a kitten caught sneaking treats from a kitchen. Upon recognizing the owner of the voice, she lowers her head, her cheeks flushing crimson. Training alone, is it? Tianling observes the weighted armor she wears and softly sighs. It is admirable that you wish to grow stronger, but didn't T Senior Sister mention before that the gravity chamber should not be used alone? This apparatus is merely a prototype. What if something were to go wrong? Zhu Zhuqing's head bows even lower, her feline eyes fixated on the floor, staring at her chest. I just want to become stronger and catch up with all of you. Tianling approaches and gently pats her shoulder. Training can be excessive. Haven't you already caught up with Fatty? Moreover, you are several months younger than him. Compared to us, you also allocate time to study theoretical knowledge each day. And now you are training alone. Zhuqing, you are putting too much pressure on yourself. Your life is far too exhausting. Zhu Zhuqing lifts her head, her gaze evasive. I know you want to defeat your sister, Zhu Zhuyun, and overcome Dai Mubai's brother, Davis, even aspiring to change the traditions of a Yuming family. But you're not alone. You have me, Fatty, Xiao Ao, Senior Sister, and the others. We are partners, are we not? Partners? Zhu Zhuqing savors the word, rolling it over in her mouth. The cold environment of her family has long shaped her icy demeanor, making her reticent and distrustful of others. It is natural that she finds it challenging to accept the notion of having trustworthy companions, especially those she has only recently met, such as Ulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin, whom she regards with instinctual wariness. The only person she can fully trust at present is likely Tianling. One must take life one step at a time, savoring each bite along the way. There's no need to rush, take it slowly. After a moment of silence, Zhu Zhuqing speaks unexpectedly. Wait, why are you here? Me? I am, of course, concerned for you. Tianling is taken aback, thinking, how did this little kitten deviate from the expected script? However, he quickly regains his composure and responds with playful banter. Do you think my reputation as a seer is unfounded? I initially thought you would retreat upon realizing your body could not withstand the training you've taken upon yourself. It seems to have escalated. As a responsible leader, I naturally have an obligation to care for my companions. Really? Zhu Zhuqing queries with suspicion. Of course it is true. Why would I lie? Tianling asserts confidently. All right, let's hurry back to sleep. Do not train alone again, or I might just come and catch you. With that, he takes Zhu Zhuqing's hand, leading her out of the gravity chamber. So, this is what it feels like to be cared for. His hand is so warm. In the darkness, Zhu Zhuqing, being led, feels somewhat dazed, her heart filled with an indescribable sensation. Chapter 65, Tang San. Xiao Wu, shall we make a run for it? Ever since returning from the Stardow Forest, Dai Mubai has felt that his life has taken a turn for the worse. He even finds himself disinterested in the girls he often used to court. He has begun to doubt his own abilities. In a fit of frustration, he severed ties with his former acquaintances, ceasing all contact. This left manager Wang of the Rose Hotel feeling quite disheartened, lamenting the loss of a significant client. Upon returning to the academy, a new teacher joined the already extensive faculty, reportedly Tang San's mentor, the renowned Master Yu Xiaojing. However, Tang San seems reluctant to acknowledge him as such, addressing him with a palpable sense of detachment. Nevertheless, the esteemed Master Yu Xiaojing remains undeterred, diligently crafting training regimens for the four of them daily. To be honest, the training regimen is rather unremarkable. It merely involves running with a basket of stones. As for the efficacy of this method, Dai Mubai is uncertain. Yet, he harbors a burning desire to surpass Tianling, coupled with a need to prove himself to Zhu Zhuqing and the others. He is determined to demonstrate to everyone that he, Dai Mubai, is no mere wastrel, but a natural-born inheritor of the white tiger martial spirit, destined to be the future heir of the Xinglua Empire and the next emperor of Xinglua. Thus, in addition to the standard training, he proactively increases his workload, adding more weight. He even pushes himself harder than the invariably diligent Tang San. Through this relentless pursuit, he extracts every ounce of potential from his body, swiftly advancing from level 37 to 38 within a matter of days. Even Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, who typically found him distasteful, have begun whispering about whether Dai Mubai has undergone a transformation while soaking in the baths at night. Yet, they still regard him with disdain. Notably,
Although Flander is unable to reprimand Ning Rongrong due to the absence of Oscar and Ma Hongjun, she has not exhibited her usual princess-like tantrums as she would have in the original timeline. After all, a Ning Rongrong with a princess complex would hardly appeal to Oscar, would it? In the past, Ning Rongrong indeed displayed a tendency to throw fits akin to those of a spoiled princess as depicted in the original work. Although she truly is a princess, after numerous encounters with Tianling, Ning Rongrong's disposition gradually underwent a transformation. While she still possessed the temperament of a little witch, she did not abandon her cultivation or squander her innate talent. Tianling once remarked to her that having a temper is acceptable, as many formidable individuals exhibit such traits. However, one must possess commensurate strength to justify such a demeanor. If you lack strength yet indulge in petulance, your life is bound to falter. Consider this. If your prowess surpasses that of your peers within the sect, would you still need to resort to trivial antics to garner their attention? With superior ability, throngs would eagerly seek your company. How liberating that would be, under the guidance of someone who frequently imparted wisdom. Ning Rongrong came to appreciate the validity of Xia Tianling's words. Thus, in her pursuit of companionship for playful antics, she diligently dedicated herself to her training. Consequently, just a couple of days after returning from the Stardew Forest, she successfully broke through the 30-level barrier. The sword Douluo, who had been observing her discreetly for a considerable time, appeared at an opportune moment to escort Ning Rongrong to obtain her third spirit ring. In contrast to Dai Mubai, who was fervently striving to surpass Xia Tianling, and Ning Rongrong's desire to cultivate for the sake of companionship, Tang San found himself embroiled in a far more perplexing situation. On one hand, he sensed that his mentor, the Jade teacher, was becoming increasingly unreliable. The audacity to question his absorption of spirit rings that exceeded optimal age was absurd. Did he not realize that the very theory of the optimal age for spirit rings was fundamentally flawed? It was utterly laughable. As Ling Gu aptly observed, one cannot generalize the physical constitutions of individuals, and the age of spirit rings should vary accordingly. Day after day, they were burdened with weighted runs or engaged in monotonous sparring sessions, leaving much to be desired in terms of training diversity. Moreover, after enduring prolonged periods of weighted running, Tang San felt an unsettling imbalance developing within his body. As a disciple of the Tang sect in Shuzhong, renowned for his expertise in hidden weapons, his physique needed to be impeccably coordinated to execute the extraordinary techniques required for launching various hidden armaments. However, the sustained strain was causing a dissonance between the strength of his waist and abdomen and that of his arms and back. Several times while secretly practicing the Ghost Shadow Misty steps, he nearly faltered due to the struggle to maintain perfect balance. Not to mention the discomfort he experienced while honing his hidden weapon techniques. Had it not been for the master's repeated assurances that this training would conclude shortly, Tang San would have been inclined to pack his belongings and flee with Xiao Wu. At worst, he could seek refuge with Ling Gu, who would undoubtedly take him in. This was a rather simplistic notion held by Tang San. He feared that if he and Xiao Wu, a walking experience pack, ventured to the spirit hall, they would be apprehended on the spot. Although Xia Tianling would likely intervene to rescue him, it would still be a peculiar form of refuge, living within the confines of a prison. On another front of internal conflict, after his purple extreme magic, I reached a new realm. Tang San was astonished to discover that his beloved sister, Xiao Wu, was not human, but rather a large rabbit, a creature that bore an uncanny resemblance to her spirit. The soft-boned charm rabbit. Tang San now perceived the Douluo continent as extraordinarily surreal. Could it be that, akin to his previous life, Xiao Wu was a transformed spirit beast? Did spirit beasts, after years of cultivation, attain the ability to assume human form, albeit rather foolishly? Among the members of Shrek, the most carefree might well be this naive rabbit. Due to her status as a 100,000-year spirit beast, even without training, her cultivation would naturally rise. Thus, the exuberant Xiao Wu spent her days seeking amusement in the village, blissfully unaware of the need for diligence in her training, starkly contrasting with the other three. Reflecting upon his mysteriously absent, drunken father, his oblivious rabbit sister, his increasingly unreliable Jade teacher, and the Shrek instructors who idled in the village without imparting any education, Tang San felt engulfed in darkness regarding his future. Only the Xiantian skill and hidden weapons offered him a glimmer of solace in this absurd existence. As for the top 5 food-type soul saints, the immovable Ming Wang, Zhao Wujie, and the golden iron triangle's four-eyed cat eagle, Flinder, were their roles within the academy merely to serve as mascots? It was exasperating. When would this predicament come to an end? Perhaps he should simply elope with Xiao Wu back to Holy Soul Village and establish a blacksmith shop to support her. This way, he could also pursue his passion for hidden weapons. It seemed that training at Shrek Academy bore little difference from his home. He possessed far superior medicinal recipes than those presented by his Jade teacher. He could not fathom what merit Shrek Academy possessed that warranted his initial admiration. Was it merely because Flinder had been a friend in his youth? Unbeknownst to him, Tang San had inadvertently uncovered the truth. Chapter 66. What tactics? Just charge right in. After enduring a prolonged and arduous period, Tianling finally managed to don his weighted armor and conduct his daily activities with normalcy. To better assist him in merging his vast abilities, the Academy's headmaster introduced a new training regimen for them, a rotating battle among 6 members, Tianling, Yu, Yin, Hulaina, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Zhu Zhuqing. This was ostensibly to foster camaraderie and synergy among teammates in preparation for the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition 2 years hence. Tianling vehemently protested this arrangement, yet his objections fell on deaf ears and were summarily dismissed. What? You wonder why the competitors were limited to these 7 individuals? The answer was simple. They were unbeatable. Since the second ring, none of their contemporaries had triumphed against this trio of Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Tianling. So how could they contend for a spot on the team? Although there had been some dissent regarding Zhu Zhuqing's immediate inclusion in the starting lineup. Her demonstration of instantaneous movement and the threat posed by her assassin's claw silenced any further complaints. Returning to the present, the group prepared for their inaugural training session. Before the spar began, Zhu Zhuqing raised a pertinent question. As a standard 7-member team, isn't our composition a bit extreme? Upon reviewing the participants from the academy, it indeed appeared that their configuration leaned heavily towards offense, reminiscent of an extreme style. Yin, offensive soul master Yu, offensive soul master Tianling, offensive soul master Ma Hongjun, offensive soul master Hulaina. On the surface, a control and spiritual type, yet secretly an offensive powerhouse due to her training in the Qingqiu Celestial Fox technique, culminating in a fusion technique with her brother Yu that also leans offensive. Oscar, ostensibly a food type, yet fundamentally an offensive support type, primarily offense with some support. Zhu Zhuqing, agile offensive soul master. But since acquiring the assassin's claw and undergoing rigorous physical training, this once speed-centric and agile cat spirit seems to be evolving towards an offensive role. Thus, the 7 representatives from the academy could essentially be categorized as 5 offensive and 1 agile fighter. Oscar and Tianling's 4th soul skill, along with the enchanting red mist, could be regarded as a form of support. Tianling smiled and retorted to Zhu Zhuqing, do you believe that a conventional configuration, with a control-type soul master managing the field, a powerful attack type at the forefront, and a swift attack type providing assistance from behind, is the optimal setup for a team? Is it not so? Zhu Zhuqing fell into confusion ever since she arrived at the Spirit Master Academy. Many of her previously held beliefs appear to be shattered. The peculiar cultivation methods, the astonishing training facilities, and the current extreme team compositions left her perplexed. Zhuqing, may I inquire, how large is the largest battlefield for team competitions? A circular arena with a diameter of 100 meters. What of it? Zhu Zhuqing responded without hesitation. Well, even if we both position ourselves at the edge of the arena, the 2 teams would be no more than 95 meters apart. At that distance, how long would it take you to cross it, even without consuming Oscar sausages? About 3 seconds. Precisely, Tianling spread his hands. Currently, below the soul sect level. Is there anyone, aside from Oscar and the chubby one, who can withstand your unyielding onslaught? It seems not, Zhu Zhuqing replied uncertainly. Doesn't that settle it then? In the opening 5 seconds, the opposing support soul master will be eliminated, and we will level the playing field. Even if their teammates react swiftly to defend, you are likely to severely injure one of them. However, this is merely the assault initiated within your first 5 seconds. What a control-type soul master. We surely need them, even without support, correct? Zhu Zhuqing frowned, posing another question. What purpose does a control-type soul master serve? Tianling countered once more. To provide control, restrict the opponent,
and direct teammates. So here lies the issue. Let us not even discuss battles beyond our rank. Within the same rank, who can best me? Who can restrain me? Who can contain Oscar's rapid flying and darting? Who can control the fusion of sister and senior Xiaoyu? Tianling stated matter-of-factly. Even in the original narrative, merely relying on an enchantress, the Spirit Master Academy was able to dominate. Ultimately, victory depended solely on Tang San's extraordinary prowess. Now, not only do we have him, but we also have the diligent Oscar and the determined Zhu Zhuqing. Ling, why do you treat me differently? What about me? Ma Hongjun grumbled from aside. Tianling shot him a sidelong glance. Step back a bit. Your peak power will come after you reach the Soul Sage rank. What a battlefield command. Surely that is a necessity for the control-type Soul Master who oversees the broader strategy. Zhu Zhuqing felt Tianling's points were valid, but still posed one final inquiry. Battlefield command? I consider it the most foolish action one can undertake in a competition arena. Bar none, Tianling replied, looking at Zhu Zhuqing incredulously. The space is so limited. Once the battlefield is divided, you must rely on shouting to direct your teammates. But can they hear you? Once they hear, can they respond appropriately? Unless you develop a unique tactical language or possess sufficient synergy to deceive the opponents verbally, such commands are utterly meaningless. If the battlefield remains undivided and the opposing 7 gather closely, the solution is simple. We charge forward together and obliterate them in one wave. What need is there for further command? If there isn't even a modicum of nonverbal communication, then such a team is merely in it for amusement. Zhuqing, your thoughts are commendable. A standard 7-member Soul Master team should indeed be well-balanced. However, that configuration is not suitable for the arena. It is designed for hunting soul beasts. The arena is too confined for the roles of control, food, or even swift attack types to manifest effectively. If your explosive capabilities had not significantly improved, I would have considered finding another powerful attack-type Soul Master to fill the gap. At the outset, Sister and Senior would initiate their spirit fusion, and then we would all launch an assault on the same target. Even if that target were a Soul King, they would be eliminated in an instant. The rest would simply continue to eliminate opponents, and the match would be concluded. Frankly, having swift attack and food-type Soul Masters participate in the arena is sheer folly, hopelessly misguided. Clearly, 6 powerful attack-type Soul Masters could resolve the situation with a single unified push. What purpose do all these frills serve? Tianling delivered a lengthy discourse. He had long wished to express these thoughts to Zhu Zhuqing, yet suitable opportunities had been elusive. Over the years, Hulina and Oscar had already endured enough of Tianling's ruminations. The spirit masters of Douluo continent truly exhibit a rigid mindset to an extraordinary degree. This is not a war. It is a brief competition where killing is not permitted. To have food-type Soul Masters engage in arena battles? Is their strength not in providing logistical support during large-scale conflicts? Yet, throughout Douluo's timeline, Oscar remains the sole food-type Soul Master to engage in small team skirmishes. To have swift attack-type Soul Masters compete in an open arena? That seems rather absurd, doesn't it? Aside from exceptional cases like Zhu Zhuqing, wouldn't others be merely sacrificing themselves? At such close distances, with the physical prowess of attack-type Soul Masters, could they be slower than swift attack types by even a few seconds? Wouldn't the support-type Soul Masters also meet a similar fate? Are we in a game here? Is there a jungle for sneaky tactics? The pressure on swift attack-type Soul Masters in this competition is overwhelming. When will they ever rise? Chapter 67. You engage in ambushes. Can you not handle it? Zhu Zhuqing thought. He seems to make a compelling argument, yet something feels amiss. Hulina approached and said, "It's all right if you don't grasp it all at once. Take your time. Junior brother often presents some outlandish ideas, which may appear absurd, but are indeed quite practical. He even named our rush-forward strategy. It's called the Cleaver Squad," Yin added. Hulina clapped her hands excitedly. "Yes, that's it. The Cleaver Squad. It means we should slice through our opponents like a knife through vegetables." "Wait, the Cleaver Squad doesn't quite mean that," Yin sighed. "Never mind. As long as Na is happy. If there are no further questions, let us commence swiftly. The inconspicuous title Doulou Academy had reminded. Tianling will first face Hulina and Xiaoyu. Indeed, the 3 obeyed, distancing themselves to complete their martial soul manifestation, while the others retreated to the periphery of the training arena, allowing sufficient space for combat.
Without any verbal exchanges, Xiaoyu brandished two moon blades, directly executing their martial soul fusion technique with Hulina. They were aware that even if Tianling could not utilize soul power at present, his mental acuity remained intact, rendering Hulina's charm skills nearly ineffective against him. It was more prudent to directly employ their martial soul fusion technique, further intensifying the pressure upon him. A red luminescence suddenly emerged, expanding as Hulina and Xiaoyu collided, enveloping them in a radiant glow. Simultaneously, the crimson aura erupted, resembling a vast, diffusing light sphere, covering a significant portion of the training arena. Hulina, now also burdened with her own pack, experienced a marked enhancement in her spirit, allowing her and Xiaoyu to perform their martial soul fusion technique without reliance on teammates for assistance or gradual buildup, as required in the original narrative. The enchantress materialized in her most formidable form, with two moon blades in hand and her crimson hair billowing behind her. The enchantress now sported 9 flowing red tails, a stark contrast to the original tail. In response, Tianling bestowed a new name upon Yao Mei, 9 Tails. However, he was met with unanimous opposition from both parties. A thick crimson mist enveloped Tianling, instantly diminishing his sensory perception by 50% and rendering his movements increasingly sluggish. Soul power. Oh, soul power was inherently unusable. Under normal circumstances, if he could wield his soul power, Tianling would have had ample opportunity to interrupt the fusion before it was complete. Yet now, his movements were severely restricted before he could reach them. Yao Mei was already poised with her blade, waiting for him to walk into her trap. A red figure flickered within the mist, swiftly arriving at his side. 2 crescent blades sliced through the crimson haze, colliding with Tianling's formidable physique, producing 2 sharp clangs. Clang! Clang! How could you possibly discern my location? Yao Mei exclaimed in surprise. Presently, Yao Mei was under the influence of a far more powerful Hulina, having transitioned from the dominion of the evil moon. A smile graced Tianling's lips as he forcefully propelled himself toward Yao Mei. The immense force shattered the tiles of the training ground beneath him. Even with my strength diminished by 50%, I am still formidable, he declared, throwing a punch with his left arm, but it was slightly delayed and merely grazed Yao Mei. Indeed, the crimson mist had dulled his senses, but therein lay the crux, a soul master perceived through the 5 senses. While a cultivator's awareness stemmed from spiritual perception and divine consciousness. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, Tianling could discern Yao Mei's trajectory with ease. As his spiritual perception stirred, he instinctively sensed Yao Mei's attacking movements without needing to divert his focus. This was the true power bestowed by the attainment of the primordial spirit. The crimson mist again hampers me, or spiritual perception and divine consciousness. Barely evading a punch, Yao Mei closed in, exploiting Tianling's momentary sluggishness to unleash a relentless assault with her crescent blades. Even though he could not utilize his soul power and his physical attributes were hampered, his innate strength was sufficient to engage in a head-on clash with a soul king. Currently, Yao Mei was merely brushing the edge of becoming a soul emperor. Junior brother, if this continues, you shall face defeat, she warned. The two engaged in a series of collisions, with Yao Mei's agile maneuvers leaving Tianling at a disadvantage. In that case, do not blame me, he murmured, suddenly adopting an unusual stance. 9 turn step to the heavens, 3rd turn, ascend to the heavens. Without any special effects or fluctuations, he simply walked out of the crimson mist and ascended into the sky. Impossible. Your soul power is sealed. How can you still fly? Yao Mei, standing on the training platform, shouted in disbelief. It's a secret. But I assure you, I am not using soul power, Tianling replied, reveling in the astonished gazes of the onlookers from his elevated position. Strictly speaking, the 9-turn step, particularly from the 2nd phase of ascend to the heavens, had transcended the realm of basic footwork and ventured into the domain of divine skills. The reason Tianling could not execute the 3rd turn earlier was not due to a lack of diligence and practice, but rather the rigid requirement that one must possess a primordial spirit to utilize divine skills. Divine skills are manifestations of a cultivator's power, utilizing a fragment of rule-based energy, requiring no active manipulation of soul power. The laws of heaven and earth, or rather, this divine skill, would draw the necessary power directly from the user's source of strength. Divine power ceiling. I see, this lad excels at restrictions. Thus, even with his soul power entirely sealed, Tianling could effortlessly wield the third turn of the 9-turn step. While he was basking in his aerial glory, the dean interjected, "Oh, you can fly, can you? Then you youngsters should all join forces." Tianling was taken aback. "You are violating the principles of martial ethics. My soul power is sealed, and yet you still dare to gang up on me. Have the courage to unseal me." Oscar, who had been eagerly awaiting his chance, immediately summoned 5 rapid flight projectiles to distribute among his teammates. "Brothers, let us bring the boss down." Ma Hongjun, with a mischievous grin, launched a line of phoenix fire towards Tianling. Zhu Zhuqing cast him a slightly apologetic glance, silently uttering her regrets as she too consumed one of Oscar's rapid flight projectiles. With a leap, she entered the void walk and reappeared right before Tianling. "Zhuqing, you wouldn't be turning against me too, would you?" Just as Tianling narrowly evaded Ma Hongjun's attack, he found himself confronted by a poised little cat. Zhuqing, unusually innocent, blinked at him and offered a faint smile. Tianling sighed in relief. I knew Zhuqing would be the most understanding. Before he could finish, he was met with a flurry of strikes from Zhuqing, armed with the assassin's claw. Chapter 68. 7 soul bones with his resilient body absorbing Zhuqing's onslaught of feline strikes. The properties of the assassin's claw rendered his weighted armor ineffective. Before Tianling could retaliate, Zhuqing executed a void walk, evading his grasp. Following that, Oscar's Buddha palm descended from above, casting a colossal handprint over him. "Damn it! Oscar, do you truly think I'm made of clay?" Tianling exclaimed in frustration, connecting with the third divine eye, unleashing 6 beams of light that struck every individual present. Instantly, Oscar's momentum waned, the golden handprint nearly dissipating. The force reduction of 10% across all attributes during the skill's activation left him feeling utterly drained. Seizing the opportunity, Tianling propelled himself forward through the air, directly confronting Oscar's palm. Bam! In a fierce clash, the Buddha palm was shattered, sending Oscar staggering backward in the void, while Tianling used the force to dive toward the arena below. His target was none other than the Flame Lord Yin, who had already executed his first 2 skills. Seeing this, Yao Mei attempted to intercept, but Tianling, weighed down by his heavy armor, was propelled forward with overwhelming speed due to the explosive force. Boom! In an instant, Tianling collided head-on with the massive Flame Lord, whose body was encased in granite-like defenses. The ground of the training arena bore the brunt of the impact, creating a substantial crater. Dusting himself off, Tianling turned back to check on the somewhat incapacitated Yin. Had he not tempered his strength and directed most of it into the ground, they might have genuinely injured each other. Yin would likely have been left severely wounded. The primary issue was that Tianling's weighted armor was exceedingly cumbersome. Most soul masters would find it challenging to even walk, let alone move freely. "Are you all right?" he asked, wiping the dust from his face, feeling somewhat sheepish. "I'm fine," Yin replied weakly, "but please, let us refrain from fighting for now. Little Ao, could you please bring me some sausages? I feel as though I've fractured a couple of ribs." The others nearby promptly ceased their offensive stances and rushed over to assess Yan's injuries. The healing soul master stationed at the edge of the training arena aptly released their healing soul technique. "Boss, what was that beam of light you just used? I think I saw you employ it during the power test last time," Oscar inquired while preparing restorative sausages for Yin. Tianling touched the emblem of justice on his forehead, dispelling the skill effects and lifting the all-attribute debuffs on his companions. The external soul bone obtained from the last hunt had a skill effect that could reduce the target's attributes by 10%, disregarding soul power disparities, making the effect undeniably valid. It was bound to be revealed sooner or later. Since they were all comrades, there was no harm in sharing. "What? An external soul bone? Ling, are you saying that this third eye-like object of yours is an external soul bone like Tang San's?" Ma Hongjun had envied Tang San's acquisition of the 8 spider lances, and he had yet to obtain even a single ordinary soul bone. Gazing at the shimmering emblem of justice on Tianling's forehead, Zhuqing silently felt happy for him. The luck associated with external soul bones was indeed remarkable. However, this meant that the gap between her and him had widened even further. "I would also love to have an external soul bone, Hulaina and Xiegu. who had dispelled their martial soul fusion state, also approached. The titled Douluo Academy's dean, who had been watching from the sidelines, could hardly bear the expectant gazes of the group and remarked, "You ambitious youngsters, do you think external soul bones are as common as cabbages? Ordinary soul bones are rare treasures. Dean, look at how outstanding we are. Surely the Academy or the Elder Council could reward each of us with a soul bone or something." Summer Tianling scratched his head helplessly while observing the longing expressions of his companions. In the original narrative, even the Golden Generation managed to acquire soul bones. There was no reason for the current, stronger group not to receive the same. Nonetheless, even if the Spirit Hall did not provide them, he was determined to procure a few for each of them in the future, as there were places where soul bones accumulated in abundance, which would otherwise be wasted. As for himself, he had long since devised a plan. After overcoming the divine tribulation, he had redefined his future path. Why not take a gamble and transform a bicycle into a motorcycle? He jested. As a renowned transmigrator, especially one traversing the Douluo continent, it would be a disservice to his identity not to gather an exquisite set of soul bones. Just as Summer Tianling indulged in such fanciful thoughts about the future, the dean spoke again. Soul bones will indeed be available. Each person will receive one. The Elder Council has already approved it, and even the High Elder of the Worship Hall has personally stated that everyone must be equipped with a high-quality soul bone, no less than 50,000 years old. Upon hearing this, not only Ma Hongjun and the others, who had long coveted soul bones, but even the usually stoic Zhu Zhuqing gasped in astonishment. 7 pieces of soul bones, over 50,000 years old, a truly lavish offer. It is worth noting that many soul saints and even soul Douluos had never possessed a single soul bone. However, the dean's tone shifted. These soul bones will be placed there, and it's up to you to demonstrate your capability to acquire them. These 7 soul bones will serve as the grand prize for the champion of the high-level Soul Master Elite Tournament 2 years from now. If you win, the soul bones will naturally be yours. However, should you lose, well, you and T want to know the consequences. The dean wore a smile, but the ominous tone of the last sentence sent a chill down the spines of the previously elated group. Enough, healing master. Take Yin back to recuperate. The rest of you may continue with your pair practice. Yes. Yin was assisted back, and the others resumed their training. However, Summer Tianling appeared somewhat distracted, meticulously pondering the implications of the dean's words. The Elder Council had promptly approved it, and even the old man Doulu had personally intervened. What could possibly be the reason for this? In the original narrative, even Bibi Dong faced fierce opposition from the Elder Council when she sought to grant each member of the Golden Generation a soul bone. Only the Wisdom Skull, designated for Hulaina, was truly a high-tier soul bone. The other soul bones acquired by Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing, while impressive in name, had limited strength. Yet, this time, Doulu had taken the initiative and offered each person a high-quality soul bone over 50,000 years old. In the original story, the 3 soul bones were determined just before the tournament. Now, with 2 years remaining until the competition, rewards had already been established. Something felt amiss, profoundly amiss. Even if Bibi Dong had abandoned her apocalyptic plans, the long-standing discord between the Pope's faction and the worshippers could not be so easily reconciled. There had to be an underlying issue. On another note, did Doulu have a particular fondness for me? He had bestowed favors upon me the first time we met 6 years ago. Could it be that he has taken a liking to me and wishes to recruit me as a grandson-in-law? Chapter 69. The distinctive Douluo Great Soul Arena, the cycle of receiving blows and delivering them continued unabated. This had been Summer Tianling's life for over 2 months. In the initial month, he faced relentless pursuit and beatings from the 6, leaving him with no escape. Even when attempting to use the sky step to ascend, his companions would consume Oscar's sausages and relentlessly chase after him. In the second month, after gradually acclimating to the weight of the heavy armor and uncovering some latent potential within himself, he finally began to hold his ground against the 6. Although the struggle remained arduous, there was a noticeable shift in balance. By the 3rd month, after just a few days, Summer Tianling had nearly fully adapted to the formidable weight of the armor, resulting in a decisive turnaround as he began to counterattack the other 6 using the armor's heavy characteristics. While originally intended for training, it was indeed a type of armor, crafted in collaboration with the limitlessly powerful Douluo and the most formidable master of the age, rendering it remarkably defensive. Consequently, those who had initially been difficult to break through found themselves on the receiving end of attacks. Particularly, Ma Hongjun, whose phoenix fire had once caused Summer Tianling considerable distress, was now being relentlessly pursued across the arena. This situation brought to mind painful memories of being chased from the village entrance to the village's inn by a large white goose in his childhood. Coincidentally, shortly after the third month commenced, Hulaina, Yin, and Xiaoyu were assigned new tasks and departed from the academy. Just as Summer Tianling thought he could shed this burden and embrace a joyful, fresh start, the dean stealthily reported to someone. Thus, Doulou returned. Not only did he arrive, but he also brought with him even heavier specialized armor plates. Upon donning this new, more formidable armor, Summer Tianling found his movements restricted once more, and even more so than when wearing the weight-bearing armor of 10. He had hoped to regain his former prowess, only to be forcibly compressed back to a level barely on par with the Soul King. To make matters worse, this weight-bearing armor of 20 could essentially be considered pure burden armor. Its defensive capabilities were exceedingly low, further diminishing Summer Tianling's ability to leverage his prior defensive strengths. What on earth is this? Grandfather Qian, how could you do this to me? I have watched you grow since childhood. When I return, I shall certainly inform Sister Shui that you have been bullying me. Xia Tianling cried out in despair, even invoking the emotional card of Qianren Shui. However, Doulou remained unmoved. Not to mention little Shui. Even if you were to summon your teacher, there would be no room for negotiation. It is precisely because I have seen you grow that I do not wish for you to become a failure. After all, I am also half your teacher. For the next month, you shall train alongside your companions at the Great Soul Arena. At least bring back a silver soul badge. What is the purpose of going there? Xia Tianling asked in confusion. Are the instructors and other students at the academy not sufficient for me to practice against? Doulou shook his head, explaining that the combat skills of students are overly academic. Having lived in an ivory tower, your offensive techniques are too gentle. You need to experience the various so-called unconventional combat styles. Moreover, the variety of martial souls within the academy is quite limited. Spending over a month battling at the Soul Arena and personally encountering an array of peculiar martial souls will greatly benefit your future training. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Xia Tianling scratched his head, acknowledging that experiencing more battles would not be detrimental. By the way, Grandpa Qian, after this month of training, you can finally remove that heavy burden, and the divine power seal will automatically lift. Doulou understood what he wished to ask, and, with a parting remark, vanished. Xia Tianling was overjoyed, relieved that he would no longer be under the constant pressure of these two formidable mountains. Speaking of which, the timing of going to the Soul Arena for a month is rather delicate. However, it seems to be nearly 20 days earlier than expected. After Doulou departed, Xia Tianling found a few companions and explained the situation to the dean. Since it was the Grand Elder's suggestion, you may go, but remember not to reveal your identities. The academy will reimburse expenses within the student quota. Anything exceeding that will be your responsibility. Upon hearing that it was Doulu's word, the dean readily agreed. Dean, which great soul arena shall we attend? Is it the one in Tiando Imperial City? Oscar inquired. Since beginning his martial training, although Oscar sometimes retained his mischievous nature, he now possessed a heart eager for combat against strong opponents. During their previous sparring, he had been the most fervent, even relishing the moments when he was on the receiving end of blows. The dean waved his hand, stating that the specific location was not critical. It would suffice to go to the Soto Great Soul Arena nearby. Excellent, Xia Tianling replied promptly, leading his three companions directly towards Soto City. What? You ask why we're not preparing first? Nonsense. I, Lingu, am someone who carries a stove and various fresh ingredients with me at all times. Don't need a pack? Alas, calculating the days, what a pity. On the carriage to Soto City, Xia Tianling suddenly mentioned this, capturing the attention of the other three. What is it that you find regrettable? Zhu Zhuqing looked at the boy beside her, who was slouched in a relaxed manner. It's been more than half a month too early. Xia Tianling maintained his languid posture, but then suddenly sat upright, exclaiming, Ah, Zhuqing, you've learned to misbehave. Why did you pinch me? Who told you to speak only halfway? Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed slightly, and she turned her head toward the window, feigning indifference. Xia Tianling rubbed the spot where he had been pinched, casting a glare at Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who wore peculiar smiles across from him. Ma Hongjun, winking playfully, asked, Lingu, don't keep us in suspense.
Hurry up and explain what is going on. It's nothing too serious. It's just that Tang San and the others will also go to Soto City for the Soul Arena in over half a month, and we might encounter them later. That rascal will go too? Upon hearing that Tang San and his companions would also be attending, Zhu Zhuqing turned her head back, hesitating to speak. You mean Dai Mubai? That guy is in the same academy as Little San and Rong Rong, so he will certainly go together with them. Xia Tianling replied. Yes. What is the name of Rong Rong's academy? Shrek, right? Oscar, who had been spectating earlier, chimed in excitedly. Hey boss, do you think Rong Rong and the others will participate in the Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament? They likely will, right? Xia Tianling hesitated, unsure whether Tang San and Rong Rong could participate in this tournament. After all, 3 of the Shrek 7 had been dismantled by him, leaving only 4 remaining. Even though Flander continued to lead them to Lambar Academy, it was uncertain whether they could make it to the finals. As for the Tiendo Royal Academy, currently, Little San and his companions had not crossed paths with the Royal Fighting Team, nor had they connected with Qin Ming, so it was difficult to say whether they would attend. How will things unfold in the future? Xia Tianling pondered this question in his heart. Since arriving in Douluo continent, the fates of the characters have changed dramatically. Who knows what will ultimately transpire? Chapter 70, a new codename, a new beginning. Upon arriving in Soto City, the group, wishing to maintain their anonymity, opted not to seek out Su Yuntao, but instead chose a hotel near the Soul Arena for lodging. After having lunch, they planned to visit the Soul Arena in the afternoon. Xia Tianling felt a sense of anticipation for the unique Soul Arena of Douluo continent. Upon seeing the Soul Arena, Xia Tianling was delighted. Its design seemed oddly familiar. The Soto Great Soul Arena was oval-shaped, standing approximately 120 meters tall. Wasn't this just like the ancient Roman Colosseum? It seems that the Qingdao Empire is quite robust, boasting a wealth of cultural wonders. By the way, boss, do we have any other requirements for participating in the Soul Arena? Oscar asked enthusiastically, leading the way. Just obtaining the Silver Soul Badge is sufficient, Xia Tianling replied. If we want to participate in both 1v1 and 2v2 matches, we might run out of time. With little AOS sausages, we can easily manage 3 to 4 matches a day. How should we form the 2v2 teams? Boss, I'll team up with the fatty. Oscar swiftly grabbed my ongun, stating his choice. Then I'll pair with Zhuqing, Xia Tianling said hesitantly. It's not that he was unwilling to team with Zhu Zhuqing. He simply worried that if they paired up, they would have to face 2 soul masters simultaneously. He himself was unconcerned, but he feared Zhu Zhuqing might struggle. Zhu Zhuqing shot him a glance and replied, all right, nodding in agreement. Zhuqing, I know what you're going to say. I understand the rules of the Soul Arena. But only by challenging strong opponents can one improve. Fighting the weak will only lead to stagnation. Zhu Zhuqing looked in his eyes, stating earnestly, I want to grow stronger. Very well, I understand. Xia Tianling sighed, recognizing that this little cat was stubborn as ever. As they approached the Soul Arena entrance, everyone put on the masks Xia Tianling had provided from his ring. Since we need to conceal our identities, shouldn't we adopt codenames? Ma Hongjun suggested, surprisingly astute. Indeed, I had already thought of codenames for each of you before we came. Xia Tianling smiled with a hint of mischief. The names Ghostly Spirit Cat, Evil Fire Phoenix, and Sausage Vendor could easily be discarded into the annals of history. It would be inappropriate for the enhanced trio to carry those titles. Little Ao shall be called Fierce-Eyed Vajra, reflecting his fondness for the Buddha's palm technique. The fatty, who practices the Lustful Fire Phoenix technique, shall be named Lustful Fire Phoenix. And Zhuqing, whose signature skill is the Void Walk, shall be dubbed Void Walker. What about you, boss? What shall your codename be? Xia Tianling glanced at his hands and spoke the name Dawn of Breaking Dawn. What does this mean? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. In the context of Douluo language, it lacks such layered significance. The Douluo people, devoid of historical depth, cannot grasp the profound essence embedded within this term. You will understand in due time. Despite Oscar and Ma Hongjun's relentless questioning, Xia Tianling simply smiled and remained silent. It was not until many years later that Zhu Zhuqing and the others truly comprehended the immense power encapsulated in that word. Approaching the registration counter, the group each paid 10 gold coins to secure their qualifications for the Soul Arena. Oscar and Ma Hongjun named their duo Phoenix of Flames, originally intending to call it Desire of Flames, but the staff mistakenly wrote it down incorrectly. Xia Tianling and Zhu Zhuqing, on the other hand, named their combination master of Breaching Defense,
with Zhu Zhuqing literally able to breach opponents' defenses at 100%, while Xia Tianling's overwhelming strength might leave adversaries in despair. After completing their soul power tests and registering for the day's arena battles, the four proceeded to the waiting room. Although soul power promotes physical development, their youthful appearances were immediately apparent amidst the predominantly adult crowd, drawing attention. This was precisely what Xia Tianling desired, if others did not notice them. How could he achieve a rapid victory? To enhance this effect, he cleared his throat and spoke loudly enough for everyone in the room to hear. Isn't it just the Silver Soul Arena? That's a piece of cake. Winning or losing doesn't matter. Just one match a day for 11 days straight. And the Silver Soul is easily within grasp. Winning 5 matches earns you a 10-fold increase in points. Simple as that. His words stirred a wave of disbelief among the seasoned participants present, many of whom had taken hundreds of matches to gradually reach the bronze level. Naturally, they felt insulted, their pride bruised. 20 consecutive wins? Boy, are you afraid the win will blow your tongue away? Winning 20 matches is that easy? A fierce-looking bald man stood up and scolded him, his expression distinctly displeased. Xia Tianling initially intended to respond with mockery, but then realized that his mask concealed his expression, rendering any taunt futile. Instead, he coolly replied, "As long as you have hands." He had no intention of provoking a confrontation or resorting to underhanded tactics. He merely wished to attract attention to expedite his quest for a 20-win streak and indulge in a pleasant new life. "You," the burly man fumed, but constrained by the rules of the preparation area, he begrudgingly sat back down, leaving behind a threatening remark. "You'd better hope not to meet me on the stage." This scene elicited laughter from those around them, as the muscular man was somewhat renowned in the Soto City Soul Arena, yet here he was bested by a mere child. Beneath his mask, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but chuckle softly, surprised to discover this mischievous side of Xia Tianling, who was usually quite amiable. "Next contestants, please prepare to take the stage," came the staff's announcement. "Oh, they're moving quickly," Xia Tianling remarked, glancing at his ticket before rising. Meanwhile, from the corner of the room, the bald man emerged. "What a coincidence! Brother Bald, we truly have a connection," he taunted, directing his jibe at the man who had previously dismissed him. "Just wait. I'll make you regret it on stage." The bald man, at a loss for words, was clearly infuriated. On the Soul Arena stage, a middle-aged man donned in a tailcoat stood center stage. After clearing his throat, he announced, "Next, we will witness the second match of our 13th Soul Arena, featuring 2 heavyweight Soul Masters." He continued, "The first contender is the Soul Master Iron Tower, who has achieved 4 consecutive victories with his colossal elephant spirit, facing today's newcomer, the Dawn of Breaking Dawn, who possesses the Dawn Spirit. Will Iron Tower secure a glorious 5-win streak and unlock 10-fold points? Or will the newcomer, Dawn of Breaking Dawn, claim his first victory? Let us eagerly await the outcome." As the 2 formidable Soul Masters were called to the stage, a considerable audience gathered, for battles between Soul Masters of this caliber were indeed thrilling. Some spectators cheered the name of Iron Tower, while others expressed skepticism regarding the newcomer, Dawn of Breaking Dawn. It seems that Brother Bald has some popularity here, Xia Tianling thought to himself, unaware that, aside from their exceptional talents, achieving 5 consecutive victories in the Grand Soul Arena was a notable feat, indicating considerable skill. Iron Tower had already taken to the stage, raising his arms in response to the cheers of his fans. Observing Iron Tower's ostentation, Xia Tianling gracefully ascended the stage, standing poised with his hands behind his back, embodying an air of confidence. Unfortunately, clad in black attire, he lacked the ethereal elegance typically associated with a figure in flowing white. Such youth? The audience was taken aback, having anticipated a battle-hardened veteran given the imposing name Dawn of Breaking Dawn. Instead, they were met by a seemingly slender youth. However, beneath his fitted attire, Xia Tianling's physique was formidable. He was far from weak. Yet, standing in contrast to the towering Iron Tower, who measured an impressive 2 meters, he appeared slight. "Contestants, please take your positions and unleash your spirits," the announcer proclaimed with enthusiasm. "Colossal Elephant, manifest!" Iron Tower bellowed as 4 spirit rings of yellow and purple appeared beneath him. His already towering figure expanded further, reaching an astonishing height of around 2.5 meters. Muscles bulged violently, with broad shoulders and a bronze complexion, veins pulsating like a serpent beneath his skin. Unlike Xia Tianling and Oscar's balanced physiques, Iron Tower became a hulking figure on stage, resembling a human elephant. After completing his transformation, he roared at the audience, particularly directing his challenge at Xia Tianling, seemingly to assert his dominance. Observing his physique and spirit, it was clear that Iron Tower was a power-type soul master, likely following a path similar to Zhao Wujia's. Sensing the audience's excitement, Iron Tower appeared quite pleased. However, he was taken aback when a young man in black remained unfazed. "Boy, you aren't going to unleash your spirit?" Iron Tower inquired, his deep voice resonating. Though his fierce appearance suggested a brutish demeanor, he was not malicious. Having spent considerable time in the Grand Soul Arena, he adhered to the rules and yearned for a fair confrontation, eschewing underhanded tactics. Xia Tianling shook his head. No need. This simple gesture ignited Iron Tower's fury, misinterpreting it as a sign of contempt. With a roar, he charged at the seemingly oblivious youth. "Damn you, kid. You must bear the consequences of your arrogance." Xia Tianling exclaimed. "Do you think I look down on you? I wish I could use my true dragon martial soul. But what can I do with merely summoning a hammer or an axe?" As the towering figure charged at him like a tank, a fierce fire ignited within Xia Tianling. Such opponents were precisely what he relished. Devoid of intricate skills and cunning tactics, it was simply a battle of pure collision. Engaging in a visceral contest of strength was the true romance of manhood. Come, let us revel in the primal thrill of combat. Boom! The large and small fists collided violently. Xia Tianling effortlessly retracted his right fist, as if everything prior had merely been an illusion. In contrast, the towering figure, though seemingly unscathed on the surface, struggled to maintain his balance. Unlike the spectators merely enjoying the spectacle, the tower felt a colossal force surge through his right arm, reverberating throughout his upper body, leaving him with a tingling sensation on the right side. It felt as if he was facing not a mere boy, but a formidable beast transformed into a human form. The tower said nothing, but the anger that once filled his eyes had been replaced by solemnity. He had exerted a significant portion of his strength in that punch, yet the boy had effortlessly received it. A soul master who could engage in a fist fight without summoning their martial soul was undoubtedly formidable. In the fleeting moments of thought, the tower attempted to retreat, preparing for the next round of attack. "It's my turn to counter," murmured Xia Tianling, not granting him the opportunity to withdraw. With a small step, he followed closely. He advanced just half a step forward, far from the optimal point for exerting force. The tower instinctively believed Xia Tianling would continue his advance and merely activated a defensive skill from his first soul ring while leaning back to shift his weight. However, the next moment, Xia Tianling's fist erupted with force. Though he had only extended his arm a mere half a forearm's length, it landed a powerful blow on the tower, catching him off guard. This was a half-step burst fist. Ever since Xia Tianling's powers had been doubly sealed, he had revisited many martial arts techniques he had once wished for. Although he had practiced some of these techniques in his youth, he had not delved deeply into them after awakening his soul power. Now, relying solely on his physical strength, he sought breakthroughs in his method of exerting force. The intricacies embedded within these techniques were exceptionally sophisticated, offering a stark contrast to the raw fighting style prevalent in Douluo continent. The tower had never encountered such an unreasonable offensive approach. Unable to anticipate Xia Tianling's next move, he was struck back, nearly losing his balance. However, just as he thought Xia Tianling could not possibly attack from such close range, the black-clad youth suddenly pivoted, using his shoulder as a fulcrum to crash into him. The 8 Extremes Iron Mountain Crash, another application of martial arts force techniques. Already unsteady, the tower was struck forcefully in the abdomen once more. At that moment, it felt as if he had collided head-on with a charging 1,000-year-old armored rhinoceros, with every bone and organ in his body feeling as though they might shatter. Despite the pain, the tower remained composed, believing that Xia Tianling could not possibly have any further offensive maneuvers in such a confined space. He calmly activated his third soul ring, a unique skill that amplified his strength and weight. What he did not realize was that there indeed existed an unreasonable close-range method of exerting force. Xia Tianling shifted once more, his left hand barely an arm's length from his opponent. Not only did he surprise the tower, but even the spectators were left speechless at the unfolding scene. Xia Tianling's left hand, with fingers aligned like a blade, suddenly formed a fist at such a close distance. The miniature fist in stark contrast to the tower, traversed less than half a foot before striking just above the tower's abdomen. This was an inch punch, the ultimate essence of close combat in martial arts. It allowed a person to transcend their limits, unleashing even greater power at an extremely close range than a standard punch. This legendary technique from the realm of Chinese martial arts finally displayed its grandeur in the Soto Great Soul arena. Even with the aid of his third soul skill, the tower found it impossible to maintain his balance, and he was lifted off his feet by the force of the blow. The massive figure bent backward, crashing to the ground like a boiled shrimp, shaking the arena. At that moment, he clutched his wounded abdomen with one hand, his expression shifting from solemnity to a tinge of horror. This boy, who had not even summoned his martial soul, had defied all expectations, completely dominating him with just 3 attacks. As the tower struggled to rise after the 3 successive blows, Tianling refrained from pressing the advantage. Instead, he stood still with his hands behind his back, resembling his demeanor when he first ascended the stage. After a moment of silence, the audience erupted into a deafening cheer, chanting Tianling's moniker. I concede. I retract my earlier words. You are truly strong and worthy of him. The tower struggled to rise, voluntarily acknowledging defeat to the referee. He was straightforward, recognizing that, with his own strength, he was no match for Tianling, even in his unawakened state. Although he still had his 4th soul skill at his disposal, he faced an opponent who hadn't even activated his martial soul. Continuing would only lead to humiliation. Losing to such a formidable adversary was not something to be ashamed of. Upon hearing the tower's concession, Tianling nodded in acknowledgement, a gesture of goodwill. In the face of an opponent who could accept defeat gracefully, it was wise to show mercy. There was no need for him to appear arrogant. Moreover, he had initially provoked the tower, which was indeed inappropriate. The host, displaying exceptional professionalism, despite feeling equally astonished, swiftly approached the stage and announced loudly, "The dawn of the Soul Sect triumphs. Record, 1 win, 0 losses. The Soul Sect Tower, record, 120 wins, 68 losses. The dawn of the Soul Sect. Please proceed to register your points after exiting the stage." Following the hostess announcement, the crowd erupted into even more fervent cheers. Tianling waved to them and then leaped off the stage. Unbeknownst to anyone at the moment of his victory, the corner of Zhu Zhuqing's mouth unconsciously curved upward beneath her mask, a detail she herself failed to notice. Upon returning to the preparation room, the first to greet him was Oscar. Approaching, he gently punched Tianling on the shoulder, his eyes ablaze with fierce combat spirit. "Boss, you're not being fair. Such a powerful close-range technique, and you didn't share it with me." In the summer, Ling made a playful face at him, though Oscar, concealed behind his mask, remained oblivious. "Don't bother with all that nonsense. I discarded these trivialities years ago. You've immersed yourself so deeply in the mystique of Buddhism that you can hardly extricate yourself. Can you blame me?" He chuckled. "Isn't it just that the results from your practices are rather slow?" After dismissing the unreasonable Oscar, he plopped down beside Zhu Zhuqing. Although the little kitty was masked, her stunning figure was undeniably captivating. "Wasn't it? You've grown stronger." A calm voice echoed, "But I won't give up. One day, I shall catch up to you." Ling's mind brimmed with playful banter, yet he hesitated to voice it. All his sentiments condensed into 3 words: "I await you." In this lounge filled with singles, the atmosphere between the two seemed increasingly incongruous, gradually becoming more intimate. From a distance, Ma Hongjun observed with a hint of disdain flickering across his masked round face. What a nauseating display, he thought. However, a sudden realization swept over him, and he smiled broadly, humming a cheerful tune as he sauntered off, ready to take the stage. "Come on, let me show you the prowess of my little Ma." As the host's introduction concluded, Ma Hongjun commenced his own performance. With the embodiment of the evil fire phoenix, he soared into the air, unleashing a torrent of flames towards his opponent, empowered by his burning desire. His bizarre yet ferocious assault left his adversary in agony, eliciting a cacophony of cheers from the audience. His striking spirit manifestation also garnered the admiration of numerous female spectators. Meanwhile, in another arena, Oscar was crafting his own astonishing miracle. A spirit of powerful fists? What an unusual configuration. Not only was his opponent bewildered, but the audience appeared equally perplexed. Even the host struggled to comprehend. What is this fist spirit? We've never encountered it before.
Yet, Oscar soon provided a lesson, demonstrating why he was indeed a formidable spirit master. A true man never requires a spirit in battle. A fist suffices. After a mere 3 months of cultivation, Oscar had ascended to the 37th level of spirit power, his vitality as heavy as a mountain, unmatched in dominance. Without utilizing his spirit, he wielded his iron fists, foregoing his favorite technique, the Buddha's palm, opting instead to teach his youthful opponent a lesson, mirroring Ling's earlier approach. The primal clash of flesh ignited the fervor of male spectators, who roared his name, furious golden eyes. He refrained from employing his spirit at the behest of the Academy's dean and his instructor, the renowned soul combat teacher. The notion that a food-based spirit could engage in battle would surely astonish the masses. In truth, Oscar's sausages were merely an accessory to his combat prowess. He rarely indulged in any other sausages aside from his swift flying ones. Better to leave an enigma for others to ponder. The duel proceeded swiftly, and soon it was Zhu Zhuqing's turn to grace the stage. Compared to when she first acquired her spirit ring, she now possessed a formidable 34th level of spirit power. Over these 3 months, thanks to the blessings of her assassin's divine power, she could easily have surged 3 or 4 levels. Yet, she chose a more measured approach, solidifying her mastery over the assassin's power before advancing. Though her overall level only increased by 1, her total spirit power had nearly doubled. Coupled with her refined mental prowess from the spirit refinement technique and her adeptness at employing the claw of the assassin and void-walking, her strength was nothing short of earth-shattering. Chapter 73. Agility against agility. The true assassin once again, in the familiar 13th Soul duel arena, the same dapper host announced. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to commence the 5th match of one-on-one dueling, featuring 2 esteemed soul masters, representing the Kanjing spirit and boasting 3 consecutive victories. We have Yilan, facing off against today as freshly registered newcomer, the soul master known as the Voidwalker, who wields the spirit of the Nether Cat. Coincidentally, both soul masters were strikingly beautiful women. Yet another newcomer. Today has seen an influx of fresh registrations. I imagine the earlier performances of Dawn's Breaking, Fiery Phoenix, and the Furious Golden Eyes have left a lasting impression. What spectacle shall the Void Walker present? Masked, Zhu Zhuqing gracefully leaped onto the stage, initiating her spirit embodiment. Her fingers, adorned with the claw of the assassin, rippled like waves, a pre-battle habit aiding her in achieving focus. Kanjing embody. The young woman opposite her called out, sprouting a pair of wings from her back, fluttering energetically. Simultaneously, her hands and feet morphed into claw-like forms, resembling true eagle talons. With a striking combination of white, yellow, and purple, her 3 nearly optimal spirit rings, alongside her formidable 39th level of spirit power, exuded an imposing presence on the arena. Yilan! 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 A chorus of young men erupted from the audience, passionately cheering for her. Nether Cat embody. Zhu Zhuqing remained unfazed by her surroundings, also activating her spirit. Upon embodying her spirit, her legs elongated and cat ears and a tail sprouted from her head and back, enhancing her balance. 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit rings appeared beneath her, causing Yilan, who had been so confident moments before, to falter. Though the majority of the audience were ordinary folk, they were well-versed in spirit ring configurations, with 200-year rings and 1,000-year ring. The Void Walker clearly outclassed Yilan in terms of spirit ring quality, further igniting the audience's enthusiasm. Who doesn't relish witnessing a fierce contest between equals, especially when it involves 2 stunning women? Feeling the shift in audience support, Yilan, unable to contain herself, launched an attack. She expanded her form, shooting towards Zhu Zhuqing like an arrow, illuminating her first 2 spirit rings in the air. As her first ring glowed, her feet transformed rapidly, elongating and sprouting sharp claws, resembling true eagle talons. With the second ring activated, Yilan accelerated, reaching a remarkable speed. Faced with the oncoming threat, Zhu Zhuqing chose not to evade, but to engage head-on. Her extensive training alongside various exceptional individuals had somewhat skewed her perception of her own strength compared to that of regular spirit masters. The sharp eagle claws sliced through the air, accompanied by a piercing sound as they struck. Zhu Zhuqing remained composed, crouching defensively while illuminating her second spirit ring. the claws of the nether. In the air and on the ground, shadows intertwined as two beautiful women made contact in that fleeting moment. The clash of eagle claws and feline paws created a series of melodious collisions, weaving a splendid symphony. However, for Yilan, suspended in the air, the experience was far from delightful. While Zhu Zhuqing's phantom hunter claws were shielded by the protection of the assassin's claw, her eagle claws were not so fortunate. After an intense exchange, the once graceful claws were now marred by numerous tiny wounds, oozing crimson droplets. Yilan, feeling a pang of sympathy, could not help but erupt in fury, her exquisite face contorting with rage. "You vile cat, you deserve to be punished. I will mar your beautiful face." Faced with another woman, especially one equally beautiful with a physique that overshadowed her own, some women often succumb to a deeper jealousy. Zhu Zhuqing, however, remained unfazed. Having lived for years in a cold, unfeeling family, she had heard far worse rumors. Such a minor threat stirred no ripples in her heart. In fact, it even amused her. Yet below, Tianling began to feel a twinge of displeasure, an unnamed fire igniting within her. How malicious can this woman be? It's merely a normal injury in a competition, and she threatens to disfigure someone else's face? Such pettiness, truly venomous. Regardless of Tianling's thoughts, Yilan, having learned from a prior defeat, resolved not to confront Zhu Zhuqing head-on. Instead, she soared higher into the sky, a sinister smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she activated her third soul skill. A cross-shaped wind blade coalesced beneath her claws, hurtling downwards towards Zhu Zhuqing. This was her signature move. Few, if any, possessed the ability to fly at the soul sovereign level. Yet for her, with the eagle martial spirit, it was merely a minor skill that came with her spirit's embodiment. Coupled with the long-range attack capability of her third soul skill, her underhanded tactics proved remarkably effective. Ascend into the sky, then use her third soul skill to bombard her opponent from a distance, finishing them off once they had been softened up. This style of combat was undeniably irritating, yet profoundly effective, with few able to counter her in scrupulous methods. Unfortunately for her, this time she faced an opponent endowed with the assassin god's legacy, the Void Walker, Zhu Zhuqing. As the massive cross-wind blade approached, Zhu Zhuqing calmly employed her void walking ability, slipping into the subspace between realms. Boom! The wind blade, having consumed considerable energy from Yilan, missed entirely, wreaking havoc upon the floor tiles below. Was this the true reason she called herself a Void Walker? Could she genuinely traverse the void? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yilan's brow. Despite her hawk-like vision, she had lost track of Zhu Zhuqing. The audience below widened their eyes, dumbfounded by the scene before them. Where did such a large cat go? However, within the unseen subspace, Zhu Zhuqing had not moved an inch, merely observing as the wind blade struck the material plane beneath her feet. Void walking at its essence involved utilizing the properties of space to traverse the subspace nestled within the void. If space were likened to numerous sheets of white paper stacked together, subspace would be the crevices in between. Crossing through these spatial layers required considerable energy, which explained why Zhu Zhuqing could only maintain it for a second or two. Yet, if one remained still within the void, the energy expenditure was significantly reduced. Provided her oxygen supply did not deplete, Zhu Zhuqing could even take a nap without issue. Chapter 74. Relying on mountains may lead to their collapse. Relying on people may lead to their departure, damn it. You elusive creature. Come out now. Fear often stems from the unknown. At this moment, Yilan, unable to locate Zhu Zhuqing, was in a frenzy, charging at the arena, clawing at the air, battling wits with the void. Come out, come out, come out. For one who prided herself on beauty and grace, this was utterly unbecoming, drawing disapproving glances from the host and portions of the audience. They had paid to witness a clash of soul masters, not to observe a shrew hurling a fit on stage. Zhu Zhuqing in the subspace found the situation somewhat exasperating. She intended to test her current strength, but her opponent seemed rather dim-witted. Having spent less than 3 minutes in subspace without any action, Yilan was nearly frightened to death on her own. With her oxygen supply running low, it was time to conclude this. Zhu Zhuqing thought to herself as she activated her void walking ability, breaking through the barriers of space. Just as Yilan was still frantically searching for Zhu Zhuqing, a graceful figure suddenly appeared directly above her, devoid of any soul power fluctuations.
Void walking allowed not only linear movement, but also vertical ascension or descension, as long as the user could sense the distance. In the audience, the majority held their breath, quietly absorbing the breathtaking scene. Yet, a small group of so-called fans, displaying a complete lack of decorum, disregarded the contest's fairness and shouted loudly, "Above you, Yilan! Watch out above!" Sitting in the audience, Tianling's brows furrowed, a brief flash of hostility crossing his features, quickly suppressed. A mental wave shot towards the source of the outburst, striking the overly exuberant fan like a bolt of lightning, causing him to clutch his head and grunt in pain. Rest assured, Tianling had no intention of harming him. It was merely a slight reprimand to give him a headache for a few days. Above? Hearing her fan's warning, Yilan instinctively looked up. Yet, even as she spotted her opponent's silhouette, it was already too late. The Soto Great Soul Arena had an open design, and on this cloudless afternoon, the glaring sunlight flooded the arena, providing exceptional lighting. The third soul ring of that figure glowed with a purple radiance. The dark assassin's claw enveloped in potent spectral energy, forming a crescent black blade. Third soul skill, spectral decapitation. The wielder of the crescent blade was diving downwards towards Yilan from a backlit angle, appearing as a deity of judgment shrouded in divine light. The intense sunlight dazzled Yilan, rendering her unable to see clearly. In a panic, she clumsily attempted to evade the attack using the acceleration of her second soul skill. However, the distance between them was too short, and at the moment she activated her soul skill, the crescent blade of spectral decapitation had already made contact with her shoulder. Thud! Thud! The former was the sound of the spectral decapitation striking her back. The latter was the sound of her body crashing to the ground, rendered unconscious from the impact. According to the rules, she had lost, and this was only due to Zhu Zhuqing's restraint. The Soul Arena is unlike the elite Soul Master Tournament held across the continent, where even a heavy strike requires scrutiny. Here, combatants are permitted to kill. The ethereal Zhu Zhuqing gracefully descended, casting a glance at Yilan, who was being carried away by adoring fans, before turning to the referee. "I have won." Only then did the referee snap out of his stupor, hastily announcing, "The victor of this match is the Soul Master Voidwalker. With a record of 1 victory and no defeats, let us applaud this beautiful rose." A rose, exquisite yet adorned with sharp thorns. The audience erupted in a cacophony of cheers and applause, countless single men suddenly finding a new goddess in her, stunning, formidable, with a captivating figure and an aloof demeanor, a paragon of perfection. Zhu Zhuqing, with her cool disposition, was not fond of such adulation. Utilizing her void-walking ability, she flickered back to her original corner. "Congratulations," said Tianling with a smile. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. "She is too weak." "Oh, are you implying her strength is lacking?" Tianling pondered aloud. It was not that Zhu Zhuqing's strength was insufficient. Rather, it was her spirit that was frail. Tianling mused. She lacks the indomitable heart of a true warrior, hence her perceived weakness. This is also a significant reason I urged you to cultivate the spirit refinement technique. Is that so? Zhu Zhuqing gazed at her hands, never having imagined she could so easily defeat an opponent several levels above her. A 39th level agile attack type Soul Master, just a step away from entering the realm of Soul Sect, had been effortlessly vanquished by her. In merely 3 months, she had become so powerful. It felt as though those 3 months had transformed her life, bringing about monumental changes, all thanks to the young man beside her. Observing the contemplative little kitten by her side, Tianling couldn't help but reflect, cultivating strength without nurturing the heart is ultimately futile. In the cultivation system, it is referred to as the Tao heart. In martial arts, it is called the martial spirit. In the divine realm, it is the core of faith. In the cosmic system, it is known as the mental core, among many other terms. Yet, at its essence, they all speak of the same concept, willpower. To become a formidable being, possessing immense power alone is insufficient. One must also cultivate a matching mindset and unyielding resolve. The practice of heart cultivation is indispensable across almost all cultivation systems. Regrettably, soul masters on Douluo continent not only neglect heart cultivation, but they also disregard spiritual strength. Coupled with the inherently lower quality of soul power, it is only natural that the power they can unleash is limited. Soul masters on Douluo continent are excessively reliant on their martial spirits, soul skills, and soul bones, to the point of neglecting other vital aspects of their development. This over-reliance on external forces leads to a dual consequence. Not only is it difficult to reach higher levels of cultivation, but they also struggle to attain competence in other realms, let alone become top tier. Why do gods like the Sea God and Angel God no longer solely rely on soul skills and soul bones after achieving divinity? It is because relying purely on external forces is fundamentally weak. Why, after 30,000 years in the original text, do the super god-level beings of the Dragon Horse Twin stars utterly overpower the Douluo Federation? It is not that the essence of Douluo star is lacking. It is simply that the soul masters themselves are inadequate. A glance at the elite Dragon Knights of Dragon Horse Twin stars reveals that each has nearly maximized their bloodline potential. Even a nearly exhausted Divine Fire Dragon Knight, approaching the end of life, strives daily to transcend the limitations of their bloodline and reach greater heights. In contrast, what are the top soul masters of the Douluo Federation doing? I am dying. Let me merge with the ancient tree of life to alter my life form and extend my longevity. The essence of Douluo star is ineffective. I cannot cultivate further. Why has no figure akin to Ji Juechen emerged? Absurdity seems to have reached its pinnacle. Chapter 75. The 100 Victories Challenge, what enabled the ancient sea god Poseidon to ascend from a soul master to a level comparable to a god king a millennium ago? Was it the strength of Douluo star's essence? Was it the nourishment of divine spirit from the celestial realm? With countless deities in the divine realm, why was it only he who bridged the gap between ranks, cultivating from a first-level deity to a near god king? It was through his own efforts, his formidable strength subduing all of humanity and soul beasts, coupled with his charisma garnering immense belief power, that he ultimately achieved divinity. It was through his own unwavering will that he refined his martial spirit, the trident, to a level of super-divine artifact, endowing him with unparalleled might. Among the 5 surviving god kings, each is a product of the inherent essence of the divine realm. Yet only the ancient sea god, with a mortal form, matched the innate god kings and ultimately bequeathed his godhood with grace. Without personal effort, merely waiting for the essence of the planet to bestow gifts is futile. Godhood and martial spirits are merely means of advancement, shortcuts, but not necessities. Over-reliance on such shortcuts leads only to fragility, easily toppled, shattering at the slightest touch. Akin to a fragile vase, this parallels the experience in a shooting game. The muscle memory you develop through diligent practice is your true capital for supremacy. However, should you rely on an aim assist, under its influence you may slay gods and Buddhas alike, yet once stripped of that aid, you are nothing. Thus, even though Tianling currently possesses an abundance of fate points, he has never contemplated wishing upon the system for a direct elevation of his soul power. Though it would be effortless, he could become a limit Douluo on the spot. Whether he could withstand the ensuing tribulation remains uncertain. As time passed, over half a month elapsed, during which Tianling and his companions garnered significant attention, their prominence unmatched. Zhu Zhuqing, in particular, attracted the adoration of countless male fans, seemingly becoming the new idol of Soto City. Now, she is hailed as the Void Goddess, eager to begin his own leisurely pursuits. Tianling consistently reported to the Soul Arena early each morning, only returning to the hotel late at night after exhausting all opponents, including his duo battles with Zhu Zhuqing. He once achieved the remarkable feat of winning 21 consecutive matches in a single day. Initially, he had actively engaged his opponents, but soon it had transformed into Zhu Zhuqing's showcase, with him stepping in occasionally to conclude matches. As for Oscar and Ma Hongjun, one relied on his terrifying martial arts prowess, while the other leveraged his martial spirit advantage, both achieving a series of victories in the Soul Master arena, earning gold coins hand over fist, much to the delight of the two who had grown up in poverty. However, their standing was still somewhat inferior to Tianling's. Tonight, the Soto City Grand Soul Arena commenced a celebratory event, marking Tianling's impending achievement of an unprecedented 100 consecutive single victories in just over a fortnight. Were it not for the arena's monthly point tally system, which rewards a tenfold increase in points after 5 consecutive wins, he would have already attained the highest level diamond badge. However, in a rare exception for him, the Soto City Grand Soul Arena made an exception, Not only was a uniquely challenging competition arranged specifically for Tianling, but he was also invited to the very heart of the main Seoul arena, set to take place 3 days hence. This evening's celebration simultaneously serves to entice Seoul Masters to register and promote ticket sales. Should he triumph in this match, which would signify his 100th victory in Seoul battles, the arena would bestow upon him the esteemed Diamond Medal, along with the unprecedented title of Seoul King, the sole rank of its kind. The match promises to be captivating. The organizers have stipulated that Tianling must face a standard 7-member Seoul Master team composed entirely of Seoul Venerates, with the interesting twist that these 7 must not hail from the same organization or fixed team. Curiously, the victory conditions differ for each side. Tianling only needs to defeat them within the confines of the standard rules to achieve his 100 victories. Meanwhile, the challengers merely need to force Tianling to reveal his martial soul. Regardless of the match's outcome, the organizers will fulfill their promised rewards. If any of the challengers succeed, the Seoul Arena will exceptionally grant each of them a reward of 10,000 gold soul coins and elevate their soul battle rank by 3 levels. Should the 7 manage to defeat Dawnbreak within the rules of battle, they would be directly awarded medals and a bounty of 100,000 gold coins each. However, it is evident that such grandiose rewards are merely a gimmick intended to attract attention. The announcement of such generous rewards has drawn countless hopefuls, not least because achieving fame alone is worth the effort. It is worth noting that throughout the past month and a half of soul battles, Dawnbreak has not once utilized his martial soul, relying solely on his physical prowess. While the chances of defeating him may seem slim, forcing him to reveal his martial soul is still a possibility. Even if ultimately defeated, one could boast, "I once battled the Soul King on his 100th victory." Such claims certainly elevate one's stature. Among the throngs of applicants is a group of individuals intent on challenging the 45-level soul venerates of Dawnbreak. The offer of an immediate elevation of 3 soul battle ranks and a reward of 10,000 gold soul coins is enticing. Once selected, each participant is guaranteed 1,000 gold soul coins, limited to soul venerates. A middle-aged man with round glasses examined the flyer in his hand and remarked to his companion, "Xiao Gang, this venture seems promising." The shorter-haired middle-aged man took the flyer from him, scrutinizing it before retorting, "Promising? It seems you're blinded by the prospect of profit." "Xiao Gang, you misunderstand. My intention is to hone their skills. Do you not have faith in the little monsters we have nurtured?" The shorter-haired man appeared somewhat swayed, glancing at a nearby youth. "Xiao San, what do you think?" The boy, with a nonchalant tone, replied, "I think it's fine. Then let us proceed to register." It is evident that this group consists of the Shrek 4, who have just concluded a grueling 3-month training regimen. Throughout this same duration, Dai Mubai, fueled by determination, has relentlessly trained day and night, rapidly advancing to the level of 40, thus becoming a quasi-soul venerates. Such progress is nearly impossible under normal circumstances, yet he has achieved it against all odds. However, with Master Yu Xiaojiang's upcoming training curriculum, he plans to leverage his 40 levels of soul power to first secure a silver soul battle badge at the Soto City Soul Arena. As for the distracted youth, this is our classmate Tang San. After nearly 3 months of monotonous training, consisting of sparring and running, his spirit has become somewhat dulled. Can such training truly produce formidable soul masters? Each day, Tang San questions the efficacy of this regimen. If this method were truly effective, why then is the dean still only a soul sage while he, having just turned 13, has surpassed him in power? How could someone like him be called master? There is no way a titled Douluo could achieve greatness solely through physical training. Reflecting on some of the insights shared by Lingu, Tang San resolves to sever ties with the master after graduation. Continuing under such tutelage could lead him astray. During these 3 months of rigorous training, Tang San has exerted more effort than in the original narrative, doubling his commitment to his studies in hopes of graduating swiftly, so he can escape with Xiao Wu. Perhaps fleeing is the best option? He contemplates seeking refuge with Lingu. Should he join the Spirit Hall, he would no longer be short of funds for crafting hidden weapons and could ask Lingu to help locate his errant father. He truly wishes to leave this wretched place behind. As they entered the Soul Arena, Shrek's group was taken aback by the throngs of people. Enormous portraits adorn the walls, prominently featuring a man in a white mask, with the bold characters Dawnbreak inscribed beside him. Today's Soul Arena is devoid of competitions. Yet countless civilians have flooded this typically inaccessible venue, indulging in the abundance of free food. To promote this event, the Seoul Arena has spared no expense. There are indeed a great many people today. I've not seen such a crowd in years, Zhao Wujing remarked, using his soul power to part the throng. Franda did not acknowledge him, but instead produced several masks to distribute among Tang San and his companions. Should they accept these? They would certainly learn of his frequent visits to the Seoul Arena with Zhao Wujing. Such humiliation must remain concealed. In comparison to Xia Tianling's elegant white mask, the ones in their possession were grotesque, resembling a putrid green monster. This mask is utterly hideous, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong whispered at the back of the group, voicing their disdain for Dean Franda's taste. These two similarly spirited individuals have forged a deep bond over the past 3 months. Upon reaching the registration desk, the enthusiastic receptionist welcomed them warmly. After filling out forms, testing their soul power, and submitting their applications, they awaited the final review by the organizers. Despite Soto City boasting over 2,000 soul masters, the actual number of soul venerates is rather limited, especially once the personnel from a spirit hall are accounted for. Please, esteemed soul masters, arrive punctually at 8 o'clock tomorrow evening at the main arena, where we will announce the selected participants. With no matches to engage in today, the Shrek group returned to their hotel to await the results. In the hotel, Tang San pondered the name Dawnbreak, which felt oddly familiar. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Wait, isn't Ling Ge's martial soul called Dawn? The individual in question could not possibly be Ling Gu, could they? Coupled with the other names he had heard at the Soul Arena today. Phoenix Reborn, likely referring to Ma Hongjun, whose martial soul is indeed a phoenix, Furious Diamond, presumably Oscar, given the absence of Buddhism in Douluo continent, and Void Goddess, likely Zhu Zhuqing, who possesses a skill related to traversing the void. Tang San swallowed hard, convinced that the likelihood of Dawnbreak being Ling Gu was exceedingly high. Ling Gu is indeed a cultivator. It seems you are testing my resolve, Tang San. Tang San now found that the derogatory terms he had learned from Xia Tianling perfectly encapsulated his current dismal mood. The following morning marked the deadline for registration, and all participants had submitted their information to the organizers. The Void Goddess? Wasn't she always partnered with Dawn of the Day? Why was she also signing up? A staff member perused the submitted list, feeling somewhat perplexed. The Void Goddess had registered too? No matter. Granting her this opportunity would add an intriguing twist to the competition between partners. A leader dispatched from the headquarters of the Battle Spirit Arena decisively concluded that they had never anticipated the Soul Master team to win. They were merely leveraging the illustrious record of Dawn of the Day to make a profit. The Blazing Phoenix and the Furious Diamond were to be included as well. Although these two were relatively new to the scene, they had certainly made quite a name for themselves over the past month, likely enticing fans to spend more. Look at these 4 individuals, the leader remarked. Oh, the Cursed Eyes White Tiger, a level 40 Assault type Soul Master. The Gentle Bone Enchantress, a level 32 Assault type Soul Sovereign. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, a level 32 Support type Soul Sovereign. The Thousand-Handed Azura, a level 33 Control type Soul Sovereign. These individuals are rather intriguing, and they all registered together. Shrek Academy. I'm aware of that place, a small academy notorious for exploiting various titles for profit. The leader scrutinized the registration details. A control-type Soul Sovereign with the blue-silver grass Martial Soul, and a support type with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Martial Soul. Excellent. Simply excellent. Yet another pair of captivating angles. Now, let's stop searching. These 4, along with the Void Goddess, Furious Diamond, and Blazing Phoenix, perfectly form a 7-member team. It's a well-balanced composition. 1 agile attacker, 1 support, 1 control, and 4 strong attackers. A quintessential 7-member lineup. Shouldn't we look for stronger souls? An employee began, but was abruptly silenced by a stack of documents crashing onto his head, followed by a tirade from the leader. You fool, do you truly wish for them to win? All we want is profit, do you understand? If they win, we'll have to give each one 10,000 gold soul coins. Your intellect is as dull as a pig's. Yes, your reprimand is noted. I will take care of it immediately. That evening, Xia Tianling and his trio stealthily infiltrated the inner sanctum of the Great Battle Spirit Arena from a very discreet location. Ever since they gained notoriety, they had to shake off fervent fans each day after battles to return to their hotel undetected. Particularly, Zhu Zhuqing was constantly pursued by a throng of admirers, which became quite tiresome for her. Over the past month, the art of void walking had become increasingly second nature to them. The four cloaked figures concealed themselves in a shadowy corner, listening to the host on stage deliver an impassioned speech. Now, I announce the selected participants for tomorrow's 100 Victories Challenge. The recently acclaimed level 35 assault-type Battle Soul Sovereign, the Blazing Phoenix, alongside the Dawn of the Day, who enjoys physical combat, is the Blazing Phoenix's partner, the Furious Diamond. And let us not forget our audience favorite, the Void Goddess. With each name called, Tianling's lips twitched. I considered you all my brothers, yet you each wish to contend against me? Even Zhu Zhuqing has succumbed to their mischief. He kicked both Oscar and Ma Hongjun, then glared menacingly at the seemingly indifferent little cat beside him. Just wait until we return. I will deal with you. Zhu Zhuqing, typically aloof, made an effort to widen her eyes and feign innocence. Within moments, Tianling conceded defeat. This stark contrast was simply unfair. You dare use this to test me? What administrator could withstand such a trial? Meanwhile, the host continued reading names, nearing the conclusion. The final selected participant was also a student from Shrek Academy, a level 33 control-type soul sovereign with a blue-silver grass martial soul. What? The blue-silver grass martial soul? It can even achieve the rank of soul sovereign? All four of them are from Shrek Academy. Is this academy truly so formidable? Upon hearing the last participant's martial soul was blue-silver grass, the audience erupted in excitement. Shrek Academy? A level 33 control-type blue-silver grass soul sovereign? Surely, they must be referring to Tang San and his companions. Tianling pondered, his expression peculiar. It seemed too coincidental that the Shrek 7 would reunite, not to face the royal battle team, but rather this great adversary. Chapter 77. The Shrek 7 ultimately unite on the morning of the competition. The selected participants were invited by the Great Battle Spirit Arena officials to meet each other and familiarize themselves during a brief interaction. Dai Mubai, Oscar, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, once destined to belong to the same faction, now, by fate's design, found themselves united, preparing to fight side by side. As soon as they met, despite wearing masks, both sides immediately recognized each other. Having shared life and death experiences as friends, they could even identify each other by voice alone, especially with Oscar and Ning Rongrong present. However, due to the secrecy of their identities, they tacitly refrained from acknowledging one another, yet their conversation bore a sense of relaxation. Upon seeing the three members of the Spirit Hall, Tang San confirmed his suspicions. The opponents his seven would face tonight were none other than his good brother, Tianling. Please take a moment to get acquainted. I shall not intrude, spoke Ao, the supervisor of the Soto City Great Battle Spirit Arena, as he discreetly exited, leaving the room to the seven. Inside, only Tang San and his companions remained. Even Flanders and Yu Xiaojiang, the two teachers from Shrek Academy, were courteously ushered to a separate VIP lounge by the staff. Now, let us discuss Tianling's current strength without his martial soul. Tang San sighed and inquired. 3 months ago, during our tests at the academy, our leader, without activating his martial soul, reached a physical strength of 40,000 gene. His punching power is around 80,000 gene. The moment Oscar mentioned fighting, he instantly perked up, momentarily forgetting about Ning Rongrong. As soon as he spoke, silence enveloped the room. 40,000 gene of physical strength? How can we possibly withstand a single blow from him? Dai Mubai gulped, his voice trembling. He began to question his own life choices. Originally, he thought attaining level 40 after 3 months of training would narrow the gap between them, but instead, it had only widened. Not only Dai Mubai, but even the typically composed Tang San found himself momentarily lost in thought upon hearing this figure. The disparity was now crushingly significant. Should they consider fleeing? After 12 years of experiencing countless mental intrusions, Tang San now possessed a remarkably zen attitude, harboring no psychological burden about retreating. In Tianling's words, what was this called? A strategic withdrawal to conserve strength. If they couldn't win, then why fight? It was merely a contest, after all, against their own kin. Zen Tang San, online retreating. He realized he was not that strong. Zhu Zhuqing, with a cold expression, uttered a remark as soon as she entered the room, instantly recognizing Dai Mubai, who wore a grotesque green mask, his countenance shrouded in gloom. Noticing the apparent fright in both of them, Ma Hongjun hurriedly reassured, "Relax. Ling isn't that formidable right now. We still have a chance." This statement piqued Dai Mubai's interest, as he yearned to vanquish Xia Tianling. Despite being unable to harness his soul power and bearing a considerable burden, he was eager for the opportunity. Ma Hongjun slumped onto the sofa, blissfully sipping the juice provided by the organizers. His strength was roughly at the initial level of Soul King, albeit without any soul skills, merely possessing the physical prowess befitting such a rank. This seemed to present a glimmer of hope. Tang San, lost in thought, noted that Rongrong had acquired her third soul ring, granting them a remarkable 40% enhancement. "My third soul skill is a soul power amplification," Ning Rongrong interjected. "By the way, Tang San, the Zhuge crossbow you mentioned earlier, could we possibly utilize it?" "I do have some, but I'm hesitant about the Zhuge crossbow's lethality," Tang San replied, deliberating. Although he possessed several crossbows to lend, they were inherently weapons of destruction, and using them against his own brother seemed unthinkable. "Oh, it's fine. Our leader has a robust physique," Oscar chimed in confidently. "I know his physical resilience well, especially considering the heavy armor he's wearing. While its protective capability is nearly non-existent, it certainly wouldn't allow the Zhuge crossbow to harm him easily. We've tested this." Yet, Tang San remained ambivalent. After much persuasion from Oscar and Ma Hongjun, Tang San finally agreed to lend them the concealed weapons, assured that there would be no risk to life. Once it was settled that they would employ hidden weapons in their confrontation, they engaged in a rigorous discussion to formulate strategies, finalizing their plan just before dinner. It was unanimously decided that Tang San would take the central command, a role everyone had grown accustomed to since their time in the Stardow Forest. With the determination to secure victory in the competition, Tang San abandoned any thoughts of retreat and assumed the responsibility of allocating tasks among the group. His demeanor had transformed. He was now at peace, devoid of the previous craving for victory and aggression. However, this did not signify a loss of ambition. Rather, his current mindset aligned more closely with the principles of Taoist cultivation, gradually embracing a state of tranquility and non-action. Perhaps it was more fitting to describe it as a Taoist philosophy rather than a Buddhist one. Oscar, unable to utilize his martial soul in this match, was a point of regret for Tang San. If Oscar could deploy his recovery sausages and rapid flight sausages, their combat would be far more assured. For now, they would have to position Oscar and Dai Mubai at the front lines to draw Xia Tianling's fire. Originally a powerful attacker, Xiao would temporarily assume a role of agility, collaborating with Zhu Zhuqing. Their synergy would allow them to strike opportunistically. Ma Hongjun, equipped with long-range abilities, would provide support from the rear with his Phoenix Fire line, simultaneously guarding the defenseless Ning Rongrong against Xia Tianling's flanking maneuvers. As the evening of the competition arrived, the exterior of the Grand Soul Arena was teeming with spectators, including those who had traveled overnight from neighboring cities to witness the event. In an era where travel relied heavily on foot and communication was largely verbal, those with the means to attend were indeed of higher social standing. This scarcity of entertainment on the Douluo continent made soul battles a highly cherished activity among the populace, from nobles to commoners alike. Who would not want to witness this unprecedented 100-win challenge? Observing the thronging crowd, the higher-ups beamed with delight, knowing the profit from this event would be substantial. The bonuses allocated to Xia Tianling and the 7 Soul Emperors were mere trifles in comparison. After all, one must remember that the wool comes from the sheep. Chapter 78. The modernized Grand Soul Arena in the Soto Grand Soul Arena, the VIP Lounge, Room 1, exuded opulence, spanning over 200 square meters. The walls were adorned with gold leaf, epitomizing luxury. The table was laden with an array of exquisite wines, delicacies, juices, and snacks for the guests' enjoyment. Beside the elegant table, a massive, genuine leather sofa, exceeding 15 meters in length, could comfortably accommodate numerous individuals. This was not Xia Tianling's first visit to the lounge, yet each time he entered, the sight of the sofa stirred pangs of regret within him. Earlier, staff had informed him that it was crafted from the hide of a century-old bovine soul beast, a material of considerable worth. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but feel sorrow over the dragon hide he had slain 6 years prior, contemplating its potential value if preserved. Wait a moment, he mused. It appeared that soul masters in Douluo continent typically absorb soul rings after slaying soul beasts, without the habit of collecting bones, tendons,
or skins. Rarely did anyone take the beast meat with them. This raised an intriguing question. How did the luxurious leather of the sofa in the Soto Grand Soul Arena come to be? Moreover, this was no ordinary rigid sofa. It was a soft sofa with springs. One must not underestimate the significance of such springs, as their manufacturing requires advanced alloy smelting techniques. Nevertheless, the blacksmiths of Douluo continent were renowned for their ingenuity. Perhaps Master Lu Gao's disciples had concocted some remarkable elastic alloy? As his thoughts wandered, he turned his attention to the other displays within the room. It was not merely about the sofa. Many aspects sparked Tianling's curiosity. For instance, the single-sided glass before him. While it appeared to be glass, it was actually a meticulously crafted crystal panel, allowing visibility from within while concealing the interior from the outside. Setting aside the question of why such a large crystal panel was standard in a VIP lounge, the technique employed in its creation was astonishing. Had the top artisans of Douluo continent mastered the art of applying aluminum or silver films onto crystal, the complexity of purifying and processing the raw materials for such films was beyond the technological capabilities of the Douluo continent at present. Through the single-sided crystal glass, Tianling's gaze shifted to the central battle platform. Within a few days, the platform had undergone renovations, enabling a multitude of spectators to witness this unprecedented spectacle. A host on stage was fervently delivering a speech, extolling the remarkable achievements and proud victories of the Douluo sect over the past 20 days. Following this, a series of song and dance performances further heightened the atmosphere. Yet, Tianling's focus was not on the performances, but rather on the dazzling golden soul guiding device illuminating the central platform, a circular stage with a diameter of 70 meters. This magnificent spotlight was casting its glow upon every corner of the arena. It was worth noting that such soul-guiding devices have been lost to time for over 10,000 years. The colossal illumination soul guide, of which only 4 sets exist even within the affluent Spear Hall, stands as a testament to the advanced craftsmanship of the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. Though this particular apparatus is significantly smaller than those found in the Spirit Hall, it is evidently well utilized and not antiquated. Its creation cannot have exceeded a century. Could it be that they have the capability to manufacture soul guides? This notion appears implausible. After all, this is Soto City, merely a renowned border town within the Bala Kingdom. How could the Grand Soul Arena possess the technological prowess to produce soul guides? Furthermore, their seemingly ordinary sofas and mass-produced, enormous single-sided crystal glass, complemented by this evidently new, giant illumination soul guide. If one were to insist that the golden soul lamp was preserved through some extraordinary means, what then of the identical smaller soul lamps found throughout the arena? Surely, they could not have stumbled upon an ancient bulb factory. Even he, the Prince of the Spirit Hall, needed candles to dine outdoors with a kitten. How could the Grand Soul Arena, no matter how wealthy, rival the Spirit Hall? At this moment, a term that sent a chill down Tianling's spine surfaced in his mind: technological disparity. The technological level exhibited by the Soto Grand Soul Arena transcends mere luxury. It embodies a sophistication that far exceeds what one would expect from Douluo continent. This is not merely a result of misaligned technological development in certain regions. The Spirit Hall possesses glass crafted from transparent crystal. Yet he is certain that even this venerable institution, with its millennia-long legacy, lacks the capability to produce single-sided glass. Such a creation is unique to the Grand Soul Arena. Externally, they may claim to employ specialized techniques, which would likely impress those unfamiliar with the nuances. However, he hails from a more advanced era and understands the implications of such technical prowess. Reflecting upon the inexplicable kindness shown to him by Doulu, along with the cooperation between Bibi Dong and himself, Tianling instinctively raised his fist to his mouth. Exhaling softly, a habitual gesture he employed during moments of contemplation when faced with challenging dilemmas. If the previous concerns were mere figments of his imagination, perhaps he was overthinking. Yet, what a golden Shilin! Such a being was never mentioned in the original text. This was a divine beast originating from beyond the Douluo continent, capable of overturning the entire Douluo universe with mere words in its prime. Moreover, what of the sinister, dark matter it bore? What could compel such a formidable divine creature to burn its very life essence to prevent its spread? Something is amiss. The Douluo continent is profoundly anomalous.
Bibi Dong and Qian Daolu must be concealing something from him. Despite his growing certainty, 90% assurance of his suspicions, he lacked definitive proof. However, the scene before him soon solidified his conviction that the Soto Grand Soul Arena harbored secrets. A metallic pillar, approximately 2 meters in diameter, emerged at the center of the soul fighting platform, upon which stood a young woman, addressing the audience gathered for the evening's match. This was Dodo, the female commentator who had previously appeared in the original narrative. She appeared perfectly ordinary, as did the metallic pillar beneath her. Yet, upon retraction, the pillar left not a trace upon the ground, an extraordinary anomaly. Such manufacturing capabilities could not be the work of ordinary artisans. They necessitated the support of precision CNC machinery. Perhaps a title Douluo could achieve such a feat through their spiritual prowess, but which title Douluo would lower themselves to such tasks? The Soto Grand Soul Arena, or rather the entity behind it, must possess technological means that transcend the capabilities of this era, technologies that may not even belong to this world.